Wang Shouchen, a forensic student, is drawn into a conspiracy by a red umbrella. With Yin-Yang shoes, he solves mysteries, meets a princess, and gains dragon aura. Chapter 1. The Red Umbrella. When it comes to this matter, it is likely that many have had similar experiences. However, after encountering that particular incident, I caution everyone against casually accepting the kindness of certain individuals. I majored in forensic medicine at the medical university, and many friends might think that choosing such a specialty implies one must be an atheist. I believe that many of my fellow students, like myself, entered the medical school filled with hope and initially held atheistic beliefs. I was no exception. Yet it was precisely because of that incident involving the borrowed umbrella that I realized there are numerous phenomena in this world that science cannot elucidate. This experience transformed my life, rendering it anything but ordinary. This story begins during the summer break of my third year. My family was not well off. My parents were farmers. So I opted not to return home for the summer. Instead, I remained at the university, seeking employment at a fast food restaurant in the city to earn some money to help with tuition fees. To save costs, I continued to reside in the school dormitory. Due to the bustling nature of the fast food establishment, I ended up finishing work later than usual that evening. Outside, a light rain fell, and despite my reservations, I resolutely decided against borrowing an umbrella from the manager, who was not particularly fond of university students. I hurried through the rain towards the bus station on Meishan Road, uncertain whether there were still buses running at that hour. Upon arriving at the bus stop on Meishan Road, I noticed it was quite late and only 2 or 3 people were waiting for the bus. Among them, a couple appeared to be affectionate with one another, while another young man, seemingly around my age and wearing glasses, held a striking red umbrella, which struck me as rather peculiar. At that moment, I paid little heed to it. After all, in today's society, it is not unusual to carry a red umbrella or even don a red dress. Before long, the couple embraced and boarded the number 16 bus, which made me feel a tinge of anxiety. At that same instant, the young man with the red umbrella seemed even more restless than I was. He glanced around, then retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. After a moment's hesitation, he looked at me and offered me one. Although I seldom smoke, primarily due to financial reasons, I accepted it out of courtesy. Noticing that I hadn't lit it, he paid me no mind and lit his own before striking up a conversation, inquiring about my bus route. I replied that I was taking the number 9 bus, to which he shook his head and informed me that the last bus had already departed, suggesting I should consider hailing a taxi. Glancing at the rain outside, I hesitated. Meishan Road was still 7 or 8 stops away from the medical university, and I would likely get drenched on my way back. Thus, I forced a smile and replied that I would wait a bit longer. He merely responded with an "oh" and resumed his smoking. At that moment, I noticed he was now glancing around even more frequently, and the hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. From his demeanor, it struck me that he might be in some sort of predicament. After casting a glance in my direction, he took out his phone and made a call, seemingly to summon someone to pick him up. Time passed slowly, and after a few minutes, the No. 9 bus had yet to arrive, my patience almost entirely depleted by the incessant patter of rain. I could see that moment. A black car approached at a leisurely pace. The man beside me, with keen eyes, glanced my way and inquired where I lived, offering to give me a ride. To be candid, for a fleeting moment, I felt a stir of temptation. However, sensing something amiss about him, coupled with recent news reports of criminals engaging in heinous acts, I politely declined his offer. He seemed unperturbed, as is often the case in this world, and handed me his umbrella. Gazing at the vivid red umbrella, I felt an inexplicable reluctance, yet, recognizing his kindness, I accepted it. Just before he turned to leave, I asked how I might return it to him. He shook his head, dismissing the need, claiming it was not of significant value. And with that, he hurriedly entered his vehicle. Once the car departed, it felt as though I was the only soul left on Meishan Road. I pulled out my phone to check the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and the No. 9 bus was likely no longer running. Yet, the rain showed no signs of abating. I glanced at the red umbrella in my hand, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided to open it. The instant the umbrella unfurled, an inexplicable chill seemed to seep into my very being, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Nevertheless, I paid it no mind and instead glanced around before stepping onto the sidewalk. making my way toward the medical university, although the rain intensified. What truly disheartened me was the absence of any pedestrians along the way. Even the passing vehicles were remarkably scarce. Fortunately, as an atheist, I was spared the fright that might have otherwise overwhelmed me. Upon reaching the Nanshan Bridge, the rain inexplicably ceased, prompting me to stow away my umbrella and quicken my pace. The bridge marked the outskirts of the city, and aside from the streetlights, only a few distant houses remained illuminated. At that moment, I heard the distinct sound of footsteps echoing behind me. I instinctively turned around, only to be met with an unsettling chill and a frown. There was no one in sight. Had I imagined it? Perplexed, I pressed on while straining to listen. Just a few steps later, the footsteps returned. This time, forewarned, I was certain that someone was indeed behind me. The sound suggested it was a woman, and without hesitation, I spun around. What? Gazing at the desolate bridge upon knocking on the guardhouse door, my heart finally settled as I beheld the visage of Mr. Zhang. Reminiscent of the esteemed actor Ni Dahong, I exhaled heavily, panting as if I had just been pursued by a hound. Mr. Zhang inquired about my labored breathing, and I refrained from divulging the earlier incident, as I myself remained perplexed by it. Once I entered the school premises, I made my way directly to the dormitory. As I stepped into the building, the sky opened up, and rain began to fall in a cacophony of sound. The corridor of the dormitory was shrouded in darkness, with no lights illuminating the path. Though I am not afraid of the dark, I nonetheless activated the flashlight on my phone for guidance. Ascending the stairs, I arrived breathlessly at the 4th floor and proceeded toward my room, number 706. In the dimness, I caught a fleeting glimpse of shadow at the end of the corridor. However, I paid it little mind, as other residents occupied this dormitory as well. Upon reaching the door to my room, I was taken aback to find it ajar, despite my clear recollection of having locked it when I left. With a sense of bewilderment, I pushed the door open, only to collide abruptly with another person. Chapter 2. The red wedding dress. I was so startled that I stumbled back several steps, when suddenly I heard the voice of Dupont, followed by the illumination of the dormitory lights. Still shaken, I gazed at Dupont, standing in the doorway, sensing an inexplicable oddness about him. I patted my chest and muttered, "Are you doing this on purpose?" Leaving the lights off in the room, Dupont merely offered an awkward smile. It was then that I noticed another presence in the dormitory. I grimaced slightly, and Dupont appeared rather embarrassed, while the young woman smiled generously at me. She then reached to pull back the covers, a gesture that caused Dupont to gasp in shock as he rushed over to cover the blanket. I silently stuck out my tongue and leaned a red umbrella against the door. After I finished my shower, I discovered the dormitory was empty. I chuckled awkwardly, reasoning that the two must have thought it inconvenient to venture out for a rendezvous upon my return. Without further contemplation, I closed the door and quickly fell asleep in bed. In the midst of my dreams, I vaguely heard a woman calling my name. Instinctively, I wished to respond, only to feel a hand abruptly covering my mouth, jolting me awake. I hastily turned on the light, and to my dismay, the sudden brightness startled me even more. There stood Dupont, drenched and staring intently at me from beside my bed. I quickly sat up, pounding my chest as I questioned him. "What on earth is going on? Why did you come back now without turning on the lights?" Dupont remained silent, instead choosing to sit on his own bed. I sensed something quite unusual about him. Although he typically harbored a certain disdain towards me, we were, after all, classmates sharing the same dormitory. Thus, I inquired about his well-being. He turned to glance at me, and that mere look sent a chill down my spine. For reasons unbeknownst to me, upon locking eyes with him, I felt as though he had suddenly transformed into an entirely different person. My heart skipped a beat, yet I found myself at a loss for words, merely gazing at him in bewilderment. A gurgling sound emanated from his throat, as if something had lodged itself there. I furrowed my brow slightly and was startled to discover that he was holding the very red umbrella I had lent him. Before I could utter a word, he abruptly sprang to his feet and approached me. At that moment, a faint, delicate sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. The figure of Dapeng, who had been advancing towards me with the umbrella, suddenly trembled violently, relinquished the umbrella, and turned to dash towards the door. In an instant, he opened the door and vanished from my sight. The entire sequence of events occurred with such rapidity that I scarcely had time to comprehend what had transpired. It was only after Dapeng's silhouette had disappeared that I leapt from my bed and ventured outside the dormitory, where I beheld a most bizarre sight. A woman clad in a crimson bridal gown held onto a rope, the other end of which was fastened around Dapeng's neck. Strangely, he was on all fours, scurrying across the ground like a dog. Although I was initially taken aback by the scene before me, an instinctual feeling warned me that something might be amiss with the great punk. Regaining my composure, I hastily slipped on my slippers and pursued him without a second thought. However, upon reaching the staircase, I hesitated briefly as I gazed upwards. Ultimately, I opted to descend instead. The further I ventured down, the more I sensed that something was amiss. I paused, only to discover an eerie silence enveloping the entire stairwell. It dawned on me that the only sound echoing was that of my own footsteps. How could this be? Surely, the presence of others would create some noise. Was I mistaken in my assumptions? Had they not descended, but rather ascended to the rooftop? That seemed implausible. I shook my head in denial, dismissing such thoughts. Anyone residing in this dormitory would know that the door leading to the rooftop was securely locked, and without a key, access was impossible. With this realization, a sense of retreat began to take hold of me. This situation was far too peculiar. After much internal struggle, I ultimately decided to flee the dormitory and sought out Elder Zhang in the guardroom. In a state of urgency, I arrived at the guardroom, and just as I was about to knock, I discovered the door was unexpectedly unlocked. Without further contemplation, I entered impulsively. The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. I could faintly discern what appeared to be a figure lying on the bed. I called out, but there was no response. A chill ran down my spine. Could it be that Elder Zhang had encountered some misfortune? The thought sent a shiver through me, and in a panic, I fumbled for the light switch beside the door. And with a click, the room illuminated. The scene before me was one that sent shivers coursing through my body, raising goosebumps on my skin. It is indeed difficult to fathom the sight of a man in his 60s or 70s clad in the resplendent red bridal attire traditionally worn by women on their wedding day. Although he was turned away from me, an inexplicable sense of eeriness enveloped me. "Mr. Zhang?" I called out again, furrowing my brow in anticipation of his response. Yet he remained utterly still. Holding my breath, I cautiously approached him. Just as I was a mere 2 or 3 steps away from the bed, I abruptly halted. My gaze was drawn to a pair of black cloth shoes at the foot of the bed, shoes I recognized as Mr. Zhang's. While this should have posed no significance, what struck me as peculiar was the position of the shoes, turned upside down with their toes pointed inward. Though the reasoning behind this arrangement eluded me, one thing was clear. Someone had deliberately placed them that way. My gaze shifted back to Mr. Zhang, lying on the bed in his red bridal gown, and a tremor coursed through me. Long hair? Suddenly, the lights extinguished. This unforeseen turn of events caught me off guard. Almost simultaneously, I felt an intense constriction around my neck. A primal fear surged from the soles of my feet to my mind, and in an instant, I lost consciousness. Just before my awareness faded, I seemed to glimpse a shadowy figure crawling out from beneath the bed. Chapter 3. Soul Captivation. When I awoke once more, I found myself lying on Grandpa Zhang's bed, while he dozed in a chair beside me. I gently touched my head, attempting to recollect the events that had transpired earlier. I had chased after them down the stairs, sensing that I had taken a wrong turn and fearing for my safety. I sought out the old doorman, Grandpa Zhang. Upon reaching his door, I discovered it unlocked, so I pushed it open, only to find a woman in a crimson wedding gown lying on his bed. At the foot of the bed lay a pair of Grandpa Zhang's cloth shoes, turned upside down. Suddenly, the lights went out, and it felt as though something akin to a noose tightened around my neck. Subsequently, something forced its way into my mouth, and I lost consciousness. In that fleeting moment before darkness enveloped me, I seemed to glimpse a shadow emerging from beneath the bed. As I attempted to sit up, a wave of dizziness washed over me, and my stomach churned violently with nausea. Unable to contain myself, I opened my mouth and retched. The commotion roused Grandpa Zhang, who quickly grabbed a basin beside him and held it to my chest. A torrent of tears, mucus, and vomit poured forth as I leaned over the basin for over a minute, feeling as though I might expel my very essence. After wiping my tears and snot away with my hand, Grandpa Zhang offered me a glass of water to rinse my mouth. However, when I glanced down into the basin, I nearly toppled out of bed in horror. I trembled as I extended the cup of water to Elder Zhang. He placed a basin on the ground and retrieved a peculiar, dark object resembling an egg from the bedside table, which he subsequently placed into the basin. I watched in astonishment as the initially pitch-black, writhing entity emerged from the vomit, entwining itself around the egg-like sphere before vanishing completely. The sight of these bizarre phenomena momentarily made me forget my physical weakness, and I stared wide-eyed for quite some time, until Elder Zhang removed the basin, at which point I regained my senses. With a face full of astonishment, I gazed at Elder Zhang, perplexed by the unfolding events. What exactly was that writhing black thing and the spherical object? Elder Zhang seemed to discern my confusion, but offered no explanation. Instead, he furrowed his brow, gazing intently at me, and remarked, "Young one, you have attracted trouble." "What? What do you mean?" I was still at a loss regarding Elder Zhang's words. He sighed and continued, "The moment you returned from outside, I sensed something was amiss. Tell me, did you encounter anything unusual on your way back?" Unusual? Though I was reluctant to associate the events I had witnessed with any supernatural implications, Elder Zhang's inquiry immediately reminded me of the red umbrella and the individual who had lent it to me. Indeed, something felt off. I recounted to Grandpa Zhang the incidents I encountered at the bus station, the footsteps I heard while walking alone at night, and the peculiar behavior of Dupont, as well as the unsettling event of being dragged away like a dog by that woman in a red wedding dress. Grandpa Zhang abruptly sprang up from his chair, gasping in disbelief as he gazed at me, and exclaimed, "What did you say? At the dormitory entrance?" His sudden outburst startled me. Why was he so agitated? I then heard him cry out in alarm, "This is bad." Without hesitation, he swiftly made his way to the desk, grabbed a flashlight, and headed towards the guard's room. A sense of foreboding washed over me, and I hurriedly climbed out of bed, slipped on my shoes, and followed closely behind him. Grandpa Zhang's pace was not particularly swift, and soon I caught up with him. He did not inquire how I had emerged, but silently continued in the direction of our dormitory building. Upon reaching the front of the dormitory, he instructed me to lead the way, denying me any chance for questions. I walked briskly, and before long we arrived at the 7th floor. Gazing down the long, dark corridor, my heart began to race uncontrollably. I turned to glance at Grandpa Zhang, but could only faintly discern the outline of his plump face shrouded in darkness. He asked, "What are you standing there for?" Without waiting for my response, he pushed past me and strode ahead. A deep sense of anxiety gripped me, as I felt an ominous presence lurking ahead. In truth, I had anticipated this outcome, for Elder Zhang possessed several more insights than I. Thus, when I heard his exclamation, I was somewhat mentally prepared. However, upon witnessing the figure hanging above the doorway, I was rendered speechless. It was Dapeng. Was he not supposed to be? How could he have met his demise here? Elder Zhang, his countenance pale and drawn, stared at Dapeng's lifeless body in silence. I inquired whether Dapeng was alive or dead. Elder Zhang shook his head with a sigh, lamenting that he likely would not survive, for his soul had been claimed. I gazed wide-eyed at the scene before me. Had his soul truly been ensnared? Could it be that the woman in the red wedding gown I had seen dragging Dapeng was indeed not of this world? What on earth was happening? Elder Zhang, evidently taken aback by the unfolding events, asked if I had a mobile phone. Nodding, I retrieved it from my pocket. He then relayed a phone number to me, and I dialed it. Shortly thereafter, an impatient voice on the other end inquired, "Who is it?" Elder Zhang hastily snatched the phone from my grasp, exclaiming, "Director Zhao. It's old Zhang. There has been a death at the school." Chapter 4. Life and Death as Fate. I could not discern the words on the other end of the phone. Yet I could imagine the portly head of the security department leaping from his bed in alarm. I took a deep breath and cast my gaze upon the lifeless body of Dupont, suspended from the doorframe. Although I was loath to accept the grim reality, it remained undeniable. From a medical standpoint, he was already deceased. The circumstances surrounding his demise were evidently intertwined with the woman in the red wedding dress and the soul-snatching tale recounted by old Zhang. As old Zhang concluded the call, he directed the beam of his flashlight onto Dupeng's face, his voice tinged with numbness as he inquired, "What happened?" I remained silent, fixated on Dupeng's face. Contorted and distorted from asphyxiation, his tongue elongated unnaturally due to the weight of his body. My initial assessment suggested suicide. Yet, had I not witnessed the preceding events, I might have arrived at the same conclusion. Deep within, I grappled with a profound sense of repression. Despite the disdain my roommates held for me, a mere country bumpkin, the sudden death of someone with whom I had shared my life was a stark reminder of life's fragility. I had encountered numerous corpses and had even conducted dissections myself. My instructors had urged us to treat the dead as mere machines, for humanity harbors a reverence for the deceased, evoking a sense of sorrow for the fallen. Failure to grasp, I reached out to take the flashlight from Grandpa Zhang's hands, letting out a resigned sigh. What is the reason behind all this? To my surprise, Grandpa Zhang spoke a profound statement that made me realize he was not merely the elderly security guard earning a modest salary of 1 or 2,000 yuan each month. With an expressionless face, he remarked, "All lives are fundamentally the same, yet the causes of death vary immensely. It is the principle of cause and effect that gives rise to these variations. People today do not believe in ghosts or deities, thus freeing themselves from the constraints of karmic retribution. A person who appears kind-hearted may not be without their own misdeeds. In fact, it is often at the moment of death that such karmic consequences manifest. This notion also serves as a reflection on the intrinsic nature of good and evil." I gazed at Grandpa Zhang with wide eyes, my heart surging with tumultuous emotions stirred by his words. It became increasingly clear to me that he was no ordinary individual. It was highly probable that he had previously rescued me. Yet, I pondered why such a remarkable person would choose to be a mere night watchman at the medical university. He placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder and advised, "Young man, do not be quick to place your trust in others." After speaking, he took the flashlight from my grasp and directed its beam through the window towards my dormitory, illuminating a striking red umbrella lying quietly on the ground. A chill ran down my spine. Could it be that the death of Da Peng was linked to that very umbrella? Grandpa Zhang then diverted the beam of light away and switched off the flashlight, plunging us back into darkness. At that moment, we faintly heard the sound of police sirens outside. Grandpa Zhang remarked nonchalantly, "You feel a twinge of guilt, do you not? All of this is fate. The King of Hell decrees your demise at the 3rd watch, and none would dare prolong your existence until the 5th. You should contemplate your own situation." I furrowed my brow, gazing at him in astonishment. "Me?" He nodded and replied, "Based on your recounting, if my conjecture holds true, the owner of that umbrella has been guided by a wise individual, seeking to transfer their malevolence onto you. However, this lad has shielded you from calamity, thereby dissipating that malice. Yet, this young man feels unjustly wronged by his demise, and inevitably seeks you out." A chill ran through me. His words deepened my remorse for Da Peng. Yet none of this was of my making. Surely, he wouldn't come after me, would he? In truth, by this point, I had fully embraced a form of idealism, though I was not yet reflective enough to realize it. In a state of disarray, I urgently implored Uncle Zhang for assistance. The police car had already parked downstairs, and Uncle Zhang shouted, "He is on the 7th floor." Then he turned to me with a cold tone, "Young man, you view the cause and effect of this world far too simplistically. Previously, I was able to save you because there was no karmic retribution between you and that evil entity. This lad died because of you. Why should I assist you? How might I help?" My face turned ashen. How could this be? Am I to await Da Peng's ghost to claim my life? No, he must be trying to frighten me. If there truly were retribution in this world, countless corrupt officials and unscrupulous merchants would have met their end long ago. Upon contemplating this, I exhaled softly in relief. Yet old Zhang uttered a sound of surprise. It seemed he discerned my thoughts, and with a sardonic smile, he remarked, "It appears you harbor doubts regarding the causality I have presented. If my assumptions are accurate, you should now be experiencing a peculiar sensation. I urge you to crouch down." Perplexed, I complied with his instruction, only to be met with an alarming realization. My knees refused to bend. How could this be? I swore I had no prior ailments afflicting my legs, and my knees had always functioned normally. In a moment of desperation, I seized old Zhang's hand, abandoning any skepticism I harbored towards his words, pleading for his assistance. I would do anything provided he could save me. Just before the arrival of Section Chief Zhao and several officers, he sighed and nodded at me. A profound sense of relief washed over me, as the burden I had been carrying in my heart finally subsided. How had I come to be so unfortunate? Chapter 5. The Police Inquiry. Chief Zhao, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, hurriedly approached us, his face paling upon sighting the lifeless body hanging above the entrance. I surmised that he was anxious about the potential repercussions of his involvement. He barked at Mr. Zhang. "What are you still standing there for? Go to the electrical room and turn on the lights in the corridor." A wave of disdain washed over me, yet Mr. Zhang seemed unfazed by the urgency, responding affirmatively before making his way toward the electrical room. At that moment, a contingent of police officers arrived, among them a female officer clad in rubber gloves who struck me as a forensic expert. My intuition proved correct as she, alongside two male officers, approached the corpse and illuminated it with a flashlight. One of the men, a middle-aged officer with graying temples who bore a slight resemblance to a clean-shaven Lu Sun, turned his gaze toward Chief Zhao and me, unaware of the implications of that glance. Chief Zhao nervously explained that he had only just received the notification before calling the police. He then shot me a glare and demanded, "Are you a student from our school? What brings you here in the dead of night to gawk at this commotion?" Though I held a certain disdain for individuals who ascended through connections, I acknowledged that he was a figure of authority within the school. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, I dutifully responded to his inquiry. Meanwhile, the corridor lights flickered to life. Upon hearing that I, too, was studying forensic medicine, the female officer involuntarily turned her gaze towards me. It was then that I caught a clearer glimpse of her countenance. She appeared quite youthful, likely in her early 20s, evidently having graduated from the academy not long ago. The middle-aged officer, upon learning of my field of study, appeared to relax somewhat from his previously tense demeanor. He nodded at me, remarking, "Your education has not been in vain. Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely have rushed to examine the body first." A pang of melancholy washed over me, for from a humanitarian perspective, the deceased ought to be treated with utmost reverence. More importantly, I was acutely aware that the circumstances surrounding Dapeng's death were likely to yield no conclusive findings during the autopsy, and the police might ultimately declare as suicide. As I was among the last to have interacted with the deceased, it was only natural that I was summoned to the police station for a statement, accompanied by Elder Zhang. However, Elder Zhang had not directly interacted with Dapeng. He merely mentioned that Dapeng had seemingly gone out with a girl. The girl he referred to must have been the flat-chested girl. I found myself puzzled. Had she not gone out with Dapeng? Why did he return alone? Moreover, it appeared that he had been behaving unusually since his return. Where, indeed, was the flat-chested girl? Officer Zhou inquired if I recognized the girl who had accompanied the deceased, and I promptly nodded, confirming she was his girlfriend, subsequently providing them with her information. Immediately, Officer Zhou arranged for someone to locate the flat-chested girl. With regard to Elder Zhang's matter, he departed as well, and curiously, before leaving, he slightly shook his head at me, as if he wished to convey something. At that moment, I did not dwell on it further. After the departure of old Zhang, the police's focus shifted entirely to me. Upon further inquiry, I learned that the officer resembling Lu Sun was surnamed Zhou, while the younger one bore the surname Lu. I recounted the entire sequence of events regarding my interactions with Dapeng, including the peculiar sight of the woman in the red wedding dress dragging him along like a dog on a leash. Upon hearing my testimony, both officers were taken aback. The younger officer, Lu, let out a scoff and slammed the record before me, inquiring, "Are you implying that a ghost was responsible for his death?" My heart sank as I finally understood why old Zhang had shaken his head before leaving. He seemed to want to warn me against such statements, as discussing such matters with the police is undeniably absurd, particularly given that public servants must pledge allegiance to Marxism before joining the party. The officer resembling Lu's son, Officer Zhou, gestured for Lu to lower his voice. I swallowed hard and replied with unwavering conviction, "I am uncertain whether it was a ghost, but I firmly believe that Dapeng's death is undoubtedly connected to her." No sooner had I uttered these words than Director Zhao, who had been anxiously waiting outside, burst in and chastised me. "Stop talking nonsense. There are no ghosts. How could you, as a forensic student, think such things? I retorted coldly. I have already stated that I do not know if it was a ghost. I have never mentioned ghost at any point, have I? Officer Zhou, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "This matter is quite straightforward. When I went downstairs just now, I noticed that there are surveillance cameras installed in your corridor. Zhao, you should take Officer Liu there to have a look. It will clarify everything." Officer Liu, evidently a novice, insisted that Section Chief Zhao take him to inspect the matter immediately. Relieved, Zhao complied and led him away. After their departure, Officer Zhou rose to pour me a cup of water and engaged me in casual conversation about my family. I found him to be amiable and unpretentious, so I answered his inquiries candidly. Approximately half an hour later, he received a phone call, furrowing his brow slightly before saying into the receiver, "Let's add a night shift tonight for a thorough investigation." After hanging up, I understood that the preliminary autopsy results had likely emerged, suggesting there were no indications of foul play. This realization deepened my suspicions that Depeng's death might indeed align with what Grandfather Zhang had asserted. After a moment's contemplation, I tentatively asked Officer Zhou, "Excuse me for inquiring about something perhaps inappropriate." He nodded, indicating I could proceed. Taking a deep breath, I asked, "Do you believe in ghosts?" To my surprise, he did not display any overt astonishment. Instead, he glanced around, lowered his head, and whispered, "You are likely aware of our country's policies. Those of us in this profession can only place our faith in the party." I nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "I understand. I simply hope to return home soon." Officer Zhou agreed, saying, "That is acceptable, but during this period, it is best that you refrain from wandering about, as we may require your assistance with our investigation and evidence collection." With that, he rose from his seat and handed me the statement, saying, "Please sign here." I uttered a soft sound of acknowledgement as I accepted the pen he offered, inscribing my name in the blank space below. Subsequently, I departed from his office. Upon opening the door, I noticed the sky was gradually illuminated with a faint light, yet old Zhang had not yet taken his leave. Upon seeing me emerge, he grunted softly and said, "Let us go." Without waiting for a response, he strode ahead towards the entrance. I quickly replied in affirmation and followed closely behind him, a warm feeling blossoming within my heart. Chapter 6. Mutation. The sky gradually lightened to a pale hue, and as I glanced at my phone, I was astonished to discover it was already past 5 o'clock, having spent the entire night in turmoil. On the early morning streets, custodians clad in yellow vests busied themselves, while breakfast vendors began to set up their stalls. Uncle Zhang and I shared a bowl of wontons at a roadside stall, our silence punctuated only by the sounds of slurping. My mind was clouded with unease, and I found it difficult to concentrate on my meal. Uncle Zhang quickly finished his wontons, smacking his lips before turning to me and inquiring, "Are you going to eat or not? If not, we should head back swiftly." I placed my spoon into the bowl, shaking my head in refusal. After settling the bill, I initially intended to head straight to a fast food restaurant. However, a sudden realization made me mentally chastise myself. At such a time, how could I still be preoccupied with making money? If Uncle Zhang's words held any truth, my very life could be in jeopardy. Moreover, the people in the restaurant were hardly welcoming, so it was better not to go at all. With these thoughts in mind, I followed Uncle Zhang back to the school. Upon our return, we discovered that the security personnel, who were supposed to be on holiday, had been summoned back. Director Zhao, his eyes red-rimmed, was delivering a stern lecture, while some students who had stayed on campus early were engaged in hushed discussions nearby. The tragedy of a death within the school was an insurmountable secret, one that would inevitably lead to disturbances from the family of the deceased. Uncle Zhang gestured for me to return to my dormitory and rest, and I discreetly slipped through the crowd, making my way back to my room. Upon arriving at the entrance of the dormitory, I found myself momentarily paralyzed, likely due to the tragic occurrence of a death. Below, a cluster of students gathered, gesturing towards our dormitory and engaged in hushed discussions. I chose not to involve myself, preparing to enter the building when a tall, slender individual seized my arm, astonished, and inquired, "Do you reside in this building? I heard someone died upstairs last night. Is it true?" Preoccupied with my own thoughts, I dismissed him. After all, the deceased was my close roommate. Their murmurs about a departed soul felt jarring, as if they were speaking directly about me. Upon entering my empty dormitory, I was struck by an unsettling sensation, perhaps a psychological effect. The sight of the red umbrella lying on the floor filled me with dread. I felt an aversion and hastily picked it up, discarding it outside the door. With a resounding bang, I shut the door behind me, stripped off my clothes, and collapsed onto my bed. An overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over me, and I succumbed to slumber almost instantaneously. To my surprise, I awoke only at dusk, roused by the persistent ringing of my phone. Rising from my bed, I glanced at the screen to find it was a call from the police station. I quickly answered, and Officer Zhou's voice resonated on the other end. Inquiring about the matter at hand, I was taken aback when he began questioning me regarding the flat-chested girl. My heart raced with concern. Could something have happened to her as well? After pressing for more information, Officer Zhou revealed that she had gone missing. Instantly, anxiety gripped me. How could this possibly be happening? Could it truly be as Uncle Zhang has suggested? Uncertain about the whereabouts of the flat-chested girl, Officer Zhou sighed and abruptly ended the call. After a moment of bewilderment, I leaped from my bed, poised to depart. Just as I was about to step outside, my peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something hanging in the window. I halted, steadying my nerves for a closer look, and nearly lost my wits. A red umbrella? A shiver ran down my spine. I distinctly recalled discarding it. How could it have returned? Had someone passed by and brought it back? Yet, as I cautiously approached the door, I noticed the latch was securely fastened from the inside, causing an electric jolt throughout my body. I flung open the door and dashed outside. This was not right. As I sprinted down the corridor, drenched in cold sweat, I replayed the events leading up to my slumber. Indeed, I vividly remembered tossing the umbrella out. How could it possibly be back in my dorm? Moreover, the latch being fastened from the inside indicated that no one had entered to return the umbrella. Could it truly be? The more I pondered, the more my fear escalated. I had never felt such terror, not even upon first encountering the corpse of Dapeng. Yet this time, a mere umbrella had shattered my courage. By the time I reached the ground floor, I was nearly breathless. Darkness enveloped the sky. Leaning against a lamppost, I gasped for air, instinctively casting a glance toward my dormitory. That fleeting glance, ignorant though the distance was considerable, I distinctly perceived the silhouette of a figure swaying behind my dormitory window, only to vanish moments later. Had this occurred in the past, I would undoubtedly have ventured back to investigate. However, the current state of my courage left much to be desired, compelling me to hasten to the security room in search of old Zhang. Upon arriving at the security office, I was taken aback to discover that old Zhang was absent, replaced by a young man in his 20s. Panic seized me as I inquired about old Zhang, only to be informed that he had been dismissed by the school due to a recent death. When I pressed the young man about old Zhang's whereabouts, his irritation became palpable as he brusquely stated that he had no knowledge of the older man and promptly shooed me away. A chill of despair washed over me. What was I to do? Initially, I had harbored a sliver of doubt regarding old Zhang's ominous words, suspecting they may have been intended to frighten me. However, I could no longer afford such thoughts. I crouched beneath the dim glow of the security office's night light at the school gate, feeling an odd itch on my legs. Leaning against the wall, I pondered the situation while scratching, only to find that the more I scratched, the more intense the itch became. In desperation, I rolled up my pant legs, and to my astonishment, I was met with a shocking sight. My legs were marred by a dark discoloration, akin to the aftermath of a fall. Wide-eyed, I tugged at the hair on my leg, and to my horror, I inadvertently pulled both hair and skin away. What on earth was happening? I was on the verge of terror, for I had never encountered anything of this nature in my life. I cannot remain here any longer. I must urgently find Uncle Zhang, for he is my only salvation. I must leave. Staying at school is akin to awaiting my demise. Chapter 7. Returned to the 7th floor at that moment, my thoughts were not merely stirred by a few words from old Zhang. Rather, they were founded on substantial reasoning. Although I majored in forensic medicine at medical school, I possessed a basic understanding of medical principles. Regarding the symptoms of my leg, I had nearly lost all sensation, feeling as though it were no longer a part of me, stiff and unyielding. Should one insist on a diagnosis of poisoning, I would not contest it, for my conclusion was solely based on subjective conjecture without any formal medical examination. Perhaps this illustrates how previous events had indelibly influenced my perception. As I limped out of the school's gates, it dawned on me just how little I knew about Old Zhang. I only knew that everyone referred to him as Old Zhang, that he was approximately in his 60s, and that he had likely joined us last semester, or perhaps even later, but certainly before the onset of the previous year. His full name was virtually unknown, and the security staff merely called him Old Zhang. As for his residence, that was anyone's guess. Having been expelled from the school, my chances of locating him felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The more I pondered, the more I feared for my own safety. Just as my mind was engulfed in dread, my phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, I smacked my thigh in realization. Of course, he had been taken to the police station with me. Surely there would be records of him there. With this thought, I hastily answered the call, and the voice of Officer Zhou came through, filled with palpable excitement, inquiring about my whereabouts. I paused for a moment before replying, stating that I was at the school gate, preparing to find him. He responded with a non-committal sound, indicating that they had discovered something and invited me to come and take a look. Just as I was about to end the call, he seemingly changed his mind, instructing me to wait at the school gate while he sent someone to fetch me. I eagerly agreed, though I felt a bit overwhelmed by the unexpected attention. As darkness enveloped the sky and a steady drizzle began to fall, the school gate stood desolate, devoid of any passers-by, due to the holiday season. After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, the vehicle sent by Officer Zhou had yet to arrive, and my legs were on the verge of giving way. Just as I stumbled, about to fall, a hand grasped my arm unexpectedly. I looked up sharply to see a large red umbrella looming above me. Instinctively, I struggled against it, only to hear Mr. Zhang's low voice beside me, admonishing, "What are you afraid of?" It was only then that I recognized it was Mr. Zhang who had come to my aid, his other hand wielding the bright umbrella. He glanced down at my legs, his tone turning cold as he inquired about my condition. I shook my head, admitting my ignorance about the matter. I had simply woken from a nap in the dormitory to find my legs in this state. I rolled up my pant leg, and I could hear Mr. Zhang intake a sharp breath. A sense of dread crept into my heart. Perhaps fear of the unknown is a universal human experience. I asked Mr. Zhang how my leg could have transformed in such a manner. He shook his head, signaling me to refrain from questioning further, and began to assist me toward the school gate. I hesitated slightly and mentioned that Officer Zhou had said he would send someone to pick me up, wondering what I was to see over there. Uncle Zhang let out a cold snort and said, "You foolish child, do you think your leg came to be by itself? Are you disregarding your life?" Without granting me the opportunity to respond, he firmly supported me and urged me forward. As we passed the guardroom, I was astonished to discover that the light inside had extinguished and it appeared to be empty. A sense of unease began to creep into my heart, prompting me to glance at Uncle Zhang several times, yet I found nothing amiss. I inquired where he intended to take me, but he remained silent, guiding me directly toward the dormitory building. The closer we approached, the more frantic my heart became. The dimly lit street lamps cast an eerie pallor over the campus. Upon reaching the entrance of the dormitory, he halted, gazing upward at the building. He drew in a sharp breath, tightened his grip on my shoulder, and urged, "We must hasten. If we linger, it may be too late." I was bewildered by Uncle Zhang's words, but I could not dwell on them, for I sensed that the feeling of loss in my leg was gradually spreading upward. When the unbreakable chain of fate appeared to bind me, I gritted my teeth and leaned on Uncle Zhang's shoulder, making my way up the stairs of the dormitory. Unbeknownst to me, Uncle Zhang had already folded his umbrella away. He glanced down at my leg and asked if I was all right. I forced back my fear, shaking my head to assure him I was fine, though my trembling voice betrayed me. Uncle Zhang reassured me, saying it's all right, it will be over soon. Perhaps due to the incident involving Dapeng, the lights in the corridor and even the stairwell remained illuminated. Strangely, despite ascending to the 7th floor, we encountered not a single soul. Whether it was merely a psychological effect, I sensed that the temperature above was considerably lower than that below. Standing before the corridor on the 7th floor, Grandpa Zhang suddenly halted his steps. I turned in surprise to look at him, wondering why he had stopped. It was then that I noticed his gaze was fixed intently ahead, with a sense of suspicion. I directed my own gaze forward and was taken aback to discover what appeared to be a figure standing at the end of the corridor. Inopportunely, my phone in my pocket began to ring. Chapter 8. The soul stripped by the willow nail. I was taken aback, yet Grandpa Zhang maintained a stoic expression, gazing intently at the shadow before us, seemingly oblivious to my astonishment. Squinting, I followed his gaze towards the figure, an unsettling doubt beginning to stir within me. Was it truly human? Why did it remain so utterly still? Nevertheless, the look on Grandpa Zhang's face hinted at a certain trepidation. The incessant ringing of my phone interrupted my thoughts, prompting me to quickly retrieve it. Upon checking, I saw it was Officer Zhou calling, and I hastily answered. His voice came through, laced with urgency as he inquired about my whereabouts, expressing concern over why Xiao Lu had not seen me at the school gate. My eyes remained fixed on the shadowy figure ahead. I took a deep breath before informing him that I was in the dormitory building. To my surprise, Officer Zhou gasped sharply, his tone growing more frantic as he urged me to leave at once. A tumult of conflicting emotions surged within me. What should I do? I hesitated to reply, glancing back at Grandpa Zhang, who subtly shook his head and coldly instructed, "You must not leave this place tonight. That child perished because of you. If you do not sever this connection, the malice in your leg will spread, consuming you until you rot away, transforming into what your medical texts refer to as a giant specter." His words sent a chill coursing through me, rendering me oblivious to Officer Zhou's warnings on the line. And I hastily ended the call. The situation had arisen, and I must confront it. Furthermore, such a life-and-death matter was unfolding in my own life. There was no room for indecision. After hanging up, it felt as if my world had returned to a state of tranquility. Old Zhang took a deep breath, his hand gently gripping my shoulder as he guided me forward. The closer we approached the figure at the end of the corridor, the more I sensed the surrounding temperature plummeting. As we drew within approximately 10 meters of him, I finally discerned his visage. It seemed old Zhang had anticipated this moment, while I, upon catching sight of his face, gasped in shock, feeling for the first time in my life a chill that made my hair stand on end. "Close your eyes," old Zhang bellowed, but it was already too late. In that very instant his voice rang out, I distinctly observed his previously closed eyes snap open, revealing two ghastly pale orbs. His complexion was a sickly shade of blue, and his tongue, unnaturally long, astonishingly dripped a viscous, saliva-like substance as if it possessed a life of its own. I stood frozen, swallowing hard in an attempt to steady myself. Yet my trembling right hand, resting on old Zhang's shoulder, betrayed my fear. I found myself at a loss for words to articulate my emotions at that moment. As I mentioned at the outset, I am a medical student specializing in forensic medicine. In the eyes of many, this renders me a staunch materialist, dismissing tales of the supernatural as mere folly. Yet, as a retired forensic expert once remarked, those of us in this profession must first cultivate a profound respect for the deceased. Yet, I find myself utterly incapable of employing any theoretical framework for my medical studies to elucidate how a corpse, already deceased and placed in the police morgue, could reappear in a location it once inhabited during its lifetime, and furthermore, with eyes that appeared to open as if alive. At that moment, the echo of Mr. Zhang's warning reverberated in my ears. Yet my mind was consumed solely by the haunting image of his eyes, which had almost become mere whites. My pupils dilated gradually, and the stark whiteness of Depeng's eyes expanded in my consciousness, transforming my vision from darkness into an unsettling brightness that enveloped me entirely. I felt myself surrendering to the urge to kneel upon the ground, yet that blinding light continued to mercilessly engulf me, leaving only a singular, arduous thought in my mind. Run. Was that truly Depeng's voice? But what could his words possibly signify? Run? Suddenly, two resounding, commanding whispers pierced the I beheld a figure suspended at the threshold of our dormitory, Dapeng, with something ominously tugging at his neck. This malevolent force caused his tongue to extend grotesquely, while his eyes, reduced to mere whites, appeared on the brink of bursting forth, with blackened blood trickling from the corners. I was so overcome with terror that I nearly forgot the searing pain radiating from my head. How could this be possible? Suddenly, a chorus of incredulous gasps filled my ears, a sound I recognized all too well. It was old Zhang. An unparalleled fury surged within me. I could scarcely believe that he, the one I had long suspected of wishing me harm, was the architect of this horror. I shouted in desperation, striving to break free, yet my hands remained inexplicably immobilized. At that moment, another familiar voice echoed through the room. "In Lao Lu, your head is askew." Old Zhang seemed to grasp the situation with sudden clarity. No wonder. In an instant, I felt a hand forcibly realigning my head, followed by a sharp command. I instinctively braced myself, knowing full well what was to come, and clenched my teeth, closing my eyes as I awaited the impending agony of a nail driven into my skull. Chapter 9. The reward of the flat-chested girl. The sensation of awaiting death is profoundly unsettling, a sentiment perhaps only truly understood by those on the brink of execution. The dread of the impending consequence looming above me made me feel as though I might shatter my own teeth with anxiety. Suddenly, an eerie utterance escaped the lips of the old man Zhang, and I was struck by a piercing pain at the crown of my head, a torment so intense that I wished to either struggle desperately or succumb to death immediately. Yet, the harsh reality was that such frantic resistance and desperate wails had become a luxury I could no longer afford. What perplexed me further was that, at the instant of being nailed, time seemed to slow and my consciousness sharpened. I could distinctly sense something akin to a nail gradually piercing downward. I could not ascertain whether this clarity arose from the proximity of death or if some unforeseen event had transpired. The agony of having my head nailed was unbearable, and I suspected that, had I the ability to move, I might have clawed the concrete floor to shreds. Then, as if the act had been completed, I heard the old man Zhang's somber laughter, filled with a triumphant arrogance that echoed in my ears. In that moment, my pain suddenly vanished, replaced by an unsettling sensation, as if something were pulling me upward. It was then that I truly comprehended the grim possibility that I might indeed be dead. Regret washed over me for my choices. Had I heeded Officer Zhou's advice earlier, perhaps none of this would have transpired. It seems that only when one grasps the reality of their own death does the weight of past mistakes come rushing to the forefront of their mind. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts surged through my mind, consciousness resembling a vast slideshow where memories unfurled one after another. I was on the verge of relinquishing my final flicker of hope when, all of a sudden, the laughter of Grandpa Zhang abruptly ceased. The sensation that had drawn me upwards vanished in an instant, and an intense pain surged through my entire being once more. A resonant thud echoed in my ears, followed by the sharp sound of shattering glass in the dormitory. With a heart full of astonishment, I opened my eyes, only to behold the shocking sight of Grandpa Zhang suspended from the doorframe, his feet no longer touching the ground. Meanwhile, the lifeless body of Dapeng lay sprawled beside him, and a fleeting crimson figure emerged from the dormitory, drifting toward my right side. As I focused on the red apparition, an icy dread enveloped me. In the dimly lit corridor, a woman clad in red, wielding a crimson umbrella, was slowly making her way toward the staircase. Her pace was excruciatingly slow, yet I found myself devoid of the courage to pursue her, collapsing onto the ground in a faint. As I succumbed to unconsciousness, I sensed my awareness gradually fading. Subsequently, I seemed to have slipped into a most peculiar dream, where I traversed a pitch-black street lined with hurried figures, clad in black attire, encompassing men, women, and the elderly, all devoid of any semblance of a smile. Their faces resembled those of wax figures in a museum, expressions unervingly stiff. I was taken aback. What manner of place was this? I inquired of a passerby, yet they paid me no heed, merely trudging forward like soulless automatons. After inquiring with several individuals and receiving the same response, I found myself standing in the street, bewildered. Suddenly, I perceived a pair of familiar silhouettes and hastily pursued them. I touched one of their shoulders, only to find it chilling to the touch. Almost simultaneously, the two turned to face me, and in that moment, my eyes brimmed with tears of joy, for I had finally encountered two acquaintances, Dapeng and the flat-chested girl. To my astonishment, what were they doing here? Dapeng? No, that cannot be. Hadn't he perished? At this realization, I instinctively took a step back, a cold dread enveloping my heart. Could it be that I too had met my aunt? Depong and the flat-chested girl bore expressions as rigid as wax figures, yet I sensed that they recognized me. It felt as though a peculiar force compelled them to move forward. In my anxiety, I tightened my grip on Depeng's shoulder. He gazed at me with a deadpan expression. His eyes revealed no emotion. After a long pause, his voice, cold and somewhat indifferent, pierced the air, declaring, "You do not belong here." With that, he abruptly shoved me aside, and in the chaos, I tore at his clothing. Just as his words fell, the surroundings erupted into a cacophony, and I sensed a multitude converging upon us. Depong began to smirk, leaving me bewildered. Yet I could feel the oppressive weight of the approaching crowd. Suddenly, a red umbrella appeared above me, and a woman in red stood very close at my side. My arm nearly brushed against her shoulder. I felt a slight chill, but it was not the same bone-chilling cold as Depeng's shoulder. Her face was pale, as white as a sheet of paper. From the side, I could not discern her features clearly, yet I could sense that she must possess a remarkable beauty. This was something I had not noticed before. Was it her? Depong and those around him, who initially intended to approach me, withdrew at the sight of her, lingering nearby, yet hesitant to draw closer. The flat-chested girl remained still. She lifted her hand, pointed at me, and waved. Instinctively, I glanced at the woman with the red umbrella beside me. Without looking my way, merely nodded. I cautiously stepped out of the protection of the red umbrella, and those lingering figures began to stir again, including Depong. However, they seemed exceedingly wary of the woman with the red umbrella, refraining from approaching her. Relieved, I took a confident stride to the side of the flat-chested girl, and soon felt her whispering softly into my ear, conveying that both she and Depong had met their demise at the hands of the gatekeeper, Zhang Diyi, because they had uncovered his secret of being a living Yin envoy. It was only later that I learned the meaning of a living Yin envoy. When I inquired about it, she countered with a question about why that old man would use a willow nail to snatch my soul, suggesting it was for the purpose of wearing yang shoes in a Yin manner. Confused, I asked for clarification, to which she replied that I would understand once I helped her find her body. At that moment, I was merely curious about what she wished to convey, as I believed I had already passed away. However, the more I listened, the more I began to doubt that I was truly dead. Thus, I quietly asked her if I was, in fact, alive. She did not respond to me. However, her speech began to quicken, leaving me no opportunity to inquire further. It was only after she finished speaking that I truly comprehended her intent. She merely wished for my assistance in retrieving her corpse, and it had to be accomplished within 47 days. In return for my efforts, she promised me the position of a living envoy, as she had previously mentioned. Just as I was about to ask her if she knew the whereabouts of her body, she seemed poised to respond. Suddenly, from a shadowy end of the street, something appeared to rush towards us. A slender hand seized my shoulder, forcibly dragging me back beneath the red umbrella. I scarcely had time to react before my consciousness faded amidst a cacophony of piercing, anguished cries. Chapter 10. The second time in the coffin when I regained consciousness. I found myself lying in a coffin, clad in tattered garments. A sense of bewilderment washed over me as I attempted to raise my hand, only to be met with a sharp, agonizing pain that surged through my wrist and transmitted itself to the central nervous system of my brain, causing me to gasp in distress. Pain? I recognize pain. It seems I truly have not succumbed to death. I am uncertain how many days have passed, but my stomach is already protesting with hunger. Gazing at the flickering candlelight that danced upon the ceiling, a bitter smile crept across my face. I had once again been mistaken for dead by my family and placed in this coffin. It is fortunate that cremation has yet to be practiced in the mountains. Otherwise, fearing that any sound might startle my family, I refrained from calling out, instead lying in the coffin reflecting on the events that had transpired. Could it be that the place I dreamt of was indeed real? Were the words of the flat-chested girl genuine? What does it mean to be a living Yin envoy? Why did she claim that the old gatekeeper was using a willow nail to extract my soul? According to her, the purpose of soul extraction was related to what she termed yang shoes for Yin wear. Yang soes for Yin wear, living Yin envoy? How do all these things pertain to me? Why must my soul be extracted? The more I pondered, the colder I felt. If the deaths of Da Peng and the flat-chested girl were due to their discovery of old Zhang's secret regarding living Yin envoys, which led to their demise at his hands, then that incident must have occurred after they left the dormitory, during which time I was asleep. Consequently, it is highly likely that Da Peng had already met his end. As I awoke from a deep slumber, I was startled to find the imposing figure of Da Peng in the dormitory. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a red wedding gown, wielding a crimson umbrella, appeared and dragged him away like a dog. I pursued them, ultimately arriving at the security office, intent on seeking out old Zhang. There, to my astonishment, I encountered the umbrella-wielding woman once more, and upon locking eyes with her, she lunged at me. The next thing I knew, I lost consciousness, only to awaken later with old Zhang by my side. This led me to the conclusion that he must have rescued me. However, this realization plunged me into a quandary. Why would old Zhang, who had saved me, later become the very person intent on driving a nail through my heart? And how could the woman who had attacked me on sight save my life on two critical occasions? These enigmas lodged themselves in my mind like fish bones, refusing to be dislodged. As I pondered, a detail from my time in old Zhang's security office surfaced in my thoughts, stirring memories of the concept of Yang shoes worn in a manner. I vaguely recalled that upon entering the room, I had been assaulted by the woman after noticing a pair of cloth shoes positioned oddly. They were inverted on the floor, with their toes pointing towards the bed. Yet, this did not seem right. Could it be that wearing Yang shoes in a manner simply meant to invert them? No, that could not be the case. If it were that straightforward, there would be no need for anyone to endanger my life or extract my soul. Speaking of soul extraction, it dawned on me that she had already taken the lives of Da Peng and the flat-chested girl. Were their souls of no consequence? Or was it that Yang shoes worn in a manner held no sway over them? Yet, if that were the case, why did he not seize my soul whilst I lay unconscious? Why go through such convoluted means? That night, as I lay in the coffin, these questions plagued my mind for quite some time, until I began to form some semblance of an understanding. This could very well be a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. The objective likely pertains to what the flat-chested maiden referred to as a living envoy of the underworld. Literally interpreted, that implies a spectral figure still tethered to the mortal realm. It could potentially be a power capable of communing with spirits, or even apprehending them. My soul might be the crucial element in becoming such a living envoy, which elucidates why old Zhang did not eliminate me outright, but rather led me to the threshold of my dormitory, confronting the corpse of the giant bird that evoked within me feelings of guilt and trepidation. It was imperative to extract my soul within a specific time frame, location, atmosphere, and emotional state. As for the woman beneath the crimson umbrella, I remained perplexed as to why she chose to rescue me. I was even uncertain of her true nature. Just as I pondered these matters, a sudden cacophony of crowing roosters startled me from my reverie. It jolted me back to reality and suppressing the pain in my palms. I propped myself up to peer outside. The horizon was tinged with the faintest blush of dawn. Morning was approaching. When I redirected my gaze, a large reddish-purple rooster, with its head cocked to one side, was observing me, and I finally comprehended the source of the raucous crowing. It had been lurking beneath the coffin all along. Uncertain whether my slight movement had alerted it, I startled the creature into frantic flapping, causing a cloud of dust to swirl throughout the room. Choking on the debris, I endured the agony of my torn and swollen limbs as I crawled out of the coffin, only to discover the reason for my confinement. The chicken's leg was tethered to the long bench supporting the coffin. With a pang of compassion, I reached out to untie the rope and liberated the bird. Suddenly, a dull clang resonated in my ear. I turned towards the source of the sound and found my mother, wide-eyed and aghast, as a red porcelain basin clattered and spun on the floor. My heart raced, sensing impending doom. Sure enough, as she raised her right hand to point at me, she let out a loud belch and collapsed to the ground. Ignoring my own pain, I shouted "Mom," and rushed to her side, swiftly pinching her philtrum to revive her. Before long, she regained consciousness, only to erupt into tears. Her sobs startled me, and my father, with his naturally booming voice, emerged from the adjacent room, only to recoil in shock at the sight of us, dropping his coat to the floor. In that moment, the room was filled solely with my mother's wails, leaving me and my father exchanging bewildered glances. This marked the second time I had narrowly escaped death. Thus, when dawn broke, a visitor who had come to assist us stood dumbfounded. A person previously declared dead by the hospital had astonishingly returned to life. In no time, the news of my miraculous revival spread swiftly throughout the village. Those who had once mourned for me wore smiles of joy, while those who had secretly reveled in my misfortune found themselves utterly bewildered. As the ancient saying goes, those who survive great calamities are destined for future blessings. To those who regarded me as someone who had twice traversed the gates of the underworld, I perhaps began to evoke a sense of reverence. Chapter 11. Mysteriously restored due to my injuries, I had been confined to my bed for several consecutive days, indulged with abundant food and drink. Initially, there seemed to be nothing amiss. However, peculiar occurrences began to unfold within me. In less than a week, my consumption escalated from 2 bowls of rice per meal to 5. While one might consider this mere gluttony, the unsettling fact remained that despite devouring over 10 bowls daily, I inexplicably lost about 10 pounds. The wounds on my hands, feet, and scalp showed no signs of healing. Instead, the scabs that had formed had transformed in hue from deep crimson to a shade of purplish black. What troubled me most was the nightly cacophony from the village's dogs and wild canines, howling mournfully at my doorstep, a sound that was truly unbearable. The villagers, steeped in superstition, whispered that I might not have long to live. My parents, upon overhearing these ominous speculations, were thrown into a state of panic. My mother urged my father to seek out a fortune-teller for my sake. My father, being rather indecisive, agreed to go without hesitation. In truth, I did not feel particularly unusual. Despite the bizarre phenomenon of my voracious appetite paired with weight loss, my mental state was actually more robust than before. I wished for my father to cease his needless worry, assuring him that I was fine. Yet, my parents' anxiety was beyond my control, leading us inevitably to consult the so-called expert. Before long, the village diviner, Lu, was summoned. My mother hastily rose to greet him, and with my keen ears, I could hear the old man muttering about the malevolence of the situation even before he set foot inside, seemingly reluctant and eager to depart before even entering the room. My father is a man of few words, relying on others for assistance. However, it seems that the two of them discerned his tone, and my mother, undeterred, insisted on pleading to be granted just a glimpse. Ultimately, the old man, seemingly unable to refuse due to our shared village, stated that he could indeed be of no help. As I lay in my room, a pang of sympathy surged for my parents, compelling me to rise from my bed. Just as I stepped down, still unadorned by my outer garments, the door swung open to reveal my parents accompanied by old Lu. I intended to greet him, but to my astonishment, upon catching sight of me, old Lu's once sallow visage turned a ghastly white. He staggered backward, trembling as if to raise a hand. But something seemed to dawn upon him, and his expression shifted dramatically. Without uttering a word, he turned and departed. I was taken aback, as were my parents. My mother, regaining her composure, urged my father to pursue him and inquire about the matter at hand. My mother was exceedingly anxious, fearing yet another loss. I reassured her that everything was likely fine, suggesting that old Lu probably observed my lack of distress, realizing that his previous alarm was unwarranted. With a sigh, my mother seemed to recognize my attempt at comfort, saying we should wait for my father's return to discern the situation. However, when my father eventually returned, his countenance was dark and brooding. He silently retreated to their quarters, rummaging through belongings. My mother, sensing the unsettling atmosphere, hurried to inquire about the unfolding events. Before long, I witnessed my father emerge, carrying a jar of an indeterminate substance. My mother trailed closely behind him, and upon returning, it appeared she had wept once more. When I asked her about my father's errand, she remained tight-lipped. It was not until 2 days later that my father returned. Remarkably, in just this brief interval, my appetite had astonishingly returned to normal, and even the wounds on my body had improved significantly, allowing me to rise from my bed and walk. Furthermore, The wild dogs that had lingered at our doorstep had mysteriously vanished. However, upon my father's return, I sensed something peculiar about him, though I could not quite articulate what felt amiss. I recall that evening, just as dusk fell. My mother was bustling in the kitchen, preparing dinner, while I stood by the earthen stove, inquiring about my father's return. Just as my mother was about to respond, we heard footsteps outside. It was my father, home at last. My mother and I hurried to greet him, and I called out to him. He scrutinized me from head to toe, nodded slightly, and remarked, "All well?" I affirmed with a nod, indicating that I was nearly recovered, and I extended my palm for him to see. Although the scabs in my palm had yet to fall away, they were mostly dried. He merely grunted in acknowledgement and turned to enter the main room. My mother stood nearby, muttering about not knowing where he had been. Perhaps her murmurs were too loud, as my father suddenly turned to glance at us just before entering the room. My mother quickly retreated to the kitchen to continue her cooking. During dinner that night, my father surprisingly chose not to dine in the main room. Instead, he instructed my mother to bring the food to the old house where my grandfather had once lived, requesting 2 sets of bowls and wine cups. He did not return until I was ready for bed, and my mother, unusually, did not mention him at all. That night, as I lay in bed, thoughts of the corpse resurfaced in my mind. Given my current rate of recovery, I estimated that I would soon return to my former state. However, the question loomed, what method should I employ to locate the body? Without unraveling the mysteries of the living, I would remain oblivious to the secrets of the deceased and the peculiarities that set me apart from others. Thus, I resolved to return to school as soon as my health permitted to seek clues regarding the old man Jean. I could not fathom that a living person, having dwelt there for over 6 months, would not have left behind a single trace known to someone. At worst, I could stealthily infiltrate the archives. After all, he must have had a file upon his employment. After much contemplation, I felt an overwhelming fatigue and forced myself to sleep. Perhaps it was the weight of my thoughts that rendered my slumber light. Shortly after drifting off, I was stirred awake by the faint sound of a door creaking open in the main room. After pondering for a moment, I decided to fully awaken, don my clothes, and approach the window, lifting the curtain to gaze outside. Peering through the fabric, I was met with an impenetrable darkness, but I discerned a figure standing to the right of the pigpen. Instinctively, I presumed it to be my father relieving himself, and I let the curtain fall. Yet, as soon as I did, an unsettling realization seized me. This figure did not resemble my father. He was not so gaunt. The shadow I had glimpsed appeared slender, almost reminiscent of a woman. What sent chills down my spine was the distinct impression that the woman seemed to be waving at me. Chapter 12. The death of Liu Banxian. Upon reflecting on this, I mustered the courage to draw back the curtains once more, peering in the direction I had previously observed, only to find nothing amiss. Just then, a cacophony of barking erupted from outside the yard. Yet this time, the barks were not plaintive, but rather fierce and aggressive. Could it be that I had misinterpreted the situation? It seemed implausible. I had distinctly heard the front gate creaking open. But upon further contemplation, it dawned on me that there was likely only my mother at home, being the sole woman in the household. Thus, the figure I had glimpsed could not possibly be her, despite the unclear view. The following morning, my mother roused me from slumber, insisting that I accompany my father to pay respects at my grandfather's grave. I was somewhat perplexed. What was the occasion for a grave visit on such an ordinary day? However, recalling that my father had ventured to the old house the night before, I refrained from inquiring further. I hastily donned a jacket and stepped outside, where I spotted my father perched on the eaves, engaged in some paperwork. I greeted him, but he merely gestured for me to hurry without lifting his gaze. I complied, and after about half an hour, my father and I made our way up the back hill, walking in silence. As we traversed the narrow path to the desolate burial site, we fortuitously encountered Liu Banxian, who was inebriated and flushed. Surprisingly, my father chose to ignore him, brushing past without a word. I assumed that my father might be upset due to previous events, and thus I felt hesitant to approach Liu. However, just as I was about to pass him, he suddenly seized my arm with a firm grip. I turned my head in surprise to look at him, yet he simply circled around me, marveling and shaking his head in disbelief, remarking, "I never imagined you would still be alive after all this. Could it be that the king of hell is a relative of yours?" A pungent scent of old liquor assaulted my senses. I wrinkled my nose, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as I struggled to free myself from his grasp, having no intention of continuing the conversation. For I noticed my father was not waiting for me, but was instead advancing ahead with his basket. I prepared to catch up to him, only to be seized once more by Lu Banzian. Frowning, I turned to inform him of my urgency, but to my astonishment, he shifted his tone, asking, "That was your father who just passed by?" My eyes widened in confusion, as I could hardly comprehend his meaning. Presuming he was merely intoxicated and had not paid attention earlier, I nodded slightly in acknowledgement. However, I was suddenly taken aback to see my father retracing his steps. At that moment, I noticed Lu Banzian's drunkenly flushed face turn ashen. Concerned for his well-being, I instinctively reached out to assist him, but he forcefully pushed me away and, in a fit of panic, sprinted down the mountain. I stumbled slightly from the force of his shove, yet his strength was not overwhelming, leaving me to gawk at his retreating figure, wondering if the old man had truly lost his mind. Just then, my father's voice broke through my thoughts. "Come, let you, my grandfather departed from this world when I was merely 12 years old, precisely the day after I had miraculously revived for being placed in a coffin. At that time, my health was exceedingly frail, and I regrettably lacked the opportunity to see him until he was laid to rest. Following his passing, my father secured our old house with a formidable lock, and from that moment onward, I never set foot inside again. Time has swiftly flown by almost imperceptibly, and as I reflect, it has been nearly 8 or 9 years. It feels as if it were just yesterday. Standing before my grandfather's grave, I retracted my gaze, tinged with melancholy, and assisted my father in burning paper offerings. Throughout the entire process, he uttered not a single word. For reasons unknown, I sensed that upon his return after 2 days away, he seemed transformed, and as I pondered this, my gaze inadvertently lingered upon him. To my surprise, he caught me staring, prompting me to hastily avert my eyes and chide myself for my fanciful thoughts. After we completed our visit to grandfather's grave, we soon returned home. Upon arrival, I found my mother at the doorstep, busily washing clothes while donning an apron. Upon noticing us, she hurriedly stood up and exclaimed, "Did you hear the news? Lu Banzian seems to have passed away." "What? He has died?" My heart jolted violently at the revelation. Yet my father displayed no visible reaction, merely glancing back over his shoulder. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, my father and I had seen him. I voiced my astonishment to my mother. She gasped and inquired where we had encountered him. My father remained silent, and I replied, "At Lanzhong AO." My mother sighed and said, "That must be it. I just heard Uncle Samlin from the cattle-herding village mention that he had just died not long ago. His family saw him running into the house as if possessed, hiding under the covers, repeatedly crying out, 'Spare my life! Spare my life!' No one could get through to him at all. It seemed that shortly after, he passed away." Upon hearing my mother's account, a chill ran down my spine. Could it be that after we encountered him, he saw something terrifying and rushed home, only to die? Yet, I distinctly remembered that he hadn't uttered a word at that moment. His frantic escape seemed to coincide with our conversation, as if he had suddenly caught sight of something profoundly frightful. With this thought in mind, I hastily set down the basket in my hands, informed my parents that I was stepping out, and hurried towards Lu Banzian's home. It was not that I was a person who thrived on excitement. Rather, I felt an undeniable compulsion to investigate, as if my instincts were urging me that he had something important to convey, but was too frightened to articulate it upon glimpsing whatever it was. Chapter 13. Mysterious Cause of Death amidst the incessant admonitions of my mother. I hurriedly made my way to Lu Banzian's residence. A shelter had already been erected at the entrance, and several familiar faces from the village busied themselves around it. From a distance, I could hear the sounds of wailing emanating from within the house. In truth, I had grown somewhat numb to the subject of death. It was not that those trained in forensic medicine lack compassion. Rather, in our profession, the dissection of corpses serves a singular purpose: to uncover evidence pertinent to the case and ascertain the true cause of death. This seemingly cold vocation is, in reality, rooted in profound respect for the deceased, a principle emphasized during our very first lesson in school. As I approached the door, the bustling individuals ceased their activities, turning their curious gazes upon me. I was acutely aware that their intrigue stemmed not only from my status as the village's sole university student, but, more significantly, from the fact that I had twice returned from the brink of death. I paid little heed to their stares and proceeded directly into the main room of Liu Banqian's home, where nobody inquired about my intentions. They merely continued to regard me with astonished expressions. In the center of the room, two large benches supported an unvarnished coffin, while beside it, Liu Banqian's elderly spouse wept inconsolably. His two children, both in their 30s and still unmarried, regarded their mother's lamentations with a certain indifference. Upon noticing my entrance, they too exhibited expressions of surprise. In reverence to the deceased, I approached the coffin and bowed my head several times. An onlooker promptly came to assist me in rising. Taking a deep breath, I summoned an inexplicable courage and addressed the elderly woman weeping over the coffin. "Annie, may I have a moment to see Uncle Liu?" The aged woman, upon hearing my voice, choked back tears and lifted her head from the coffin, offering me a grateful nod upon recognizing me. However, just as I was about to approach, the son of Liu Banqian interjected, advising me against it lest I cause her further distress. I shook my head, indicating my resolve, and after a moment's hesitation and a glance at his sister, he yielded, allowing me to pass. Reaching the coffin, despite my prior mental preparation, I was nonetheless startled by the sight of Liu Banqian within. His eyes were bloodshot and crimson, nearly bulging from their sockets, his expression twisted in a grotesque manner. His face was a purplish-black hue, and his mouth agape, indicative of a sudden cardiac arrest induced by witnessing something utterly horrifying. His slightly contracted knees suggested a struggle before death, corroborating my mother's account of his delirious ramblings. His frantic dash before his demise was an attempt to evade that profoundly terrifying entity. If this conjecture holds true, coupled with his peculiar behavior during our chance encounter, could it be that he saw this entity just as he was about to impart some knowledge to me? Prior to that, he was merely inebriated, not deranged. And before his madness caused him to shove me aside, the direction of his gaze was behind me, a direction I had also surveyed, finding nothing but my father. Could it be? Impossible. I swiftly dismissed the ludicrous notion. He lacked any such ability. Reflecting on my father, I vaguely recalled Liu Banqian inquiring if the figure ahead was indeed my father. However, he was quite intoxicated at the time, and his perception might have been clouded. What, then, was the cause of his demise? A venerable professor at our institution once alluded to a similar case, though its antiquity and foreign provenance render it of little comparative value. Encased in his burial shroud, I was unable to ascertain the presence of any further bodily trauma. Barring any evident, recent injuries, alerting the authorities would prove futile, as a demonstrable suspicion of foul play constitutes the sine qua non for initiating a formal investigation. Casting a sidelong glance, I perceived that my every action was under scrutiny. Thus, I feigned a sudden, abrupt turn of my head towards the exterior of the house. This diversionary tactic proved remarkably effective, successfully redirecting the collective gaze of those within. Subsequently, my hand, poised near my coat, swiftly retrieved a silver needle, acquired during a previous excursion with my classmates, and I pricked Liu Banqian's exposed finger. By the time the others had regained their composure, I had already returned the needle to my pocket, sighed, nodded to the assembly, and promptly departed. En route home, I cautiously withdrew the silver needle from my pocket, only to find it bore no anomalies. Disheartened, I shook my head and repocketed the instrument. What could be the explanation for this enigma? If only the deceased could articulate his experience. Upon my return, my father was absent, while my mother was engaged in preparing vegetables near the entrance. Noticing my arrival, she inquired as to my recent whereabouts. Hesitant to disclose my visit to Liu Banqian's residence, I fabricated a tale of a misplaced possession, claiming to have retraced my steps in search of it. She asked me with irritation what was so important and whether I had found it. I pulled my phone from my pocket, shaking it slightly, and replied that I feared her reprimand, which is why I hadn't dared to mention it earlier. Fortunately, I had located it, yet I still received a scolding. Thankfully, my phone rang, providing me with a timely escape. Upon glancing at the caller ID, I was taken aback to see it was Officer Zhou. A shiver ran down my spine. Could it be that they had already discovered the body of the flat-chested girl? I quickly answered the call, and Officer Zhou's voice came through, inquiring about my whereabouts. I informed him I was at home, and he asked if I was feeling better. I replied that I was almost well. He paused for a moment, chuckling as he remarked that youth certainly had its advantages, as recovery was swift. I chose not to engage with that comment, but instead asked him if there were any leads on the flat-chested girl. He sighed and said there were none, and I suspected that if he were not a police officer, his next statement would likely be that she was probably dead. Hearing his words, I felt a sense of relief. I calculated that only about 40 days remained until the 49 days were up, and it was time to visit the school. After a moment's thought, I inquired what Officer Zhou needed from me. He smiled and said it was good news. Good news? I was somewhat puzzled. He then revealed the truth. It was indeed good news. The assistant to their forensic expert, Yang, had an urgent matter at home and had taken leave. With only 2 such assistants allotted to the department and facing a challenging case, they thought of me. Strictly speaking, this was indeed a fortunate opportunity for someone like me, a student yet to graduate. After all, no matter how much one learns in school, there is an undeniable difference when it comes to practical application. This is also due to Officer Zhou's favorable impression of me, which led him to advocate for my cause. I had initially intended to return, so I accepted without any hesitation. After hanging up the phone, my mother inquired about my sudden joy. Upon sharing the news with her, her delight was palpable. She swiftly prepared the vegetables in a flurry of excitement, proclaiming that she would make an abundance of delicious dishes for lunch. By mealtime, my father had yet to return. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of unease began to stir within me, prompting me to ask my mother where my father had gone and why he was still absent. Chapter 14. Who is she really? My mother was somewhat perturbed. She remarked that my father had recently been acting rather mysteriously, often evading inquiries and leaving without a word. She speculated whether he had taken to visiting some reclusive widow. I stifled a laugh, nearly choking on my meal, and quickly reassured her that such a notion was far from plausible. We were well aware of my father's character, and such behavior was utterly out of the question for him. My words seemed to alleviate her concern somewhat, as she smiled in response. Though the faint shadow of worry lingering in her expression suggested there was more to the story that she chose not to share. When he returned, my mother and I had already finished our dinner. The weather was gradually warming, and we were enjoying the cool evening air at the doorstep. In the distance, the mournful sounds of Liu Banshan's lament could be faintly heard, which was rather unsettling. He approached from the direction of the old house, likely having visited it first. Upon noticing my mother and me seated at the entrance, he initially intended to proceed directly inside, but hesitated. Turning to me with a question, did Liu Banxian really pass away? I nodded quickly, confirming his inquiry. With a sigh, he shook his head and entered the house. After he went inside, my mother pursed her lips and whispered, "Could it be that your father is possessed by a ghost, acting all mysterious like this?" Her words sent a chill down my spine, and I awkwardly chuckled, replying, "If you keep talking nonsense, I shall tell him." My mother scolded me with a sharp remark, "You little rascal," and then stood up, lifting the stool beneath her. As she walked into the house, she called out, "Are we having dinner or not? The dishes are still warming on the stove." I glanced towards Liu Banshan's house from the doorway, then carried the stool back inside. Upon entering the main room, I could faintly hear my mother chattering away. I shrugged, placed the stool behind the door, and retreated to my own room. The heat was stifling, and the only fan in the house resided in their room. Strangely, I felt quite reluctant to retrieve it, so I opened the window, instantly feeling a refreshing breeze. After closing the door, I hastily shed my clothing until I was left in only my undergarments and sprawled out on the cool mat, quickly drifting into slumber. In the midst of my drowsy sleep, I was jolted awake by a chilling sensation, instinctively grasping for the blanket. What was that? I felt something icy and rigid beneath my hand. Startled, I leaped from the bed, and through the haze of sleep, I discerned a figure standing before my bed. Who could it be? My mind buzzed, and my body tensed as I pressed my back against the wall, unable to suppress a shout. What sent chills down my spine was that the figure stood there like a pillar, utterly motionless. This defied all logic if it were a thief. Upon my sudden awakening and scream, They would either flee in haste or confront me. Yet, this figure remained still, as if it were lifeless. Just then, the moonlight outside seemed to pierce through the clouds, casting a dim glow into the room. A sudden chill coursed through my scalp as I stood before my bed, confronted by the lifeless form of Liu Banxian, who had perished less than a day ago. Though his head was bowed, the grotesque features of his aged visage were marred by a purplish hue, and livor mortis had already manifested on his neck. All signs unequivocally indicated that he was indeed deceased. I dared not dwell on the implications of that final word, for my mind flashed back to the moment when Lao Zhang and I had visited our dormitory. De Peng had appeared much the same way. My heart raced wildly. The door was shut. How had he gained entry? Yet, within mere seconds of the moonlight spilling into the room, I distinctly witnessed his eyes, which appeared to have been forcefully thrust into their sockets, snap open, prompting an instinctual cry of "Dad" to escape my lips. In that precarious instant, the door creaked open gently, and a figure stepped into the room. Despite the absence of light, the silvery glow of the moon illuminated the identity of my unexpected visitor. Clad in a resplendent red bridal gown, she exuded an alluring charm beneath the moonlight, her vibrant red parasol in hand, stirring memories of that fateful night when I returned from work. How could she possibly be in my home? Who was she? At that moment of her arrival, those two questions consumed my thoughts, overshadowing even the inexplicable corpse standing before me. The situation did not pause for my distraction. The figure beneath the crimson parasol merely shifted, and a thread of scarlet, no thicker than a finger, coiled around Liu Banxian's neck. A bizarre spectacle then unfolded before my eyes. Liu Banxian's corpse buckled at the knees, collapsing into a kneeling position before being dragged out of the doorway like a lifeless hound by the other end of the crimson cord. Immediately following, I heard the sound of the front gate swinging open. I stood there, dumbfounded, my back pressed against the wall, watching through the window as she hauled Liu Banxian away, gradually vanishing from sight. Subsequently, the moonlight gracefully retreated, plunging my vision into complete darkness. Chapter 15. The Peculiar Odor. After a little over a minute, I finally regained my senses, and the lights in the room flickered on with a sudden click. My father stood at the doorway, his eyes wide in astonishment as he gazed at me, clad only in my undergarments, perched upon the bed. I swallowed hard, offering an awkward smile as I stammered. I was just about to step out to relieve myself. With that, I leaped off the bed, my feet barely hitting the floor before I nearly lost my balance. My father rushed forward to steady me, but feeling a twinge of embarrassment, I released his grasp. Yet as I did so, a strange aroma wafted into my nostrils, pleasant yet tinged with an unsettling, fishy odor. I couldn't quite pinpoint its essence. My father glanced at the floor beneath me and inquired about the mess. It was only then that I realized the source of my discomfort. A pool of dark blood lay on the ground, presumably left by Liu Banxian earlier. In a moment of desperation, I fabricated a lie, claiming it was merely water from washing my feet. I then declared my intent to step outside to relieve myself and hurriedly exited the room. As I opened the front door, I discovered the first light of dawn breaking on the horizon, a pale blush of white creeping over the distant mountains. Upon my return to the room, I found my father had departed, and the dark stain on the floor had been mopped away. Reclining on my bed, I recalled the preceding events, instinctively reaching to touch my nose. The peculiar scent reemerged, causing my heart to skip a beat. Could it be? I brought my hand closer to my face, inhaling deeply, and indeed, the odor emanated from my palm. I raised my other hand, yet it bore no trace of the strange fragrance. After a moment of contemplation, I pondered, had my hand truly come into contact with anything unusual? Earlier, I suddenly recalled the moment when I leaped out of bed and nearly lost my balance. It was then that my father came to my aid, seemingly grasping my very hand. Could this peculiar scent be his? This thought ignited an inexplicable unease within me, an ominous premonition of impending misfortune. Why did Liu Banxian's corpse abruptly manifest in my home? The mere recollection sends shivers down my spine, and amidst my bewilderment, I find myself increasingly concerned for my parents' safety. If there exists in the village someone akin to Lao Zhang or Yin Lao Lu, capable of manipulating the dead, might they persist in their sinister pursuits? Although Lu Banzian was not a formidable figure in the realm of metaphysics, he commanded considerable respect within the village. Yet he met a violent demise within the confines of his home in the blink of an eye. If this was no mere accident, what manner of terrifying entity could be responsible? With his presence now haunting my abode, could it be that he, like Yin Lu, has come for me? Everything remains shrouded in mystery. As I gazed out the window, my thoughts unfurled and the dawn gradually broke. When I arose in the morning to brush my teeth, my mother was already busy in the kitchen, while my father was either still asleep or had already left. I had not seen him. Nonchalantly, I inquired about my father's whereabouts, to which she replied, somewhat exasperated, that he had risen earlier than her, and she was unaware of his destination. She then asked when I would be heading to the city. I informed her that I would be going this morning, as there were matters to attend to at school. She sighed deeply and earnestly advised me, Shouchen, my given name is Wang Shouchen. You must take care of yourself while you are out there. We do not seek to achieve great success in the future, but at the very least, do not engage in actions that betray your conscience. Your grandfather often spoke of you during his lifetime, expressing concern that your life would be fraught with misfortune. Your father and I are at a loss, but your grandfather was a wise man. Therefore, you must remember to avoid trouble at all costs. A weight settled heavily in my heart. In truth, some matters, even if you do not provoke them, may ensnare you nonetheless. I'd already come to understand this well. When I heard my mother mention my grandfather, memories of old Zhang, Yin Lu, and the incident of being haunted by his willow nails flooded my mind. I subtly inquired whether my grandfather had ever remarked upon any uniqueness in me compared to others. Upon hearing this, my mother's expression shifted, and she asked why I brought it up. A tremor of apprehension coursed through me. It was evident that there was something more to this. I implored her to share, yet she resolutely shook her head, stating she knew nothing of the sort. I am no different from anyone else. If there is any difference, it is that I have increasingly disregarded her counsel. I dared not press further, fearing that she might discover the events at school, which would likely lead them to oppose my going to the city. After all, for them, education was deemed less significant than safety. By the time we finished breakfast, I had not caught sight of my father. Once I tidied up my belongings and glanced at the clock, around 6:30, I decided not to wait any longer. After bidding farewell to my mother, I shouldered my backpack and set off on foot toward the village entrance. As I reached the main road, I caught sight from afar of a funeral procession mourning the passing of Lu Banzian. Although Lu Banzian had a penchant for indulging in alcohol, he was undeniably skilled, which led many villagers to rise early and pay their respects. As I positioned myself at the edge of the field to allow the funeral procession to pass, I inadvertently noticed my father among the mourners. It was no wonder he wasn't at home. When he spotted me, he did not approach. Instead, he continued to follow the procession. Only after they had disappeared from view did I step off the field and onto the main road, proceeding toward the village entrance. Upon reaching the ancient locust tree at the village's edge, I stood by the roadside, awaiting a vehicle. The owner of the nearby convenience store, recognizing me, beckoned me to sit for a while, mentioning that the bus was still a while away. I accepted his invitation, for in our village, formality is seldom observed. With a smile, he brought over a stool and poured me a cup of tea, inquiring about my destination. I replied that I was heading to school, to which he responded with a chuckle, remarking on the distinction of university students. I offered a sheepish smile, explaining that I had some matters to attend to at school. The owner, still smiling, took a chair beside me and scrutinized me for a moment before hesitatingly commenting, if I hadn't witnessed your growth firsthand, I might suspect you were somehow related to the King of Hell. After all, when they brought you back from the hospital, I made a special visit to your home. You were already in a coffin then, yet here you are, lively and spirited again. It's quite remarkable. Clearing my throat, I sipped my tea and replied with a wry smile. If I were indeed related to the King of Hell, my grandfather would not have departed this world. He sighed and remarked, that is indeed the case. However, when it comes to your grandfather, I have always felt since my childhood that he possessed an uncanny understanding of everything, despite spending his entire life peddling scissors in the streets. I often liken him to Zhuge Liang from the novels, as if he could foresee anything. I shrugged my shoulders in disbelief and replied, do not speak of him in such mystical terms. I know my grandfather well. He is merely a street vendor, fond of muttering incomprehensible words. He is not as remarkable as you suggest, let alone comparable to Zhuge Liang. Chapter 16. The forensic pioneer, he sighed and shifted his chair closer to mine, saying, "What do you know, young man? Back when your father and I were still in our childhood, he would tell us, in jest, that the price of rice would soar to 13 cents and 9 mills, and that meat would rise to 76 cents. He urged us to return home and advise our parents to stock up on rice. No one believed him. They thought he was merely boasting. But guess what? The following year, the price of rice indeed climbed to 13 cents and 9 mills, and meat reached 76 cents, precisely as he had predicted. From that moment on, everyone sought his counsel, yet he fell silent. I gazed at him in astonishment, attempting to discern whether he was jesting. Is that truly so? Could he really possess such an extraordinary gift? I've never heard my grandfather mention anything of the sort to my father. He shook his head in resignation. What purpose would I have to deceive you? If you choose not to believe, that is your prerogative. I understand that you intellectuals from the university often dismiss such notions. Yet some truths exist regardless of your belief in them. I fell into contemplative silence, acknowledging the validity of his words from my own experiences. However, the idea that my grandfather could be perceived as a prophetic figure was indeed unexpected. As I pondered these thoughts, the bus from the small town arrived to take me to the city. I rose from the bench, thanked the proprietor, and swiftly made my way to the roadside, boarding the vehicle as it came to a halt. The vehicle was not crowded, predominantly filled with elderly passengers. Upon boarding, I placed a call to Officer Zhou, informing him of my arrival in 2 hours. He expressed his delight, promising to treat me to a meal upon my arrival, which made me feel somewhat embarrassed, as it was clear he was merely looking out for me. Not one to be stingy, I insisted that this meal would be on me. He chuckled, suggesting we discuss it further upon my arrival, to which I agreed. After hanging up, the thought of the 2-hour journey ahead enveloped me in drowsiness, and before long, I succumbed to sleep. In a state of semi-consciousness, I felt a sudden prick in my arm, as though I had been stung by a needle, jolting me awake. Upon regaining my senses, I realized we had arrived. Passengers were disembarking one by one. I lifted my arm to inspect, only to discover that the silver needle I had brought along had indeed pricked me. What vexed me further was the alarming realization that my luggage was missing. At that moment, the other passengers had exited the vehicle, and the driver, a bald man in his 40s, regarded me with evident impatience, asking why I lingered on the bus now that we had arrived. Frowning, I inquired if he had seen anyone take my bag. He scoffed, exited the driver's seat, slammed the door shut, and approached me aggressively, pointing a finger at my nose, demanding to know if I intended to leave or was looking for trouble. Hearing the commotion, drivers from several other vehicles in the station began to converge towards us. Sensing the escalating tension and recognizing that my bag contained little of significant value, I chose to swallow my indignation and stepped off the bus. After alighting from the vehicle, the burly bus drivers returned to their respective buses. I cast a glance behind me and noticed the bald man grinning sinisterly at me. At that moment, a realization dawned upon me. Clenching my fists, I proceeded towards the station's entrance. Once outside, standing by the roadside and gazing at the bustling traffic of the marketplace, I instinctively reached into my pocket, only to be infuriated to discover that my phone had vanished. Thankfully, I had left my wallet behind, merely carrying cash in my pocket. Otherwise, I presumed my money would have been stolen as well. This was undoubtedly the work of that driver in collusion with others. Regrettably, I lacked evidence, and even if I were to contact Officer Zhou, I doubted he would be able to take action against this band of miscreants. Contemplating this, my frustration boiled over as I felt I had suffered a silent loss. Given that my phone was also gone, I feared Officer Zhou might be unable to reach me, so I decided to take a taxi directly to the station for expediency. The taxi driver, a loquacious individual, noticed my displeasure upon entering the vehicle. Upon learning I was headed to the police station, he inquired if I had encountered any trouble. I recounted the tale of my belongings being stolen on the bus, and to my surprise, the driver expressed indignation, stating that such incidents had become a daily occurrence. He mentioned that he had just driven a passenger with a similar experience earlier that morning. However, he cautioned that without evidence, reporting to the police might prove futile. I shook my head bitterly, clarifying that he had misunderstood. My purpose for visiting the police station was not to file a report, but rather for work-related matters. Upon hearing that I worked at the police station, he appeared momentarily stunned, scrutinizing me with a skeptical gaze. "A police officer?" he inquired, half in disbelief. I responded with a hint of exasperation. "You're overthinking it. I'm merely a student here for an internship." He chuckled twice, remarking, "It's all the same in the end. Sooner or later, you'll be one. But with your naivety, it seems you're destined to suffer." His words left me feeling somewhat unsettled. Could these individuals truly be so audacious? The driver, perhaps sensing my unease, shook his head resignedly and said, "Don't be too indignant. From what I've heard while chatting with colleagues, most of these people have criminal records. They are, in essence, societal miscreants who have somehow managed to avoid repercussions thus far. It seems they have someone protecting them. Frankly, these are not the sort of people one should provoke." His revelation astonished me. I had initially thought it was merely a case of a driver colluding with a thief to rob me. But it turned out there was a more complex situation at play. If what he said was true, I was fortunate not to have acted impulsively. Though I felt a sense of indignation, I had already identified myself as an officer, and it was quite embarrassing to have fallen victim to theft. As I exited the vehicle, I inadvertently remarked, "It's not that I won't seek justice. The time simply isn't right yet." At that moment, I spoke without much thought. But the subsequent events illuminated the notion that some matters truly seem to unfold with a sense of karmic retribution. Standing at the entrance of the police station, I glanced at the time. It was just before 10 o'clock, and I should have ample opportunity. Thus, I hastened into the station and, with familiarity, made my way to Officer Zhou's office. The door was closed, with a sign hanging that indicated it was the Office of the Chief of Criminal Investigation. I was previously unaware that it held a departmental rank. I knocked softly, and a voice from within called out, "Come in." I turned the handle and entered, only to find Officer Zhou sharing tea with an elderly policeman, clad in a white lab coat, his hair graying and likely in his 50s. Upon noticing my arrival, Officer Zhou smiled at the older man and remarked, "Well, speak of the devil. Here comes Chow Chow. Old Yang. This is young Wang from the Forensic Department of the Medical University. Young Wang, come over and meet our esteemed elder." I greeted them respectfully, addressing them as Uncle Zhou and Uncle Yang, and stepped forward to stand before them. The elderly forensic expert, surnamed Yang, nodded and said, "It's evident you belong to our profession. Little Zhou, this lad shows promise. He appears quite astute. I shall assist you in assessing his potential. If he proves to be a diamond in the rough, how you nurture him will depend on your efforts." Officer Zhou chuckled in response. "That's no problem. I trust you will take good care of him during this time." Chapter 17. Words from the Heart. The seasoned forensic expert smiled silently. The brief introduction concluded swiftly. Perhaps due to the pressing nature of the case, Officer Zhou did not engage in excessive small talk, and I found no opportunity to inquire about the matter of the flat-chested girl from him. Subsequently, I accompanied the veteran forensic expert, Uncle Yang, to a specialized laboratory in the basement of the police station. Uncle Yang's demeanor was rather reserved, yet his actions conveyed that he was undoubtedly a seasoned veteran in our field. As I descended the staircase into the basement, a chilling sensation enveloped me. Initially, I attributed this to the inherently low temperature of the underground space. However, upon reaching the corridor after descending, the source of the chill became apparent. The temporary morgue was situated adjacent to the specialized laboratory, which provided clarity to my earlier discomfort. Prior to the incident with the borrowed umbrella, I had regarded this as mere psychological influence. Yet, following the deaths of Depeng and Liu Banzhong, my mindset gradually shifted in alignment with the unfolding events. The morgue door was closed, thus shielding the interior from view, yet I could surmise its general appearance. Conversely, the layout of the specialized laboratory differed significantly from my expectations. Numerous instruments were unlike those at our school. For instance, our school's microscopes were relics from 2 to 3 decades ago, produced in Japan, while the equipment in the police station was state-of-the-art, crafted in Germany within the last decade, an entirely different echelon of technology. Upon entering the specialized laboratory, Uncle Yang handed me the white coat. As I grasped it in my hands, A myriad of emotions surged within me. This was undoubtedly the aspiration of countless students. Donning the white coat, Uncle Yang did not deliberately introduce me to anything, allowing me to explore on my own before he stepped outside. As I surveyed the numerous instruments in the room, a sense of despondency began to creep in. Was I truly capable of fulfilling this role? Yet, as subsequent events would reveal, with sufficient diligence, even those utterly inexperienced can hone themselves into a formidable tool. After I had spent 5 or 6 solitary minutes in the specialized laboratory, I was suddenly roused by a commotion outside the door. Instinctively, I turned my head to see Uncle Yang pushing a stretcher, upon which lay a body shrouded in white cloth. From the outline beneath the fabric, it was evident that the deceased was female. In the context of medical school anatomy classes, female corpses are not an uncommon sight. I had encountered them several times. Perhaps due to the solemn oath taken upon entering the institution, we regard these remains with reverence, particularly those who have selflessly donated their bodies to the advancement of medicine. However, when Uncle Yang pulled back the covering, I was still taken aback. The body was that of a young woman, a fact I had never anticipated. Her slender form, with perky curves and a flat abdomen, appeared gaunt and pallid, having succumbed to the lifelessness that enveloped her. Even though I had closed my eyes, her image involuntarily resurfaced in my mind. Uncle Yang's expression was one of numbness, devoid of any emotion as he scrutinized the naked corpse before him. In a subdued tone, he remarked, "Shouchen, this girl's grievances require our assistance. You are formally trained, so I need not elaborate excessively on this matter. However, if you call me uncle, I shall, in my elder wisdom, impart a few words about the taboos of our profession." After speaking, Uncle Yang adjusted his glasses with a serious demeanor. At that moment, I felt akin to an elementary student in the presence of a teacher, instinctively placing my hand beside my legs and attentively listening. Uncle Yang cleared his throat and continued, "Remember, I shall only state the crucial points once. All humans are born alike and die in the same manner. As forensic experts, our duty towards their remains is to ensure they depart this world with clarity. First and foremost, you must possess an upright heart, untainted by external influences that could distort the evidence. This is a matter of personal integrity. Both the living and the deceased possess a certain spirit. Treat them well, and they will not wish you harm, for in this world, there is no absolute evil. However, should you regard them as mere objects for personal gain, I regret to inform you that their resentment may follow you throughout your life. If the law fails to impose constraints on wrongdoing, the consequences of karma are merely a matter of time. As for the concept of cause and effect, I shall elaborate further if the opportunity arises." I nodded in astonishment, absorbing his words. He offered a subtle nod, seemingly quite pleased with my demeanor, and continued, "Secondly, prior to performing an autopsy, we must approach the cadaver with reverence and compassion, from the initial incision to the extraction of necessary specimens. You must comprehend that we are not dealing with mere swine in a slaughterhouse, but rather with individuals who, like ourselves, once breathed the same air and inhabited the same environment. Our actions are solely intended to assist them, and that alone should suffice. Even if you encounter perplexing or incomprehensible occurrences during the process, maintain a tranquil disposition. After all, the intricacies of good and evil in this world are not always discernible to every person, nor to every soulless corpse. This point is equally crucial, and you must bear in mind. I inhaled deeply, and upon hearing the heartfelt words of a seasoned veteran in the field, the sordid thoughts that plagued my mind finally dissipated. I truly understood that to become a competent forensic pathologist, one must first possess not a fear of corpses, but rather a profound empathy for humanity. Chapter 18. Dissection. After Uncle Yang concluded his remarks, he slowly donned a pair of latex gloves and signaled for me to do the same. He then unveiled the dissection instruments he had previously prepared, extracting a medium-sized scalpel. With utmost caution, he made an incision approximately 3 inches below the abdomen of the female cadaver. I stood beside him, intently observing his technique as he initiated the cut, deliberately averting my gaze from her face. Typically, beauty possesses an enchanting allure, and a pleasing visage can be equally beguiling. I had encountered the scalpel's sharpness during my first year in school. However, the specimens there had long lost their elasticity and vitality after being preserved in formalin. At this moment, the scalpel effortlessly penetrated her skin, as a copious surge of blood erupted due to the internal pressure of the corpse. Uncle Yang swiftly pressed a pre-prepared piece of gauze against the wound with his left hand, not lifting his gaze as he instructed me. "Give me a hand." I finally reacted, retrieving a pair of forceps from the dissection instruments, grasping the gauze that he was holding in place. Just then, the lights in the room flickered unexpectedly, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop. A surge of anxiety gripped me, causing my hands to tremble slightly with the forceps. Uncle Yang cleared his throat and reassured me. "Do not worry. Every grievance has its source. This is merely the resentment manifesting through the blood. Just focus on your task." Uncle Yang consistently maintained his composure, diligently attending to his work. Perhaps sensing that the time was drawing near, he gently nudged the forceps from my grasp and remarked, "That should suffice." I took a deep breath and cautiously loosened the hemostatic cotton beneath the forceps. As anticipated, the bleeding had ceased. However, the metallic scent in the air had intensified significantly, and curiously, the temperature seemed to have moderated somewhat. To an untrained eye, the fresh wounds on a corpse may appear no different from those on a living person. However, this is a misconception. Upon death, the cessation of blood circulation leads to coagulation, resulting in the formation of livor mortis, which varies with the duration since death. In forensic medicine, the estimation of time since death is primarily determined by the color and size of these livor mortis marks. These are fundamental skills that a forensic expert must master. The female corpse before us evidently had not been deceased for more than 2 days, as the livor mortis on the arteries remained faint. Beneath the incision made by the scalpel, white adipose tissue mingled with purplish-red blood was revealed. Due to the narrowness of the cut, visibility into the deeper tissue was nearly impossible. Uncle Yang grunted softly and inserted the scalpel into the incision with remarkable precision. In less than a minute, he had created an opening approximately 7 to 8 square centimeters in area, allowing me to glimpse the subcutaneous tissue and the indistinct small intestine. Uncle Yang placed the scalpel aside and extended his hand towards me without looking up, gesturing a pinching motion after a moment's hesitation. Understanding dawned upon me, and I retrieved a pair of tweezers from the toolkit, handing them over. He took them and, without pause, deftly manipulated the exposed small intestine, his brow furrowing slightly beneath his spectacles. He gestured again for another pair of tweezers, which I promptly provided. I watched as he carefully inserted the tweezers between the separated sections of the intestine. When he withdrew them, they held something I would never have anticipated, a needle, about a finger's length, so slender it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. How could it be a needle? How did she die? Due to the haste. I was not even aware of the circumstances surrounding her death. However, Uncle Yang clearly had no intention of elaborating. Placing the needle from the tweezers onto a prepared container nearby, he then exhaled deeply and removed his rubber gloves. Driven by curiosity, I reached out to take the needle, only to be sternly rebuked by Uncle Yang. "What are you doing?" I stared at him, my eyes wide, and sheepishly retracted my hand, which had almost touched the container. He grunted softly, closed the lid, and then motioned for me to begin suturing the corpse. Afterward, he took the container and walked over to the German-made microscope. Although somewhat perplexed, I reasoned that he was my senior, and there might be a valid reason for his prohibition. Therefore, I thought nothing more of it. However, as I gazed upon the opening located beneath the abdomen of the deceased woman, a sense of hesitation enveloped me. It was not that I lacked the skills to stitch. Rather, the words of Uncle Yang had inadvertently intensified the pressure upon me. What if I were to ruin the stitching? The moment I grasped the needle and thread, piercing her skin, my hands trembled incessantly. The calmness I once possessed had long since evaporated. My mind incessantly admonished me to avoid making a mistake, to ensure that I stitched her properly. Yet, it is often the case that the more one strives to avert an occurrence, the more likely it is to transpire. Much like when a cake slips from one's grasp, our first instinct is to hope it lands frosting side up, yet the outcome is frequently the opposite. As I neared the conclusion of my stitching, my unsteady hands inadvertently snagged a portion of her small intestine. In a reflexive attempt to rectify my blunder, I suddenly felt as though a pair of eyes were fixed upon me. Initially, I presumed Uncle Yang had discovered my error, and with a guilty conscience, I turned to glance at him, only to be surprised to find him not looking in my direction. From my peripheral vision, however, I caught sight of a pair of eyes intently observing me. In that instant, a chilling realization washed over me as cold sweat began to bead from my pores, and my heart raced in my throat. How could her eyes be open? I distinctly recalled them being closed. The temperature in the room plummeted. I hastily directed my gaze toward her lifeless yet wide-open eyes, which had long since lost their vitality. Subsequently, a chilling spectacle unfolded. Her mouth, inexplicably, began to gape open. Whereas previously I could not ascertain with certainty whether her eyes were closed, this time I distinctly observed every minute detail of her jaw's descent. "Beware!" A voice echoed in my ears as I remained transfixed by the macabre display. Simultaneously, I was forcefully shoved to the ground from behind. At that very instant, the sound of metal striking the wall informed me that something had been ejected from the corpse's mouth. My rescuer proved to be none other than the seasoned forensic pathologist, Uncle Yang, who had previously been engrossed in his work at the microscope. Chapter 19. The terrifying needle. After sitting on the ground for quite some time, I finally regained my senses, my body already drenched in cold sweat. Uncle Yang had also fallen to the ground due to the recoil from pushing me. I hurried to my feet and assisted him up. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and, with a hint of guilt, inquired if I was hurt. I shook my head, assuring him I was not. He then sighed in relief, only to direct his gaze towards the lifeless female body on the operating table, his expression stiffening as he muttered, "How is this possible?" Although I did not fully comprehend the meaning behind his words, I could surmise that it likely pertained to something expelled from the corpse's mouth. Curiosity piqued, I asked Uncle Yang what exactly just happened. The seasoned coroner did not respond. Instead, he furrowed his brows, leaning closer to the body, inspecting it from side to side. It seemed he was deep in thought, hastily searching the ground. Understanding dawned upon me. He was likely seeking the object that had emerged from the corpse's mouth. Consequently, I joined him on the floor, searching alongside him. He whispered, "Be cautious. If you see anything on the ground, do not touch it with your hands. Just inform me first." I nodded in acknowledgement. Yet my mind was preoccupied with the earlier occurrences. Why, despite being deceased, did the corpse's eyes and mouth remain ajar? Moreover, what was the nature of that object it had expelled? Reflecting on Uncle Yang's previous reactions, it was evident he must have known more than he had revealed. Lost in thought, I suddenly felt a sharp sting at my fingertips. The pain jolted me back to reality, and, as I focused my gaze, I realized that in that fleeting moment of distraction, a needle had pierced my fingertip. My startled cry startled Uncle Yang, who was also searching nearby. I swiftly pulled the needle from my finger and discarded it onto the ground. When I turned to look at Uncle Yang again, I found his expression mingled with shock and indignation, which quickly morphed into pity and compassion. I shook my bleeding hand and, with a foolish stare, asked him, "What's wrong?" Uncle Yang let out a deep sigh, shaking his head in regret as he replied, "Why do you never heed advice? I clearly told you not to touch it casually, yet you ignored me. Do you even understand?" Sigh. Suddenly, I sensed that I had erred once more. Upon hearing his words, my heart trembled slightly. Could it be that the needle was the very object he had sought, the one that had emerged from the mouth of the female corpse? With this thought, I hastily shifted my gaze to the inconspicuous needle on the ground. Was it akin to the one he had extracted from the belly of the corpse? However, Uncle Yang offered no further explanation. Instead, he despondently rose and picked up the telephone by his desk, dialing Officer Zhou with an air of resignation. Like a child who had misbehaved, I sat on the ground, staring at the small puncture on my fingertip. To my astonishment, what I had initially deemed a trivial wound had inexplicably transformed into a dark, gaping hole. However, I felt no pain. I brought my fingers close to my nose and inhaled, faintly detecting a subtle, fishy odor. A chill ran down my spine. Could it be poisonous? In that moment, I finally comprehended why Uncle Yang had scolded me for touching that needle and had repeatedly urged me to inform him immediately if I ever encountered such an object. Moreover, the myriad expressions that crossed his face upon discovering I had been pricked seemed to validate my fears. A sense of dread enveloped me as I gazed at the dark spot on my finger. I had never experienced such terror before. Was I truly poisoned? It must be something more than that. If I had merely been poisoned, Uncle Yang, who was aware of the needle's toxicity, would have promptly taken me to the hospital. Yet, he did not do so. Instead, he helplessly called Uncle Zhou, urging him to come quickly. This could only imply one thing. The poison on that needle appeared to be incurable. The more I pondered, the more fear consumed me, as cold sweat began to saturate my clothes. After Uncle Yang ended the call, he sat beside the microscope, sighing heavily. In less than 5 minutes, I felt my left index finger growing numb, and the black mark at the side of the prick seemed to have expanded. The foul odor intensified. Suddenly, with a dull thud, the door to the specialized laboratory swung open, and Uncle Zhou entered, his face ashen, his gaze fixed intently upon me. Uncle Yang hastily rose from his chair and swiftly approached my side, where Uncle Zhou was. Uncle Zhou grasped my hand, scrutinizing it before tilting his head to inquire of Uncle Yang, "What on earth is happening? Wasn't it previously stated that there was no danger?" Yang, with a helpless shake of his head, replied, "Xiao Zhou, this situation is my fault. I should not have kept it from you. However, certain matters adhere to organizational discipline, and I find myself powerless." Uncle Zhou's expression remained unyielding, his fists clenched so tightly that they were audibly cracking. At that moment, I found myself at a loss for words. Uncle Yang sighed again, hastening to the operating table to retrieve a pair of forceps, which he used to pick up a needle from the floor. He then turned to Uncle Zhou and me, stating, at this juncture, "It seems I can no longer conceal the truth from you. Please take a look." Carefully, he placed the needle beneath the microscope. Uncle Zhou cast a glance in my direction, gently patting my shoulder as he mustered a faint smile, whispering, "Shouchen, do not worry too much." My mind had turned into a blank slate, as I could not fathom how the situation had escalated to this point. If there was no way out, I could only blame my own carelessness. Uncle Yang began examining the needle under the microscope, and I followed Uncle Zhou to the side. Yang stood aside, conceding the position to Uncle Zhou, saying resignedly, "You may observe for yourself." Uncle Zhou let out a cold snort as he settled into his chair, directing his gaze towards the microscope. Habitually, he attempted to rest his left hand upon his knee, yet due to the tremors coursing through his body, that hand hovered in midair for a considerable time. Eventually, he rose from the chair, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Uncle Yang, shaking his head and uttering, "How could this be? This is impossible. Are you certain that this needle was found within the body of that deceased woman?" Uncle Yang nodded with unwavering certainty, asserting, "Shouchen can attest to this. I have no reason to deceive you." I found myself quite perplexed, yet I nodded in acknowledgement. What? I wondered, had they observed beneath the microscope that elicited such a profound reaction? Shouldn't Uncle Zhou be inquiring of Uncle Yang regarding the nature of the poison on that needle? Upon hearing Uncle Yang's words, Uncle Zhou trembled violently, igniting an even greater curiosity within me. Perhaps it was my innate inquisitiveness that compelled me to seek clarity, even at the risk of my own life. After a lengthy pause, Uncle Zhou finally spoke, inquiring of Uncle Yang what course of action they should take. Uncle Yang shook his head, confiding that although he had always been aware of the existence of spirits in this world, such an unfathomable occurrence was unlike anything he had ever witnessed in his lifetime. Uncle Zhou furrowed his brow and glanced at me, expressing in exasperation, "Is there truly no way to address this? He is so young." Chapter 20. The people under the microscope. Uncle Zhou furrowed his brow and cast a glance at me, exclaiming helplessly, "Is there truly no way out? He is still so young." At this moment, I could no longer contain myself and inquired of the two, "What is going on? Ami tuli destina tudi?" If that is the case, at the very least, I deserve to know the cause of my demise, don't you think? Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhou fell silent, while Uncle Yang gestured toward the microscope, sighing, "You should see for yourself." I glanced sideways at Uncle Zhou. He silently lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before nodding at me. With gritted teeth, I endeavored to calm my racing heart. Yet in such circumstances, the effort proved futile. As I approached the microscope, attempting to sit and peer into its depths, I realized that my legs had become so tense that they could scarcely bend. A bitter smile crept across my face as I inwardly chastised myself for such cowardice. Is this really who I am? Ultimately, with no other recourse, I bent at the waist and pressed my eyes against the microscope. Initially, as I made contact, my vision was clouded, obscured by a faint, inky haze. I thought perhaps there was something awry with my eyes and was about to lift my hand to wipe them, but just as I was about to withdraw, that murky veil suddenly vanished. A hazy figure emerged before my sight. Is someone there? My heavens! How is this possible? It is essential to recognize that this is not merely a cinematic experience, but rather an observation under the microscope. How could one possibly discern the presence of a human being? At that moment, I finally comprehended the expressions of Uncle Yang and Uncle Zhou. What on earth was happening? I swallowed hard, my body trembling uncontrollably. This was far more terrifying than witnessing the corpses of Da Peng and Liu Banshan walking, or even the unsettling sight of that female corpse's eyes and mouth moving. This had long surpassed the boundaries of my understanding. Yet despite this, what relevance did it hold for me? Ultimately, I straightened up from the microscope and turned to face the two police officers. It was then that I noticed they had, unbeknownst to me, fixed their gazes upon me, seemingly awaiting my response. I took a deep breath, gazing at them in bewilderment, when suddenly I felt a slight itch on my left index finger and instinctively reached to scratch it. However, Uncle Yang's voice halted me. Do not scratch. That will only accelerate its growth. I inhaled sharply, a bitter smile forming as I lowered my hand. Uncle Zhou's voice trembled slightly, perhaps out of guilt towards me. So, what did you see? I responded with an affirmative hum, feeling puzzled as I inquired. Why has this situation arisen? What connection does it have to my being pricked by it? Uncle Zhou sighed, retrieving a cigarette once more, his uncertainty evident, or perhaps a reluctance to delve deeper into the matter. Uncle Yang raised his hand to indicate the lifeless female body upon the operating table, expressing a sense of helplessness as he remarked, "This is how that child met her end." When Xiao Zhou and his colleagues received the report and went to examine the corpse, they found the circumstances of her death rather perplexing. There were no apparent wounds on her young body. It seemed improbable that such a youth could simply perish. They brought the body back for my examination. Initially, I did not observe anything unusual, so I inquired with Xiao Feng, who had been present during the on-site investigation. Xiao Feng mentioned he had taken photographs but was eager to develop them, and, for reasons unknown, when he presented the developed images, it became evident that the film had been exposed at some point. Thus, a day slipped by. The following morning, Xiao Feng called to inform me that a significant incident had occurred back in his hometown, necessitating his immediate return. As I sought assistance from the Bureau regarding personnel issues, I conducted another thorough examination of the body. Finally, during a meticulous high-resolution CT scan, I discovered a needle-like foreign object in the ovarian region. I was certain that only one was found, leaving me puzzled as to why the instrument had failed to detect the one that later attacked you. Ultimately, due to the presence of that needle, I identified the soul wound on her body and understood why it had eluded detection for so long. The injury was located at her navel. Subsequently, I excised a small tissue sample from her navel for analysis, which revealed an unprecedented substance. This. As Uncle Yang spoke, he activated the projector, and upon the fourth slide, a black and white photograph emerged before our eyes. As I gazed upon the somewhat blurred photograph, I could not suppress an exclamation. What is this? Why does it bear a resemblance to a human face? Uncle Yang offered a wry smile and nodded, recounting that his initial reaction mirrored mine upon observing those images derived from her skin tissue. Lacking expertise in cellular matters, he decided to capture the photograph and send it to an old friend specializing in biology at the medical school. Shortly thereafter, his friend called, inquiring about the source of the photograph. Yang candidly shared the truth, prompting his friend to express that he had never encountered such cells and requested a sample for examination. Driven by the desire to uncover the truth, he reported the matter to the director. With the director's approval, he sent a sample of the tissue from the navel. Just yesterday, his friend informed him of a significant discovery. The peculiar cells found in the skin tissue he had sent had been recorded in the International Cell Repository on 2 occasions, both in Thailand. Subsequently, he reached out to the relevant biological sciences department in Thailand. The response was one of trepidation. After some inquiry, it was revealed that they had indeed encountered such entities before. The first instance occurred 2 decades ago in Bangkok, involving a wealthy individual who had died by hanging. The second occurrence transpired 2 years later, hundreds of kilometers away in Chiang Mai, concerning a newlywed Model W. Subsequently, their discovery of the cells, which they designated Unknown One, nearly incited a wave of panic. However, inexplicably, these cells, which under a microscope bore a resemblance to human faces, abruptly vanished. They retained only a few photographs, which indeed depicted what the Thai researchers had termed Unknown One, or ghost face cells. I was emphatically instructed to extract the needle from the girl's body, as her demise was likely connected to it. Furthermore, I was cautioned against direct contact, as experiments indicated that any organic matter coming into contact with a needle would be susceptible to the attachment of the ghost face cells. Chapter 21. Chi Tai Sui. I had already plunged into despair. If what Uncle Yang said was indeed true, then it meant that I was undoubtedly facing certain death. Turning my head to gaze at the girl on the operating table, I noticed that her abdomen remained unstitched due to the earlier upheaval. A bitter smile crept across my face. Although I could not see my expression, I sensed it must have been more sorrowful than tears. Why was I so unfortunate? Was it truly, as my grandfather once lamented, that fate was riddled with misfortune and calamity? I had always considered myself rather fortunate, having survived 2 near-death experiences, an occurrence that could only be deemed miraculous. Reflecting upon this, I suddenly realized that despite my seemingly endless streak of bad luck, I had the unwavering love of my parents. What would become of them if I were to perish? Taking a deep breath, I clenched my fists tightly. I could not die, not here at least. Every individual harbors, I chuckled self-deprecatingly and turned to walk towards the door when I heard Uncle Zhou calling after me, inquiring where I was headed. I understood their concern stemmed from a fear that I might succumb to despair. However, for someone on the brink of death, even an additional minute of life is a luxury. How could I possibly entertain such thoughts? I yearned to return home, to be by my parents' side. Even if this meant I would lie in a coffin, never to rise again. It was only at this moment that I realized the commonality among the deceased. Their cause of death was suicide. Could I too succumb to such an end? I bitterly smiled, and it became clear why they worried for my well-being. It was this very reason. As I stepped outside, a sudden creak caught my attention. Instinctively, I turned towards the source of the sound, only to find, lying on the gurney in the morgue beside me, a familiar figure. Though taken aback, I felt no fear. It was Depeng. To be precise, it was Depeng's lifeless body, for he had long since passed. I gazed at him. Our relationship had always been rather ordinary, as he hailed from the city while I came from the countryside. Since my enrollment, he had looked down upon me. So upon encountering his corpse, I was merely struck with shock and a feigned sense of sorrow. If he could speak now, I was certain he would burst into laughter. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a soft sigh echoed in my ears. My entire being shuddered suddenly. Who could it be? I swiftly fixed my gaze upon the figure of Depeng in the morgue. Yet upon deeper contemplation, something felt amiss. For the sigh I had just heard seemed to emanate from a feminine voice. As I lingered in uncertainty, a faint and gentle whisper unexpectedly floated through the air of the morgue. Seek out a person named Chi Tai Sui in Shouchen. He can save your life. Do so with utmost haste. Instantly, I shifted my attention towards the staircase, where a crimson silhouette gradually faded from view. Though I could not discern her features, the open red umbrella had already revealed the identity of the one who had just spoken to me. It was she, the woman in the red umbrella, who had rescued me not once, but twice. Without a moment's hesitation, I bolted towards the staircase in pursuit. Yet upon reaching the entrance, I found no trace of her. Inquiring with the elderly gatekeeper outside, I learned that no one resembling her had exited through the main door. She had come and gone like a wisp of smoke, prompting a bitter smile to creep across my face. She had mentioned seeking a certain Chi Tai Sui in Shouchen, claiming he could save my life. I stood at the threshold of the police station, lost in thought over her parting words. The sound of footsteps behind me jolted me back to reality, where I overheard the gatekeeper greeting an approaching figure. It's Section Chief Zhou. What took you so long to leave work? Turning around, I found Uncle Zhou's face etched with exhaustion, as he managed a strained greeting to the gatekeeper before placing a hand on my shoulder and guiding me out. After stepping out, I made my way directly to a quaint little restaurant diagonally across the street. The proprietor, a familiar face to me, greeted us with immense warmth as we entered, for it was mealtime and several tables were occupied with diners. Unfortunately, Uncle Zhou seemed to lack the inclination for idle chatter, prompting the owner to discreetly retreat to the kitchen to attend to his duties. Before long, the dishes and drinks were served. I seldom indulge in alcohol, only occasionally sharing a drink with my father when I return home. Thus, when Uncle Zhou poured a glass of liquor for me, I promptly declined. He shook his head in resignation, then consumed the full glass before him in one swift motion. With a pained expression, he slapped the table and exclaimed, "Uncle understands. It is I who have brought you to this plight." I sensed a misunderstanding and, without hesitation, lifted my glass to drink it all in one go. Upon finishing, a burning sensation surged in my chest, revealing that the quality of this liquor was significantly inferior to what I was accustomed to at home. Uncle Zhou, momentarily taken aback, took the glass from my hand, refilled it, and poured himself another serving as well. With a sigh, he remarked, "Shouchen, you know I was unaware of the situation. Had I known earlier, I would never have allowed you to leap into this inferno." I offered a faint smile and asked, "Uncle, could you do me a favor?" Without hesitation, Uncle Zhou nodded vigorously, saying, "Name it. I shall assist you in any way I can, whether it be one request or 100. Although I am acutely aware that his words stem from a sense of indebtedness towards me, they still evoke a profound sense of emotion within me. After all, he had no obligation to involve me in such troublesome matters, and I am well aware that the primary fault in the events that transpired in the basement lies with me. The forensic expert, Yang, had previously cautioned me, and I can only blame myself for my disobedience." Noticing his nod, I continued, "I know someone who can save me, but I only know he resides in Shouchen, and his name might be Chi Tai Sui, or perhaps it is another variation." "What?" Uncle Zhou exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he grabbed my arm. "Is what you're saying true?" But the forensic expert had mentioned that anyone who came into contact with that needle ultimately lost their sanity and committed suicide, in an effort to lighten the mood. I offered a gentle smile and replied, "It is indeed true, Uncle. While we are still uncertain about the individuals who have been affected by that needle, the ghostly face cells that Yang mentioned have been reported in Thailand as well, only to vanish mysteriously thereafter. Thus, I deduced that they are likely not viral cells or anything of that sort. What could it possibly be?" Uncle Zhou instinctively lifted his glass, only to set it down once more. Taking a deep breath, I whispered a single word, "Ghost." Chapter 22. Uncle Yang has passed away. Ghost? Uncle Zhou furrowed his brow, uncertain whether it was due to his profession or his skepticism towards my words. After a lengthy pause, he took a small sip of his drink and quietly inquired how I knew. I hastily diverted the conversation, urging him to refrain from questioning me further and to first assist in locating the individual from Shouchen who had saved my life. Strangely, when Uncle Zhou posed his question, I would have readily divulged information on any other matter, yet for reasons unknown, I found myself reluctant to speak about her, even to my own parents. This reluctance stemmed from a subconscious feeling, the origins of which eluded even my own understanding. Uncle Zhou assured me, thumping his chest, that if such a person indeed existed, he would surely be able to find them. After all, few dare to use the name Tai Sui, as no one would risk disturbing the ground beneath that title. In the brief interlude of conversation, the proprietor personally served us 2 bowls of rice. Perhaps hearing that I still had hope brought Uncle Zhou joy, prompting him to order takeout for Uncle Yang as well. After satisfying our hunger, I followed Uncle Zhou back to the police station. The light in the criminal investigation team's duty office was illuminated. Uncle Zhou led me through the door, where a pair of young officers were enjoying their meal, laughing and chatting. Upon seeing Uncle Zhou and me, they sprang to their feet and greeted him with a shout of "Chief." Uncle Zhou slightly nodded, handing the 2 takeout orders to a young police officer in his 20s to deliver to Uncle Yang. The young officer's expression immediately darkened, hesitating as he glanced at a petite and charming female officer nearby, who, however, did not dare to respond to his predicament. Uncle Zhou shot him a stern look and stated gravely, "What? Do you have any objections? If not, then let Xiao Yang do it." The female officer shot him a glare, causing the young officer to swiftly vanish from the office. Of course, this was merely a minor episode. After the officer departed with the takeout, Uncle Zhou gestured for the beautiful officer, known as Xiao Yang, to take a seat, then requested her assistance in searching for a person named Qi Tai Sui from Shouchen in the system. After a flurry of clicks on the keyboard, her eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, "Found it!" Uncle Zhou and I hurried to stand behind her, and indeed, a photograph appeared on the computer screen, accompanied by relevant information. Remarkably efficient. Suddenly, another thought crossed my mind as I observed the female officer. If she were willing to assist me, it would simplify matters considerably. Redirecting my focus to the screen, Uncle Zhou inquired, "Is this the person?" At that moment, I found myself at a loss for an answer, for I could not connect the individual in the photograph with the one who could potentially save me. After a moment of hesitation, I asked Xiao Yang, "Are there any other individuals?" She turned to look at me, her large eyes blinking, and shook her head, replying from Shouchen, "This is the only person registered by the name Qi Tai Sui." I nodded slightly, offering her a smile and expressing my gratitude. Uncle Zhou instructed Xiao Yang to transcribe the information regarding Qi Tai Sui on a paper. Just then, a cacophony of wails drifted in from outside. What was happening? The three of us instinctively turned our gazes towards the window and caught sight of a figure darting towards the entrance. Moments later, the office door was flung open with a resounding bang, revealing the pale-faced police officer who had previously delivered takeout to Forensic Officer Yang. Breathless, he staggered in, clutching the desk as he cried out, "Forensic Officer Yang is dead." What? How could this be possible? A shiver coursed through me as I exchanged a disbelieving glance with Uncle Zhou. The expression on Uncle Zhou's face darkened instantly. He seized the young officer by the collar, his eyes widening in fury as he shouted, "What did you say? Repeat that." The young officer, clearly terrified, trembled as he repeated his words. Xiao Yang and I stepped forward to restrain Uncle Zhou, urging him to regain his composure. Though I was unaware of the nature of Uncle Zhou's relationship with Officer Yang, I could feel the tremors coursing through his body as we held him back. I gritted my teeth and said to Uncle Zhou, "You must remain calm. Our priority now is to ascertain the situation." Xiao Yang, equally pale, chimed in to support my plea. A seasoned detective with over a decade of experience, Uncle Zhou transformed in an instant, regaining his composure. He inquired about the current manpower at the precinct, to which Xiao Yang replied that aside from the four of us, only the old gatekeeper remained. Uncle Zhou's face darkened. "Where is everyone?" Xiao Yang, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, "Have you forgotten? There is an operation tonight in the western suburbs. Aside from me and Li Feng, everyone else has been dispatched." Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhou cursed under his breath, snatched up his hat from the desk, and shot a fierce glance at Li Feng, who was trembling in fear before growling, "Let's go." Li Feng certainly would not return, but to my surprise, Xiao Yang actually came along with us, her expression resolute. In truth, trailing behind Uncle Zhou, my heart was in turmoil. How could this be? It had only been a short while, and yet someone had perished? As we descended the stairs of the office building, an unsettling chill enveloped me. In the past, I would have remained unafraid, but now, for reasons unknown, the realization that I still had a chance at survival suddenly ignited a fear of death within me. Reaching the corridor of the basement, I was unsure if it was due to a power failure, but the flickering lights bore an eerie resemblance to a scene from a horror film, where a ghost was about to emerge. Xiao Yang continued to follow closely behind us. As I walked alongside Uncle Zhou, I turned to glance at her, only to find her gazing back apprehensively, a hint of terror in her eyes. Quietly, I inquired about her distress. She turned to me, her voice barely above a whisper, saying, "It feels like someone is following us." Hearing this, Uncle Zhou also paused, casting a glance at the flickering light above before scrutinizing the two of us. It seemed that there was nothing to be discovered. In silence, we continued our advance. I deliberately slowed my pace, allowing Xiao Liang to walk in the center. At that moment, we were nearing the mortuary, approaching the specialized laboratory. Suddenly, I heard what seemed to be footsteps behind us, and they were not in sync with our own. I abruptly turned my head and caught a fleeting glimpse of a dark shadow darting away. Was there truly someone there? When I turned back again, I realized that Uncle Zhou and Xiao Yang had somehow already entered the specialized laboratory. I took 2 steps, transforming them into one, and made my way toward the laboratory door. Just as I reached the entrance, I heard Uncle Zhou's call and Xiao Yang's exclamation. Chapter 23. 2 shadows. The instant the sound reached my ears, I beheld Uncle Zhou donning rubber gloves, cradling a severed head, still dripping with crimson. Yin-Yang, aghast, recoiled, her hand clamped over her mouth. Near their position lay a headless corpse, its attire unmistakably that of Uncle Yang. My mind reeled, and I dashed inside. A pungent, overwhelming stench of blood stirred my stomach. Upon reaching Yin-Yang, I tapped her shoulder, signaling her to make way. She started violently at my touch, but recognizing me, her countenance gradually softened, and she yielded space. I had no intention of startling her. The ground was awash with blood, and I merely sought to preserve the integrity of the scene. Almost pressed against Yin-Yang's back, I approached Uncle Zhou. I could now discern that the head he held, battered beyond recognition by a blunt instrument, was a bloody, unrecognizable mess. Uncle Zhou, his gaze fixed on the severed head, solemnly instructed Yin-Yang to procure a large resealable bag. He then gingerly placed the head beside the body, kneeling beside Uncle Yang's corpse. He meticulously scrutinized every detail with a flashlight. Though not a graduate of the police academy, I harbored a keen interest in criminal investigation. I knelt beside him, offering assistance. Even if unable to provide substantial aid, I could at least perform a rudimentary examination of the body. Yin-Yang, having handed me a pair of rubber gloves, extracted her camera and began snapping photographs. With meticulous care, Zhou examined the severance at the corpse's decapitation point. The break was uneven, suggesting a forceful tearing by immense power. Tools capable of such force are rare, and none were present at the scene, leaving 2 possibilities. Either the weapon was removed, or the wound resulted from another cause. Assisted by me, Zhou gingerly removed the corpse's garments. We observed no other apparent injuries, though the wounds were saturated with blood. As I moved to cleanse my hands, anticipating further examination, Zhou halted me. Perplexed, I looked up to find his countenance gravely altered. I inquired as to the matter. Zhou, his face clouded with concern, uttered words that defied belief. The man's head had been twisted off by his own hands. How could that be? I thought, a knot forming in my stomach. Behind me, Xiao Yang exclaimed, Zhou, that's impossible. How could a person sever their own head? Zhou's expression darkened further, perhaps mindful of the others present, and he became taciturn. Xiao Yang, ignored, dared not press the matter. I, however, continued to ruminate on Zhou's words. According to convention, it is an impossibility for a person to tear off their own head. Firstly, humans lack such strength, and secondly, even with such strength, one would asphyxiate long before the act was completed. However, should Uncle Zhou's conjecture prove accurate, it would suggest that the circumstances surrounding Uncle Yang's demise defy conventional reasoning. Upon closer inspection of the corpse's fingers, I discerned that the nails were fractured, with what appeared to be dermal tissue interspersed within the nail fissures. This prompted a recollection of the flickering lights in the basement corridor and a sense of being followed by a shadowy figure. Could this be the perpetrator? I abruptly rose and inquired about Xiao Yang's earlier apprehension of someone behind us. She vaguely shook her head, uncertain if it was merely a figment of her imagination. I countered, suggesting it was plausible, recounting my experience of witnessing the shadowy figure after we switched positions. Uncle Zhou, upon hearing this, also stood and, after a moment of contemplation, cautiously approached a computer in the corner. Intrigued, I followed suit. Xiao Yang, ceasing her photography, stowed away her camera and joined us. Xiao Yang sat before the computer, her hands trembling on the keyboard, betraying her inner turmoil. She sought guidance from Uncle Zhou, who instructed her to establish a connection with the security room's central control system. She hesitated for a moment, shaking her head and stating that she lacked the authority to connect to the main control. Uncle Zhou provided her with his account credentials. Liang's actions were markedly more adept. She swiftly entered a series of commands into the system, and a lengthy progress bar appeared. After a moment of contemplation, she input a string of IP addresses into the progress bar, and upon pressing the confirmation key, a login screen appeared. She promptly entered the account and password given by Uncle Zhou, and the computer screen transitioned into a multi-view display. After searching through the options, Liang clicked on one of the feeds, which fortuitously captured the door behind us. Liang quickly vacated her seat, allowing Uncle Zhou to take over. He rewound the video until it showed me pausing at the door before leaving. Shortly after my departure, he too exited. And between his exit and Li Feng's delivery of takeout, no one else appeared. Uncle Yang occasionally appeared on the monitor, but after reviewing the entire footage, no other figures were detected. Uncle Zhou furrowed his brow and selected another video, which appeared to be from the corridor outside the door. A sense of unease gripped me. This could be problematic. As anticipated, Uncle Zhou once again rewound the footage to the moment I exited. From a distance, I paused at the door, but I felt a wave of relief wash over me, as the angle of the camera seemingly prevented her from being captured on tape. Subsequently, Uncle Zhou exited, and no anomalies were noted until Li Feng's arrival, indicating that Uncle Yang was still alive during that interval. Based on the timeline in conjunction with the previous video, as we beheld Li Feng's appearance in the corridor, both Xiao Liang and I simultaneously gasped in astonishment. What is that? Under the watchful gaze of the corridor surveillance, Li Feng was seen carrying 2 takeout orders, sauntering slowly along the hallway, while, astonishingly, 2 shadows trailed behind him. One of the shadows was notably longer than the other. I remained relatively composed, having mentally prepared myself for such occurrences, but Xiao Liang was different. Her complexion turned pale as she looked at me and Uncle Zhou, inquiring how Li Feng could possibly have 2 shadows. The presence of 2 shadows could typically be attributed to lighting conditions, yet the corridor's illumination appeared to be functioning normally at that moment. This left only one other possibility. Something must have latched onto his being. Could it be that Uncle Yang was murdered by Li Feng? Yet that seemed implausible. According to the first video, Li Feng had merely pushed open the door and vanished from the surveillance for less than 3 seconds before emerging again. It was inconceivable that he could have committed such an act. Chapter 24. Major criminal case yet. Often, the outcomes of certain events are astonishingly unexpected. Just as we are unable to ascertain whether the demise of Uncle Yang was a result of suicide or homicide. Subsequently, perhaps due to the completion of operations in the western suburbs, a multitude of police officers began to arrive at the precinct approximately half an hour later, including both the chief and deputy chief of the bureau. It is only reasonable, considering the individual met their end within the precinct. And the brutality of the death was indeed horrific, compounded by the fact that the deceased was a veteran officer of the bureau. One could surmise that the news had likely reached the provincial department by now. As I was not well acquainted with them and not a formal member of the force, I was swiftly categorized as a suspect. Even the testimonies of Uncle Zhou and Xiao Liang could not sway their suspicions. After being escorted to the interrogation room by several unfamiliar officers to provide my statement, I was confined for the night. The following morning, Uncle Zhou, appearing weary with dark circles under his eyes, came to collect me and conveyed unsettling news. Li Feng had gone missing. After some inquiries, I managed to grasp the general situation. It turned out that my suspicions were lifted only after Li Feng's disappearance was discovered. According to the security guard, Li Feng had departed precisely during the time frame we left the office to head to the crime scene. Subsequently, we received a direct order from the provincial department, mandating that the bureau must solve the case within 10 days. Indeed, cases of such heinous nature and brutal methods are rare since the founding of the nation, especially considering the victim was an officer within the system. Upon receiving the call, the bureau placed immense importance on the matter, summoning both those on leave and those suspended to return, working overtime under the unified direction of Director Chu. Patrol officers, police officers, and traffic police were all deployed to search for Li Feng. However, even when he eventually retrieved me, there remained no news of this individual. As Li Feng is a local with considerable family connections, the web of relationships surrounding him is exceedingly intricate. Our personnel had already visited his home, but he had not returned since the incident, leading us to suspect that he might still be within the city. Li Feng, for some inexplicable reason, I have an unsettling feeling that he may not be the culprit. I am unaware of any personal grievances between him and Uncle Yang. Yet the shadow that appeared behind Li Feng in the video seems to suggest that the true perpetrator lies elsewhere. Could it possibly be the individual who had been trailing us all along? As we spoke and walked, we arrived at a bustling wonton stall not far from the police station, where we each indulged in 3 bowls of wontons. While we were eating, Uncle Zhou quietly confided in me that he believed Li Feng was unlikely to be the murderer, as he lacked both the motive and the capability to twist off his own head. I wholeheartedly agreed and inquired about the current status of the autopsy investigations at the Bureau. Uncle Zhou sighed, stating that he was unable to intervene, as several renowned forensic experts had been urgently summoned from the provincial department in the latter part of the night. As of now, he had not received any updates. I nodded and inquired about the surveillance situation when the 3 of us arrived at the crime scene. Uncle Zhou remarked that the oddity lay in the fact that after the authorities reviewed my statement, they proceeded to examine the surveillance footage. Strangely enough, it revealed that apart from the 3 of us, no one else was trailing behind. We later speculated that it was quite possible that you and Xiao Liang were misled by your heightened anxiety due to the circumstances in Thailand. I furrowed my brow in contemplation and shook my head, asserting that it was unlikely. If it were just Xiao Liang experiencing a delusion, it could be somewhat understandable, considering she is a girl and fear is a natural response. As a forensic student, I have confidence in my judgment. However, if the surveillance did not capture that individual, there exists another possibility. Uncle Zhou, having finished his bowl of wontons, reached into his pocket for a cigarette only to find it empty, letting out a sigh of disappointment. Upon hearing my words, he perked up and asked for clarification. I noticed the wonton vendor had cigarettes, so I shamelessly asked for one and, with a serious expression, handed it to him while stating that it was very likely that the individual never entered the surveillance's field of view. Therefore, I deduced that he was quite familiar with the monitoring systems of the police station. What? Uncle Zhou, who was about to light his cigarette, trembled slightly upon hearing this. His already haggard face took on a shadow of unease as he instinctively glanced at the vendor preparing wontons for passing students. He shifted his chair closer to mine and whispered, "Are you suggesting that it was someone from within our system who did this?" I neither nodded nor shook my head, for these were merely my conjectures. Uncle Zhou, it seemed, grasped my unspoken thoughts and nodded slightly, yet he sighed and shook his head in resignation. I sensed a hint of unease within him and inquired about his troubles. With another sigh, he revealed that he had been suspended. My eyes widened in astonishment as I stared at him, taking a moment to process his words before hastily asking why. He shrugged his shoulders and, with a sense of helplessness, explained that due to his relationship with forensic expert Yang, the higher authorities had advised them to avoid any appearance of conflict. It was only then that he disclosed their familial connection, which had enabled him to facilitate my internship at the Bureau. Subsequently, I sought clarity regarding my own situation. To my relief, he provided a definitive response, stating that my suspicions had been cleared. However, I was advised to remain within a reasonable distance, as my previous interactions with the deceased might necessitate my assistance in the future. At this juncture, Uncle Zhou appeared to recall something important. He retrieved a rather rudimentary Nokia phone from his pocket and handed it to me, stating that it was a directive from above, requiring me to keep it on my person at all times and to ensure my availability within a 24-hour time frame. Though I felt a twinge of discomfort, I acknowledged the practicality of the situation, considering my own phone had been lost and that I would undoubtedly need a device during my time in Shouchen. Thus, I accepted it with a nod. After parting ways with Uncle Zhou, I fortuitously encountered Xiao Yang, who had just finished her shift and was on her way home to rest. Upon noticing me walking alone, she hurried over and handed me a note. It was only then that I realized it contained the detailed address of Chi Tai Sui. If I had forgotten it, even a trip to Shouchen would have proven futile in locating her. After expressing my gratitude, I inquired about the case involving my former school. She sighed and shook her head, revealing that there had been no news about the girl. Currently, All police forces in the city had been dispatched to search for Li Feng. It was hard to believe that a colleague with whom I had shared meals just yesterday had now become a wanted suspect. I refrained from saying too much, opting instead to reassure her that until the matter was clarified, one should refrain from hastily drawing conclusions. It is akin to a person truly committing a crime. Until formally tried, they can only be referred to as a suspect. She nodded thoughtfully, then softly asked whether the additional shadow of Li Feng captured on the surveillance footage was genuinely a result of lighting issues, as suggested in the investigation. My heart sank at the question. It was indeed challenging to respond. Those who understand know that for a double shadow to form under lighting conditions, the requirements are exceedingly stringent. Two perfectly positioned lights with different colors are essential. None of these conditions could possibly be met by the corridor lights in the basement. Chapter 25. Journey to Mount Bagong. In the course of my later engagement in this profession, I discovered that many inexplicable phenomena in numerous cases were often obscured by exceedingly vague explanations. After all, the party state needed to provide itself with a semblance of dignity. Before parting ways with Xiaoyang, I implored her to assist me in uncovering information regarding the old man Zhang. She did not decline, but merely stated that it was not the right time, and I must wait until this phase had passed. I understood her predicament, calculating that there remained a month. According to the information imparted by Uncle Wan, significant pressure was exerted on Uncle Yang's case, necessitating its resolution within 10 days. I believed that even if I had to wait until after those 10 days, I would still have an additional 20 days to uncover the whereabouts of the flat-chested girl's body, thereby unveiling more secrets regarding the spectral messenger. Due to my dwindling finances, I made my way to a nearby bus stop not far from the police station, boarding the number 22 bus to the station. After purchasing my ticket, I waited for half an hour before finally boarding the bus to Shouchen. Shouchen, formerly known as Shouchen, was once the capital of the Chu state. Although I'm a local resident, I had never ventured there due to my academic pursuits, let alone having acquaintances in that area. Fortunately, the information provided by the police station was based on household registration, thus likely accurate. The condition of the road to Shouchen was poor, and after a bumpy hour, I finally caught sight of the ancient city tower of Shouchen. Despite enduring countless wars, it stood resiliently like a giant, unwavering through the sands of time. The city of Shouchen did not quite align with my imaginings. The ancient towers and bustling markets I had envisioned had long since vanished, replaced by a modern urban landscape. Upon disembarking, I was immediately surrounded by the incessant chatter in a local dialect, and it became evident with my first utterance that I was not a native. The residence of Chi Tai Sui was not located within the county town, but in the village of Xiaoyao Sanlapuzi in Bagongshan Township. After disembarking, I inquired multiple times and learned from a small shopkeeper at the bus station that the last bus to Bagongshan had already departed. Furthermore, due to the sparse population in that area, there was only one bus per day. Thus, I would need to take a taxi to reach my destination. Glancing at the meager sum of over 200 yuan remaining in my pocket, I hesitated, but ultimately resolved to hire a taxi, for in comparison to life, money held little significance. There were no taxis at the station, and I would have to wait by the roadside after exiting. However, as fate would have it, just as I was about to leave the small shop, a modified 5-ton truck passed by and halted in front of a nearby restaurant. Catching my eye, Bagongshan Tofu? It dawned on me why this place seemed so familiar. The name was indeed from there. With this realization, I turned back to the shop, purchased a pack of Yushi cigarettes, and hastened toward the truck. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s with sun-kissed skin, was struggling to unload a hefty load of tofu from the vehicle. I rushed over to assist him, and he thanked me with a smile, revealing yellowed teeth as he spoke in the local dialect. I quickly waved my hand in modesty and inquired whether he was from Bagongshan Township. He was momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing the prominent characters emblazoned on the carriage, he smiled and nodded, affirming that indeed, his residence was at Bagong Mountain. Upon hearing this, a wave of relief washed over me, confirming that I had found the right person. I then expressed my desire to hitch a ride with him to Bagong Mountain. He regarded me with a hint of caution, which I could certainly understand, as we were not acquainted, and I was a stranger to the area. Moreover, given the recent incidents of taxi robberies in Shou County, it was only prudent to be wary. Perhaps sensing my scholarly demeanor, he nodded in agreement, much to my delight. I offered him a pack of Yushi cigarettes, addressing him as uncle with each word, and he graciously accepted my gift, albeit with a gentle reminder for me to wait a moment while he completed his delivery of tofu. With my assistance, he managed to finish his deliveries before 10 o'clock. On the return journey, he appeared quite cheerful, unwrapping the cigarettes I had given him while inquiring about my purpose for visiting Bagong Mountain. I saw no reason to fabricate a story and simply replied that I was there to find someone. He probed further, asking for the person's name and residence. I mentioned that the individual seemed to reside at Xiaoyao Sanlipu and was called Chi Tai Sui. Upon hearing the name of Xiaoyao Sanlipu, his expression softened, and he excitedly revealed that his hometown was nearby. He elaborated that his family had only moved to the main street to open a storefront after their circumstances improved. After mulling over the name Chi Tai Sui for a moment, he shook his head, indicating that no one by that name resided in his village. He questioned whether I might have made an error. A pang of concern struck me. Could it be that Chi Tai Sui had moved away or perhaps passed on? That seemed implausible. Even if I were to relocate, the uncle should surely recognize this individual, yet he claims no such person exists. Noticing my silence, he inquires if I am facing any difficulties. I shake my head, stating it is merely a matter of assisting a friend in locating this person. Seeing my reluctance to elaborate, he refrains from probing further and offers me a cigarette. As I reach out to accept it, a sharp sting pierces my index finger. Grimacing slightly, I take the cigarette, using his lighter to ignite it, inhaling deeply, only to be met with a harsh sensation that brings tears to my eyes. I wipe my face, the foul odor clinging to my fingers causing me to wince, leaving the uncle beside me rather perplexed. Observing the dark stain that has now spread to engulf my entire fingertip, I hold my hand about 10 centimeters from my nose and take a deep breath. The pungent scent is unmistakable. Strangely, this odor seems to differ slightly from its initial form, reminiscent of something I have encountered before, though the memory eludes me. The vehicle soon arrives at the rural dirt road leading to Bagong Mountain. The truck suspension is notoriously poor, and the uneven surface leaves me feeling dizzy. Fortunately, the uncle is accustomed to it and faces no such challenges. However, upon noticing my pallor, he assumes I'm suffering from motion sickness and opens the window. The heat of July and August is already oppressive, and as the window opens, the cool air within the truck escapes, replaced by a wave of scorching warmth. Despite the discomfort, the circulation of air alleviates much of the adverse reaction caused by the pain in my finger. As I approached Bagong Mountain, it was nearing midday, and the narrow street was sparsely populated. An elderly gentleman insisted on having me dine at his home, but I politely declined. Following his directions, I made my way alone to a village path in Xiaoyao, Sanlipu. Although referred to as a village path, it was merely a narrow, dirt road, about 2 meters wide, flanked by farmlands. In the distance, wisps of smoke curled up from the rooftops of modest houses. Soon I spotted a tall chimney, likely belonging to a brick factory, which illuminated the reason behind the village's peculiar name. Around noon, I finally arrived at the village entrance, where I observed several children playfully urinating into an old well. I initially intended to intervene, but hesitated, as they had already proceeded with their antics. There was little I could do. The act was already committed, and considering they lived in the village, my unsolicited admonition might provoke the adults, leading to unjust reprimands. After all, they were merely children. Chapter 26. Into the well to rescue without my intervention, it was evident that someone had already observed the situation. From a nearby small shop, a young woman emerged, angrily wielding a broom as she rushed towards the scene. Unfortunately, the children, not lacking in cunning, had already scattered at the sound of her shouts, akin to how criminals disperse at the sound of police sirens. Her approach had been heralded in advance. This was merely a minor episode. The woman was likely the shopkeeper, and upon realizing she could not catch the children, she huffed and stomped her feet in frustration. Turning her gaze, she noticed me stifling a laugh, and perhaps sensing my unfamiliarity with the village, she glared at me and unleashed a barrage of accusations. She interrogated my intentions, suspecting I was a dubious character surveying the area. Amused yet exasperated, I quickly pleaded for mercy exclaiming, "Madam, I am merely a student, here in search of someone." Upon hearing my quest, she seemed to reconsider, perhaps wary of offending any relatives in the village, and her tone softened as she invited me to sit in her shop for a while. The establishment was rather untidy, with chicken droppings scattered across the floor. Yet, feeling obliged by her hospitality, I entered and casually purchased a bottle of mineral water for $1. The proprietress, beaming with delight, kindly fetched a chair for me to rest for a while. As I accepted the chair and was about to sit down, I glanced up and noticed a bald man lurking in the dim corner of the back room, his expression dark and menacing. A chill ran down my spine, rendering me unable to sit. I hastily claimed the heat inside the shop was unbearable and suggested I would sit outside instead. She hesitated momentarily, but upon noticing the chicken droppings scattered across the ground, perhaps sensing my disdain, she paid it no mind and brought out a small stool, taking a seat opposite me. Due to the sweltering weather and having walked over 10 miles, I gulped down the icy water, sweat cascading down my brow. Meanwhile, the children who had been urinating by the well returned once more, giggling as they tossed items into the water. The proprietress shook her head in resignation, seemingly accustomed to the antics, too weary to even stand up. After I finished my drink, she inquired whom I was seeking in the village. I replied, "I am looking for Chi Tai Sui." Chi Tai Sui. She furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before shaking her head, stating that no one by that name resided in the village. A wave of dismay washed over me. It seemed the uncle who sold tofu had not deceived me. Yet, it was hard to believe that there could be such coincidence. The information extracted from the police system should have been accurate. Regrettably, I had not secured a photograph of him. Otherwise, I could have shown it to her for identification. I then described the appearance from my memory of the photograph once more. The proprietress pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook her head, asserting with certainty that there were not many people in their village, and she was acquainted with each one of them. Therefore, if she had not seen or heard of someone, it could only mean that they had either passed away long ago or simply did not exist. According to the identification information provided by Xiao, Chi Tai Sui should be around 35 years of age, which certainly does not suggest an early demise. Thus, the only possibility remains that the information is erroneous. What the proprietress did not realize was that her certainty had inadvertently condemned me. I clenched the mineral water bottle in my hand, sighed, and consoled myself with the thought that perhaps she knew more than she was willing to reveal. This was not a matter of suspicion. Rather, in this unpredictable society, one must remain vigilant. Since I had come this far, I could not simply abandon my search based on her assertion that no such person existed. With this thought, I stood, returned the chair to the proprietress, and expressed my gratitude. Just as I turned to descend the steps, an utterly horrifying scene unfolded before me. The bald man, who should have been in the back room, had inexplicably appeared behind the children playing near the old well and, with a malevolent expression, reached out to push one of the children into the water. He had gone mad. This was my immediate thought, quickly followed by the sight of the remaining 4 or 5 children crying out and scattering in all directions. I hurried toward the old well, taking 2 steps at a time, while the proprietress rushed over, alarmed, inquiring what was happening. I instinctively turned my head for a fleeting glance, but by the time I turned back, there was no trace of that bald man. Assuming he was the husband of the proprietress, I dismissed the woman behind me and hastened to the edge of the well. Peering down, I was confronted with the familiar sight of an old well, its depths cloaked in darkness, and faintly, I could hear the wails of a child from below. At that moment, the proprietress rushed over, her face awash with horror, inquiring about the commotion. I shouted at her, demanding to know why she was asking, as if it wasn't her family's doing. "Hurry and call for help, and bring a long rope." My sudden outburst startled her to the brink of collapsing, but she quickly regained her composure and shouted while sprinting back to her home. I leaned precariously over the well, the cries below growing fainter, and without a second thought, I gritted my teeth and began to descend. The upper section was manageable, bathed in sunlight and devoid of moss, but the further I went down, the slicker the walls became. In a moment of misstep, I lost my footing and let out a horrified scream as I plummeted into the abyss. The instant I hit the water, my mind went blank, but the sharp pain in my lower back jolted me back to reality. A wave of dread washed over me. Had I landed on the child? Pain was the least of my concerns as I swiftly turned and plunged into the water, where visibility was non-existent and the icy temperature was unbearable. Yet, all I could think of was saving that child's life, oblivious to everything else. I flailed in the water, and it felt as though I had grasped something, but it was slippery and unyielding. With a surge of desperation, I yanked upwards, but to my horror, it seemed as though I had inadvertently severed the connection. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped my heart. Could it be true? Had I truly pulled a child's hand off? As these thoughts surfaced, I found myself submerged in water, unable to free both hands. I hastily tucked that hand into my collar, feeling an unpleasant stickiness against my chest. Yet, the urgency of the situation left little room for concern. As I leaned against the well's edge, I suddenly heard faint sounds of struggling nearby. Who could it be? I gasped for breath and shouted, but received no reply. After a moment's hesitation, I extended my foot in that direction, and to my surprise, I made contact with something. Was it a person? That child? With a surge of effort, I pulled whatever was closer to me. As my hand reached out, I confirmed it was indeed the child. Without a moment to check if he was still breathing, I exerted all my strength to lift his head upwards. Just as I pondered why the woman had yet to summon help, I heard a chorus of voices calling from above the well. I quickly shouted back, urging them to lower a rope. Before long, I felt a rope fall upon me. With great exertion, I secured the rope under the child's armpits. Suddenly, I discovered that both of his hands were still intact. There was no time for hesitation. I would deal with that later. I shouted for those above to pull us up. Moments later, I heard a woman's cries, likely the child's family, and shortly after, the rope was lowered again. I tied it around my waist, and, using the well's wall for support, thus I was smoothly pulled out of the well by the crowd, enveloped in a large blanket. When I looked up, I saw the proprietress of the small shop. Chapter 27. The floating corpse beneath the bowl upon catching sight of her. I began scanning the surroundings for the bald man who had pushed the child, yet despite my efforts, he remained elusive. The area was already teeming with onlookers, predominantly curious souls eager to witness the spectacle, speculating about the foolhardy individual who had leapt into the well to rescue someone, frequently gesturing and whispering amongst themselves about me. At that moment, a gentleman donning a straw hat emerged from the crowd, shooing away the gathering throng. He then knelt beside me, supporting my back with his hand, inquiring about my well-being. I trembled uncontrollably from the cold and glanced at him. He introduced himself as the village head of Xiaoyao, Sanlipu. I shook my head to indicate that I was fine, though I could not suppress my shivers as I inquired about the child's condition. He informed me that the child had already been taken to the hospital by family members. A wave of relief washed over me. It was my first experience rescuing someone, a feeling beyond description. If the child emerged unscathed, I deemed it worthwhile, even if others labeled me a fool. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, I felt the warmth gradually returning to my body, enabling me to rise from the ground. The village head promptly beckoned the shopkeeper's wife, urging her to take me to her home to change into dry clothes. The shopkeeper's wife hesitated for a moment, but the village head seemed to have an epiphany, gesturing for her to lead me to her house, assuring her that he would fetch suitable clothing from my home. With that, he hurried off towards the village. Once the crowd had dispersed, only the shopkeeper's wife and I remained. Without a second thought, she rushed to my side, linking her arm with mine as we made our way to her abode. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, I felt a rush of warmth flood my face. A wave of embarrassment washing over me as I realized my cheeks had turned crimson. With her support, I navigated past the cluttered little shop, which was littered with chicken droppings, and into the dimly lit back room, where the temperature was at least 10 degrees cooler than outside, akin to stepping into an air-conditioned space. Even before entering, I had envisioned the room as a chaotic mess. However, upon crossing the threshold, I was taken aback. The modest 20 square meter space, though simply furnished, was surprisingly immaculate, so pristine that I almost doubted whether I had entered the correct room. The proprietress, without a hint of hesitation, assisted me onto a large bed and then went to fetch me a glass of water. Seizing the opportunity to survey my surroundings, my gaze fell upon a picture frame on the writing desk by the window. To my astonishment, the image within was that of the bald man who had earlier pushed the child into the well. He must be her husband. Initially, I had feared I might be mistaken, but this revelation left no room for doubt. Thus, when she returned with the water, I casually inquired, "Where's the boss?" She paused momentarily, her eyes shifting toward the picture frame, and with a sigh, she fell silent. A cold smirk crept upon my lips as I realized she was aware of her husband's misdeeds. After a moment's hesitation, I decided it would be prudent to wait for the village chief before discussing further, to avoid any potential disputes later on. She handed me a cup of hot water, and I did not decline. Holding it in my hands, I refrained from drinking. She furrowed her brow, perhaps sensing my reluctance, and softly assured me that the water was clean and unrelated to the chicken droppings outside. I was taken aback by her forthrightness, feeling a bit embarrassed, and reluctantly took a sip. To my surprise, the moment the warm liquid touched my lips, a comforting warmth enveloped me. I soon disregarded my hesitation and gulped it down greedily. Afterward, I passed the cup back to her, and she silently settled beside me. We exchanged no words. As I pulled the blanket off my body, a sound echoed as a piece of wood, grotesquely resembling decayed flesh, fell to the ground. A foul stench erupted from my person, overwhelming my senses. I hastily leaped off the bed, realizing too late that my struggles in the water had likely torn my clothes apart. The proprietress, having never encountered such a scene, pinched her nose and inquired about the source of the horrid odor emanating from me. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I crouched down to examine what I had previously mistaken for a child's arm. My heart raced as I realized with horror that it was indeed a human arm. Could there be a body in the well? The proprietress, having noticed the object on the ground, curiously covered her nose and squatted beside me, asking what it was. I exclaimed in alarm, startling her into a shriek. Just then, the village chief rushed in, clutching some clothing. Upon noticing my disheveled state and the foul odor permeating the room, he appeared quite perplexed. I hastily explained to him the discovery of a corpse in the old well. His eyes widened in disbelief, but as he caught sight of the decaying matter on the ground, his expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "No wonder it stinks." However, he pondered aloud, remarking that it seemed no one in the village had gone missing. How could someone be so despondent as to leap into a well used by the villagers? I sensed the gravity of the situation and insisted that he contact the authorities. Upon mentioning the police, the village chief exhibited a degree of caution, suggesting that someone should first descend to investigate. I found this amusingly absurd and retorted, "I've already gotten my hands dirty. How could it be a hoax?" Ultimately, the village chief acquiesced to my proposal. The innkeeper mentioned that there was a phone outside, prompting the chief to make the call. Suddenly, I remembered my own mobile device and quickly checked my pocket. It was still there. I presumed it had been rendered useless, yet to my surprise, it was unharmed. It wasn't until later that I learned the mobile phone provided by the bureau was waterproof and equipped with a tracking feature. Thus, I volunteered to make the call myself and promptly dialed Uncle Joe's number. Upon receiving my call, Uncle Joe first inquired if I had located the person. I expressed my difficulty in articulating the situation, thus recounting the grim tale of the corpse found in the well at Xiaoyao Sanlipo. He remarked on my misfortune, suggesting that calamity seemed to follow me wherever I went. He urged me to set this matter aside, assuring me that he would contact the Shouchen police department, advising me to prioritize my own safety. I chuckled in response, to which he playfully chided me for being so carefree at such a critical juncture, still meddling in affairs beyond my own. I inquired about Uncle Yang's case, and he sighed, expressing his uncertainty, as he now preferred to remain uninvolved for the sake of discretion. I understood this, for there was another pressing matter I wished to address, and so we hastily concluded our conversation, with the old village chief present in the room. I gestured towards the framed picture of a bald man and asked the visibly startled proprietress if that was her husband. She nodded affirmatively. I sighed and informed her that her husband was now in serious trouble. After all, he was merely a child. Even if he had committed some grave misdeed, it could not warrant the act of pushing someone into a well. Do you understand the implications? That is a charge of intentional homicide. What? The proprietress and the village chief exchanged bewildered glances. The proprietress seemed momentarily perplexed by my statement, prompting me to repeat my words with a sense of exasperation. She stared at me wide-eyed for a considerable time before finally articulating, "Are you suggesting that my husband pushed Erwa into the water? How is that possible? He has been dead for several years. The entire village is aware of it. If you doubt my words, ask the village chief." The old village chief quickly nodded in agreement, asking if I might have mistaken the individual in question. Her family has been wealthy for several years, and it is utterly impossible for him to be involved. Dead for several years? Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but feel that this woman must have been frightened into a stupor. I had seen her twice today, and it was a bright sunny day. Could there still be hauntings in daylight? At this thought, a chill ran down my spine, for I recalled a phrase I had recently heard from the deceased old Zhang. Yang shoes worn in the Yin. Chapter 28. The shadowed footwear and the crossing of realms. During a period of idleness at home, I found myself perusing the internet via my mobile device, searching for a particular phrase, yet to no avail. Subsequently, I posed the question myself, only to my astonishment, receive a reply that echoed the seemingly nonsensical assertion: the ability to traverse both realms. This notion was merely a conjecture on my part, devoid of any substantive evidence. However, if the bald man I had encountered on 2 previous occasions truly was the deceased husband of the proprietress, who had passed away several years prior, it would render the situation utterly astonishing and fundamentally alter my understanding of spirits, suggesting that their appearances were not restricted to the nocturnal hours. Moreover, it compelled me to ponder whether the corpse found within the water trough had met a similar fate. Yet at that moment, there had been no one else present. If this were the case, could it not be someone from our village? Why then did both the old village chief and the proprietress assert that no one had gone missing from the village? Was it possible that the deceased was none other than Chi Tai Sui? My mind buzzed, startled by this sudden thought that had emerged. It was implausible. It could not possibly be him. There must be some other unknown circumstances at play. With this in mind, I could no longer contain my curiosity and, in the presence of the proprietress, inquired whether there existed an individual named Chi Tai Sui in the village. The old village chief appeared momentarily taken aback, likely struggling to keep pace with my erratic line of thought, before responding with a puzzled, "Chihu?" With a sense of helplessness, I reiterated my inquiry. After pondering for a considerable time, the old village chief shook his head and said, "Indeed, there is a family with the surname Chi in our village. The old Chi family over by Dime Pond. However, I am well acquainted with them, and none are named Chi Tai Sui." I shook my head in disbelief, asserting, "That is impossible. I previously checked the police records and found this person's household registration right in your village. By the way, what is the generational rank of the Chi family you just mentioned?" Generational rank? The old village chief appeared somewhat perplexed by my question, but the landlady quickly caught on and exclaimed, "Uncle, I believe the elder of the old Chi family, Chi Lao-Tu, is also of the Tai generation, isn't he?" Upon hearing her, the old village chief smacked his forehead and nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Indeed, Chi Lao-Tu is named Chi Taijin. Now we're getting somewhere." A surge of energy coursed through me. This must be the connection. I felt a sense of vindication, realizing that the matters concerning the bald-headed man were beyond my control for now. However, my own issues could not be postponed. I feared that if I lost control of myself, it would spell disaster. With this thought in mind, I implored the old village chief to escort me to Chi Taijin's residence. The old village chief scrutinized my disheveled appearance, and it dawned on me just how ragged I looked. Embarrassed, I turned to the landlady and requested a place to wash up. The landlady, perhaps startled by the earlier events or simply not genuinely upset with me, readily agreed without hesitation and went to boil some water for me. I remained indoors, conversing with the old village chief about local matters, particularly the incident involving the corpse in the well, which would naturally be addressed once the police arrived. However, the matter concerning the bald man who had pushed the child into the water left both the old chief and me utterly perplexed. He quietly inquired if I was a police officer. I shook my head, explaining that I was merely a student for the time being, and whether I would become a police officer in the future was a matter for another day. Upon hearing this, he glanced around cautiously and then softly asked if I believed in ghosts and spirits. In the past, I would have vehemently denied such notions, but after experiencing these events, I felt it unwise to cling to my previous stubbornness. Thus, I nodded and responded, wondering if the old man thought it might be the ghost of her husband at work. The village chief did not answer directly. Instead, he confided in a hushed tone that her establishment had always been unwelcoming to men. He claimed that any man who entered felt an overwhelming discomfort, as though something were watching him. I could attest to this feeling myself upon entering. He pondered whether her husband's spirit lingered there, unable to depart. At this revelation, I found myself shivering as goosebumps crept over my skin. If this were true, it would indeed explain my earlier encounter, where I sensed his gaze upon me. Yet, this line of thought raised further questions. Why was it that only I could see him, while others remained oblivious? Lost in thought, the proprietress approached me, announcing that the water had boiled, and she entered with a bucket in hand. Upon noticing the decayed hand lying before the bed, she grimaced in disgust and gestured towards the basin beneath the bed, instructing me to retrieve it myself. After uttering these words, she hastily covered her nose and dashed out the door. The old village chief's expression mirrored her discomfort, likely overwhelmed by the foul stench. Earlier, he had also made a hasty exit from the room due to pressing matters, leaving me to prepare for a bath alone. With a wry smile, I moved the putrid hand to the corner of the wall and pulled out the wooden basin from beneath the bed. It was heavy. However, after shedding my clothes and stepping into the water, I was taken aback. They had forgotten to provide soap. Thus, I had no choice but to make do, scrubbing away the grime and sticky flesh until I was dressed again. Even then, the lingering odor remained, though I felt considerably more at ease. The clothing brought by the village chief appeared to be his own. They were ill-fitting on my taller frame. Nonetheless, they were preferable to the filthy garments I had been wearing. As I carried the bathwater outside to dispose of it, the proprietress and the old village chief stood at the entrance, taken aback by my appearance. The village chief then began to lament his fading eyesight, expressing urgency to take me to his home for a change of clothes. I waved him off, insisting it wasn't necessary. Just then, the distant wail of police sirens reached my ears. I gestured towards him, indicating that help was on the way. Moments later, 2 police vehicles, battered in golden color, pulled up in front of the small shop, one in front of the other. A group of 7 or 8 police officers gradually disembarked from the vehicle, led by a rather portly man, a third-level police inspector, likely in his 40s or 50s. He appeared to hold a rank comparable to that of Uncle Joe, while the others were junior officers and auxiliary police, evidently summoned for the arduous task of retrieving something from the depths. Perhaps Uncle Joe had mentioned me during a previous phone call, for as soon as the rotund leader stepped out, he inquired, "Who is Wang Shouchen?" I hastily set down my bathing basin and approached him, responding affirmatively. Initially taken aback, he quickly regained his composure and smiled, remarking, "No wonder you are the nephew of Section Chief Zhou. Your future is indeed bright." After exchanging a few pleasantries, he promptly instructed his subordinates to descend into the well without any hesitation. This unexpectedly shifted my perception of him. He was not as inept as he first appeared. After approximately an hour's labor, the auxiliary police finally retrieved the body from the depths of the well. It was undoubtedly human, though severely decomposed. At this moment, villagers who had rushed over formed a dense crowd, unable to contain their shock upon discovering such a grotesquely decayed corpse in the very well from which they had drawn water. Many women cried out in terror, while some men succumbed to nausea. By around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the last object was hoisted to the surface. Chapter 29. The black cloth shoe. The progression of events often unfolds in the most unexpected manner. I could never have anticipated that the body of the flat-chested girl would be discovered in the village of Xiaoyao Sanlipu, over 100 miles away. Even more astonishing was the realization that, despite my persistent efforts to evade the police and seek answers independently, I ultimately could not escape fate. Could it be that Old Zhang's residence is also located here? Regrettably, I was unaware of Old Zhang's true name. Otherwise, I might have inquired further. As these thoughts occupied my mind, my gaze incessantly scrutinized each item retrieved from the well, hoping to uncover something pertinent to the living Yin Chai. Alas, the scant information provided by the flat-chested girl left me at a disadvantage. Otherwise, I could have devised a means to seize evidence before it was all removed. Approximately 10 minutes later, the beleaguered auxiliary officer emerged from the well, casually tossing aside a dark object. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a cloth shoe. The other items retrieved, including the decaying, foul-smelling body, had been meticulously photographed and catalogued by the officers present. However, the shoe, which was lastly discarded, seemed to attract little attention until the supervising officer noticed it and reprimanded the team, prompting them to assign it a number. I diligently documented all the findings, besides the body, and, is this it? The Yin shoes worn in a Yang manner? Could it be that the so-called living Yin envoy that the flat-chested girl mentioned, which old Zhang had been researching before his death, is somehow related to this cloth shoe? My suspicion arises from the fact that I seem to have seen this shoe before, placed upside down at the foot of old Zhang's bed, leaving a lasting impression on me. But why is there only one? Where has the other one gone? Is it still submerged in the well, unretrieved? With a furrowed brow, I stood to the side, pondering these matters. The old village chief was engaged in conversation with the corpulent leader, who appeared disinterested in his words. Eventually, the village chief, sensing the tension, squatted beside him, striking up a lively discussion over a cigarette. The crowd of villagers, initially gathered to witness the recovery of the body, had retreated into shadows of dread, leaving only 2 or 3 individuals, uncertain whether they were from this village or had merely dug private wells, casually smoking and chatting. At some point, the proprietress lit a cigarette, spitting to the side several times before approaching me, her voice tinged with annoyance. "This is all you're doing, you young rascal. Why don't you hurry up and have someone remove that thing from my house? It's both disgusting and ominous." Only then did I recall that there was indeed a hand still in her room, prompting me to swiftly inform the corpulent leader of this matter. The leader did not inquire further. He called upon a young officer in his 20s to accompany the proprietress into the house to retrieve the item. Meanwhile, he lit a cigarette, glanced at me, and offered me one. At that moment, I found myself weighing the possibility of taking a gamble, devising a way to procure that shoe from their possession. As I contemplated my strategy, the officer who had been taking notes signaled to the assistant officer in the well to load the packaged items into the vehicle. By around 5 o'clock, the recovery and evidence collection were completed, with the old village chief engaging in some polite banter with the officers. My anxiety peaked, leaving me at a loss, when I suddenly noticed that the shoes on my feet were also a pair of black cloth shoes. I hastily called out to the portly leader, "Uncle, did your men not retrieve a shoe from the well just now?" The chubby leader paused momentarily, instinctively responding that it seemed so, and inquired, "What is the matter?" I slapped my thigh and exclaimed, No, that shoe is the one I lost when I went down into the well. Why'd you take my shoe as well?" Upon hearing this, the young officers peering through the window erupted in laughter, while the proprietress appeared to have an epiphany, nearly blurting something out, only to refrain upon noticing my frantic blinking. The leader, feeling slightly awkward, chuckled dryly and remarked, "You rascal. Your uncle told me you were a top student from the forensic department of the medical university. Why didn't you mention this sooner? If a technical assessment ends up implicating you, that would be quite the predicament." Upon concluding his remarks, without allowing me the opportunity to explain, he instructed someone to retrieve the cloth shoe. I hastily approached and accepted it. As the shoe was placed in my hands, my heart began to race uncontrollably. In that instant, I seemed to forget that I was teetering on the brink of peril, completely absorbed in the exhilaration of unraveling the secrets within my own body. It was not until my superior patted me on the shoulder that I regained my senses. He smiled and inquired about the source of my amusement. Quick to respond, I flattered him softly, stating, "I believe your department operates with greater efficiency than the municipal bureau. If there happens to be an opening for a forensic expert on your end, please keep me in mind. As the saying goes, one can traverse countless paths, but flattery remains unscathed." My words brought him immense joy, and he patted his chest, saying, "Here's the deal. I'll discreetly provide you with my phone number. If anything arises in Shouchen, reach out to me. Your uncle and I are old comrades, and individuals like you are indeed rare talents in the current system. Once you graduate, if your uncle doesn't require your services, come to Uncle Phone. Yes, you. Within a few years, you will be honed into a sharp blade. With that, he pulled out a pen and paper from his pocket, scribbled down a number, and handed it to me, adding, "It's getting late, so we shall take our leave. If you need anything, do remember to call your uncle." I accepted the note, nodding repeatedly, and only after the police car departed did the onlookers disperse. The elderly village chief then approached, inviting me to dinner at his home that evening, suggesting that I stay the night and visit Old Chi's house the following day. I harbor no objections. However, the proprietress has decided to resign. She cast a piercing glare in my direction, lamenting that my presence has rendered her unable to remain at home. She insisted that we stay at her abode for dinner that evening, seeking companionship. The old village chief stood in stunned silence, helplessly gesturing towards her as he remarked, "You, a widow, should feel some sense of shame. You wish for a young lad to keep you company? Aren't you afraid that your late husband might rise from his grave to settle scores with you?" As soon as the words left his lips, a chilling breeze swept through, causing both the proprietress and me to change countenance. The village chief seemed to realize he had spoken out of turn, promptly clamping his mouth shut. He shook his head at me and declared, "I shall not intervene further. If you're unafraid, then stay. I, however, shall return." With that, he made his way to a nearby stack of hay, retrieved his tattered straw hat, and strolled off towards the village. Chapter 30. The ghostly thorn recalling the ferocious visage of my bald husband, who had yet to comprehend the unfolding situation, I felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Clutching my cloth shoes, I attempted to pursue him, only to be halted by the proprietress's stern warning. "Leave if you dare. Should you attempt to walk out, I will promptly call the police and claim that the shoe you possess is not yours." Perhaps it was the guilt of a thief that rendered me hesitant. I ultimately resigned myself to watching the old village head vanish from my sight. As twilight descended, I found myself seated in the small, foul-smelling establishment, still clutching the cloth shoes. The proprietress busied herself in the kitchen, fervently stirring a pot, while I pondered the day's events with a sense of helplessness. My gaze flitted anxiously around the room, fearful that my bald husband might suddenly reappear and bring harm to me. Lost in these thoughts, my phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, I saw it was Uncle Joe reaching out to me. He inquired about my whereabouts and whether I had found the person I was searching for. His words were laden with concern, which warmed my heart. I hesitated to admit that I was at the proprietress's home, instead opting to say that I remained in the village, and that I had made some progress in my search. Whether I would succeed depended on tomorrow. He responded with a solemn acknowledgement, expressing regret on behalf of our family for the predicament I found myself in. I quickly interjected to reassure him, "No one is to blame for this situation, Uncle. You may not be aware, but I have always been remarkably fortunate. I have faced death twice and miraculously emerged from the grave on 2 occasions. The villagers often jest that I am akin to a relative of the King of Hell." Uncle Joe, initially thinking I was jesting to comfort him, offered a faint smile and said nothing further. When I inquired about the progress of Uncle Yang's case, he finally came to his senses and, with a hint of self-reproach, remarked, "Look at me. I've completely forgotten about this matter. I obtained this information through a friend at the provincial department. So brace yourself for what I'm about to say." I furrowed my brow, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in, yet I feigned nonchalance, stating that I was untroubled. Having already hit rock bottom, what was there to fear? Uncle Joe sighed, his tone turning somber as he continued, "According to my friend at the provincial department, the forensic expert group dispatched by the province has conducted a systematic autopsy on old Yang's body and discovered a needle embedded in his brain. Tests reveal that this needle is identical to the one extracted from the female corpse earlier. The provincial department has received directives from above to take over the entire case, which has now been rebranded from Case 721 to the Ghost Needle case. Consequently, the Bureau has relinquished its active role in this investigation, transferring it to the investigative team sent from higher authorities. The City Bureau is now solely responsible for apprehending Li Feng." What? A wave of shock washed over me. Ghost Needle? I couldn't believe that in just one day, everything had turned upside down. Yet, it was not the chaos that instilled fear within me, but rather the chilling revelation that they had found that eerie and terrifying ghost needle lodged in Uncle Yang's brain. Could it be that this ghost needle was the harbinger of Uncle Yang's gruesome fate? I do not, in fact, deny the eerie nature of that cursed needle. However, I cannot help but shudder at the thought that it possesses the capability to compel a person to perform feats beyond the realm of physical possibility. It is truly terrifying. With this in mind, I instinctively glanced at my entire index finger, which had turned completely black, and began to tremble. If an episode were to strike, would I still be able to maintain control over myself? After ending the call with Uncle Zhou, my mind remained in turmoil for an extended period. If what Uncle Zhou suggested is indeed true, then there must be an explanation for Uncle Yang's demise. Yet, a new dilemma arises. Had Uncle Yang been afflicted by the cursed needle prior to his death, or did the affliction occur afterward? If it were the former, it would imply that the needle's effects have a temporal aspect, rendering every individual who had come into contact with Uncle Yang suspect. Conversely, if it were not the case, it would indicate that the moment the needle fully penetrates the human body, it triggers an immediate reaction, thereby placing the greatest suspicion upon Li Feng. The mere thought of Li Feng sent a chill down my spine. Could it be that he is yet to be found? Surely he hasn't met with his demise? If he were to be dead, the situation would transcend the mere death of an old forensic expert. The true perpetrator might strike again. Their motive could very well be to thwart the official investigation, potentially targeting the investigation team, or even the municipal bureau. Of course, these are merely my conjectures, and the unfolding events have often deviated from my speculations. Moreover, I find myself in a precarious situation, akin to a clay idol crossing a river, unable to concern myself with such matters any further. I find myself somewhat concerned about Uncle Zhou, especially considering his relationship with Uncle Yang. If it can be confirmed that there indeed exists a needle within Uncle Yang's mind, then this case could be linked to the previous incident involving the girl who perished due to a similar implanted needle. While I was lost in thought, I was suddenly startled by a gentle tap on my shoulder, causing me to leap from my chair in shock. My pupils dilated as I turned abruptly, instinctively stepping back, only to find that it was the proprietress, holding a bowl and chopsticks, gazing at me with a look of bewilderment. My expression darkened, and I nearly erupted in a tirade, but upon seeing her innocent demeanor, I realized she meant no harm. It was merely my own heightened sensitivity that had caused such a reaction. Therefore, I sought to ease the tension by exclaiming, "Goodness! Startling someone can be quite perilous. How is it that you walk without making a sound?" The proprietress, with a look of feigned innocence, retorted, "You little rascal. Is it my fault that you have such a timid disposition?" I found myself at a loss for words. We dined in the kitchen next door to her room, a space rife with the odor of chicken droppings and the stench of decay. It appeared we held differing opinions on the matter. I was largely immune to the smell of decay, while she seemed unaffected by the scent of chicken droppings. Ultimately, we opted to share a meal in the kitchen. Perhaps it was the result of having gone without food all day, or perhaps it was due to the deliciousness of the proprietress's cooking. But I nearly polished off half a chicken all by myself. Strangely, she had not touched a single piece. At the time, I assumed she was concerned that I might not have enough to eat, but later I came to understand the true reason behind her abstinence. During our meal, we engaged in a multitude of conversations. Perhaps out of fear, she refrained from mentioning her bald husband, and I dared not inquire. I only asked why such a tidy individual would have chicken droppings scattered throughout her home. After a moment of hesitation, she recounted an incident that illuminated for me the fact that this seemingly ordinary village, where the inhabitants earn their livelihood by brickmaking, is far more complex than it initially appears. Chapter 31. A chilling encounter after dinner. I remained in her room, engrossed in the television. She lit sandalwood incense and opened the window, rendering the stench of decay nearly imperceptible. After her shower, she lay down on the bed, leaving me in a state of discomfort. The television continued to play until after 10 o'clock, when suddenly the signal was lost. By that time, she had already fallen asleep. Unable to endure the foul odor wafting in from outside, I reluctantly woke her and inquired where I might sleep. Groggily, she gestured towards the wardrobe, indicating that there were mats inside, suggesting I could spread one on the floor. I considered this a reasonable solution. The room was stifling, and sleeping on the floor would provide some relief. Thus, I retrieved a mat from the wardrobe, carelessly laid it on the ground, and, fully dressed, settled down for the night. In no time, I drifted off to sleep. However, not long into my slumber, I was abruptly jolted awake by an intense chill. In a daze, I reached out for a blanket, but to my dismay, I found nothing. Unable to resist the urge, I opened my eyes, only to be met with utter darkness. I could see nothing. Suddenly, a faint, intermittent sound of breathing reached my ears. My heart raced. The sound seemed to emanate from her. The landlady. Having never shared a room with a woman before, I felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Thankful for the obscurity, for otherwise I would have been mortified. Initially, I assumed she might be feeling unwell and hesitated to disturb her in the middle of the night. I thought to endure it, curling up and attempting to sleep once more. Yet, slumber eluded me as her soft murmurs persisted, growing increasingly pronounced. I began to sense that something was amiss. So I opened my phone, relying on its dim light to discern her condition. However, the moment I illuminated the scene before me, a chill ran down my spine. There she was, completely nude, arched over on the bed, her body trembling and swaying incessantly. This was the first time I had such a clear and close view of a woman's intimacy, tortured by this shocking spectacle. It appeared as though she was oblivious to my presence, still gasping audibly. I swallowed hard, never having imagined that beneath her peasant-like attire lay such pristine skin. Yet, when my gaze fell upon her slender waist, a frown creased my brow. Could it be that bald husband of hers? But that couldn't be right. Even if that bald man had indeed become a ghost, I should still be able to see him. Yet at this moment, all I could perceive was her alone. What on earth was happening? Ultimately, I chose to open the door and step over the chicken droppings to the counter, where I turned on the light. I grabbed a pack of cigarettes and a lighter haphazardly, placing 20 yuan on the table. Silently, I opened the small shop door and crouched outside, lighting a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke. Although I was uncertain whether she was engaged in this act of her own volition or if her deceased husband had truly returned, one thing was clear: there was no imminent danger to life, and it was not my place to intervene. After all, for a widow, all of this was undoubtedly burdensome. Having never smoked before, I found myself unexpectedly inhaling 2 cigarettes in succession, already feeling a dizzying sensation, as I contemplated whether to indulge in yet another. A heart-wrenching wail suddenly echoed through the room. I sprang to my feet, my heart racing, and pushed the door open with urgency. To my astonishment, the lights were flickering erratically, and the furniture was trembling violently. What on earth was happening? I stood there momentarily dumbfounded. But the haunting sound seemed to resonate with the voice of the proprietress, sending a chill through me. I sensed that trouble was brewing. Without a moment's hesitation, I dashed to her room's threshold, only to find that the door swung open from within. Curiously, at that precise moment, the lights stabilized, and the furniture ceased its commotion. The proprietress appeared, yawning and looking weary, inquiring why I was still awake. I was taken aback, instinctively glancing back to catch the faint sound of footsteps retreating away from the door. Could it be that he had truly returned? I scrutinized the woman before me, but apart from a slight flush on her cheeks, she bore no signs of distress, as if she had completely forgotten the tumultuous events that had just transpired. A wry smile tugged at my lips. What kind of bizarre ordeal was this? How could I have stumbled upon such a peculiar occurrence? Fearing the repercussions of my curiosity, I managed a faint smile and remarked that I felt a bit chilly and had decided to get up. I mentioned that I had taken a pack of cigarettes from her place and assured her that I had left the money on the table. She nodded slightly, a hint of apology in her voice as she said, "I'm so sorry. I went to bed early last night and forgot to bring you a blanket. It does get rather cold in this room at night." With that, she turned and entered her room, approaching a cabinet from which she retrieved a small floral blanket and placed it on the floor before returning to her bed, covering herself with the blanket. At that moment, the lights in the room were already illuminated, and my sensitive nose caught a faint, peculiar scent as I stepped inside. However, reassured by her apparent well-being, I settled onto the cool mat, feeling as though the room was not as chilly as before, perhaps due to her absence. Lying on the mat, wrapped in the blanket, I took out my phone to check the time. It was already 2 in the morning. Knowing I needed to rise early to seek help, I forced myself to sleep. Remarkably, I drifted off and slept soundly until dawn. As I gazed out at the faint light breaking through the window, I realized the landlady was already up, while I had been roused by the crowing of a rooster. With my mind preoccupied, I found sleep elusive upon waking. I stepped out of my room to find the landlady bustling in the kitchen. Hearing my movements, she approached with a rinsing cup and informed me that I could retrieve the toothbrush and toothpaste from the counter. I nodded in acknowledgement and thanked her, preparing to leave with the cup when her voice stopped me. "You saw what happened last night, didn't you?" That simple statement sent a jolt through my heart. Could it be that she was awake at that time? Chapter 32. From true love to karma, my eyes widened as I turned to gaze upon her. She retrieved a dipper, filling it with water from the pot. Wiping her hands on her apron, she leaned against the kitchen door and began, "In truth, I'm not a native of this place. My ancestral home is in Shaoyang, Hunan. When I was but a tender age, my father succumbed to illness. Subsequently, my mother remarried a man well past his prime, a lecherous old soul. In my 12th year, I was violated by him. Later, unbeknownst to my mother, he sold me to traffickers. That year, I turned 16. He was the one who purchased me. Yet, he did not lay a hand on me, merely tasking me with the daily chores of laundry and cooking. His attentiveness towards me was boundless, until 2 years hence, when we first consummated our bond. I was 18 then, and even then, it was not of his volition, but rather born of my conviction that he was a man of virtue, and my desire to bear his child. Perhaps it was due to the defilement I suffered at the hands of my loathsome stepfather, but I could never conceive. In my 22nd year, he perished. I witnessed with my own eyes his demise, crushed by a pile of bricks at the brickyard. When his body was recovered, it was scarcely recognizable. At that moment, I nearly resolved to join him in death. Thus, in the dead of night, I stealthily made my way to the old well, intending to end my life. Yet, upon awakening, I found myself lying in our bed, with him standing beside me, just as when I first encountered him. He inquired why I was being so foolish. Weeping, I arose from the bed and embraced him, questioning how he could cruelly abandon me. He patted my shoulder, reassuring me not to fear, for he would forever be by my side. Thus, even though I am acutely aware of his demise, I find it exceedingly difficult to let him go. Subsequently, I utilized the compensation provided by the village in his memory to establish this shop for sustenance. His lingering presence imbued the house with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Consequently, he urged me to raise chickens within the confines of our home, advising me to periodically scatter chicken droppings around the house, allowing them to dry before sweeping them away. This practice, he explained, was essential as hens embody the yin, while chicken droppings represent the yang, thereby neutralizing the pervasive yin energy indoors. As long as the curtains were drawn tightly, he could manifest even during the daylight hours. My life was thus characterized by this peculiar, yet strangely fulfilling routine. However, everything changed about 2 weeks ago when he excitedly informed me that he had acquired a remarkable item, a pair of shoes that would grant him the opportunity to be reborn as a human. Although I was reluctant at the time, I recognized the selfishness of my desire to prevent his reincarnation for my own benefit, so I feigned happiness for his sake. Yet, in the following days, something inexplicable transpired. His demeanor shifted dramatically. Each night upon his arrival, he would remain silent, standing by the old well, gazing downwards, seemingly muttering to himself. Upon returning home, he would unleash his frustrations upon me, blaming my initial leap into the well for his current state as a wandering spirit. I was profoundly saddened, unable to comprehend how he could perceive me in such a manner. It wasn't until yesterday, when you entered my shop, that I discerned his palpable wariness, even fear, towards you. Initially, I assumed your youth was the reason for your impetuousness. However, subsequent events illuminated the truth. You were capable of witnessing him. When you recounted that you had seen him push the child into the well, I was utterly taken aback. I could hardly fathom such an act from him, nor could I believe he had ventured out during the day. It was only when the police recovered the female corpse that I comprehended his nightly visits to the well were in conversation with her. The act of pushing the child was merely a transaction to acquire another shoe. As for his motives, perhaps he sought a substitute. Last night, after you had fallen asleep, he approached and observed you for an extended period. I initially thought he intended to retrieve another shoe from you, Yet he sighed and shook his head, stating that the woman in the well had informed him you were the guiding spirit of the tomb, possessing an innate purity and an untainted soul that could withstand all worldly filth. You were someone he could never offend, for otherwise he might be rendered incapable of even becoming a ghost. However, should he treat you well, you would become his benefactor. Thus, the scene you witnessed unfolded. It was through that encounter that he came to trust the woman's words, ultimately deciding to entrust me with this matter for you. He realized that, for him, the question of reincarnation had become inconsequential. He expressed that if there remained anything worth clinging to in this life, it was solely me. He would willingly exist as a solitary spirit for eternity, even if one day I were to pass away. It would be worthwhile, for he would have fulfilled his promise. Having uttered all of this, she was already in tears, having handed me her cloth shoes before turning to close the kitchen door. I stood there, dazed, clutching the shoes, utterly astounded. I could never have imagined that she had endured such a heart-wrenching experience. Nor did I foresee that the balding man, whom I had always perceived as a villain in my mind, would relinquish his chance of reincarnation to save the woman he loved, becoming a solitary spirit for eternity. As a 20-something student who had never been in love, romance had merely been a tool for eliciting tears in films for me. Yet in that very moment, I profoundly comprehended that love could indeed inspire one to act recklessly, even at the cost of one's own life. Amidst my shock and reflection, I found a sliver of solace in the knowledge I gleaned from her words about the secrets I had long yearned to uncover. My own hidden truths, the guiding spirit in the coffin, a soul of unparalleled purity. These terms, which I had never encountered before, seemed almost fantastical. Yet they represented my unique essence in contrast to others. Although I still struggled to grasp their significance, I began to understand why the deceased Zhang, the old man, had been so intent on extracting my soul. The notion of a soul of pure essence must be crucial in understanding that so-called living shadow. From the perspective of the old Zhang, it was evident that he was merely one step away, as if everything was in place but for the eastern wind, which, in this context, represented my soul. I exhaled deeply, finally grasping why the flat-chested girl had once asserted with such conviction that if I were to locate her body, I would uncover the secrets of the living dead. Yet, upon acquiring this knowledge, even greater questions swirled in my mind. Although my understanding of the flat-chested girl was limited, she appeared to be an ordinary young woman, merely unfortunate enough to stumble upon the secrets of the deceased old Zhang, which led to her impending doom. How did she come to possess such insights about the secrets of my body? Moreover, from the landlady's words, it seemed she had once cautioned that infatuated bald man against plotting my demise, even implying that I might assist him in the future. How did she foresee that I would inevitably arrive here? It is crucial to note that my presence in this place was prompted by a woman clad in a red wedding gown, who wielded a red umbrella and urged me to seek help, rather than specifically to find her. Could all of this merely be coincidence? Upon reflection, it seemed indeed to be a series of fortuitous events. Had I not taken the position of forensic assistant at the police station, I would not have been pricked by the ghostly needle. Without that prick, I would never have sought out Chi Tai Sui, and without Chi Tai Sui, I would not have arrived here so swiftly. Had I not come here, I would not have encountered the bald man, nor would I have discovered the child being pushed into the well, nor would I have descended to rescue them, and certainly, I would not have found the flat-chested girl at the bottom of the well. Therefore, if all of this was not a deliberate orchestration, it must be interpreted through the lens of cause and effect. Chapter 33. The thatched cottage and the coffin room for breakfast. I refrained from staying at her house, not due to a lack of hunger, but rather because I felt that lingering for a meal would be superfluous. I yearned to grant them even a fleeting moment of solitude, devoid of external presence. The clothes I had hung out to dry overnight were now ready, so I promptly changed into my own attire, taking care to hold onto the garments borrowed from the old village chief. After exchanging a brief and simple farewell with her, I carefully tucked my cloth shoes at my waist and hastened towards the village, just as dawn began to break. The faint scent of smoke wafted from the village kitchens, and the summer morning was refreshingly pleasant. A gentle breeze rustled the scattered willows along the roadside, soothing some of the emotional turmoil that had been weighing heavily on my heart. After walking for about 10 minutes, I spotted the kiln nestled within the village, where industrious individuals seemed to have commenced their labors. The proprietress had mentioned earlier that the old village chief's residence was adjacent to the kiln, prompting me to quicken my pace in hopes of locating the enigmatic figure who could save my life. As I approached the entrance of the kiln, I encountered the old village chief engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man. Upon noticing me, he promptly tapped the shoulder of the man before him and announced my arrival. The middle-aged man then hurried toward me, and it was only then that I observed him closely. His eyes were red and weary, revealing signs of exhaustion. Just as I was about to inquire with the old village chief about the situation, the middle-aged man grasped my hand fervently, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. In that moment, I realized that he was the parent of the child I had rescued from the well. I promptly inquired about the children's condition, and he, with trembling lips, expressed his excitement, recounting how they had rushed to the hospital and the doctors fought for over 3 hours to save them. He mentioned that had they arrived a few minutes later, the child might have been lost. I sighed in relief and reassured him that it was a blessing to have saved the child. The old village head, with a beaming smile, approached and mentioned that Woozy had returned specifically to thank me. He suggested that I could connect him over lunch at a restaurant in Bagon Mountain. The middle-aged man joyfully replied that he would gladly make the arrangements. I quickly intervened, reminding the village head, "Sir, I have something of great importance to attend to. Do we not agree that you would take me to find someone today?" The old village head suddenly recalled and hurriedly explained, "Oh dear, my memory. Woozy, you go ahead and reserve a table at the Qingyuan restaurant in Bagon Mountain. I will escort Comrade Wang to old Chi Tao's home, and we shall return by noon." I initially contemplated refusing, but the old village head insisted that I should not be so formal and simply follow his lead. Reluctantly, I acquiesced, as I found myself in a position of needing assistance. Subsequently, the old village head took the clothes I had returned to him and called over a child of about 7 or 8 to take them home. He then led me directly to the home of the man he referred to as Old Chi Tao. Perhaps it was because he mentioned that the old man was named Chi Taijin, but along the way, I felt increasingly certain that this visit would indeed bear fruit. On the way to Old Chi's residence, the village elder incessantly shared anecdotes about various villagers, seemingly recalling that I had spent the previous night at the innkeeper's home. He inquired whether I had noticed anything unusual during my stay. Naturally, I shook my head in denial. The matters concerning the innkeeper were to remain buried deep within my heart. Although I struggled to reconcile the notion of relationships between the living and the deceased, all of it stemmed from love. Upon learning of their affair, I resolved to refrain from actions that might jeopardize their happiness. Upon hearing my response, the elder's interest waned, and he began rummaging through his pockets, likely in search of a cigarette. Without a second thought, I produced my half-finished pack and handed it to him. The old man beamed with delight, revealing a toothy grin, and remarked on my courteousness, even asking if I wished to partake. I politely declined, with the elder guiding me. We navigated through several narrow paths and crossed 2 stone bridges, finally halting before an expansive pond. The elder, a cigarette clamped between his lips, gestured toward a house across the water and said, "That is the place." As he spoke, I was already scrutinizing the dwelling, nearly dropping my jaw in astonishment. It was my first encounter with a 2-story thatch cottage, and even more bizarrely, the family had constructed their cattle pen on the upper floor, while it appeared that the residents occupied the lower level. Truly, the world is full of wonders. The village elder, seemingly unfazed, cast a casual glance before calling out, "Old Brother Chi, are you home?" Before long, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly man with hair as white as snow, hunched over and leaning on a cane. He greeted us with a casual remark, "Ah, it's the village chief. What brings you here today? Such a rare visitor." Though his words were laced with pleasantries, there was an unmistakable undertone that felt somewhat off. The old village chief seemed unfazed by this nuance, beckoning me to follow him along a narrow path. As we approached the side of the house, I couldn't help but notice that this residence was rather peculiar. It sloped from front to back, resembling a massive coffin, and although I lacked knowledge of feng shui, It was evident that few would dare to inhabit such a shape. Who would willingly reside within a coffin? Yet observing this, a thought began to form in my mind. It was increasingly likely that Chi Tai Sui lived here. Why? A person bold enough to bear the name Tai Sui and lead a life for so many years must surely not mind dwelling in a coffin. Soon, we arrived at the front of the house, but the elder Chi Taijin did not extend a warm welcome. He merely sat on the porch, feeding a small black dog that lay on the ground, while a cow upstairs, for reasons unknown, glared down at us with an intimidating demeanor, mooing furiously. I was aware that cows possess a certain spirit, yet I had never encountered one quite so animated, and I was momentarily awestruck. The old village chief, feeling somewhat awkward, cleared his throat and addressed the elder, saying, "Dear brother Chi, I have come here accompanied by this young comrade Wang to seek someone. Might you know if there is a person named Chi Tai Sui among your kin?" Just as the village chief's words faded into the air, a cacophony suddenly erupted in our vicinity. I hastily turned my gaze toward the source of the noise, only to be taken aback by the realization that the cattle above seemed to have vanished. Meanwhile, the old village chief appeared to recall something and let out a cry of alarm. Grabbing my arm, he urged me to retreat behind the elder, who regarded us with an air of indifference. Just as we managed to hide, before we could even turn around, a thunderous chorus of bellowing cattle and the sound of hooves pounding the ground filled our ears. Chapter 34. The thousand souls grew immediately. I heard the old man curse loudly, "Lazy ox." When I turned around, to my astonishment, the buffalo was right behind me and the old village chief, whose complexion was darker than that of the beast itself. The water buffalo, its eyes aflame with indignation, knelt on the ground in reluctant submission. I exhaled deeply, my body drenched in cold sweat. The village chief gradually regained his composure and began to berate the buffalo vehemently. The elder, seemingly unfazed, leaned on his cane and ambled over to my side, pinching his nose in distaste. He furrowed his brow and said to me, "There is no one here that you seek." Upon hearing this, a chill gripped my heart. No one? How could that be? I refused to believe he was deceiving me, especially since the household registration system confirmed the existence of the individual I sought. Yet he insisted there was no one. Something was amiss. With this thought, I fixed my gaze intently on the elderly man, but he averted his eyes, expressing his disdain as he remarked, "You stink too much. Hurry and leave. Lazy oxes dislike unclean folk. You might end up getting hurt." With that, he turned his back and made for the house. I remained rooted in place, staring at him. All signs indicated that this household was anything but ordinary. I was certain he must know Chi Tai Sui, or, at the very least, be aware of his circumstances. However, the village chief, oblivious to my predicament, leaned closer and urged me to leave, warning me that the buffalo's mind was not quite right. As I uttered those words, I distinctly heard the buffalo named Lazy Cow, lying on the ground, emit a resounding sneeze. This buffalo seemed to comprehend human speech. Such a revelation further solidified my conviction, and I even began to suspect that Chi Tai Sui might very well be within this coffin-shaped straw hut. Thus, I cast aside all reservations and shouted towards the now-closed door. "Chi Tai Sui, I know you are inside. I have come here to find you through an introduction from a girl with a red umbrella. Can you save me? Please give me a straightforward answer." My exclamation drew the ire of the old village chief, who impatiently urged me to leave, insisting that the individual I sought did not exist, and that we should hasten our departure. I shook my head in response, declaring, "Sir, if you wish to leave, then go ahead. If I cannot see him, I shall die here, no matter what." The old chief regarded me as if I were mad, staring at me for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "Very well, you may remain here, but remember to go to the village for a meal later. This family will not offer you a morsel." With a disdainful snort, he turned and walked away, glancing back at Lazy Cow every few steps as he made his way towards the pond. It seemed he noticed my unwillingness to leave, and thus he gradually faded from my sight. After the old chief departed, the door remained firmly shut, and not a sound broke the silence. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lazy Cow, which had been lying on the ground, slowly rose to its feet and ambled towards a path behind the house. After about half an hour, it re-emerged into my view, but this time, to my astonishment, there was a person perched upon its back. The man lay supine upon the back of the ox, his face obscured by a straw hat, his long legs elevated towards the sky in a relaxed posture. Faintly, I could hear him humming a melody, one I had never encountered before, reminiscent of the local opera. I fixed my gaze upon him until the lethargic ox ambled to within 5 meters of me and gradually settled onto the ground. To my astonishment, throughout this entire process, the man appeared utterly motionless. Only when the ox had fully reclined did he lazily emit a couple of sounds, stretch his limbs, rise from the ox's back, and remove his hat, allowing me to finally discern his features. A shudder coursed through me. How could it be that 2 rows of dark hair sprouted along the sides of his nose? Even more absurdly, those rows of hair connected along the bridge of his nose to his eyebrows, resembling 2 exaggerated scythes. I had never imagined that a person could possess eyebrows of such an extraordinary nature. He gazed at me languidly for a moment before reclining once more on the water buffalo, sniffing curiously and inquiring, "Was it the umbrella spirit who sent you?" The umbrella spirit? I hesitated for a moment, and then the image of the girl in the red wedding dress wielding a red umbrella surfaced in my mind. Her name was indeed Umbrella Spirit? Instinctively, I nodded, and he smiled at me, saying, "I am Chi Tai Sui, though the villagers have taken to calling me the lazy child." Suddenly, it all made sense. No wonder I was unfamiliar with Chi Tai Sui. He hardly ever used that name. Upon hearing this, I extended my hand, which had already darkened to the point of resembling a shadow, and inquired, "What is this affliction? Is there any hope for salvation?" He smiled faintly at my question and replied, "Since she was willing to introduce you to me, it indicates that your bond is indeed significant. Out of respect for her, I shall extend my assistance to you this once." Moreover, he seemed poised to divulge more, but abruptly halted, as if recollecting something, before swiftly mounting the back of the cow. The creature, remarkably obedient and astute, rose to its feet and proceeded towards the rear of the dwelling. Without lifting his gaze, he beckoned me with a wave of his hand, urging, "Follow me." Instinctively, I trailed behind him, yet to my astonishment, barely a step had passed when I felt a sudden blur before my eyes, as if something was being swung towards my face. Reflexively, I raised my hand to shield myself, only to feel an icy chill followed by a searing pain. He had inexplicably leaped from the cow's back to stand before me, seizing my hand. In that moment, I noticed my palm had been lacerated. What revolted me was that the wound did not bleed red. Instead, it oozed a dense, black substance resembling insect eggs. I instinctively recoiled as I observed those things seemingly possessing a life of their own, burrowing into my flesh, while my left hand visibly darkened at an alarming rate. He seemed indifferent, maintaining a demeanor as light as a feather, and then released my hand. Raising his right thumb, he drew a small incision on my left wrist with his nail, quickly allowing the droplets of blood to fall onto the wound in my palm. He urged me not to move, warning that if the soul-devouring parasite made its way into my brain, not even a celestial being could save me. I was already terrified by those creatures and had no need for his reminders. I obediently complied with his every command. His blood dripped onto my palm for approximately a minute and a half before he, with a hint of tenderness, withdrew his wrist. He then grasped my arm with his right hand and began to massage it gently from top to bottom. Before long, the dark parasite eggs that had burrowed into my arm were expelled, mingled with blood, as he squeezed them out from the wound in my palm, causing them to drop to the ground, vanishing from sight. Chapter 35. Yin Shaoyan, is this truly how it ends? His blood? For reasons unknown, I found myself instinctively recalling a character from a recently read suspense novel, Tomb Raiding Notes, who possessed a mythical bloodline. Could it be that such blood truly exists? Perhaps I have always been a person inclined towards fanciful thoughts. However, I later understood that I was merely overthinking the matter. Chi Tai Sui gasped, extracting a small pinch of tobacco from his pocket and pressing it against the wound on his wrist. Upon noticing my foolish stare, he instinctively touched the dark hair flanking his nose and shot me a cold glare. Without further ado, he turned to pat the head of the lazy ox, which obediently lay down. He then reclined upon the ox's back, continuing to hum a tune, as the creature meandered back along the path. I glanced down at my hand, still darkened and exuding a foul stench, my heart fluttering with unease. Could it truly be this simple? Observing the wound on my palm, I recalled the astonishing speed of the earlier incident, so swift that my eyes struggled to capture the movement. My initial apprehensions began to dissipate. Yet, if everything was indeed all right, why did the stench persist so strongly? Perplexed, I watched the figure and the ox gradually fade from view. Was he truly the Chi Tai Sui I sought? On the way back, I called Uncle Zhou to recount my recent encounter. After listening, he offered no further words, but advised me to return to the city for a checkup to clarify the situation. After concluding the call, I gazed at the busy villagers in the fields and the children playfully chasing each other, their bare bottoms exposed. Unbeknownst to me, a wave of homesickness washed over me. I decided to call home. When the call connected, my mother's voice filled my ear. Upon realizing it was me, she became quite anxious, inquiring where I had been these past few days and why my phone had been turned off. I hastily explained that my belongings were stolen on the bus to the city, prompting her immediate concern for my well-being. Once I assured her I was unharmed, she sighed in relief, then lamented that my father had been acting strangely lately. She recounted how, on the day I went to the city, he returned home almost immediately after I left. When she asked where he had gone, he simply replied he was going to check on the fields, took a bag from the house, and departed without further explanation. He still had not returned, and she expressed her frustration about the worry my father and I seemed to cause her. What initially felt like a mundane exchange of family banter suddenly tightened my chest with unease. My father had accompanied me to send Liu Banzian off that morning. So why had he hidden this from my mother, claiming he was merely going to the fields? It seemed a trivial matter, as I often found myself telling little lies, sometimes out of sheer laziness to explain myself. Yet, my mother's words echoed in my mind. He left right after me and hadn't returned home for days. The more I pondered, the more my anxiety grew. With Liu Banzian's passing weighing heavily on my mind, I had already been concerned for my parents' safety. Now, hearing that my father had been gone for several days without a word, I couldn't shake the nagging question. What could possibly compel him to leave for such an extended period? In our family, there have always been few relatives, and the only kin I recall are my grandfather and my parents. Now that my grandfather has departed, visiting any relatives seems implausible. Yet, where else could he possibly go? While on the phone, I reassured her not to worry, as I would soon return. After hanging up, I realized I had unconsciously arrived at the village entrance. Instinctively, I glanced towards the small shop, only to find its door unexpectedly shut. With a sigh, I made my way towards Mount Bagong. By around 10 o'clock, I found myself on the street, initially intending to head directly to the bus station in the county. However, upon inquiring with someone nearby, I learned that the next bus to the station would not depart until 1 in the afternoon. Given my limited funds, I reluctantly decided to visit the restaurant where Woozy had invited me. Yet, when I inquired about the establishment named Qingyuan Hotel, I was taken aback to learn that a man had indeed come in the morning to make a reservation, but seemed to have hurriedly left upon receiving a phone call from home. Hearing this left a bitter taste in my heart. It appeared I would be compelled to take a taxi back. Just as I was about to exit the restaurant, a familiar voice reached my ears. It was the uncle who had previously brought me, the tofu vendor. He happened to be delivering tofu to the same establishment and was somewhat surprised to see me. He asked if I'd found my people. I smiled and replied affirmatively, to which he responded with relief before proceeding to deliver the tofu. After taking a few steps, he hesitated and turned to inquire if I was headed back. I nodded in agreement, and he chuckled, proclaiming that fortune was on his side, as he was on his way to deliver tofu to the county station and could conveniently give me a ride. Elated, I remarked on the serendipity of the situation and inquired about his departure. He replied that it would be immediate. He then went inside to deliver the tofu, emerging shortly after to pat my shoulder. Just as he was about to speak, his expression darkened, and he pinched his nose, staring at me with wide eyes for a moment before asking why I smelled so foul. Instinctively, I glanced at my left palm. The remnants of the wound were still present, though the color had faded somewhat. Unable to reveal the truth, I resorted to fabricating a story, claiming that I had gone to find someone the previous night and had ended up sleeping in a cow shed. Upon hearing this, he broke into a wide grin, revealing his large yellow teeth, and remarked that my friend must be exceedingly poor, as no one nowadays would make a guest sleep in a cow shed. He then suggested that I accompany him to his home for a shower, expressing sympathy for my disheveled state as a student. I hastily declined, but he insisted, stating that it was necessary given my odor, which would make it impossible for me to ride in his vehicle. Though I recognized his jest, I felt compelled to acquiesce, and thus followed him to his residence. Upon arriving at his doorstep, I noticed a beautiful girl, seemingly around 17 or 18, seated in the living room. Dressed in a pristine white big mouth monkey t-shirt, she was engrossed in her phone, watching television, likely a variety show, and her laughter rang out like the tinkling of silver bells, stirring an unexpected flutter in my heart. Immediately, I found myself pondering whether the girl might be the daughter of the elder gentleman, and indeed, as I had surmised, she was his daughter. At that moment, I was acutely aware of my own unpleasant odor, which made it rather embarrassing to approach her too closely. It wasn't until I had thoroughly washed myself and donned the elder gentleman's attire, ensuring the stench had dissipated, that I felt emboldened to engage her in conversation. Given that we were both young, our interaction was devoid of excessive awkwardness. I was able to learn her name, Wang Shouchen. Upon discovering that I was a student at the medical university, she instantly became intrigued. In our ensuing dialogue, I realized that we were, in fact, alumni of the same institution. She curiously inquired about my field of study, and when I disclosed my major, she paused for a moment, then gave me a thumbs up, remarking that choosing such a discipline required considerable mental fortitude, to which I could certainly relate. As I was eager to return and attend to my wound, I exchanged contact information with her before hastily departing with the elder gentleman. Chapter 36. Helplessness on the journey back to Shouchen. Uncle Qian, having overheard my conversation with Wang Shouchen about my studies in forensic science, suddenly regarded me with newfound admiration. He eagerly inquired about the daily curriculum of a forensic student, questioning whether we dissected corpses every day. His queries left me both amused and exasperated. Noticing my lack of enthusiasm, he shifted the topic to television dramas. During our discussion, he mentioned his recent nightly ritual of watching Serious Crimes Unit 6, and he asked if the portrayal of forensic experts in the show bore any resemblance to our actual studies. I found myself ensnared in yet another explanation, painstakingly clarifying what elements were authentic and which were exaggerated. Upon alighting from the bus at the station, I bid farewell to Uncle Qian, who kindly provided me with his phone number, inviting me to call him whenever I returned to the area, so he could pick me up. I had no intention of returning, yet I felt compelled to express my gratitude for his goodwill. The buses from Shouchen to the city were more frequent, with departures approximately every 20 minutes. Consequently, by around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I had already returned to the city. As I exited the bus station, I suddenly caught sight of a figure that seemed strikingly familiar. Momentarily taken aback, I instinctively attempted to pursue the person, but just then, a black Santana pulled up beside them. A woman, adorned in provocative attire with cascading waves in her hair, leaned out of the window and appeared to exchange words with the individual before the car door swung open, and he stepped inside. By the time I dashed forward, the vehicle had already receded into the distance. As I gazed at the retreating silhouette of the vehicle, a myriad of thoughts swirled within me, and I shook my head, convinced that I must have mistaken the individual. Although the figure bore a striking resemblance, it was inconceivable that he could, or would, engage in such behavior. Ironically, just moments before, I had nearly mistaken the passenger for my father. Yet, based on my understanding of him, a man who, apart from the time he brought me to the city for enrollment when I first started school, had no knowledge of how to navigate public transportation, it was impossible for him to act in such a manner. Thus, I was certain I had erred in my observation. The mere thought of my father began to stir a sense of anxiety within me. Where could he possibly be? I called Uncle Gu, informing him of my return. He inquired about my location and offered to pick me up, to which I replied that I was waiting outside the bus station. He instructed me to remain where I was, assuring me that he would arrive shortly. As I waited, vehicles occasionally emerged from the station. After about 5 minutes, a familiar minibus rumbled past me, its noise cutting through the air. Suddenly, I was startled by the sound of a commotion behind me, the unmistakable clamor of a pursuit. Instinctively, I turned to see a group of roughly 10 imposing figures chasing after a middle-aged man in his 50s. In a twist of fate, the man stumbled and fell, tripping over a trash bin beside the station. He was swiftly surrounded by the assailants, who unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Bystanders dared only to observe from a distance, whispering and pointing, while some younger onlookers brandished their phones to capture the spectacle. Yet curiously, no one seemed inclined to contact the authorities. Hesitating momentarily, I contemplated calling for help, only to suddenly recognize one of the assailants as the bald driver who had stolen my bag previously. I furrowed my brow slightly, ultimately opting to relinquish my hesitation. Suddenly, a hand clapped my shoulder, and a familiar yet resolute voice resonated in my ear. "Since you have already demonstrated your kindness, why choose to drift along with those who are but mere shadows of the living?" After uttering these words, he brandished a gun from behind and charged towards the group. "Uncle Joe?" A wave of embarrassment washed over me as I recalled my earlier timidity, which seemed to have begun after hearing the words of the driver who had taken me to the police station. At that moment, clarity dawned upon me. Many individuals do not lack kindness. Rather, they lack the courage to confront justice. The outcome was unsurprising. Uncle Joe single-handedly subdued those individuals, while the middle-aged man who had been assaulted lay motionless on the ground. Uncle Joe shouted amidst the crowd, urging someone to call for an ambulance. Yet his pleas fell on deaf ears as bystanders merely gasped and murmured their discussions. With a sense of helplessness, I hurried over, dialed for emergency assistance, and approached the man sprawled on the ground. Cautiously, I examined him. His face and arms were already swollen, and his chest and abdomen bore the marks of kicks. His breathing seemed relatively normal, suggesting he had merely lost consciousness, though there appeared to be some damage to his spleen. Gently, I lifted his head and pressed on his philtrum. Shortly thereafter, he regained consciousness, yet he could not rise to his feet. It was then that I noticed his leg had been broken. The leader of the group, the bald man who had stolen my bag, stood defiantly opposite Uncle Joe, making a phone call while threateningly gesturing at him, vowing to end his life. Yet, he was confronted by Uncle Joe, who pressed the muzzle of a Type 54 pistol against his forehead. Subsequently, the bald man handed him his phone. Uncle Joe answered the call, and as the conversation unfolded, his countenance grew increasingly grave. His hand that clutched the gun trembled slightly before he resignedly lowered it, returning the phone to the bald man, signaling for them to leave hastily. The bald man, brimming with arrogance, patted his shoulder and sauntered away with his entourage. Only after the crowd dispersed did the ambulance arrive, accompanied by a doctor and several nurses. After assisting in lifting the injured onto the stretcher, I rushed to Uncle Joe's side, inquiring about the situation. Why had he released those individuals, who had just informed him that, having demonstrated his benevolence and integrity, he ought not to drift along with the soulless? Uncle Joe, with a wry smile, asked if I knew who had called earlier. When I asked for the identity, he helplessly shook his head and replied, "It was the director." Just 2 simple words, "Release them." My mind buzzed, and I drew in a sharp breath. How could these individuals have connections to the director? Suddenly, I comprehended Uncle Joe's predicament at that moment. I asked him what we should do now. He smiled at me and said, "Let us first take you for an examination. We can discuss this matter afterward." For some inexplicable reason, a phrase flitted through my mind. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Subsequently, he ushered me into a crimson Xiaoli vehicle. Through our conversation, I learned that the car belonged to him. He typically drove a police car to work. Thus, this vehicle was reserved for his wife's commuting needs. With some leisure time on his hands, he decided to take it out for a spin. After approximately 15 minutes, he brought me to the municipal hospital, mentioning that he had a friend working there who could assist me in locating a microscope. However, when I extracted a small sample of skin tissue from my palm and placed it under the microscope, I was dismayed to find that the myriad faces I had previously observed were now absent. Had I merely imagined them? Was that creature with hair sprouting from its face truly Chi Tai Sui? Hesitantly, I grasped a pair of medical tweezers, gritted my teeth, and pulled a small clump of darkened muscle tissue from the wound, placing it once more under the microscope, only to encounter an entirely different scene. It suddenly dawned on me that the thousand souls goo affliction I bore was not alleviated by his blood. Rather, it was likely the result of the swift weapon that had sliced my palm before I even realized it. Had I not utilized the microscope, I would have never uncovered these revelations. But why did he choose to let his blood drip on my wound? Was this merely a ruse to conceal the extraordinary nature of his weapon? Chapter 37. The reappearance of the homicide, however. All of this is merely conjecture on my part, devoid of any substantial evidence. Since I was utilizing borrowed equipment, I dared not linger within the laboratory. Once I had tidied everything up, I hastily departed. Uncle Zhou and his physician friend were stationed outside. Upon my emergence, the doctor took his leave. Uncle Zhou approached and inquired about my findings. I smiled and assured him that all was well. He then sighed in relief, beaming as he patted my shoulder, expressing his desire to treat me to a meal. We found a quaint eatery near the municipal hospital, ordering a selection of dishes. As we dined, we conversed about the case concerning Uncle Yang. Uncle Zhou appeared quite exasperated, lamenting that, as police officers from a place where no one truly cared for them, they struggled even to apprehend a suspect. Consequently, to those higher up, they seemed no different from ineffectual entities. With this, Uncle Zhou displayed a hint of indignation. However, according to some clandestine sources, the investigation team had yet to uncover any groundbreaking developments. When this topic arose, Uncle Zhou's expression turned rather scornful. I could only manage a wry smile. For it is often said that colleagues are rivals, and in this instance, it certainly held true. As we were halfway through our meal, Uncle Zhou's phone rang. He glanced at it nonchalantly, furrowing his brow before answering, his tone icy as he inquired about the situation. The voice on the other end relayed some information that prompted Uncle Zhou to leap to his feet. Incredulity etched across his face as he shouted into the phone. "What did you say? Repeat that." I placed the rice bowl on the table, observing every movement of Uncle Zhou. Could it be that something else had occurred? As I had anticipated, the situation unfolded as expected. However, what took me by surprise was when Uncle Zhou hung up the phone and, with a wry smile, uttered a phrase that plunged me once again into contemplation. He informed me that Li Feng had died, his corpse discovered in an abandoned house on the outskirts of the southern part of the city by a few children who had ventured into play. He asked if I wished to accompany him to the scene. I nodded in agreement. As we drove towards the southern district, both of us were lost in our own thoughts, rendering the journey silent. It wasn't until we turned onto a dirt road in the southern development zone that he inquired about my perspective on the matter. After a moment's reflection, I candidly expressed my belief that Li Feng was unlikely to be the murderer of Uncle Yang. Firstly, he lacked the opportunity to commit the crime, and secondly, he had no motive. Being a local with considerable family ties in the area, and a police officer at that, it seemed improbable for him to act so foolishly as to commit murder himself. Thus, I had never regarded him as a suspect. Considering the circumstances of Uncle Yang's death and the symptoms I experienced after being pricked, it appeared that the perpetrator was a practitioner of sinister arts, particularly the craft of goo, which is traditionally known among the indigenous Miao people of Southeast Asia and the southern border regions of our country. This knowledge does not seem to extend beyond their communities. Therefore, it could be concluded that the murderer was likely a foreigner or a member of the southern Miao community. Uncle Zhou nodded thoughtfully, tacitly agreeing with my assessment, yet he expressed curiosity about how I had come to know such details. I smiled faintly and remarked that it was all mere speculation without any substantial significance, as I am not versed in criminal investigation. You are the true expert in this domain. Uncle Zhou raised his hand to signal a pause, retrieving a cigarette from the car's drawer and offering it to me. I waved my hand in refusal, to which he chuckled, asserting that adults are permitted to smoke, as it aids in contemplation. I smiled again, remaining silent. After lighting the cigarette and taking a deep drag, he said to me, "Do not belittle yourself. At the very least, we can attempt to narrow down the search for the perpetrator." I pondered for a moment and inquired if Uncle Zhou knew the current focus of the investigation team. He nodded, stating, if my assumptions are correct, they should be concentrating on that girl, Qiu Xiaofeng, whom you and Old Yang dissected earlier. However, prior to Old Yang's incident, we had already conducted an investigation. That girl was the belle of the art school, embroiled in complex personal relationships, which posed considerable challenges during our inquiry. Therefore, I believe the investigation team is currently facing similar difficulties. Nevertheless, the composition and resources at their disposal are qualitatively different from ours. So clarifying the individuals surrounding her is merely a matter of time. As we conversed, we arrived at our destination. The narrow dirt road was lined with 4 or 5 police vehicles of varying sizes. Uncle Joe cautiously parked at the roadside, took up his briefcase, and stepped out of the car with me. Not far away, a dilapidated brick house was cordoned off with police tape, encircled by a throng of villagers drawn to the spectacle. Among them was policewoman Yin-Yang, who, along with another male officer, hastened to greet Zhou Shu and me upon our arrival, addressing Zhou Shu as section chief. She then offered me a slight nod. Zhou Shu acknowledged with a hum. Inquiring about the present situation inside, Yin-Yang leaned in and whispered that the investigation team had not yet arrived. It seemed there had been a significant breakthrough in Uncle Yang's case, as they had dispatched only one medical examiner this time. Currently, Team Leader Sun and Team Leader Yang were inside assisting with evidence collection. Zhou Shu nodded, suggesting they go inside to observe. As I accompanied Zhou Shu, the guarding officers, perhaps uncertain of my status, did not question our entry. Upon stepping into the house, the pervasive stench of decay was immediately apparent, causing Yin-Yang and the other officer to visibly grimace, seemingly reluctant to proceed further. Zhou Shu appeared unfazed, and I, having developed a certain immunity, was even less affected. Inside the modest dwelling, no more than 100 square meters, 4 or 5 officers were diligently at work. Suspended from the central beam of the main room was what appeared to be a human intestine. The corpse lay on the floor, where an officer in a white coat was conducting a routine external examination. Our arrival immediately captured the attention of everyone in the room. 2 middle-aged men in their 30s, presumably Team Leader Sun and Team Leader Lu mentioned by Yin-Yang, promptly set aside their tasks and approached us, addressing Zhou Shu as section chief. I had previously found Team Leader Lu somewhat familiar, and upon closer inspection, I realized it was the same Xiao Lu whom Zhou Shu used to summon frequently. It was quite surprising to discover that he was actually a criminal investigation team leader, which made me regard him with newfound respect. When he caught sight of me, there was a moment of surprise, yet he nodded in acknowledgement as a form of greeting. Uncle Zhou also responded with a sound, gesturing towards the intestine hanging from the beam, inquiring about the situation. The 2 men sighed and pointed towards the body bag, stating that the matter was exceedingly strange. According to the preliminary assessment by the forensic expert, the intestine was likely to belong to Li Feng himself. Uncle Zhou furrowed his brow deeply and asked if they had made any other discoveries and whether the cause of death could be determined. The tall and robust Team Leader Sun appeared somewhat reluctant to speak, nudging Team Leader Lu with a shoulder. Lu, being straightforward, leaned closer to us and whispered, "This is the peculiar aspect we discussed earlier. If the forensic assessment indicates that the intestine belongs to Li Feng, it undoubtedly suggests homicide. However, based on our examination of the crime scene, it seems highly probable that Li Feng may have taken his own life." Chapter 38, A Breakthrough or Suicide. A sudden feeling of unease washed over me. Had my prior apprehensions already materialized? Noticing my furrowed brow, Uncle Zhou inquired about my perspective on the matter. The assembled individuals exhibited slight astonishment, presumably taken aback that the section chief would solicit the opinion of a student still shy of graduation on such a grave issue. Feeling somewhat self-conscious, perhaps unaccustomed to the surprised gazes, I cast a cursory glance at the body bag to my right. I observed that the abdominal cavity of the deceased had indeed been opened, and a congealed, blackened pool of blood, spanning approximately 2 square meters, stained the area below the intestines, extending towards the entrance in front of our position. After a moment of contemplation, I articulated my assessment as follows. Initially, it can be confirmed that the intestines belong to Li Feng. Judging by the ligature marks on Li Feng's neck and the degree of tension on either side of the intestines, it appears that Li Feng was found suspended by his own intestines. Furthermore, assuming the extensive blood stain below the intestines originated from Li Feng, the direction of the spatter suggests that he was facing the entrance at the time. This would imply that his abdominal cavity was open while he was standing. Barring the possibility of the perpetrator deliberately creating a false impression to mislead our investigation, two possible explanations arise. Either Li Feng was unconscious at the time, or the opening of his abdominal cavity was executed with exceptional rapidity. Of course, these deductions are based on conventional reasoning. Consequently, a third possibility emerges, which I believe underpins your tentative conclusion of suicide. As I spoke, I cast a glance towards the captain's son and Liu, both of whom nodded in astonishment. At that moment, I noticed the young forensic expert dispatched from above, who had previously regarded me with some disdain, instinctively standing to the side, seemingly awaiting my further remarks. Xiao Yang and the male police officer who had entered with him gazed at me, somewhat entranced. I felt a sense of helplessness regarding this, and Uncle Zhou cleared his throat, signaling me to continue. I acquiesced with a slight acknowledgement and proceeded, stating that to ascertain whether our hypothesis about the third point was correct, we would need to return and examine whether there were any ghost needles present within. With that, I raised my left hand, revealing the dark, still healing wound. Prior to coming here, I had performed an autopsy on a female corpse alongside the late Mr. Yang, during which I inadvertently pricked myself with a ghost needle. However, there is no need for alarm. Through the assistance of a skilled individual, I have since recovered. It is precisely because I have experience being pricked by such a supernatural entity that I can definitively distinguish between being pricked and being implanted, two entirely different concepts. As I spoke, I observed the expressions of those around me. Their gazes had seemingly settled upon the palm of my hand, and the bespectacled young forensic expert appeared genuinely astonished. I noticed that when I looked in his direction, he seemed poised to speak yet hesitated. I continued, stating, "As you can see, my palm is dark. Initially, when I was pricked, it was merely a black pinprick, which later expanded. In contrast, the bodies of both the deceased Qiu Xiaofeng and the tragically slain Mr. Yang exhibited no signs of darkening, despite the presence of ghost needles within them. If the presence of a ghost needle were discovered within Li Feng's body, this case could potentially be consolidated, suggesting that regardless of whether Li Feng's death was a suicide, it is highly probable that it was a homicide. After articulating this thought, I observed the expressions of those present and noted that, apart from Uncle Zhou and the young forensic doctor, everyone else gazed at me in astonishment. I instinctively touched my face, and the young forensic doctor finally could no longer restrain himself. "You mentioned that after being pierced, you sought the help of an eminent figure who healed you. Could you elaborate on this esteemed individual?" A sense of unease washed over me, as I realized that my earlier remarks had sown the seeds of unintended consequences. Recalling the mysterious girl named San Linger, who had saved me time and again, I shook my head and, with a tinge of regret, replied, "Due to personal commitments, I am unable to disclose any information regarding that individual." The young forensic doctor seemed taken aback by my forthright refusal, his countenance darkening immediately. However, he appeared to possess a semblance of decorum, at least outwardly, and did not express his displeasure outright. Instead, he coldly admonished Uncle Zhou, insisting that such individuals should not be permitted in these proceedings, as it contravenes organizational regulations. Uncle Zhou paid him no heed. Despite the fact that the forensic doctor was dispatched subsequently, he let out a cold snort at both me and Uncle Zhou, preparing to leave. However, upon noticing the intestines hanging from the beam, he curtly instructed the male police officer accompanying us to fetch a ladder. With great care, the officer retrieved the intestines and placed them into a sealed plastic bag before exiting alongside the body. Once everyone had departed, only Uncle Zhou and I remained in the room. He raised his thumb towards me, remarking, "You thought you could keep this from me? What nonsense about not understanding criminal investigation. Now your secret is out." I awkwardly chuckled and scratched the back of my head, saying I was just rambling. He replied that I was being too modest, acknowledging my analysis as quite astute. However, he noted that if this case could indeed be merged with another, we would no longer be able to intervene. At this point, he seemed to recall something and gestured for me to step outside. When we emerged, aside from the vigilant officers, only Xiao Yang remained waiting for us by the roadside. Upon seeing us, she waved. We hurried over, and she expressed her exasperation. stating that she had to catch a ride with us. Uncle Zhou nodded in agreement, mentioning that he had some questions for her. She glanced at both of us, asking, "What's the matter?" Uncle Zhou replied that it would be discussed in the car. Consequently, the three of us got into the vehicle, with Xiao Yang sitting alone in the back. Once the car was in motion, Uncle Zhou began to inquire. "Earlier, you mentioned that the investigation team had made some groundbreaking progress?" Xiao Yang let out a sigh of relief and shot me a reproachful glance, saying, "This must be your doing, getting the section chief to ask, right? I really can't fathom how someone studying forensic medicine can be so nosy about these matters." I widened my eyes and turned to look at her, astonished by this unexpected turn of events that had befallen me once again. However, upon seeing the playful glint in her gaze, I realized I had been duped. She chuckled softly and said, "I was just teasing you, Chief. You are well aware of our current predicament. In fact, I only learned this from Shouchen a moment ago. When I called her earlier, she mentioned that the investigation team dispatched 2 police cars from the bureau around 10 o'clock, seemingly heading towards Luchong village in the Yuan district." Luchong. The moment I heard that name, a shiver coursed through me. That was indeed our village. Chapter 39. A twist of fate. How could they possibly come to our village? Could it be that this series of events is connected to us? Impossible. I shook my head in disbelief. Uncle Zhou glanced at me, tentatively inquiring, "Shouchen, could that Luchong village be your village?" I bitterly curled my lips, nodding helplessly. It seems so. Could it be that the murderer is hiding in our village? Little Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. "No way. That's just too coincidental. Xiao, didn't you just come from the village? Did you notice anything unusual while you were there?" Xiao. Upon hearing Little Liang's playful address, I couldn't help but shudder. However, aware of her penchant for humor, I chose not to dwell on it. Uncle Zhou seemed oblivious to the implications of Little Liang's words, merely casting me a somewhat ambiguous glance. I quickly averted my gaze from his knowing look and responded to Little Liang. "Actually, even if you hadn't asked, I was planning to share this." Thus, I recounted the events from the moment I awoke in the coffin to the incident involving Lu Banshan's demise, detailing everything meticulously. Though I concealed the ethereal dream and the matter concerning the spirit umbrella linger. As I spoke, both of them listened with rapt attention, their astonishment palpable, especially when I recounted how I had been placed in a coffin by my family on 2 occasions, only to defy death and return to life. Their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in disbelief. Even the deaths of Uncle Yang and Li Feng seemed shrouded in mystery to them, as they had yet to uncover the truth behind those incidents. Xiao Yang deliberately reached out to touch the nape of my neck, confirming whether I was indeed alive. Of course, this was merely a jest. Uncle Zhou let out a sigh and cast a meaningful glance in my direction, inquiring if Lu Banjian's situation bore any resemblance to that of Depeng. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging that I had entertained a similar thought. However, old Zhang was undeniably deceased, thus it should not be linked to that incident. Xiao Yang concurred with my statement, yet Uncle Zhou's words suddenly put me on high alert. He cautioned me not to forget that the gatekeeper, In Lu Jia, had an accomplice, a person we had yet to identify, not even discerning their gender. A jolt ran through me. Indeed, had it not been for Uncle Zhou's remark, I might have completely overlooked that scoundrel. As I reflected on this, my thoughts revisited the memories of that time, ultimately leading me to confirm that the deceased accomplice was male. I recalled the familiarity of his voice. Truth be told, my social circle is rather limited, consisting of only a handful of acquaintances. Therefore, after meticulously filtering through the individuals I had encountered recently, one person emerged in my mind. Who might this individual be? It was the man with glasses who had initially lent me an umbrella. Yet, I realized that my recollection of his appearance was quite vague. All I could remember was that he was of average height, spoke with a local accent, had a baritone voice, sported a crew cut, and wore glasses. Beyond that, all that remained in my memory was the vehicle that had picked him up. My recollection of that vehicle has grown increasingly vague. I only remember it being a small black car. I cannot recall the license plate, nor can I remember the brand of the car. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhou sighed. Suddenly, Xiao Yang inquired about my location at that time. I responded that I was at the bus stop at Meishan Road. After pondering for a moment, she inquired with a hint of delight about the specific day and approximately what time it was. I replied that it was July 5th, just before 10 o'clock in the evening, as the fast food restaurant where I worked closed only after 9:30 p.m. Therefore, the precise time should have been between 9:40 and 10 o'clock. As I finished speaking, both Uncle Zhou and I had an epiphany, seemingly grasping Xiao Liang's intent. Uncle Zhou remarked that it is indeed the meticulousness of girls that stands out. At this moment, the vehicle had entered the city, and Uncle Zhou turned the car, solemnly stating that we would head to the traffic police station. Approximately 15 minutes later, we arrived in front of the traffic police station's office building. Uncle Zhou led us directly to the main control room, requesting the on-duty personnel to retrieve the surveillance footage from that evening at Meishan Road. Having established the time, the staff effortlessly assisted us in locating the video from that period. Due to the limitations of the control room's computer, they could only save the footage onto a USB drive for us to view elsewhere. When we opened the video on a borrowed computer in an adjacent temporary meeting room and played it until I appeared at the bus stop, the three of us were utterly stunned, especially I, as cold sweat trickled down my forehead. A chilling sensation gripped my back. If it weren't for my presence in the video, I would genuinely doubt whether the time frame had been misidentified. However, I distinctly recall observing the time when it was being recorded. Yet, why is it that at the bus stop on Meishan Road, I appear to be the sole individual present? I vividly remember that there were 4 of us in total, including myself. Apart from the gentleman who lent me his umbrella, there was also a couple engrossed in each other's company, who later boarded bus number 16. Indeed, bus number 16 did stop at the platform, yet no one boarded, let alone the couple. Throughout the duration, I remained entirely alone, and I was not holding a red umbrella. Approximately at 9 minutes and 55 seconds into the video, a somewhat unsteady vehicle appeared before me, moving in exceedingly slow pace. It lingered for less than 5 seconds before continuing on its way. Why, despite my bewilderment, does the footage portray an experience so starkly different from what I witnessed with my own eyes? Fortunately, I recognized that car. It was indeed the very vehicle that the bespectacled man had summoned during his phone call. I promptly pointed it out to the two of them. They exchanged a knowing glance, and Xiao Liang, with understanding, slightly accelerated the video playback. As the front of the car approached the camera, he swiftly captured a screenshot. Subsequently, Xiao Yang established a remote connection to his computer at the police station and launched a specific software within the system. He uploaded the captured image and incessantly clicked the right mouse button, gradually enhancing the clarity of the footage. Finally, when the car was fully visible to us, it elicited an exclamation of disbelief, not only from Xiao Yang and me, but also from the usually composed Uncle Zhou. How is this possible? Xiao Yang stood up abruptly from his chair, his eyes filled with terror as he fixated on the vehicle in the image. He then turned to me and Uncle Zhou, trembling as he stammered, How is this paper car driving on the highway? I swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat from my forehead, feeling as though my entire worldview had been irrevocably altered by this video. Who on earth had informed me that the car I had seen was, in fact, a mere paper vehicle? And the very individuals I believed were intent on harming me did not exist at all, not to mention the absurd notion of lending me an umbrella. What on earth was happening? Chapter 40. Changing shoes, Uncle Zhou, with a grave expression, inquired about my distress. I wiped the sweat from my brow with a bitter sigh and shook my head, confessing my ignorance regarding the situation. I vividly recalled that the young couple had boarded the number 16 bus, and the bespectacled man had told me that there were no more buses after the No. 9 at such a late hour, offered me a ride, which I declined. Subsequently, he lent me his red umbrella, but I could not fathom the reasons behind it all. As I reflected on the events, I felt on the brink of collapse. Xiao Yang hurried over to comfort me, urging me to refrain from spiraling into irrational thoughts, assuring me that there must be a reason behind it all. Taking a deep breath, I nodded, striving to compose myself. I had always believed that the incident had been laid to rest with the demise of old Zhang, or at the very least, that the other perpetrator remained at large, leaving the police unable to reach a conclusive resolution. As far as the municipal bureau was concerned, they were still unaware of the death of the flat-chested girl, and the Shouchen police had failed to promptly connect the unidentified female corpse with a missing girl from the city. However, Witnessing the vivid recollection of the moment I borrowed the umbrella made me realize that the matter had spiraled far beyond my initial imagination. The only remaining connection I had to the red umbrella from my memory seemed to be the entity known as Umbrella Spirit, as referred to by Chi Tai Sui. Yet, I was loath to associate her with the harm inflicted upon me. It would be nothing short of sacrilege. Contemplating this, I could not help but inquire of Uncle Zhou about the circumstances when old Zhang had used willow branches to bind my limbs. Uncle Zhou instructed Xiao Liang to prepare the USB drive, indicating that we would discuss it further on our way back. At that moment, my mind was utterly vacant as I exited the traffic police office building. It wasn't until we turned the car out of the building and onto the road that Uncle Zhou meticulously recounted the events that had transpired, a narrative captured by the surveillance cameras in the dormitory, which also utilized infrared technology. His account largely aligned with my own observations, save for one notable omission. He did not mention the enigmatic figure known as Umbrella Linger. I could accept this oversight, as my previous assumption had been that she was a ghost. However, after encountering Chi Tai Sui and learning her true name, I began to reconsider. She was not a specter, but rather a kind-hearted girl endowed with unique abilities. The absence of the man with the eyes in the surveillance footage from the traffic police department severed any leads regarding another culprit. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Nantian community, after Xiao Liang alighted from the vehicle, I took a moment to quietly advise her to exercise caution in the coming days, especially considering the recent incidents at the police station. She responded with a simple "oh," before leaning closer to the car window with a mischievous smile, playfully inquiring why I was so concerned about her well-being. A sudden thought crossed my mind, and I lowered my head in silence. Beside me, Uncle Zhou seemed to be suppressing a chuckle. As the vehicle resumed its journey, he inquired about my plans. After a moment's reflection, I replied that there was little to occupy my time in the city. Thus, I had decided to return home. He nodded in agreement and steered the car towards the western part of the city. Initially, I assumed he would drop me off at the bus station, only to be surprised when we passed it without stopping. With a smile, he remarked that since he was giving me a ride, he would certainly take me all the way home, as it was not far for him to drive. Uncle Zhou's kindness nearly brought me tears. On the way out of the city, he made a phone call to inform my family that he had some matters to attend to in the Yuan district and would not be returning that evening. Upon hearing that he wouldn't be home, I called my mother to let her know about Uncle Zhou's plans, suggesting she prepare a bit more food. Inadvertently, I received two pieces of news. My father had just returned, and, when asked about his whereabouts, he remained silent, placing his belongings at home before heading to the old house behind. Hearing this, I felt a sense of relief, as I had been worried about his well-being. Another matter arose when two police cars arrived in the village, heading towards Liu Banshan's residence and his grave. I was left pondering their purpose. Upon hearing this, I finally grasped the nature of the groundbreaking developments that Xiao Liang had alluded to regarding the investigation team. It was highly probable that they had uncovered some suspicious details surrounding Liu Banshan's death, prompting their inquiry into any potential connections to the Ghost Needle case. I relayed this information to Uncle Zhou, who concurred with my assessment. As it happened, he was kindly offering me a ride home, allowing us to delve deeper into the matter. We departed the city at 4 o'clock and, by 6, had already arrived at the village's entrance. Given it was summer, the daylight lingered, and we fortuitously encountered the village clerk and accountant at the small shop adjacent to the primary school. I was somewhat acquainted with them, as the village had graciously hosted a banquet for me prior to my departure for university. Thus, I requested Uncle Zhou to halt the vehicle beside the shop, and I greeted them. They appeared to be engaged in conversation, and upon spotting my return in a sedan, their faces lit up with smiles in response. When they noticed Uncle Zhou, I fabricated a tale that he was my university professor, and their expressions promptly shifted. Addressing him as Teacher Zhou, Uncle Zhou paid little attention to this exchange. My true intention was to glean information about the investigation team from them, so I straightforwardly inquired about the subject of their discussion. They're all from the same village, and perhaps they feel there is nothing to hide, as they leaned against the car window and spoke to us about the matters we had just discussed. Indeed, it was related to the investigation team. What took us by surprise was that this investigation team seemed to have escalated the situation, even getting into a confrontation with Liu Banshan's family. The village committee accompanied them, and found themselves in a rather awkward position. The shocking truth left Uncle Zhou and me astounded. We suddenly sensed that something significant was about to unfold. It turned out they had secretly contacted the local civil affairs department, citing illegal burial practices as a reason to exhume Liu Banshan's grave. Under the glaring sun, they pried open the coffin. Strangely enough, as they struggled to remove Liu Banshan's body from the coffin and placed it into a body bag, something went awry. Perhaps it was due to Liu Banshan's semi-divine status. Once the body was loaded onto the vehicle, it broke down. Subsequently, members of the Liu family, upon hearing the news, rallied dozens of people to confront them. Neither side seemed to gain any advantage, as they remained locked in a standoff on the dirt road at the foot of the hill, with no way to leave. Especially since the vehicle remained in disrepair. Having listened to this, I felt it was time to take my leave as the sky began to darken. I informed them that I needed to return home for dinner. Subsequently, Uncle Zhou and I drove to my doorstep. Indeed, dinner was ready. Upon hearing the sound of the car, my mother hurried outside, but did not see my father, who was likely still at the old house. I introduced Uncle Zhou to my mother, who greeted him with a smile, saying, "Hello, sister-in-law, I hope I am not being a nuisance. Where is my elder brother?" My mother mentioned that she was in the old house at the back. She instructed us to enter while she went to summon him. She also reminded me to prepare a cup of tea for Uncle Zhou. After I stepped inside with Uncle Zhou, I noticed that the table was already laden with food and drinks. I urged Uncle Zhou to take a seat, and then I retreated to my own room, placing my bag on the bed. As I contemplated the slightly damp atmosphere of the house, I decided to change into slippers. However, the moment I removed my shoes, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Since my return had been rather abrupt, I discovered that only a pair of clean cloth shoes remained beneath the bed. After pondering for a moment, I ultimately retrieved the legendary shoes said to traverse between realms from my bag, and I ventured out to offer Uncle Zhou a fresh pair to wear. Chapter 41. Strange transformations. Zhou's shoes' heels were nearly the same as mine. His shoes fit him quite comfortably. Perhaps after wearing leather shoes for an extended period, he found the cloth shoes rather pleasant. Just as I was speaking, my mother and father returned home. Zhou Shu promptly rose, smiling as he approached my father to shake hands. However, the situation turned awkward when my father entered with a stern expression, fixating on Zhou Shu without extending his hand. Not only I, but even my mother could not bear the tension, giving my father a nudge and inquiring irritably about his grim demeanor. Zhou Shu, feeling the discomfort, withdrew his hand and awkwardly chuckled, claiming there was nothing amiss, that he and Wang Laoj were strangers, and this was their first encounter. Yet, my father did not acknowledge his attempt at lightheartedness. Instead, he brushed past Zhou Shu, walked over to me, cast a glance at my feet, and then seated himself at the large table, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. My mother, infuriated, incessantly apologized to Zhou Shu, asserting that my father was being unreasonable and advised him not to take it to heart. I turned to look at my father, furrowing my brows in confusion. Why did I detect a whiff of decay upon his return? Where had he been these past few days? Zhou Shu, observing the interaction, could only smile bitterly. Perhaps it was precisely such a meeting that piqued his curiosity about my father, prompting him to choose a seat directly opposite him at the table. My mother and I sat at the lower end, while an empty set of bowls and chopsticks adorned the upper end, a long-standing tradition in our family. I recalled a childhood incident when, unaware of the custom, I reached for the utensils, only to be met with a harsh reprimand from my father. Since then, I had refrained from touching them again. Uncle Zhou appeared quite curious, yet the circumstances at that moment made it inconvenient for him to inquire further. So he merely cast a few more glances upward. During the meal, I accompanied Uncle Zhou in drinking some white liquor, while my father, who typically enjoyed a couple of drinks, abstained completely, opting instead for mere bites of vegetables. His conspicuous transformation unsettled me, reflecting on the past. It seemed his changes began only after my recent resurrection. What could possibly be wrong with him? No one could provide answers to my questions, rendering the dinner exceedingly uncomfortable. After the meal, my father retreated alone into the house, while my mother began clearing the table. Noticing the time, Uncle Zhou suggested that it would be beneficial for us to take a stroll afterward. Understanding his intent, I conveyed my mother's approval for us to step outside, to which she agreed, stating she would keep the water in the pot warm for us, and urged us to return promptly. Just before exiting the main room, I stole a glance at my parents' quarters, but saw no one. In the rural setting, by 7 or 8 o'clock, the outside had plunged into darkness. As it was already late July, with the beginning of the month easily forgotten. Fortunately, I had brought a flashlight. As Uncle Joe lit a cigarette upon stepping out, we made our way towards the main road. Feeling somewhat awkward, I broached the subject of my father's situation to Uncle Joe. He chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed, though a bit taken aback by my father's demeanor. As I struggled to articulate my thoughts, I could only express that he had not always been this way and that I was at a loss to understand the reasons behind it. After a moment of hesitation, Uncle Joe uttered a phrase that struck a chord of anxiety within me. Where there is trouble, there's a lurking malevolence. A myriad of emotions swirled within me as I recalled his numerous transformations, accompanied by the lingering stench of decay emanating from him. Ultimately, I refrained from confiding in Uncle Joe, perhaps out of a deep-seated fear of others gossiping about him. Sensing my reluctance to elaborate, Uncle Joe promptly shifted the topic, inquiring whether I knew the whereabouts of the investigation team. I nodded in affirmation. Although I was unaware of the exact location where Lou Banzian was buried, I was familiar with the area described by the 2 members of the village committee. It lay to the southwest of the path leading to my grandfather's grave, on a hillside that our village referred to as Fangyuden. In my childhood, I had tended sheep in that very spot. Uncle Joe expressed satisfaction and requested that I guide him there. After approximately 10 minutes, we neared the site where the investigation team confronted the Lou family. Uncle Joe instructed me to extinguish the flashlight, advising that it was best for the team to remain unaware of his presence. Fortunately, I was well acquainted with the terrain, thus, even without illumination, I navigated by the faint moonlight. After another 5 or 6 minutes of walking, we arrived at the roadside near Fangyuden. Yet we found no sign of police vehicles, nor any indication of a standoff between the investigation team and the Lou family. As I flicked on the flashlight to examine the ground, I discerned distinct tire tracks. Just as I prepared to turn off the light, Uncle Joe halted me with a command to wait. He took a step aside, crouched down, and requested that I pass him a flashlight. Upon illuminating the ground, we were astounded to discover the presence of blood. As I turned my gaze towards the direction of the cattle pen, I suddenly felt as though there was someone standing on the small slope of the pen. Just as I was about to call out to Uncle Joe to borrow his flashlight and see who it was, a voice, indistinguishable in gender, echoed in my ears, calling my name. I initially presumed it to be a familiar acquaintance and was about to respond, but Uncle Joe swiftly covered my mouth, signaling me to hush, and then he gently pulled me backward. As we retreated, I noticed that the figure on the slope appeared to be hastily descending the hill. Uncle Joe seemed to have sensed it as well, and he urgently whispered to me, "Run," although I was still unclear about the unfolding situation. The instinctive reaction to his command propelled me forward in a rush. Before long, we found ourselves back home, where my mother was busy in the kitchen. Perhaps she had not anticipated our swift return, for upon seeing us breathless, she looked puzzled and inquired about our whereabouts. I exchanged a glance with Uncle Joe and, telling a little fib to my mother, remarked that we had gone out for a run. My mother, intending to scold me, hesitated upon noticing another person present, and instead merely advised us to take a bath soon, suggesting that if we couldn't sleep, we could sit outside to cool off. Seated on a small stool in the kitchen, I waited for my mother to leave before turning to Uncle Joe and asking, what on earth was that all about? How did that person know my name? Uncle Joe cast a disapproving glance in my direction and remarked on my audacity, cautioning that in such desolate wilderness, even if one were to hear their parents calling, it would be wise not to respond, for it could very well cost one's life. He added that the voice was distinctly unsettling, far from human, resembling a case he had investigated previously. It could potentially be the work of a malevolent spirit seeking a scapegoat. A shiver ran down my spine as I listened, and I looked at him with gratitude. Noticing his troubled expression, I jested, "Uncle Joe, you are a man of the establishment. How can you indulge in such superstitious notions? If this were to leak, you might face disciplinary action." Amused yet exasperated, he gave a light slap to the back of my head. concerned about potential developments. Uncle Joe made a call to the police station to inquire if the investigation team had returned, only to learn that they had not been seen since leaving in the morning. His brow furrowed deeper, and he asked if I knew the phone number for the village committee. I nodded, recalling that it was noted in our family telephone directory. I stepped out of the kitchen to fetch it from my parents' room, but upon opening the door, I found my mother seated on the bed, engrossed in a television program. Before I could utter a word, she began to vent her frustrations about my father, lamenting that he was acting like a lunatic, running around during the day and, astonishingly, venturing out at night. She speculated whether he had become entangled with some local widow. Chapter 42. My spirit, my pain for reasons unknown, as I listened to my mother's incessant nagging. A fleeting image of a somewhat familiar figure at the bus station crossed my mind. In that brief moment, I found myself chuckling at the absurdity of it all. He had hardly ventured far from home. It was impossible for it to be him. Nevertheless, seeing my mother's agitated expression compelled me to resolve to inquire with my father at the earliest opportunity about what was truly amiss. After locating the phone directory, I reassured my mother not to overthink things and urged her to retire early before I returned to the kitchen. Upon reaching the threshold, an unsettling sensation crept over me, as if something were watching from behind. Instinctively, I turned, catching a glimpse of the patch of tall grass near Uncle Joe's vehicle stirring slightly, perhaps merely swayed by the wind. I exhaled in relief, chiding myself for my growing timidity, and hastened into the kitchen where Uncle Joe was seated, engrossed in his phone. Noticing my arrival, he inquired about my progress, asking if I had found what I was looking for. I rifled through the directory and relayed the village committee's number to him. After he dialed, he introduced himself and inquired about the investigation team. The response from the other end was unclear, causing his brow to furrow before he abruptly ended the call. Curiosity piqued, I asked him what was wrong. He scoffed, his voice laced with indigna. It seems that one ought to be on the way back to the municipal bureau now. What is depicted here are not forensic experts, but rather a band of ruffians, tarnishing the reputation of the police entirely. I must certainly report this matter to the higher authorities. Such conduct is simply unacceptable. Uncle Joe was truly disheartened by this turn of events, and I hurried to console him, suggesting that there must be other underlying reasons for their actions. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked with intrigue that the situation indeed seemed peculiar. Logically, they ought not to behave in such a manner. Could it be that the corpse of Lou Banzian is genuinely connected to the ghostly needle case? This was a question I could not answer. Lou Banzian's death was undoubtedly enigmatic. I had witnessed the body myself and was left with the impression that he had been frightened to death. The ghostly needle case, on the other hand, is a classic example of witchcraft, where victims typically experience hallucinations or lose consciousness, leading to self-inflicted harm and demise. There is no conceivable link between the two. How could there be a direct connection? Nevertheless, pondering further would be futile. We could only wait for the following day when Xiao returns to work, hoping to uncover some vital information. Having come to this realization, Uncle Joe and I took turns bathing, after which I led him to my room. As I did not have any extra accommodation at home, we were obliged to share a bed. Before lying down, I deliberately imitated the deceased Zhang Laotu by turning my cloth shoes upside down, curious to see if any peculiar occurrences would ensue. Uncle Joe, being an experienced detective, possessed remarkable resilience and soon fell into a deep slumber. I, however, found it much more challenging. While I lay in bed, tossing and turning, I was preoccupied with thoughts of the events that had transpired, all the while listening for the sound of my father's return. Yet, even as fatigue began to overtake me, the door remained silent. Regrettably, until the very last moment before I succumbed to slumber, I sensed no anomalies. In the hazy twilight of sleep, I perceived a presence by my bedside, instinctively assuming it was Uncle Joe rising for a moment of convenience. Yet, that could not be correct. Who, then, was the one snoring behind me? In an instant, I opened my eyes, only to behold the astonishing sight of her. Umbrella Linger. I had not anticipated her presence in my home, and even more peculiarly, the lights remained extinguished. Yet I could distinctly see her, even the subtle smile curving at the corners of her lips. In a flurry, I scrambled from my bed, inquiring how she had entered. She merely tucked away her red umbrella, bestowed upon me a gentle smile, and gestured towards the floor, indicating I should don the cloth slippers. It was only after I slipped them on that I realized they were arranged in an entirely normal manner, despite my earlier attempts to mimic the inverted placement of old John. As I pondered this, Uncle Joe's snoring abruptly ceased, and I found myself momentarily startled, inclined to turn and ascertain the reason. However, I soon felt my left hand ensnared by a cool, delicate touch, sending a jolt through my heart. Was this not my first experience holding hands with a girl, particularly one so enchanting? My thoughts were swiftly interrupted as my feet, seemingly possessed, followed her out of the room and then out of the house. Beneath the expansive night sky, adorned with countless stars and touched by a hint of moonlight, I marveled at the clarity of my vision. Though the distant objects were somewhat indistinct, their general outlines remained discernible. Standing together beneath the lush banyan tree at the threshold, we found ourselves side by side. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Chun, I have awaited this day for 8 long years. My mind momentarily buzzed, and I was suddenly flooded with memories of the little girl clad in a red wedding dress, who lay beside me when I awakened from the coffin at the tender age of 12. Ling. A sharp pang tore through my heart. Thoughts of her had been deeply buried within me, transforming into an agony I could scarcely bear to unravel. How could this be possible? I turned my head in astonishment to gaze upon her, hardly daring to believe my own eyes. Had she not perished? Yet, she alone would call me by that name. Even my parents and grandparents merely referred to me as Shouchen. Could it be that she truly lived? My hand, gripped tightly by hers, began to tremble as I regarded her with a whirlwind of emotions, my eyes growing misty. I longed to inquire where she had been all these years, why she never sought me out. Yet, the words remained lodged within my throat, choked by the weight of suppressed emotion. She gently extended her hand, caressing my face with tender strokes, joyfully declaring, "Marry a chicken, follow a chicken. Marry a dog, follow a dog. Even a bench can be dragged along." Upon hearing this childhood phrase, I could no longer contain the surge of longing within me, and tears streamed down my cheeks. She reached out, softly wiping away my tears, smiling as she said, "How silly." My thoughts drifted back to that sun-drenched summer when I was 10 years old, and my grandfather returned from a distant journey with a dirty little girl, cheerfully proclaiming that she was to be my little bride. At that time, many of my peers in the village mocked me, jesting that my grandfather had found me an unattractive bride. I was filled with anger, resenting her for being the source of their ridicule, for her appearance which seemed so unkempt and unappealing. I vowed that I would rather remain single than marry her. However, after my mother took her for a thorough wash, I discovered that she was not as ugly as I had imagined. In fact, she was quite lovely. I was in the 3rd grade, while she was in the 1st. We walked to and from school together, shared meals, completed homework, and played side by side. We would wash our feet together and sleep in the same room. At that time, my concept of a bride was rather vague. She was simply someone who accompanied me to school and play, and who would eventually bear my children. Those 2 years were filled with joy. Yet, everything changed in the year I turned 12 due to a moment of youthful folly. Chapter 43. My life, her death during the summer of my 12th year, when the heat was so oppressive that even the dogs preferred to stay indoors. I was persuaded by a few companions from the village to sneak away to the Dian for a dip. My grandfather had always warned me against water, forbidding me from bathing in rivers. Yet the allure of a swim proved irresistible. Thus I joined them. Dian was an irrigation reservoir constructed for the agricultural fields, its depths formidable yet possessing a unique characteristic. In summer, when the upstream reservoir released water for irrigation, the slope at the outlet became akin to a waterbed, particularly inviting and comfortable. My intention in going with them was merely to indulge in the enjoyment of this makeshift waterbed, and thus I perceived no imminent danger. For the first couple of hours, we luxuriated on the slope, taking turns to cool off, stealthily hiding whenever we noticed someone approaching. Just as we were engrossed in our merriment, a boy from the village, known as Pang, suddenly rushed over, exclaiming that he had spotted a massive red carp by the water's edge. Our interest piqued, we hurried to the scene, and indeed, nestled among the water plants at the edge of the slope was a splendid red carp, easily weighing over 10 pounds, gracefully swimming. being unable to swim. I hesitated and suggested that we leave, but Erpang and Shouho insisted otherwise, arguing that such a sizable fish would yield a generous portion for each of us if caught. I deemed the endeavor perilous and reiterated my desire to depart, only to be met with their taunts, branding me a coward, fearful of reprimand from the women at home. My temper flared, and I retorted defiantly, "I shall go down if you dare. Who is afraid of whom?" Thus, the four of us removed our shoes and cautiously descended the slope. It was peculiar. The fish seemed to linger by the water's edge, undeterred even when stones tumbled down as we made our way down. Erpang chuckled, suggesting that the fish was likely ensnared by the aquatic plants. For some reason, I sensed something amiss about the fish. It wasn't merely its reluctance to flee, but rather its strikingly crimson hue, reminiscent of blood. Nevertheless, having already committed to this endeavor, I steeled myself and approached the creature alongside Erhai. Upon closer inspection, the fish appeared significantly larger than we had perceived from above, easily exceeding 20 pounds. Erpang and Shouho, emboldened by their swimming prowess, dove in from either side and gestured for me and Erhai to join them. Like me, Erhai couldn't swim. After exchanging a glance, he gritted his teeth and entered the water. I followed suit. At that moment, Erhai and I were less than a step away from the fish, while Erpang and Shouho were still a couple of steps behind. Just as we prepared to pounce, we suddenly noticed that the fish had vanished. Before I could comprehend the situation, I heard Erpang and Shouho sputtering and calling for help. I looked up to see them desperately clawing at the water surface. Erhai panicked, shouting as he scrambled back up the slope. My mind went blank, and I stood frozen, only to be yanked into the water by a struggling hand. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying in a coffin, with Ling Er beside me, lifeless and devoid of breath. I was born as she perished. It was later recounted by my grandfather that Ling Er, noticing my absence at home during the midday rest, feared I might be bathing. On her way, she encountered the terrified second child, who, upon learning I was still by the water's edge, was instructed to return and summon the adults while she sought me out. The events that transpired after the second child's departure remain unclear. However, when the villagers eventually ventured to the dam, they discovered only the lifeless forms of Ling Er and myself. The bodies of Erpang and Shouho were not found until a week later, when the waters of the dam receded, revealing them. Yet they had been reduced to mere skin clinging to bones. The villagers whispered that the red carp was a water spirit, luring us into the depths as a substitute. That was the first time I emerged from the coffin, yet she remained trapped within. My grandfather fashioned a paper effigy, dressed it in my attire, and placed it in the coffin. During the funeral, he insisted I could not attend, for Ling Er was clad in a red bridal gown, and if I were present, she would uncover the truth of the paper figure and follow me back. From that moment, my existence transformed. The following year, my grandfather also departed. What I never anticipated was that the one I had believed to be lost forever would return to my side, endowed with extraordinary abilities, a development I had not foreseen. I gazed at the girl before me, who smiled in my direction, my heart tangled with emotions. The memories of her dragging people like dogs with a rope faded, replaced by the image of the little girl who would secretly share even a morsel of meat with me, despite the meager offerings on her plate. Just as I reveled in the joy of her return, a sinister laughter suddenly echoed in my ears. Startled, I was about to turn away when Ling Er immediately released my hand, unfurled her red umbrella, and solemnly instructed me, "Do not look back and refrain from asking anything." She then pushed me into the courtyard, and it was only when I heard the gate close behind me that I realized she had not followed. The laughter I had heard earlier filled me with increasing concern. Forgetting her previous admonition, I hastily flung open the courtyard door and dashed outside. Yet, all I could see was a solitary figure with an umbrella gradually retreating down the distant road. As I hesitated, torn on whether to pursue, I heard Uncle Joe's cough behind me, followed by the sight of him yawning as he approached the urine bucket beside the pigsty. Feeling a sense of dejection, I returned to my room, casually discarded my shoes, and reclined on the bed, lost in thought. When Uncle Joe, still half asleep, entered the room to turn off the light, he caught my gaze and smiled, saying, "I must have woken you. With age comes the habit of waking in the night. You should get some rest. I will turn off the light." I acknowledged him, and soon the room was cloaked in darkness as he stumbled into bed, soon succumbing to slumber. I pursed my lips, preparing to close my eyes when suddenly, Uncle Zhou's earlier words struck me with disquiet. Had he truly not seen me outside? That seemed implausible. Even if he had not noticed me then, he surely would have realized my absence upon rising. Why would he say such a thing? Considering he had already been asleep, I felt it inappropriate to awaken him, resolving instead to inquire in the morning. With a smile of lingering in my mind, I unknowingly drifted back into slumber. When I finally awoke once more, the dawn had yet to break, and I found myself roused by Uncle Zhou, whose countenance bore an unusually grim expression. Inquiring about the matter, he sighed deeply, revealing that a serious situation had unfolded. Just moments ago, a call had come from Municipal Bureau, reporting that 2 vehicles from the investigation team had toppled into a ravine. The specifics remained unclear, and the director had personally hastened to the scene. I must leave now. Stay at home, and I shall call you later, he instructed. A shiver ran through me. Truly, one wave of trouble had not yet subsided before another arose. Chapter 44. The most unwilling to doubt as I rose to see Uncle Zhou off, I was astonished to find my shoes inexplicably turned upside down. I distinctly remembered having carelessly discarded them before entering the house. Given Uncle Zhou's urgency to depart, I refrained from pondering this anomaly further. Standing at the gate, I watched him leave, suddenly recalling that I had forgotten to inquire about the meaning of his earlier words. After contemplating for a moment, I resolved to wait until he was finished with his affairs before calling him for clarification. Reflecting on the purpose of his journey, I felt a pang of regret for not accompanying him, especially since the ghost needle case had some connection to my concerns. I was perplexed as to why the investigation team's vehicle had overturned in the ditch. Yet I sensed a strong possibility it was related to the ghost needle case, a worry I had harbored even before the discovery of Li Feng's body. The already enigmatic ghost needle case had taken an unexpected turn, a development that no one could have foreseen. The dawn was breaking, and people were already bustling along the road to the morning market. My mother emerged from the house, clearing her throat, and curiously inquired why Uncle Zhou had left so early without having breakfast at home. She wondered if it was related to my father's situation. Observing the strands of white in her hair, I sighed and explained that Uncle Zhou was returning to handle a case. Perhaps she thought I was merely trying to comfort her, as she shook her head and busied herself in the kitchen. Approaching the kitchen, I watched her scurry about, and on several occasions, I contemplated sharing the matter concerning Ling Er with her, yet the words remained unspoken on my lips. Behind me, a faint sound of footsteps emerged. I turned my head to find it was my father, his face shadowed, with a grim expression as he approached from behind. It was evident he had spent the night at the old house. His recent transformation had lodged a knot in my heart, and I feared my mind might wander to the unsettling suspicion that he had taken another woman. After a moment's hesitation, I stepped forward to greet him. Upon noticing my approach, he halted abruptly, seemingly waiting for me. As I reached him, I was struck by the intensified stench of decay emanating from him. Just as I opened my mouth to inquire, he flashed a smile, yet it lacked the warmth of his former sincerity, appearing instead somewhat rigid. He stared at me and uttered a perplexing remark, finally unable to hold back. With that, he brushed past me and entered the house. I stood there bewildered, replaying his words in my mind, yet failing to grasp their meaning. The pungent odor and his recent demeanor conjured a terrifying thought in me. Could he be dead? I shook my head vigorously, dispelling such a horrifying notion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be another explanation, but such is the nature of the mind. The more one attempts to suppress a thought, the more it festers. I realized that once this notion had taken root, it was unstoppable. Reflecting upon that fateful encounter when Liu Banzian was so startled by my ailment that he fled, he returned after a day and night, bearing a jug of wine. Transformed from his former self. At that moment, I paid little heed to this change, as one must acknowledge that people inevitably evolve, myself included. Subsequently, he invited me to accompany him to pay respects at my grandfather's grave. On our journey, we chanced upon a drunken Liu Banzian, who seemed not to recognize him as they brushed past one another. Yet, upon reaching my side, he grasped my arm and engaged me in conversation. Eventually, unable to endure the tension, I called out to him, and Lu Banxian appeared to be in a state of distress, eager to convey something to me. His fear was palpable, prompting him to flee homeward in terror, where he ultimately perished, a sight I witnessed, his death attributed to sheer fright. Throughout this ordeal, I remained in his company. Thus it stands to reason that Lu Banxian's demise should not be linked to him. Later, when Lu Banxian's family held the funeral rites, it was only fitting for one from the village to attend the wake. However, he chose to abstain, which was understandable as I had already paid my respects earlier. Yet, inexplicably, Lu Banxian's corpse found its way into my dwelling, a mystery that has long perplexed me, for the front door was securely closed from within, and the bedroom door was locked tight. How'd he gain entry? As he entered, I inadvertently brushed against his hand and was struck by an unusual fragrance. At the time, I could not discern its essence, only to later recall the first encounter with the scent of decay upon his body. This evoked a fleeting thought that I failed to retain. Now, in retrospect, I realized the peculiarity of that scent, for it was a bizarre amalgamation of floral notes intertwined with the stench of death. The scent, both foul and fragrant, compelled me to question whether the body of Lu Banxian had found its way into my abode. Yet, what could possibly motivate him to do such a thing? This dilemma stirred a tempest of conflict and turmoil within me. At his core, he is my father, and I ought not to harbor such suspicions. Nevertheless, his recent peculiar behaviors have rendered it impossible to dismiss my doubts. I have encountered reanimated corpses before. Dapeng was the first, and Lu Banxian should be no exception. However, they merely appeared as walking cadavers, which is why I dismissed the notion that he was deceased. This realization brought a modicum of relief. Human nature is inherently selfish. When faced with a loved one, even one who is a murderer, acceptance is possible, yet the thought of their eternal absence is unbearable. Despite the knowledge that mortality is an inevitable part of existence, the pain of loss remains a heart-wrenching truth. As I pondered these matters, my mother's voice echoed in my ears, calling me to wash up and prepare for breakfast. Observing him already at the table, I sighed and proceeded to the kitchen to freshen up. When I entered the living room for breakfast, he was no longer seated at the table. My mother was serving porridge, and out of curiosity, I inquired about my father's whereabouts. She curtly replied that he had just left for the fields. As I accepted the bowl of porridge from her, I noticed nothing amiss, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in my heart. Hesitantly, I asked her if she had detected any unusual scent on my father. My mother responded with a startled ah, then looked up, furrowing her brow and coldly questioning the nature of this scent. Did I detect the scent of a cunning vixen upon her? My heart skipped a beat. Something was amiss. How could she be oblivious to it? Yet, why was I the only one able to perceive it? Moreover, it seemed as though he was aware of my suspicions. With no time to ponder further, I hastily reassured my mother, urging her not to overthink. In a moment of desperation, I remarked that my father had an unpleasant odor. Perhaps he hadn't bathed in a while. My mother responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, claiming she had no idea, considering you all had just returned yesterday. After all, he hadn't bathed the previous night. She then scrutinized me, seemingly trying to discern if I was deceiving her. Her skill in detecting my lies was no match for my composure. Ultimately, she tentatively stated that if I knew anything, I should not keep it from her. I quickly replied, "How could that be?" Just after we finished our meal, Uncle Zhou called, updating me on the situation regarding the investigation team's mishap, revealing outcomes I could never have fathomed. It was utterly bizarre. Chapter 45. The tragic reappearance. The vehicle of the investigation team careened off the protective barrier at a bend on Liuye Road, plunging approximately 10 meters into the riverbank below. Upon arriving at the scene, he was left dumbfounded. The car lay overturned in the ditch, resulting in 2 fatalities and 5 severe injuries. Remarkably, the drivers of both vehicles sustained only minor injuries. The car was severely deformed, with the occupants trapped inside. By the time he arrived, the firefighters had already forcefully extricated the individuals from the wreckage, yet a chilling realization struck him. One member of the investigation team was missing, and the body of Lu Banxian had vanished as well. The director personally oversaw operations and enlisted the villagers present to conduct a reward-based search. However, until he received my call, There had been no news regarding either the missing person or the corpse. I glanced at my phone. It had been nearly 4 hours since Uncle Shu informed me of the incident. How could it be possible to find no trace of them after such an extensive time and with so many people involved? I furrowed my brow, pondering if the recent occurrences were decidedly too peculiar. Had it been my former self, I might have naively dismissed it all as mere coincidence. Yet circumstances had changed, particularly with the specter of the late old Zhang having laid a trap for me over the past 6 months. The car accident involving the investigation team was exceedingly suspicious and conspicuous. If one were to attribute it to driver error, it would be implausible for both vehicles to be involved in such an incident. Ironically, this mishap occurred while transporting the body of Liu Banxian. Now, with Liu Banxian's corpse mysteriously absent, how could one explain the disappearance of the investigation team member in broad daylight? Has he also become a corpse? Thus, I deduced that all of this has been premeditated. They have likely had their sights set on us for some time. However, as events unfolded, I found myself wavering, for it appeared that the adversary's sole aim was to deter the investigation from proceeding further, which, in essence, bore little consequence to me. Otherwise, they might have acted against me long ago. As this thought crossed my mind, I swiftly cast it aside, for one's life is invariably fraught with peril. No matter how cautious one may be or how diligently one attempts to evade danger, the specter of crisis looms perpetually. This notion was echoed in an American film I once watched, Final Destination, which suggested that to truly escape death, one must first confront it. In that moment of clarity, I experienced an epiphany, though I was unaware that this was, in fact, a form of growth. That afternoon, I toiled alongside my mother in the fields, while my father once again deceived us, disappearing without a trace. It was not until nightfall that he returned, the stench of death clinging to him like an unshakable nightmare. Yet he remained undeterred, dining before retreating to the old house. My mother finally erupted, releasing the pent-up resentment she had harbored for days, her cries echoing in the night. But alas, the instigator was long gone and could not hear her lamentations. I became her sounding board, enduring her incessant complaints and nagging, unaware that I had always been acutely aware of the truth. Since his return, my father had not spent a single night at home. Complaints aside, the concept of divorce is foreign to the mindset of rural dwellers, particularly among elderly couples who, regardless of circumstances, must endure. After a leisurely bath, I returned to my room to reconfirm the events of the previous night. I turned my cloth shoes upside down once more. Just as I laid down on the bed, my phone, which was charging, rang. It was once again Uncle Zhou calling. I couldn't help but smile wryly. Ever since my phone was stolen, it had become a direct line to him. Upon answering, Uncle Zhou's voice reached my ears, sounding markedly more relaxed than before. I initially thought that the missing person and the corpse had been found, but instead, I received news that I had anticipated. The flat-chested girl, Xiao Mei, had indeed been located, but tragically, she was already deceased, her body having been discovered by me. I feigned astonishment and asked how this could be possible. He explained that the police in Shouchen had identified her through DNA comparison, confirming it was the body I had unearthed from the well in Xiaoyaosanli. Hearing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, only half a month remained before the 49 days were up. Yet I had already received the reward she promised, a secret concerning the living dead. Although I remained uncertain of its significance, I felt closer to the truth. Amidst my surprise, I inquired of Uncle Zhou who was responsible for the death of the flat-chested girl. His answer, according to the household registration survey. It was discovered that old Zhang's ancestral home lies in the village of Xiaoyao, Sanlipuzi. Consequently, after he had slain both Da Peng and Ping Xiong Mei, he sent the corpse of one of them back to his hometown, discarding it into an old well. Perhaps inadvertently, he left behind a single cloth shoe, which was discovered by a wandering bald man who had been lingering nearby. He took one shoe, while the other sank into the depths of the well. This led to the subsequent tales recounted to me by the proprietress. Thus, my case could ostensibly reach a conclusion. Yet, is the reality truly so? I remain uncertain. I cannot fathom how a character like Qi Taisui could coexist harmoniously with someone like Old Zhang in the same village. Furthermore, I am at a loss to comprehend how Linger came to know Chi Tai Sui. Linger, whenever her name crosses my mind, an inexplicable ache pierces my heart. Even though she had vividly appeared before me just yesterday, I still find myself reminiscing about that little girl from my childhood who was always so keen on meddling in my affairs. Lost in thought, I eventually succumbed to slumber. In a haze of dreams, I was abruptly awakened by a chilling breeze. On a sweltering summer day, such a draft should have been refreshing. Yet, I felt an unbearable chill. The cold sent shivers down my spine. With a jolt, I fully awakened to find myself in a room reeking of formaldehyde, filled with an array of laboratory instruments, microscopes, CT machines, ultrasound devices, and even inspection boxes, alongside an array of glassware meticulously arranged, not to mention the dissection table. On the dissection table lay a body draped in a shroud. Is this a specialized laboratory? Yet I found myself on the floor, and, as I stood up in terror, an even more horrifying scene unfolded before my eyes. A figure materialized within my line of sight. It was Uncle Yang. After rising from his microscope, he seemed to be holding a pair of tweezers, within which lay a sinister needle brimming with malevolence. His face split into a gleeful grin, as if he had made a profoundly significant discovery, and he proceeded to inscribe a line of text upon a sheet of paper. I called out to him, "Uncle Yang," but he appeared oblivious to my voice. Confounded, I approached him, only to hear a muffled grunt escape his lips. Chapter 46. In the wake of disappointment, suddenly, his countenance shifted dramatically as he began to frantically claw at his ears. In a fit of desperation, he inadvertently thrust the tweezers deep into his ear, causing a torrent of blood to spurt forth. Yet he remained utterly indifferent to the pain. Beside him, I was paralyzed with terror, my face ashen, unable to fathom the reality of his supposed death. My sole concern was to comprehend the self-mutilation unfolding before me. Yet, I found myself utterly immobilized. The tweezers had pierced through to the other side of his ear, his eyes bulging and bloodshot, yet he seemed oblivious to any suffering, even as he began to dig more insistently into his ear with his hands. Thus, I could only bear witness as he ravaged his own ears until his head ultimately fell to the ground, at which point he ceased his actions and collapsed. Why was I tormented by such a dream? Was it truly the case that Uncle Yang had perished in such a manner? Had he really excavated his own head with his hands? Although an autopsy had revealed skin tissue and blood beneath his nails, I had long been unwilling to accept this as truth. But this dream? I gazed helplessly around the room, which resembled a hellish nightmare, as blood streamed across the floor, staining the fabric of my shoes. Suddenly, a lecherous figure cautiously pushed open the door and called out, "Teacher Yang." Upon witnessing the scene within, he turned and fled in fright. Yet that laughter mirrored the one I had perceived the previous night with uncanny precision. Although he stood close enough for me to reach out and touch him, his features remained frustratingly indistinct. With a gesture of derision, he extended his thumb downwards before brushing past me, proceeding to the dissection table. There, he unveiled the shroud, revealing the nude female cadaver beneath. He delicately caressed the corpse's face, then abruptly struck it with considerable force, uttering a vehement curse. After delivering several more stinging blows, he embraced the lifeless body for a prolonged moment. Eventually, he disengaged from the table, exhaled deeply, and approached the microscope, retrieving a spectral needle from its perch. He languidly exited the room. Throughout this entire ordeal, I remained paralyzed, an impotent observer to his departure. Subsequently, a cacophony of noises and footfalls echoed from beyond, and gradually, I discovered the return of my mobility. As the door swung open once more, the discordant din that had plagued my ears transformed into the baying of hounds. I jolted upright in my bed, finding myself enveloped in complete darkness. Perspiration beaded on my brow as I rose and instinctively reached for my slippers, only to find them absent. Barefoot, I stumbled to the door and flicked on the light. Upon turning to retrieve my footwear, I noticed they had inexplicably returned to their customary alignment. I wiped my brow, crouched beside the bed, and picked up the slippers. only to recoil in horror at the sight of fresh bloodstains adorning their soles. How could this be? Could the preceding events have been more than mere phantasms of slumber? No, it is not possible. Uncle Yang has been dead for several days, yet I witnessed everything that transpired at the scene. This is utterly inconceivable. Trembling, I retrieved my shoes and meticulously examined the substance on the soles. The pungent scent of blood confirmed my fears. It was indeed blood. How could this be? Perplexed, I sat on the edge of the bed, contemplating every detail of the dream, and as I glanced at the shoes on the floor, a vague understanding began to dawn upon me. Could it be that these shoes were the reason I experienced such a vivid dream? The shoes of the underworld were worn in the realm of the living. Yet this time, I found myself transported to the scene of the murder from days prior, witnessing the horrific demise of Uncle Yang firsthand. More importantly, I had seen the perpetrator. Though his face remained obscured, I recognized him by his laughter. This individual had visited my doorstep just the night before. I was certain I had seen his silhouette before, but I could not recall where. The look he cast upon me, coupled with the mocking gesture he made, indicated that he could perceive me as I appeared in the dream, a notion too extraordinary to fathom. I picked up the seemingly ordinary pair of cloth shoes from the ground, scrutinizing them closely. Could this be the secret of the living dead? But if that were the case, why would the late old Zhang go to such lengths to attain this ability? It was inconceivable. I could not believe that old Zhang's desire was to become an infallible detective, solving every case. That was utterly ludicrous. Moreover, even if the scene I dreamt of were indeed the actual crime scene, it would hold little significance in solving the case, for investigations rely heavily on concrete evidence. It would be exceedingly rash to conclude a case solely based on a dream. My aspirations of becoming a spiritual medium have been thoroughly dashed, leaving me in a state of disillusionment. In a fit of frustration, I tossed my shoes into the depths of my bed, turned on the light, and collapsed onto the mattress, surrendering to slumber until dawn's first light. When I awoke once more, my mother was busily tidying up the room. Upon noticing my consciousness had returned, she urged me to hasten to breakfast as she awaited the opportunity to wash the dishes. Glancing at my phone, which had been charging at the bedside, I was taken aback to discover I had slept past 10 o'clock. Even more perplexing was the sight of 4 or 5 missed calls from Uncle Zhou. In a flurry, I threw on some clothes and rushed into the courtyard to return his call. As the phone connected, the background noise on Uncle Zhou's end seemed quite chaotic. He inquired why I had not answered his calls in the morning. Embarrassed, I admitted I had been in a deep sleep and had not heard them. He seemed rather exasperated by this. Fortunately, there was indeed a pressing matter at hand. He informed me that he was at the village entrance and asked me to prepare to accompany him to the station. I was taken aback and asked what was so urgent. He instructed me not to inquire further and promised to elaborate upon our meeting. Within 5 or 6 minutes, the sound of a car engine reverberated from outside. At that moment, I had just finished brushing my teeth and had yet to change my clothes, but I hurried outside to open the door for him. Not only did Uncle Zhou arrive, but also Officer Liang, who, without waiting for an invitation, stepped into the house. She began to glance around as if searching for something. I stood there in bewilderment until Uncle Zhou finally inquired why I was still dawdling and urged me to change my clothes promptly. In a flurry, I hastily donned an outfit and rushed outside, only to have my mother chase after me, ready to scold. However, upon catching sight of Officer Liang beside me, who greeted her with Annie, her expression transformed into one of warmth and delight as she ushered both of them inside for tea. Yet Uncle Zhou politely declined, stating that they had pressing matters at work and had come specifically to enlist Shouchen's assistance. Hearing this, my mother beamed with pride, though she feigned nonchalance, suggesting that as long as I didn't cause trouble for Uncle Zhou, it was fine. "This girl is truly beautiful. She must be around Shouchen's age," she remarked. Just as Officer Liang was about to respond, I felt a sense of foreboding and pulled Uncle Zhou toward the door. Suddenly, we collided with someone, and upon looking up, I was startled to find it was my father. With a stern expression, he scanned us and coldly inquired where we were headed. Uncle Zhou, smiling, was about to speak, but my father interrupted with a frosty command to stay home and not go anywhere. Chapter 47. Clad in paper garments, the paper man adorns my attire at that moment. I remained silent, Yet my mother erupted in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at my father, and commenced a fierce exchange. How dare you deny our son? After all the days you've been absent, how much have you truly contributed to his upbringing? You have no right to dictate his choices. After her outburst, she positioned herself firmly between my father and me, insisting that I should leave. My father stood resolutely at the doorway, his countenance so dark it seemed as if it could drip with despair. Ultimately, I found myself too intimidated to move. Throughout my life, I had always recognized the immense effort my parents put into raising me, the worries they bore. Thus, I never defied their decisions. Just like during the college entrance examination, when my father suggested I pursue forensic medicine, I had not hesitated. Often, I felt as though I lived not for my own sake, but for theirs. Uncle Zhou and Xiao stood silently off to the side, equally reticent. Observing my inaction, my mother, filled with frustration, redirected her ire towards my father. Yet, my father appeared resolute, unwilling to yield. In the end, Uncle Zhou patted my shoulder in resignation, advising me to stay home for the time being, as school would commence in a little over 20 days. As Xiao departed, I could distinctly sense his disappointment in me. All I could do was offer a wry smile. After they left, my father turned and walked back towards the old house, scarcely casting a glance at my mother. After coaxing my mother back indoors, I secretly resolved to investigate what my father occupied himself with in that old house, come nightfall. Subsequently, I returned indoors and placed a call to Uncle Zhou, who expressed his understanding of my situation. He noted that my father's complexion seemed rather poor and advised me to take him to the hospital for a checkup, lest an undiscovered ailment manifest. I was somewhat aware of this. Physically, I believed I was sound. It was my father's behavior that raised concerns. That noon, my mother, in her frustration, refrained from preparing any meals, and I, having eaten late, felt no hunger. When my father returned, he found the house in a state of neglect, cold stove and empty pots. Yet he said nothing and turned to leave once more. As the sun began to descend in the afternoon, my mother emerged from the house, requesting that I accompany her to the fields. After weeding, darkness began to envelop the sky. My mother prepared dinner in the kitchen while I assisted by gathering firewood. During supper, my father did not return, and my mother made no attempt to call for him, nor would she permit me to do so. It was not until we had finished our meal and cleared the dishes that he finally entered through the door, astonishingly holding a paper effigy. He spoke little and headed straight into the house, only to be intercepted by my mother, who questioned his sanity, wondering why he would bring a paper figure into our son's room. My father, indifferent to her queries, pushed past her and entered my room. I hurried to support my mother, equally perplexed by his intentions. To my astonishment, after a brief moment inside, he called for me to join him. Yet when my mother attempted to follow, he forbade her entry, declaring that if she wished to harm me, she was welcome to enter. He then locked the door behind him. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted me was the paper figure placed upon my bed, leaving me utterly bewildered. I inquired as to his intentions. He bid me to disrobe and adorn the paper effigy with my garments. Remaining steadfast, I merely questioned the cause of his actions and the rationale behind his altered demeanor towards my mother and myself. He glared in response, demanding my compliance. With a sigh, I relented, shedding my attire until only my undergarments remained. Yet, his gaze persisted. I clenched my fist, ultimately submitting. After discarding my clothes upon the floor, I approached the wardrobe to procure a fresh set, only to be rebuked. He then produced a meticulously folded square of paper from his pocket and tossed it in my direction. Upon receiving the object, I discerned that it contained nothing but a thick stack of paper. He uttered icily, "Adorn yourself with this, and sleep in the old house tonight." I stood aghast. Clothe myself in this? Spend the night in the old house? Why? He offered no explanation, merely regarding me with a frigid stare, as if I were not his son, but a stranger or even an object. His transformed attitude had rendered him utterly unfamiliar, yet I found myself incapable of defying his will. Understanding dawned as I carefully unfolded the stack of paper, revealing a set of paper garments. With considerable effort, I managed to clothe myself in them. After he scrutinized me from head to toe, he proceeded to my discarded clothes on the floor, dressing the paper figure in all of my garments. Subsequently, He knelt by the bed and retrieved the pair of cloth shoes I had carelessly tossed beneath it that morning. I was utterly astonished. How could he possibly know the shoes were hidden beneath the bed? What was his intention? The act of dressing the paper figure with my clothes was not an unfamiliar memory. I recalled the time after the drowning incident when Linger was laid to rest. My grandfather had similarly crafted a small paper figure, clothed in my attire, to place beside Linger, claiming it was to comfort her spirit, fearing she might be frightened and unwilling to leave me behind. Yet now, I was acutely aware that Linger was not dead and had been frequently appearing beside me, safeguarding me. His actions were disturbingly peculiar, prompting a sense of wariness towards him. I found myself questioning whether he truly resembled my kind-hearted and honest father from my recollections. He instructed me to wait in the room for a moment before stepping outside. After about 3 or 4 minutes, he returned, beckoning me to follow him to the back of the old house. Upon exiting, I noticed my mother was nowhere in sight, causing my heart to race as I inquired about her whereabouts. He claimed she was in the room. Doubting his words, I insisted I did not believe him. He appeared somewhat irate, but nonetheless pointed towards their door, suggesting that if I was skeptical, I ought to verify for myself. After a moment's hesitation, I ultimately decided to open their door, only to discover my mother indeed lying on the bed, engrossed in the television. A wave of guilt washed over me, and as I turned to leave, I realized he had already exited through the main door. Without hesitation, I followed him out of the hospital and made my way towards the direction of the old house. The distance between our new home and the old one is not particularly far, merely separated by a grove of bamboo. As I recall, after my grandfather passed away, our family moved into the new house. It had been quite some time since I last visited the old residence. The path was shrouded in darkness, yet I noticed he seemed to navigate with remarkable precision, guiding me to the old house, perhaps a testament to his familiarity with the route. The old house, long concealed by the encroaching bamboo, exuded a damp, cold ambience, overrun with wild grass, evoking a sense of desolation and dread. Upon arriving at the front of the old house, I was struck by a pungent stench of decay, far more overpowering than the odor emanating from him. I found myself pondering whether the foul smell he carried had originated from this very place. Chapter 48. Deceived what could possibly be in the old house to emit such a putrid stench of decay? A rotting corpse, perhaps? Time afforded me little opportunity for contemplation, as he had already approached the door, seemingly in search of a key. Soon, the ancient wooden door, spanning half a century, creaked open with a mournful wail. As the door swung ajar, the noxious odor intensified, threatening to overwhelm even someone like me, who had nearly become desensitized to it. I turned my head, gasping for breath, preparing to muster the courage to inquire about the number of corpses in the room, but he had already stepped inside. With trepidation, I crossed the threshold, and he had ignited an oil lamp. At that moment, I was astonished to discover that the foul smell had inexplicably vanished. What could this mean? I was utterly flabbergasted. Even more surprising was the realization that the main room of the old house was not as filthy and chaotic as I had imagined, but rather quite tidy. After placing the oil lamp on the table, my father bowed towards my grandfather's spirit tablet. I was about to mimic his gesture when he halted me with a hand, stating that I could not pay my respects at that moment. I inquired as to why. Perhaps he deemed it unnecessary to provide any explanation. As his son, I was expected to comply with his wishes without question. After casting a stern glance in my direction, he carried the oil lamp into my grandfather's former quarters. As he departed, the main room was plunged into darkness, compelling me to follow him into my grandfather's room. The furnishings in the room had remained virtually unchanged from my memories, and the space was impeccably tidy, judging by the meticulous arrangement of the bedding. It seemed he had been sleeping in my grandfather's bed all this time. Beyond that, there was nothing suspicious to be found. A sense of unease began to stir within me. Where had that foul odor of decay emanated from? Without granting me the opportunity to inquire further, he gestured towards the bed, instructing me to sleep there that night. He warned me not to open the door for anyone, including himself, no matter who might knock or call out to me. When I pressed him for an explanation, he merely insisted that I must heed his words. He cautioned me that should I disregard his advice, open the door, or respond to anyone calling my name, he would no longer be responsible for any consequences that might ensue. After imparting this ominous warning, he departed. Once he left, I found myself alone in the familiar yet alien old house. I glanced at my grandfather's bed, and memories of the elderly man who used to incessantly chatter filled my mind. Cautiously, I lay down, pondering the reasons behind his frantic behavior. After much contemplation, I concluded that he was trying to protect me, much like my grandfather did 8 years ago. However, I could not fathom why. If his intention was to safeguard me, he would withhold information. Was there something weighing heavily on his conscience? This perplexity lingered in my mind until, without realizing how much time had passed, I succumbed to drowsiness and drifted into sleep. It felt as though I had barely closed my eyes when I was abruptly jolted awake by a series of insistent knocks at the door. Who could it be? I was engulfed in a sense of bewilderment, for the kerosene lamp had long extinguished, leaving me in darkness. Memories of his parting words echoed in my mind, rendering me mute. Yet the incessant knocking at the door grew increasingly insistent, instilling a fear within me that the door would succumb to the relentless assault. After a prolonged period of knocking, the sound abruptly ceased, allowing me to exhale a deep sigh of relief, though my nerves remained taut and sleep eluded me. Thus, I sat at the edge of my bed, my eyes wide open, waiting for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, I perceived movement beyond the curtain, as if a multitude of heads were gathered outside. My heart raced. Was it happening again? It was not long before a voice called my name, echoing eerily familiar to the one I had encountered with Uncle Zhou during our visit to the investigation team at Yoduin. The sound was indistinguishable as male or female, yet clearly called my name. I resisted the urge to respond. After several calls from a voice outside the window, it vanished into silence. Finally, I breathed a sigh of relief and, feeling somewhat secure, lay down, soon drifting into slumber. It felt as though I had been asleep for an eternity until the familiar sound of knocking roused me once more. To my astonishment, it was my mother's voice outside. How had she arrived? Startled, I sprang upright in bed, an impulse to rise overwhelming me. However, recalling his words before he departed, along with the events of the past 2 encounters, I found myself hesitating. I dared not make any further movements. It seemed my mother had begun to weep outside the door, claiming that my father was abusing her at home. She expressed her desperate desire to leave, urging me to unlock the door. In that moment, I was at a loss for what to do, reflecting on my father's recent demeanor towards her. Could it be that he brought me to the old house solely to torment her? Her cries echoed in my ears, and my heart ached with compassion. What should I do? Ultimately, I chose to believe her. Steeling myself, I stepped out of my room and made my way to the front door. Taking a deep breath, I pulled it open. However, upon doing so, I was met with an overwhelming darkness. There was no one outside, let alone my mother. It was over. As this thought flashed through my mind, the paper garments I wore suddenly ignited, and I felt something akin to hair entwining around my head, face, and even my body. To my dismay, I had indeed fallen into a trap. This was the last thought that flickered in my consciousness before I awoke to find myself lying naked in a field, the dawn light illuminating the surroundings. Yet my body felt as though it were in disarray. Wasn't I in the old house? I rubbed my eyes and groggily rose to my feet, only to be horrified to discover that I was surrounded by grave circles. What? Wasn't this the burial ground of the old mountain? How had I ended up here? I vividly recalled the events of the previous night. Although daylight had arrived, a shiver ran down my spine. What on earth had transpired? Gazing at my grandfather's grave, I furrowed my brow, reminiscing about the events that had transpired. After much contemplation, I could not arrive at a conclusion, and ultimately decided to return home to inquire of him. Thus, after paying my respects with a few bows, I hurriedly made my way back. Fortunately, the day was still young, and I encountered no one along the way. However, upon arriving home, I discover my mother outside, scrubbing the soot from the bottom of a pot. Upon seeing me in my state of undress, her eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as she shouted, demanding to know what I was thinking, questioning if I had inherited my father's madness. Her inquiry left me feeling quite embarrassed, yet I felt it inappropriate to stand before her unclothed, for I was now an adult. Without a second thought, I dashed into my room, while her incessant scolding trailed behind me. Upon entering my room and preparing to find some clothes, I was met with an even more perplexing sight. The paper effigies on the bed had vanished, yet my garments remained, arranged in the shape of a human figure upon the bed. Chapter 49. The true dream. Reading this left me with a tingling sensation at the nape of my neck. Approaching the bedside, I picked up a cloth shoe, only to find a layer of paper dust puffing up. Frowning, I then took hold of my trousers and shirt, shaking them only to reveal more paper dust. How could this be? What on earth transpired last night? What were my father's intentions? As I shook the dust from the clothes onto the bedspread, these thoughts raced through my mind. You wretched child, what mischief did you get up to last night? My mother stormed into the room, visibly furious, wielding a stick as thick as a child's arm. I hastily donned the trousers, regardless of their cleanliness. Facing away from her, I had barely lifted the trousers when a sharp blow landed on my back. I let out a muffled groan, wincing in pain as I jumped onto the bed, turning to gesture for her to stop. It seemed my mother was so enraged that she disregarded my attempts at explanation and continued to strike me, berating me for my youthful indiscretions and demanding to know what I had done the previous night. I recounted the events to her, only to find that my account incited her fury even more. You have begun to learn the art of deceit, she exclaimed, asserting that she had observed me sleeping soundly in my room just before she retired, concluding that I must have sneaked out to engage in mischief after she had fallen asleep. Upon hearing this, my heart sank. I distinctly recalled accompanying my father to the old house, and even taking a moment to glance into her room, where she had indeed seen me. At that moment, it seemed implausible that she could have fallen asleep. Shortly thereafter, I accompanied my father to the old house behind. If she had ventured into my room, she should have encountered the paper figure clad in my clothing. Could it be that she did not see clearly at that time? Contemplating this, a bitter smile crept across my face. It was akin to a mishap where yellow mud had fallen into my trousers. Not quite excrement, yet decidedly unpleasant. It appeared that I would have to await my father's return for clarification, as he could elucidate the situation. I repeatedly assured my mother that I had not engaged in any wrongdoing, promising that once my father returned, everything could be made clear. She reluctantly relented, though still harboring doubts. However, as the hours passed into the evening, darkness enveloped the sky, and my father had yet to return. My mother, having been deeply wounded by his absence, seemed to find a semblance of acceptance. After dinner, she instructed me to take a bath and subsequently locked me in my room. My quarters, devoid of a television, rendered my day a tedious expanse of waiting and monotony. Uncertain about Uncle Joe's situation and feeling powerless to assist, I hesitated to call him. However, around 8:30, he reached out to me, inquiring about my well-being at home. I refrained from divulging the events of the previous night, merely stating that all was well, save for my confinement. He chuckled and reassured me that my father was likely just concerned for my safety, fearing the dangers associated with our line of work, which indeed bore a high degree of risk. I laughed and questioned him about the developments on his end, asking if the investigation team had located Lou Banzian's body yet. He mentioned that there had been no developments yet, as the situation was exceedingly peculiar. The gravity of the matter was underscored by the tragic loss of 2 criminal investigation specialists and the inexplicable disappearance of a forensic expert even more seasoned than the venerable Yang. To add to the absurdity, even a deceased individual who had been gone for several days had gone missing. The authorities were deeply embarrassed and had restructured the investigation team, vowing to uncover the truth behind this heinous case, no matter how ruthless or cunning the adversaries might be, and to bring the perpetrators to justice. I inquired about the reason for his visit with Xiao Liang yesterday. It was only then that he recalled and hurriedly informed me that both of the deceased investigation members from the car accident had been found with ghost needles embedded in them. Furthermore, CT scans of the surviving investigation team members revealed the same sinister implants. This matter had now been classified as top secret, and these team members were being discreetly transported to a hospital for treatment. Just moments ago, he had learned that one of the drivers who had previously survived had committed suicide by jumping from a hospital window. The prospects for the others seemed equally grim, prompting him to request my assistance in seeking out the esteemed healer who had previously aided me. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but smile wryly. Setting aside the question of whether Chi Tai Sui could indeed cure those afflicted with ghost needles, I mused over his temperament. Persuading him to help others would likely be a futile endeavor. If it weren't for his acquaintance with Ling Er, I might have already been doomed. Nevertheless, since Uncle Zhou had made such a statement, I felt compelled to accompany him on this quest. And I could take the opportunity to inquire about how Chi Tai Sui had come to know Ling Er. I was genuinely curious about Ling Er's experiences over the past 8 years. Upon reflecting on my father's absence, I resolved to venture into the city the following morning. After concluding the call, I turned my cloth shoes upside down, pondering whether there was a connection between that dream and these shoes. Subsequently, I reclined in bed, lost in thought, until slumber enveloped me. After traversing a blank void, I found myself ensnared in a remarkably vivid dream. This time, the vision did not portray Uncle Yang's tragic demise. Instead, it transported me to a locale I had recently visited, the doorstep of Uncle Qian, the tofu vendor from Bagong Mountain Village. Although it was but a dream, I found it strikingly authentic. I could distinctly observe Qian Shaoyan beside me, engaged in cheerful conversation over the phone, her white tank top subtly revealing the gentle rise and fall of her chest with each breath. Nearby, Uncle Qian lounged in a recliner, conversing with a woman of around 40, sharing pleasantries. Yet, they were oblivious to my presence, compelling me to describe this experience as a remarkably tangible dream. As I contemplated this peculiar scene, the leisurely Uncle Qian appeared to receive a call, presumably regarding a delivery. The woman beside him suggested he postpone it until the following day. However, he shook his head in disagreement, asserting that the caller, reaching out at such an hour, must be an urgent need. Thus, he rose to attend to the matter. Witnessing this, I became increasingly perplexed. What could have prompted me to dream of this particular scenario? Yet I found myself unable to awaken, compelled to follow the dream to its conclusion. In the blink of an eye, Uncle Qian had finished loading the truck, and, as he settled into the driver's seat, preparing to drive, a wild-haired woman suddenly darted into the passenger seat. I was momentarily taken aback. Who was she? Driven by curiosity, I approached the front of the truck, only to discover the woman grimacing at me with a grotesque expression. My heart raced. What on earth was this creature? Nevertheless, Uncle Qian, having readied everything, pressed the accelerator and drove off. I hesitated for a moment before hastily pursuing the vehicle, taking 2 steps for everyone. Chapter 50. The Forbidden Taboos of the Living Spirits. Yet, I found myself unable to awaken from this slumber, compelled to continue the dream. In a fleeting moment, Uncle Qian had loaded the truck, and as he settled into the driver's seat, preparing to drive away, an unkempt woman suddenly darted into the passenger seat. I was momentarily taken aback. Who could she be? Driven by curiosity, I approached the front of the truck, and upon glimpsing her, I was taken aback by her grotesque, snarling visage. My heart raced wildly. What was this creature? Nevertheless, Uncle Qian, having made all necessary preparations, pressed the accelerator and drove off. Hesitating for a moment, I hastily followed the truck, quickly catching up as its speed was not particularly swift. This pursuit led me down an exceedingly secluded road, and just as the vehicle was ascending a hill, it inexplicably stalled. I then witnessed Uncle Qian, flashlight in hand, cursing as he exited the vehicle to inspect beneath it. At that moment, the disheveled woman in the passenger seat also emerged, grinning at me with a sinister smile, sending chills down my spine. My heart sank as I recalled the harrowing dream of Uncle Yang's tragic end, where a shadowy figure, its face obscured, seemed to perceive my presence. This thought unsettled me. Yet upon further reflection, I reasoned that perhaps I was overthinking, for in the dream of Uncle Yang, he was already deceased. Surely, Uncle Qian must be safe. At that moment, I regarded it purely as a nightmare. I watched as Uncle Qian illuminated the area with his flashlight, then retrieved 2 bricks from the roadside and placed them beneath the car wheels. Subsequently, he rummaged through the cabin for tools and crawled under the vehicle. Just as he had begun to maneuver beneath, the long-haired female specter stirred. With a sinister smile directed at me, she slowly approached the rear of the wheel and removed the bricks from underneath. A sense of foreboding washed over me, compelling me to intervene, yet to my astonishment, she coldly uttered, Do you wish to take his place in death? I was momentarily taken aback. How absurd it was that she dared to threaten me within my own dream. However, during my moment of hesitation, she had already removed the other brick. I shouted in alarm to Uncle Chien, warning him of the impending danger, and instinctively moved to snatch the brick from her grasp, only to be restrained by a hand from behind. A chill ran down my spine, and upon turning, I beheld a person I had longed for. She held a red umbrella and grasped my hand, shaking her head in disapproval. I inquired as to the reason for her disapproval. With a sigh, she replied, "This is your dream. Even if you save him, it cannot alter reality." It was then that enlightenment struck me. This was indeed the case. Since it was merely a dream, it would have no bearing on Uncle Chien in the waking world, and thus, I chose to disregard the situation. In the very next moment, a truck laden with yellow sand came barreling towards us, its speed frenzied. Perhaps due to Uncle Chien's vehicle lacking headlights, a tremendous crash ensued, propelling his car several meters into the adjacent farmland. Unfortunately, Uncle Chien, trapped beneath the wreckage, was gruesomely crushed, his condition rendered unrecognizable. Shortly thereafter, a disheveled female specter waved her hand at both me and Linger before vanishing from our sight. The driver of the sand-laden truck, in the aftermath of the violent collision, lay sprawled over the vehicle, rendered unconscious or worse by the impact. Staring at this harrowing scene, I found myself at a loss for words. Was this not akin to a scene frequently depicted in horror films, where a substitute is sought? Confonded, I turned to Linger, who merely shook her head and remarked that life and death are predestined. The moment one is born, their fate is sealed. Since I had inherited the role of a living envoy of the underworld, I ought to adopt a more detached perspective regarding such matters. Life inherently implies death, a truth immutable by any individual, much like our own experiences from 8 years prior. A living envoy of the underworld? Linger claimed that I had already become one. Could it be that my dreams of the deceased were a manifestation of my new role? With this thought racing through my mind, I urgently inquired why she believed I had become a living envoy and what precisely that entailed. She pointed to the driver of the smoking truck and asked, "Can you discern whether that individual is alive or dead?" Gazing into the severely deformed cabin of the vehicle laden with yellow sand, I noticed that, although the figure within remained utterly motionless, there was an undeniable sense that he was still drawing breath. In stark contrast, Uncle Chien in the distant fields had succumbed to the finality of death. Could it truly be that I possessed the ability to discern between life and death? Was this the gift of a living ghost? Linger, as though she had perceived the tumult of my thoughts, spoke to me with a certain gravity. "Aiken, you must remember my words. The scene you just witnessed will indeed transpire tomorrow night, but you must not reveal it to the master. Otherwise, as I mentioned earlier, should he heed your warning, that moment may very well remain undiscovered, yet the consequence would be your own demise in his stead." "What?" I gasped, my eyes widening in disbelief, my heart racing furiously. Would Uncle Chien truly perish? I could scarcely believe my ears. How could this be possible? Was this not merely a dream? Unconsciously, I tightened my grip on her hand, while she continued to gaze at me with a look of profound compassion. After what felt like an eternity, I finally managed to steady my nerves and asked her why. Why would my revelation lead to my own death? She glanced down at my feet and inquired if I had deduced the reason behind the old gatekeeper's attempt to extract my soul. I nodded, acknowledging that he sought to use my essence to fulfill his own ambition of becoming a living ghost. She murmured in affirmation, acknowledging that the profession of a living Yin messenger has existed since ancient times. The concept of wearing shoes designed for both the living and the deceased is rooted in this principle. Only those naturally endowed with the ability to guide spirits can don these unique shoes and truly embody the role of a living Yin messenger. My predecessor in this role met a tragic fate, unable to bear the sight of his father's horrific demise, ultimately succumbing in his stead. The old man Zhang, possessing some knowledge of the arcane, stumbled upon these extraordinary shoes amidst a refuse heap. After receiving guidance from others, he began to seek individuals with the requisite features on the streets, and unfortunately, he has set his sights on you. Chapter 51. Countenance, so it truly is this way. The demise of old Zhang was indeed of his own making. Yet can I truly stand idly by, fully aware that someone familiar to me is destined to perish? According to Linger, the previous living envoy met his end for violating such a decree. Even if I were to disregard Uncle Qian's fate this time, what of the future? Everyone faces that day. Can I truly become a heartless individual? The answer must be negative. When I first learned about the living envoy from the flat-chested girl, I was immensely intrigued. I sought to understand the connection between this living envoy and myself. But now it seems that had I not been so consumed by curiosity, some events might have been averted. With a heavy sigh, I asked Linger if I were to discard these shoes now. Would that mean I'm no longer a living envoy? She gazed at me, shaking her head with a bitter expression. If some matters could be simply cast aside, then life would hold far fewer worries. I understand your desire to turn a blind eye to unpleasant truths. However, you must realize that individuals like that old gatekeeper are not rare in this world. Even if you could choose to disengage, would you truly wish to live your life in perpetual fear and vigilance? Last night's incident serves as a prime example. This duty entails either life or death. As long as you remain true to yourself and heed the law of cause and effect, you shall be fine. If you discover someone who willfully disregards these principles to commit murder, be they human or ghost, I shall ensure they are sent to that place. That place? Could it be? I gazed at her with wide eyes, pondering why she seemed to possess an omniscient awareness. What on earth was she engaged in at that moment? After a moment of hesitation, I ultimately posed the question. She appeared unperturbed by my forthrightness, merely smiling at me before shaking her head. In a hushed tone, she uttered a bewildering statement that rendered my mind blank. Chun, I died 8 years ago. Just as I was about to vehemently assert that such a notion was impossible, that lecherous laughter echoed in my ears once more. Linger appeared somewhat flustered and waved her hand at me. Suddenly, my consciousness faded away, replaced by the sound of roosters crowing. Gradually, I opened my eyes to the brightening sky, tears streaming down my face, betraying my naive optimism. I had hoped she would be as fortunate as I, returning from the clutches of death. Yet, it seemed I had been overly optimistic. She was truly gone. I bit my lip fiercely, feeling a slight sting as blood trickled into my mouth, imparting a faint sweetness. It was only when the sound of my mother rising to open the door reached my ears that I began to etch her every expression into my memory. The thought of that lascivious laughter conjured the image of a familiar figure from my first dream, the one who mocked me with a derisive gesture. Who could he possibly be? Why did I feel an inexplicable connection to him, yet could not discern his identity no matter how hard I tried? Why did he always appear whenever I met with Linger, and why did she seem to harbor a sense of dread toward him? If he were indeed the perpetrator behind the ghostly needle case, could this case ever truly be resolved? My heart trembles. I never anticipated that I would come so close to the perpetrator of the ghostly needle case, nor did I expect that Linger was acquainted with him. Moreover, Chi Tai Sui was introduced to me by Linger, leading me to ponder whether Chi Tai Sui might also know this assailant. Contemplating this, I let out a deep sigh, realizing that I should focus on devising a method to request Chi Tai Sui's assistance in rescuing someone at the military hospital. As I left home in the morning, my mother noticed my pallid complexion and inquired if I was unwell. I shook my head, insisting that I was fine. However, she handed me a mirror, urging me to examine my reflection. Upon glancing into the mirror, I was taken aback to see my face looking alarmingly pale. To my astonishment, I noticed a few strands of white hair that had inexplicably appeared, despite never having had any before. My mother, upon seeing this, was profoundly concerned and admonished me to refrain from staying up late at school, lamenting that I was still so young to be acquiring gray hair. I found this rather perplexing. It felt as though I had aged overnight for no apparent reason. Distressed, I could not bring myself to eat breakfast, prompting my mother to genuinely believe that I was ill and urging me to visit the clinic at the village's edge. I did not outright refuse. I simply wanted to reassure her. Before I departed, I informed her that I might not return today, as Uncle Zhou had called me the previous night, hoping I could assist him. With a heart full of concern, she approached me, retrieving 200 yuan from her pocket and offering it to me. I was reluctant to accept, but she insisted, encouraging me to purchase some nourishing food in the city. In the end, I chose to keep the money. For every mother instinctively wishes to shield her child from suffering and indignity. She is well aware that I have never been one to solicit funds from them. Even if I were to possess not a single cent, I would prefer to walk rather than utter a word of request. Chapter 52. Wherever you go, you shall meet your fate. Upon reaching the village entrance, I made a brief visit to the health clinic, where the elderly physician assessed my condition. He remarked that my mental state was less than optimal and advised me to avoid staying up late. When he offered to prescribe a calming tonic, I respectfully declined, for I am a medical student myself and believe I can manage my own well-being. Furthermore, I adhere to the notion that medication, regardless of its nature, be it health supplements or pharmaceuticals, should be avoided whenever possible. By the time I arrived in the city, it was already 10 in the morning. Having been somewhat unnerved by my previous experience, I refrained from sleeping during the journey, relieved that I did not encounter the bald driver again. After waiting for approximately 20 minutes at the bus station, Uncle Joe's vehicle finally appeared. I approached, opened the door, and settled into the passenger seat. As he turned to speak with me, a momentary pause ensued when he noticed my appearance. He inquired if I had been sleeping poorly in recent days. Commenting on my pallor, a bittersweet smile crept upon my lips as I nodded in affirmation, confessing that indeed, my sleep had been troubled by incessant dreams. Reflecting on this, I recalled the words Uncle Joe had uttered the morning after he had stayed over at my home, words that now resonated with newfound clarity. It seemed I had also been ensnared in a dream, the root of which could be traced back to that peculiar pair of shoes. I pondered the implications of wearing the shoes improperly as the concept of yin and yang intertwined within my thoughts. The heavens represent yang, while the earth embodies yin. Thus, to invert the shoes signifies an embrace of yin, as I serve as a guide for the departed. The balance of these forces permits me to don the shoes appropriately, wearing them for yin when needed and for yang when the occasion arises. He sighed, expressing anticipation for the day when he would introduce me to a learned sage, promising a sumptuous meal to nourish my mind. I smiled and suggested we would discuss it later. That person had a peculiar temperament, and I was uncertain if we would indeed meet. Jokingly, he drove directly onto the road leading to Shouchen. Approximately an hour later, we arrived in the county town of Shouchen. After purchasing a few buns from a roadside vendor, we continued our journey towards Bagong Mountain. As we traversed the streets of Bagong Mountain Township, just as we were about to pass Uncle Qian's doorstep, I deliberately urged Uncle Joe to slow down. Upon catching sight of Qian Shaoyan playfully teasing Uncle Qian by the door, a pang of inexplicable emotion gripped my heart. They were likely unaware that this might be the last day of their father-daughter interaction. I sighed deeply, prompting Uncle Joe to follow my gaze toward the tofu shop and inquire about my feelings. "Do you know them?" he asked. I nodded and replied affirmatively, stating that Uncle Qian was a truly kind man, though it was often the case that good people received little reward for their goodness. Uncle Joe, not comprehending the source of my sentiment, fell silent for a moment before jokingly remarking that it was no wonder I had white hair at such a young age. It was all due to worry. As we followed the rural path towards Bagong Mountain, the towering chimney of Xiaoyao Sanlapu village came into view, stirring memories of the tale involving the proprietress and the bald man. Passing the village entrance, the little shop remained closed and no children were seen by the old well. Instinctively, I pointed out the ancient well to Uncle Joe, remarking that it was precisely there where the body of the flat-chested girl was discovered. He cast a glance, nodded slightly, and sighed, expressing his astonishment that such an unremarkable little village could harbor two extraordinary individuals skilled in arcane arts. The old gatekeeper, who had caused the demise of your two classmates, employed methods of manipulating corpses that I had heard about from old Yang. He mentioned that no foreign objects were discovered within the body of Dupont, which has left me utterly perplexed even to this day. Observing the profound confusion etched upon his face rendered me speechless. I could only imagine the extent of his surprise should he learn of my identity as a living intermediary. As we conversed, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the kiln factory in the village, which was devoid of activity, clearly as everyone had returned home for their meals. Upon alighting, I spotted the grandson of the old village chief, who, upon seeing Uncle Joe and me, darted into the house. I approached the iron gate and called out a few times, but received no response, inadvertently catching sight of a white couplet affixed to the entrance. At that moment, an elderly man riding a cart approached and inquired whom we were seeking. I replied that we were looking for the old village chief, and his expression immediately shifted as he waved his hand and said we had arrived too late. A jolt of apprehension struck my heart. Could it be? Through the old man's words, I soon learned that the village chief had passed away just the night following my departure, in his own bed, while still accompanied by his grandson. The next morning, when the grandson awoke and called for him, there was no response, and he was found cold to the touch, prompting him to summon his parents, who then discovered that he had indeed died the previous night. Upon hearing this, a wave of discomfort washed over me. Why did it seem that wherever I went, death followed? Thankfully, I still remembered the path. Even in the absence of a guide, I could navigate my way, as the village was not particularly vast. Accompanied by Uncle Zhou, we navigated the winding paths with ease, arriving at the thatched house resembling a coffin nestled between the two ponds. However, the door was firmly shut, and the lazy cow, which possessed an air of intelligence, was nowhere to be seen on the second floor. Uncle Zhou and I approached the entrance, only to discover that the door was locked from the outside. Upon this realization, I sighed, concluding that no one was home. I then stood at the threshold, calling out for Chi Tai Sui until my throat grew hoarse, yet no figure appeared in response. I contemplated seeking someone nearby for assistance, but the vicinity was devoid of any presence. Ultimately, with no other recourse, I settled down at the door to wait. After enduring the scorching sun for over an hour, I finally spotted an elderly man, leaning on a cane, slowly making his way along the narrow path toward us. Following him was a large water buffalo, upon whose back lounged a figure clad in a straw hat, casually crossing his legs. They had arrived. Chapter 53. Matters that can be settled with money. Uncle Zhou and I hastily rose from the eaves and approached. The elderly man, leaning on his cane, seemed to utter something to Chi Tai Sui, who was lazily perched atop his cow. Afterward, the old man shook his head as he passed us and continued toward his doorstep. The somewhat sentient cow paused beside us, and Chi Tai Sui's languid voice emerged from beneath his straw hat. Gentlemen, I am aware of your intentions. Yet there are matters that warrant action and those that do not. I kindly ask you to return. As he removed his straw hat, his rather peculiar dark face became visible. Fortunately, I had previously described his appearance to Uncle Zhou. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been taken aback. I shook my head at Uncle Zhou, intending to speak, but he gestured for silence and smiled at Chi Tai Sui atop the cow, as the esteemed master has articulated. There are indeed matters to pursue and those to refrain from. We too are bound by duty. When one partakes of the nation's sustenance, one must also dedicate one's self to the nation. Chi Tai Sui responded with a sound of surprise, swiftly leaping down from the cow's back. He removed his hat and began to fan himself while scrutinizing Uncle Zhou and me. When his gaze fell upon me, he smirked and remarked, "Young man, it seems that in just a few days, you've reverted to a rather lifeless state. What troubles you? Have you encountered a seductive female ghost?" I was momentarily taken aback, and upon regaining my composure, I waved my hands and protested against his jest, explaining that I had merely suffered from a lack of sleep. He chuckled softly, saying, "This matter we shall discuss in detail later." The official remarked, "This matter is indeed quite troublesome. I, Chi Tai Sui, am not one to shy away from challenges. Yet there exists a certain decorum in our profession. One does not meddle in another's affairs. The last time that rascal came around, I only acted due to my regard for a friend." Uncle Zhou sighed deeply and said, "Master, our purpose in visiting this time is not to enlist your assistance in dealing with that murderer, but rather to seek your help in saving a life." Saving a life? He hesitated momentarily before waving his hand dismissively. "If the individual in question is the host of the Thousand Souls Goo, then I must decline. That particular matter is beyond my capacity. Once one becomes a host, their symptoms differ entirely from what they were before. I cannot breach the established rules to rescue someone who is beyond saving." His gaze remained fixed on Uncle Zhou as he spoke. Uncle Zhou, feeling somewhat exasperated, asked if there truly was no way at all. Chi Tai Sui shook his head and then called out, "Lazy bull, Come here." The man and the ox then circled behind the thatched cottage, soon reappearing on the second floor. Uncle Zhou offered me a wry smile, and I too felt helpless, for it was clear that he had stated he could not assist. Was there truly no alternative but to await death after being afflicted by the ghost needle? Seeing no hope, Uncle Zhou suggested we return. I remained silent until we settled into the car, at which point I remarked to him that Chi Tai Sui had previously mentioned I was half dead and would elaborate later. So why had he suddenly departed without explanation? Uncle Zhou pondered this and realized that, indeed, he had made such a statement. Subsequently, the two of us left Xiaoyao village and found a small inn on Bagong Mountain Street to stay. After washing up, I sat on the bed and began to watch television. Initially, I harbored little hope, but to my astonishment, shortly after dusk, a knock echoed from outside the door. Uncle Zhou and I exchanged hesitant glances, and I proceeded to open the door. As I swung it wide, a powerful force pushed it open. It was Chi Tai Sui. Upon entering, he gestured for me to close the door. Once I secured it, he had already seated himself on my bed, directly inquiring of Uncle Zhou, "Where's the person?" Uncle Zhou, clearly startled by his boldness, was momentarily at a loss. I was the first to respond. "They are likely quite far in Nanjing." "Nanjing?" He pondered for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. "That is acceptable, but I am not fond of flying." It was only at this juncture that Uncle Zhou comprehended the implications, nodding vigorously as he stated, "As long as the master helps us rescue the individual, how we get there is of no consequence." Chi Tai Sui waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not agree too hastily. I am no saint, and the lives of your officials bear little weight for me. This endeavor entails offending certain individuals. How many need to be rescued?" Uncle Zhou, being a seasoned veteran of the game, swiftly grasped his meaning and promptly made a phone call to inquire further, conveying Chi Tai Sui's intentions. It was then that I realized the underlying motive: money. The response on the other end was unequivocal. As long as the individual was healed, financial matters were not an issue. Consequently, after a thorough discussion, Chi Tai Sui and Uncle Zhou settled on a fee of 2 million per person, totaling 10 million for the entire undertaking. Subsequently, the three of us did not hesitate. We descended to check out and drove straight into the city. As we traversed the road from Bagong Mountain toward the county town, we encountered several police cars hastily heading in the direction of Bagong Mountain, which caused an immediate sense of unease within me. Reclining in the back seat, Chi Tai Sui chuckled softly. "My friend, you truly cannot dismiss the whims of fate. As the saying goes, the king of hell claims his due at midnight. None dared to delay until the fifth watch. Moreover, considering you are currently like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, struggling to ensure your own safety, why ponder so much?" Upon hearing his words, I suddenly recalled something he had said earlier and inquired about the meaning of being half alive. He straightened up from his seat, leaned against Uncle Zhou's backrest, and with a cold smirk, remarked, "So, you have donned those cloth shoes, have you? Your audacity is truly remarkable." Chapter 54. The Guardian. I gazed at him with a hint of astonishment, furrowing my brow as I inquired about his concerns regarding the shoes. With a playful flick of his fingers across the dark hair at the bridge of his nose, he let out a derisive snort, questioning, "What of those shoes? You dare to wear the Yin-Yang shoes?" When Yin Laolu acquired that pair, I cautioned him against harboring ill intentions, yet he disregarded my warning and met an untimely demise. I now offer you the same counsel. Discard them. Do not presume that your connection with the spirits of a deceased grants you dominion over them. You have already fallen victim to their backlash. Had it not been for the intervention of a wise protector, we might not have had the chance to meet at all. Uncle Zhou interjected, inquiring about the nature of these Yin-Yang shoes and expressing concern over the gravity of the situation as articulated by the master. "Are you all right?" he asked. I managed a wry smile, explaining, "It's merely a pair of cloth shoes. I have yet to comprehend the full extent of the matter." Upon hearing my words, Chi Tai Sui ceased his discourse. By the time we reached the city, it was already 9 in the evening. After Uncle Zhou placed a call to the bureau chief, the department arranged for a Ford mobile home requisitioned from the traffic police, complete with 2 drivers to alternate shifts. The circumstances necessitated this arrangement, as the chief was averse to flying, and with the late hour, the high-speed trains had ceased operations. Thus, This became a strategic measure for the Bureau, for the chief. Accolades were paramount, while for us, life was of utmost value. This vehicle was undoubtedly the finest I had ever traveled in. Previously, I had only heard tales from classmates. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to experience such luxury firsthand. The spacious bed atop was immediately claimed by Chi Tai Sui, who appeared quite affable, suggesting that we all squeeze in together. Yet, who could endure his shabby demeanor? Uncle Zhou and I had no choice but to make do with the booth below, where it seemed the two officials transferred by the director were evidently old acquaintances of Uncle Zhou. Throughout the journey, I couldn't help but wonder if the director had assembled such a formidable entourage merely for the beggar with the disheveled appearance at the rear. Uncle Zhou hastily reprimanded them for their manner of speaking, but little did he know that the astute Chi Tai Sui had already caught wind of it. After a couple of chuckles, he remarked that it was of no consequence, as he himself was akin to a beggar, being inherently lazy and accustomed to it. I remained silent, suppressing a smile, when unexpectedly, Chi Tai Sui bent down and effortlessly pulled me up from my resting place. Just as I was about to explain that my laughter was unintentional, he gestured for silence, which left me somewhat astounded by his mysterious demeanor. To my surprise, he then pushed me down onto the bed and leaned closer, startling me. Was he actually contemplating an intimate advance? As this thought crossed my mind, I began to sweat profusely. However, he merely whispered into my ear, "This is the last time. In our line of work, it is most taboo to interfere in another's schemes. My intervention this time, although aimed at saving someone, undeniably breaks the rules. I am not particularly concerned about that individual. Rather, it is his entourage that poses a threat. I might have irrevocably offended them, which could lead to numerous troubles." I nodded, responding softly that this was a situation I had no choice but to seek him out. He clarified that this time, it was also due to the favor of San Ling. Mentioning Linger brought to mind her words from last night. She had already passed away 8 years prior. Did that not imply she was a ghost? How then did she come to know Chi Tai Sui? Thus, I voiced my lingering questions. Chi Tai Sui hesitated for a moment, then whispered that the matter concerning San Linger was rather intricate and would be difficult to explain to me at present. However, he assured me that she was not a ghost. My heart quivered. If she was not a ghost, then why had she told me she had died 8 years ago? Chi Tai Sui chose not to elaborate further, but instead inquired why I was wearing Yin-Yang shoes. Did I not realize that this could lead to my demise? I was perplexed. Did he not recognize that I was already a living Yin emissary? I recounted the incident involving old Zhang, known as Yin Lao Lu in their village, who had attempted to extract my soul. I spoke of how placing the shoes at the foot of my bed allowed me to dream of Linger. He appeared quite astonished, declaring that something was amiss. It seemed to him like a trap, waiting for me, the fool, to walk right into it. Yet, this was contradictory. Since San Linger had introduced me to him for salvation, it indicated that our relationship was indeed extraordinary. She was fully aware of the perilous nature of those shoes, yet still insisted I wear them? No, there was certainly something amiss here. He then asked me to describe what I had seen of San Linger. I replied that she was clad in an ancient red bridal gown, holding a red umbrella. He nodded thoughtfully and said, "Indeed, it must be the umbrella spirit. But, given your childhood bond, how could she possibly bring herself to harm you?" Upon hearing his words, I immediately felt discontent and retorted, "That is absolutely impossible. If she intended to strike, wouldn't she have done so long ago?" He replied that I was still too young, that the world of martial arts was perilous, something a mere college student like myself could scarcely comprehend. Sensing a deeper meaning in his words, I pressed him, asking what exactly was wrong with me, why his words were so chilling, while I felt nothing amiss. He curtly responded, "Are you foolish? If it weren't for the powerful figures protecting you, with your obliviousness, you would have perished long ago." Powerful figures protecting me? That seemed rather implausible. Chapter 55. Cash or check. It seemed that there was no one around me who matched the situation. Chi Tai Sui, noticing my skepticism, retorted with irritation, "Are you foolish? I have already said that he is an extraordinary individual. It would be remarkable if you could discern that." I responded with a simple "oh," and before I knew it, he had unceremoniously kicked me off the bed. The two elderly drivers took turns at the wheel, and our motorhome sped along the highway with impressive swiftness. By approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, we arrived in Nanjing. One of the drivers was familiar with the route to the military hospital, allowing us to reach its entrance by 2 o'clock. The driver remained in the vehicle to catch some rest while the three of us entered the hospital. A captain, stationed at the entrance, had been waiting for us, and upon seeing us, particularly Chi Tai Sui with his dark, sullen expression, he was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for Uncle Zhou's reminder, he might have embarrassed himself. Once he regained his composure, he awkwardly led us to the intensive care unit. Armed police officers were stationed along the entire route, standing guard until we reached the one-way observation window outside the ICU. There, we finally beheld the members of the investigation team who had been afflicted by the cursed needles, all lying motionless in their beds. Upon inquiring, we learned that due to prior events, the doctors administered sedatives to them every night, which, although detrimental to their health, was deemed necessary under the circumstances. Chi Tai Sui scoffed, asserting, "You underestimate the power of the thousand souls goo. Now, let all those present step outside. I cannot perform my rites with anyone nearby." After finishing his words, he added, "Have someone turn off your surveillance. Otherwise, I won't be able to save these people." The captain was taken aback by the sight of this filthy, disheveled man, whose unkempt appearance resembled that of a beggar, yet he possessed such peculiar habits. However, recognizing it was an order from above, he refrained from commenting further. After saluting us, he proceeded to knock on the door, instructing the doctors and nurses inside to step out for a moment. Chi Tai Sui, upon seeing the delicate and fair-skinned nurse, intended to strike up a conversation. However, just as he flashed a smile, he inadvertently frightened her away. It was no surprise, given that she had never encountered someone so intimidating wandering about. He brushed off the incident, absent-mindedly stroking his unkempt facial hair, and attempted to enter, only to be halted by a middle-aged doctor who insisted that he must change into appropriate attire first. That single remark infuriated him. He scoffed and retorted, "Change what? Why don't you esteemed quacks treat yourselves instead? What do you need me for? I have my own habits. You can stay wherever it is comfortable for you." The onlookers were astonished by his audacity. They had not anticipated such a volatile temperament. However, it was reasonable to assume that extraordinary individuals are not easily approachable, which likely explained the need for the invitation. The doctor, taken aback by his insolence, replied with a cold smirk, "I would like to see what remarkable abilities grant you such arrogance. Don't let the wind blow your tongue away." Chi Tai Sui merely chuckled and shook his head at him before stepping into the intensive care unit, closing the door behind him. Subsequently, he managed to cover the surveillance cameras and windows with items he found. We were left waiting at the entrance for over half an hour, and when the door finally swung open, we hurriedly approached him, inquiring about the situation. Chi Tai Sui's complexion was somewhat pallid as he nodded and said, "The curse has been alleviated, but the pestle within my body cannot be removed just yet." The crowd was instantly perplexed, and Uncle Zhou inquired as to the reason. Chi Tai Sui smiled, raising his right hand to rub his fingers together, and Uncle Zhou promptly understood, remarking that they had previously agreed. Once he healed the person, the payment would surely follow. However, Chi Tai Sui responded with a cold smirk, "I have dealt with people of your caliber more than once or twice. Arrange for the money to be sent over, and I shall ensure everything is in order on my end. I am weary and in need of rest. You should prepare the funds." The lieutenant, with a stern expression, questioned, "These individuals were injured in the pursuit of solving a case. This seems rather uncouth." Without lifting his head, Chi Tai Sui retorted, "What do I care for the case? What does it matter to me if they live or die?" He then pointed at the disgruntled doctor and added, "Am I not correct? You charlatans behave in this manner regularly, do you not?" The doctor's face darkened further. The military hospital differs greatly from an ordinary public hospital, and its physicians, being soldiers, could hardly tolerate such indignation. A confrontation nearly ensued, but thanks to Uncle Zhou and myself, we managed to intervene. Otherwise, the doctor might have found himself in serious trouble. Individuals like Chi Tai Sui are best left undisturbed. Should one provoke him, they might not even comprehend the peril they face. Nevertheless, from his remarks, It was evident that he harbored a profound disdain for the hospital and its practitioners. I contemplated seeking a moment to inquire about the reasons behind his sentiments. Ultimately, Uncle Joe had no choice but to call the director once again. The director informed him that this matter had been approved from above, and that the funds would be dispersed once negotiations were finalized. He inquired whether Chi Tai Sui preferred cash or a check. The fellow, quite familiar with the proceedings, confidently replied that a check was preferable, thinking I might be naive. Chapter 56. Swift departure with money, reflecting on my past indecision between taking the bus or walking. I genuinely feel a sense of unfulfillment. The funds had been transferred from the military district, receiving special approval from above, resulting in remarkable efficiency. By the time the transaction was completed, scarcely half an hour had passed. I have never had much familiarity with checks, having never encountered one. Yet, when Uncle Joe engaged in the exchange with Chi Tai Sui, I found myself more exhilarated than anyone else, marveling at the ease with which the money had arrived. I mused that if I could possess such a talent for acquiring funds, my parents would no longer need to toil endlessly in the fields. Chi Tai Sui conducted his affairs with a commendable sense of integrity. After securing the money, he borrowed a fresh live rooster from the hospital and re-entered the intensive care unit. After closing the door behind him, another half-hour elapsed before the door swung open once more. Chi Tai Sui emerged, his entire being covered in feathers, appearing utterly exhausted, yet declared to us that the task was complete. He cautioned us to avoid touching the rooster on the floor, instructing that it should be tossed into the fire for burning shortly. Upon hearing his words, the specialists from the hospital, who had rushed over upon receiving the news, were somewhat incredulous. The young lieutenant from the military district cast a puzzled glance at the expressions of those around him, fixing his gaze intently upon Chi Tai Sui. Subsequently, the expert physicians began to enter the patient room one after another, while Uncle Joe and I remained still, as the individual in question was our responsibility, and we had no reason to doubt him. Meanwhile, the middle-aged doctor, who had previously been at odds with Chi Tai Sui, could no longer contain himself and timidly stepped into the ward. Before long, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from within the room. Uncontrollably, both Uncle Joe and I peered inside, only to discover that the once immaculate sterile room was now strewn with feathers and excrement, while the previously lively rooster lay lifeless on the floor, utterly bare. Shortly thereafter, a throng of doctors emerged from the ward, encircling Chi Tai Sui, clamoring to inquire about the method employed to extract the needle, while the middle-aged physician from before slinked away in defeat. Chi Tai Sui, however, chose to disregard their inquiries, instead pushing through the crowd to ask Uncle Joe where he would be sleeping that night. Uncle Joe glanced at the lieutenant, who appeared momentarily dazed. Upon regaining his composure, he hastily declared that he had made arrangements long ago and would escort us immediately. As he began to walk, Chi Tai Sui suddenly seemed to recall something, turning back to retrieve 5 ancient coins from his pocket, which he handed to the lieutenant, instructing him to affix one to each patient, cautioning that they must not part with them for 7 days, lest they encounter misfortune, for he would not take responsibility. The lieutenant, upon hearing this, promptly delivered the coins before swiftly leading us down the stairs. Outside, the 2 drivers of the RV were squatting at the entrance, smoking, and upon seeing us emerge, inquired if we were ready to head back. Initially, I considered returning, thinking that I could rest in the RV as well. However, Chi Tai Sui vehemently disagreed, insisting that we must find a proper place to sleep. Thus, we drove to the guest house within the NJ military district for respite. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon me, and as soon as I entered the room, I collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. After a deep slumber that extended into the following morning, I was roused from my drowsiness by Uncle Joe, who exclaimed that something was amiss. Startled, I swiftly ascended from my bed and inquired about the matter. Uncle Joe, with a troubled expression, informed me that Chi Tai Sui had vanished. Vanished? My eyelids fluttered in disbelief. Had he sneaked away? It finally dawned on me why he had so earnestly sought refuge here. He intended to slip away unnoticed. Yet this seemed unwarranted, for he had no compelling reason to leave surreptitiously. Why, then, did he choose to depart in such a clandestine manner? I was perplexed by this conundrum until I later encountered him and sought clarification. Had it not been for his cleverness, I might never have had the opportunity to pen this tale for all to read. Of course, that is a story for another time, which I shall set aside for now. With Chi Taisui's disappearance, Uncle Zhou and I immediately resolved to contact the military hospital to inquire about the investigation team. We were relieved to learn from the hospital that the patient had been taken away early that morning by personnel from the military district. On our journey back, Uncle Zhou's countenance remained somber. When I questioned him, he replied that it was nothing, merely a feeling that the individual had acted unreasonably, having accepted payment yet resorting to such antics. I, however, took a more relaxed view of the situation as the issue had been resolved. He could go wherever he pleased. Uncle Zhou, on the other hand, felt utterly helpless. During our stop at the Shaoshu Mountain Service Area for a meal, we managed to return to the city before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As the school year had yet to commence, I had no intention of returning, so I accompanied Uncle Zhou to his residence. During our journey, a sudden recollection of Uncle Qian's predicament struck me, prompting me to request Zhou to contact the Shouchen police station for an update on the situation. When Zhou informed me that the police cars we encountered that night upon our return were responding to an incident, my mind went blank. Despite having mentally prepared myself earlier, I still clung to the hope, influenced by Chi Taisui's words, that it had merely been a dream. Yet in retrospect, it was a dream that was not merely a dream. The scene described by the Shouchen police mirrored precisely what I had witnessed that night. It was the work of that female specter. Chapter 57. Divination, however, such matters are certainly not something I could disclose to others, for the supernatural cannot serve as credible evidence, and I find myself at a loss for words. I refrained from calling Qian Shaoyan, as it is likely she is in her most sorrowful moment. Uncle Zhou resides in the Fengshi Garden community, not far from the medical university, on the 3rd floor. I had heard he had a daughter and had hoped to engage her in some playful activities. Yet when he opened the door, a girl clad in a rosy pajama set called out "Dad" and leapt into his embrace, leaving me utterly astonished. It dawned on me that his daughter had grown so much. I felt a pang of embarrassment. Uncle Zhou feigned annoyance, remarking on her age and her childish antics. "Nini, call him brother." Only then did his daughter notice my presence. She quickly extricated herself from his arms, casting a puzzled glance my way, and with a huff declared, "I want to call him. I don't even know him." With that, she turned and retreated into the house. Uncle Zhou appeared somewhat embarrassed and called after her, but I intervened, assuring him it was of no consequence. Concerned for my discomfort, he hastily offered an apology on his daughter's behalf, attributing her behavior to being overly pampered by his wife. I replied, "In this day and age, every household has its only child, and they are all spoiled. My own home is no different." Upon hearing this, he fell silent, perhaps reflecting on my father, and smiled, mistakenly believing I was offering him solace. In truth, my father had indulged me even more than my mother did, though it seems that dynamic has indeed shifted over time. Changing into the slippers Uncle Zhou provided, I entered his modest abode, which appeared to be a 2-bedroom apartment. His daughter was sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in her television show. Uncle Zhou gestured for me to sit on the other side and watch television. He then inquired about his daughter's mother. His daughter, with a hint of irritation, replied that she had gone to play mahjong, subsequently casting a disdainful glance in my direction. I was utterly perplexed as to why she harbored such animosity towards me. Eventually, unable to endure the tension any longer, I suggested to Uncle Zhou that I would take a stroll downstairs. He seemed reassured, considering I had resided in the city for over a year. Upon exiting the community, I encountered an elderly fortune teller at the entrance, peddling his wares. While I held a certain reverence for metaphysical practices, it was confined to tangible experiences like the Chi Tai Sui. I regarded street-side fortune tellers as charlatans akin to Lu Banjian, merely seeking to swindle the unsuspecting for their daily bread. However, as I passed by the stall of the so-called divine seer of the mysterious garment, I was unexpectedly halted by the white-bearded old man. Initially, I intended to ignore him, but to my astonishment, he astutely revealed the essence of my role as a guiding spirit. My heart raced, for I recalled the words of Ling, who had previously warned me that if I relinquished my duties as a living spirit guide, I would inevitably attract hostility from certain individuals. Upon hearing his proclamation, I sensed that there was no escaping my fate. Given my current role as a living spirit guide, I felt emboldened, convinced he would not dare to threaten me. Thus, I turned back and squatted before his stall, inquiring how he had discerned my true nature. He smiled and replied, "Though my skills may be lacking, I possess a keen insight. Otherwise, I would not dare to offer predictions on fate and karma." Upon hearing the mention of causality, my interest was piqued, and I inquired if he could assist me in taking a look. He chuckled and replied, "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have been summoned." After scrutinizing me, he remarked that while I need not concern myself with the intricacies of the 8 characters, it is evident that someone of my countenance typically hails from a family with a sage of esoteric knowledge. Asking me would yield no fruitful insight. Instead, let us delve into the significance of a single character. This revelation momentarily elevated my perception of the old man, as he seemed to possess greater prowess than I initially anticipated. Previously, Master Chi had also hinted at the presence of a learned individual within my family. My grandfather? That seems implausible, despite the local shopkeeper's extravagant claims, for he has long since departed from this world. Could it be my father? The mere thought sent a shiver down my spine. If it were indeed my father in his younger days, I would have vehemently dismissed the notion of him being sage. However, following that peculiar illness I once endured, he returned transformed, as if a different person entirely. If there exists a sage in our family, he might indeed fit the bill, especially considering the inexplicable incident involving the paper figure donning my garments, an act not commonly performed by an ordinary man. As this contemplation unfolded, I found myself exhaling a sigh of relief. If this were the case, my worries would dissipate, for I had been apprehensive about his well-being and whether he was ensnared by malevolent forces. Reflecting on his odd transformations, which had rendered him almost unrecognizable, I realized that despite the strangeness, he and my mother had coexisted with me without incident. Yet, why would he choose to conceal such matters from his own family? The old man handed me a brush, and as I held it, I pondered for a moment before inscribing the character for umbrella onto the blank sheet of paper. Reflecting on all that has transpired, it appears that everything began with that crimson umbrella. Thus, I believe that if it is indeed the hand of fate that has orchestrated these events, there must be some hint or revelation to be gleaned from the very word umbrella. Chapter 58. The Psychiatric Hospital as Anticipated. The old man furrowed his brow upon glancing at my writing, hesitating for a moment before inquiring what I wished to ask. To my surprise, my thoughts involuntarily drifted to Linger. I had initially intended to inquire about fate, but considering her, I ultimately opted to ask about omens. The old man's expression shifted, and he remarked, "Young man, this signifies a grave omen." He pointed to the character for umbrella. Above it is the character for person, representing yourself, while below is a cross. Do you comprehend? As I pondered this, a tightening sensation gripped my heart. It seemed to ring true. Could it be that I was destined to meet a violent end? I momentarily entertained darker thoughts. Nevertheless, given my current role in the netherworld, as long as I adhered to the rules, I was unlikely to meet an untimely demise. So I did not dwell on the concern. I then asked, "Elder, if this indeed represents a dire omen, how might I avert it?" At that moment, the elder began to rub his fingers together, and I felt he had finally revealed his true nature. I feigned understanding, searching my pockets only to awkwardly admit that I had forgotten my wallet, suggesting we could let this encounter pass. I turned to leave, but before I could depart, he grasped my arm and said, "All right then, you may repay me next time. Having practiced this profession for so many years, and seeing a face like yours for the first time, I will divulge some truths." He gestured for me to come closer. It was broad daylight, so I felt no fear of his intentions. I leaned in, and he whispered into my ear, "I know what you're thinking, which is why you carry yourself with such audacity. The concept of fortune intertwined with misfortune is one you ought to comprehend. The dichotomy of blessings and curses, seemingly stemming from the character for umbrella, illustrates that every situation possesses dual facets. Consider an umbrella. While its exterior is visible, its interior remains concealed. Similarly, humanity embodies this duality, Some may appear fierce, yet harbor no malice, while others, seemingly benevolent, may harbor ill intentions. Child, it is imperative to maintain a lucid mind at all times. Your destiny is marked by both adversaries and benefactors. Thus, exercise caution and do not readily place your trust in anyone, including your own self at times. Ultimately, one's fate is predominantly authored by oneself. Never allow certain circumstances to cloud your judgment. Opportunities do not come easily, much like the shoes upon your feet. Having concluded his discourse, he returned to his chair, offering me a faint smile as he tore the character for umbrella from the paper, thereafter falling silent. The depth of my astonishment rivaled that of a resurrection. Why did his tone resonate with such familiarity? Who was this elderly man? Why did his words make me feel as though he possessed intimate knowledge of my affairs? Reflecting upon this sent a chill down my spine. I yearned for him to share more, yet he merely rubbed his hands together. Understanding his cue, I nodded and indicated he should wait, assuring him I would fetch something, though in truth, I had no money on me, as all my funds lay within my bag. Hastily, I made my way back to Uncle Joe's house to retrieve some money. When I knocked on the door, it was Joe's daughter, Nini, who answered. Upon seeing me, she shot me a disapproving glare and remarked that it was best not to wander about aimlessly, warning that someone from the countryside might get lost, necessitating a search for them. I offered her a faint smile, my thoughts consumed by the matter of the fortune-teller, and I didn't let her words bother me as I entered the house to fetch my belongings. From my bag, I took the 200 yuan my mother had given me before her departure. As I was leaving, Uncle Joe emerged from the bathroom, inquiring why I had returned so swiftly. I explained that I had come for just a small amount of money. He responded with an acknowledgement, urging me to return home early. I agreed and hurried down the stairs. However, upon exiting the neighborhood, I noticed that the fortune-telling stall had vanished. I inquired with an elderly woman selling vegetables nearby, who informed me that it had just departed, gesturing toward the direction of the second hospital. Without a second thought, I pursued the lead, following it all the way to the entrance of the hospital, where I spotted the elderly gentleman being escorted inside by 2 young nurses. I rushed over to intercept the trio, addressing the 2 nurses, who appeared to be of any age, to inform them that I needed to ask the elderly man a few questions. The nurses, taken aback, asked if I was a relative. I shook my head, clarifying that I had merely come to seek his fortune. To my surprise, upon hearing this, the nurses regarded me as though I were foolish, pointing at the elderly man, who had his head bowed, and explained, "You sought his fortune? He is a patient at our hospital. This morning, for reasons unknown, he snuck out, and we were just informed that he needed to be brought back. Young man, if you have concerns, perhaps you should consider coming to our hospital for an examination." Upon hearing her words, I was suddenly reminded that the second hospital is, in fact, a psychiatric institution. I thought I must have mistaken the person, so I scrutinized the elderly gentleman closely. It seemed he sensed my gaze, for he lifted his head and stared at me with a vacant expression, offering a peculiar grin that sent shivers down my spine. How could this be? The 2 nurse attendants noticed my silence, gave me a gentle push, and then proceeded into the hospital. I stood there, foolishly gazing at their retreating figures, my mind awash with questions. Chapter 59. The absurdities of people and events. As I wandered aimlessly through the streets, my mind was preoccupied with a perplexing matter. The elderly gentleman I had just encountered seemed to be the same fortune-teller I had met previously. Yet, I could hardly fathom how this man could appear as a sagacious elder one moment, and then transform into a deranged individual the next. The stark contrast left me with a lingering suspicion that something was amiss. Was it an act? I pondered, but it made little sense. Why would a seemingly normal person choose to masquerade as a lunatic? Ultimately, I could not arrive at a conclusion, and when I finally regained my senses, I realized I had unwittingly arrived at the Kuaishing Pavilion. Noticing that the day was still young, I decided to step inside to escape the sun's rays and perhaps indulge in a leisurely stroll. The Kuaishing Pavilion is a renowned historical structure in my city, though regrettably, it has long been overrun by the culture of street vendors. After meandering through the space for a short while, I resolved to take my leave. Having visited before, I was aware of a small back door that led to a street adjacent to Uncle Joe's residence. As I approached the diminutive rear entrance, preparing to exit, I was suddenly knocked to the ground by an individual who, due to the force of inertia, also tumbled down. Dazed from the collision, I was about to rise and ascertain the situation when, to my astonishment, the person scrambled to their feet and dashed toward the front entrance. Glancing back intermittently, as if something terrifying were in pursuit, in that fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a bald head. Dismissing the incident, I thought little of it, believing I had no reason to be concerned. As I rose to my feet, a sudden chill enveloped me, an eerie sensation particularly pronounced in the height of summer. Instinctively, I dashed out the back door, gazing at the leaves of the birch tree outside, which remained utterly still. Just as I pondered this, an unsettling feeling crept over me, as if a pair of eyes were observing me from behind. I turned instinctively, only to find a small girl squatting not far away. A sigh of relief escaped me. Perhaps the myriad of recent events had rendered my nerves overly sensitive. Wandering along the path toward the entrance of the Fengshi garden community, the sky gradually darkened. Summer, with its frequent thunderstorms and oppressive humidity, felt nearly suffocating. Unable to resist, I hurried to Uncle Zhou's building and bought a bottle of ice-cold mineral water, consuming it in one breath. In the past, I would have hesitated to indulge in such a luxury. Though a mere yuan, there were times when I preferred to conserve my energy for public transport instead of walking. No sooner had the water quenched my thirst than it began to seep out in the form of sweat. I contemplated returning to Uncle Zhou's for a shower when my phone rang. Wiping the perspiration from my brow, I glanced at the screen, only to find a number I did not recognize, rather than Uncle Zhou's. After a brief hesitation, I answered the call, and a woman's voice echoed ominously. "I warn you, do not interfere in this case again, or Li Fo will be the next victim." With that, the line went dead, leaving me with the hollow sound of a disconnected call. A chilling sensation coursed from the crown of my head to the tips of my toes, compelling me to shiver involuntarily. Was this woman merely asleep? Why did she issue me a warning? Could it be that she is in league with the murderer? Yet, this mobile phone was provided by the police department. Outsiders should not possess this number. The more I pondered, the deeper my dread grew. The perpetrator appeared to be far more complex than he initially seemed. In addition to employing sinister sorcery, he seemingly wielded considerable influence or had connections. The atmosphere had become oppressively heavy, and a breeze began to stir, bringing with it a hint of chill. Vendors in the community hurriedly began to pack up their stalls, and a distant rumble of thunder heralded the imminent arrival of a downpour. Lost in these thoughts, I ascended the stairs, and just after taking a few steps, the sound of rain began to cascade down. The stairwell was somewhat dim, and as I ascended, a hurried procession of women descended towards me. One of them, with her head bowed and hair cascading over her face, obscured her features from my view. However, she appeared to be quite sensitive to the cold. Garbed in a black cotton coat, an unusual sight to behold. She clutched a black umbrella in her hand. As I intentionally lingered at the corner to observe her, she resolutely pushed open the door to the stairwell, raising her umbrella as she departed. Upon returning to Uncle Zhou's abode, I knocked on the door, and once again, it was his daughter, Nini, who answered. Upon seeing me, her small face dropped, as if I owed her a considerable sum of money. With an exasperated tone, she exclaimed, "Haven't I told you already? Are all you country folk this bothersome?" Her words ignited a spark of indignation within me. Coincidentally, Uncle Zhou, who was carrying dishes from the kitchen, overheard the conversation. He forcefully slammed the dishes onto the table and sternly reprimanded, "Nini, how can you speak to your brother like that? It is utterly disrespectful. Apologize to him at once." Nini shot me a fierce glare, then turned to argue with Uncle Zhou. "On what grounds do you scold me the moment you return home? Is it just for this country bumpkin? Is he your son? How dare you reprimand me for him? My mother wouldn't even scold me. What gives you the right? How often do you come home in a month? Do you even know today is my birthday?" Chapter 60. Nini. Uncle Zhou, initially intent on striking her, paused mid-motion, his hand lingering in the air before slowly descending. Just as he was about to utter a word, Nini, in tears, pushed past me, who stood at the threshold, and dashed down the stairs. It was only after she had exited that I contemplated following her. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, and I considered turning back to pursue her. However, In that moment of hesitation, by the time I reached the ground floor and burst through the door, she had vanished from my sight. At that moment, the rain fell so fiercely that I could scarcely open my eyes. Uncle Joe hurriedly emerged with an umbrella, unfurling it as he inquired about Nini's whereabouts. Upon taking the umbrella from him, I replied that I had not seen her since I had just come down, suggesting we check by the main gate. He agreed, and together we jogged toward the entrance, yet she remained elusive. Uncle Joe's anxiety began to mount as he lamented that the child had not even taken an umbrella. Where could she possibly go? Coincidentally, the elderly man from the security booth next door had just opened the door to pour out water. I hurried over to him and asked if he had seen a girl in a pink nightgown caught in the rain. Uncle Joe pointed to himself, indicating that she was his daughter, Nini. The security guard, evidently familiar with Uncle Joe, nodded and affirmed that he had indeed seen Nini moments earlier, but she had left with her mother. With this news, both Uncle Joe and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. After expressing our gratitude to the elderly gentleman, we returned home. Once inside, Uncle Joe immediately pulled out his phone to make a call, presumably to his wife. However, after several unsuccessful attempts to connect, his temper flared once again as he exclaimed in frustration about the audacity of someone turning off their phone. I sighed and remarked that I must take the blame for this. Were it not for my actions, Nini would not have departed. Uncle Joe waved his hand, urging me not to shoulder the entire burden of responsibility. He stated that he was well aware of his own matters and that the fault lay with him. After all, those of us in law enforcement owe the greatest debts to our families. Having said this, I fell silent. Uncle Joe belonged to my father's generation. His understanding surpassed mine, and his capacity to endure stress was undoubtedly greater. Just moments ago, I had not even considered taking an umbrella when descending the stairs. Uncle Joe placed his phone upon the table and declared that it was of no concern, since Nini had gone out with her mother. There was likely no cause for alarm. I concurred with this sentiment, and we proceeded to dine together. Due to the several incidents we encountered during the day, compounded by Nini's vexation, both Uncle Joe and I resorted to drinking in silence, indulging ourselves until I reached my third glass. It was only then that Uncle Joe noticed something was amiss with me and inquired if I bore any worries. I shook my head, stating that it was not quite that. Rather, I had stumbled upon some peculiar occurrences while taking a stroll after returning home. He expressed his curiosity and urged me to share what had transpired. I recounted the events of the afternoon. After listening attentively, he hesitated for a considerable time, furrowing his brow before asking for my perspective on these matters. Did the woman who called me have any connection to the old fortune teller? I shook my head, expressing that it was difficult to ascertain. It felt as though these were two separate incidents. Additionally, the bald man who had collided with me seemed vaguely familiar, as if I had encountered him somewhere before. However, I found it difficult to connect these events. So, when Uncle Joe inquired about it, I ultimately shook my head, indicating my confusion. He nodded and said, "Let me help you clarify this. See if it aligns with your understanding." I agreed with a nod. He finished the drink before him, poured another for himself, and began to speak. "After you descended the stairs, you encountered an old fortune teller. That old man discerned numerous details about your life merely from the character umbrella that you had written, and he seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of you from your subsequent words. At that moment, you felt your life was in peril, prompting you to seek a way to avert disaster by spending money. Your first return was indeed to offer him money, correct?" I nodded in affirmation, saying that was indeed the case. However, when I returned again, he was no longer there, and upon inquiring with those nearby, I learned he had left. Uncle Joe continued, "Thus you pursued him, eventually reaching the entrance of the second hospital, where you found two nurses assisting him into the facility. At that moment, when you looked at the old man again, were you certain it was the same one you had encountered earlier?" I nodded, affirming my certainty, as his attire was identical, yet his gaze undeniably seemed abnormal. Uncle Joe nodded in reflection, saying, "Based on your description, I feel it is highly plausible that this old man is indeed the same fortune teller you met at the entrance, though the reasons compelling him to depart without waiting for you remain unclear." A sudden realization struck me, and I furrowed my brow as I asked, "Are you suggesting he was merely pretending at that time?" Uncle Joe nodded, stating, This is merely my hypothesis, but the logical progression of your previous accounts strongly suggests this possibility. While on your way to the Weixing Pavilion, did you encounter anyone else? I shook my head and replied in the negative. He inquired how I had contemplated entering. I explained that at that moment, I simply wished to go inside. He nodded and continued, stating that I had indeed entered the Weixing Pavilion, but upon finding it rather uninteresting, I remembered a small door at the back that could provide a shortcut to our neighborhood. Thus, I exited through the back door, only to be knocked down by a bald man as I reached the entrance. His expression seemed rather unusual, as if someone were pursuing him, yet I noticed no one behind him and thought little of it. As I rose from the ground, I was struck by a chilling gust of wind. What did that wind remind me of? After some contemplation, I realized that the sensation it evoked caused goosebumps to rise upon my skin. Taking a deep breath, I remarked that it felt like the wind created by a person rushing past me. Could it be? I refrained from voicing the final word. Yet it was evident that Uncle Zhou understood my implication. Chapter 61. The woman in the black cotton coat. He shook his head and remarked that, at present, these two matters seemed to bear no connection. However, the unfamiliar call you received later indeed struck me as somewhat intertwined with the old fortune-teller's words. The woman's intentions were unmistakably threatening. She implied that if you did not comply, harm would befall you, specifically mentioning Li Feng. This alone strongly suggests that Li Feng's demise is closely tied to this woman. My understanding of your character leads me to believe that you are not one to easily yield, which heightens the likelihood of a perilous ordeal ahead. Therefore, you must ponder this carefully. After all, you are not a part of the system, and I cannot knowingly draw you into danger. For some reason, when Uncle Zhou uttered these words, my heart jolted as they reminded me of my own precarious existence as a living ghost. Was it not the same? Linger once said that to enter such a realm, one must cultivate indifference towards life and death. The death of the mortal is not truly an end, but rather a different kind of existence. Yet, I remain human. If it were a stranger, I might only feel a fleeting sorrow akin to the lament of a fox mourning a dead rabbit. But with someone familiar, it is altogether different. Take Uncle Qian, for instance. I still grapple with guilt over his fate. Yet, if it came to the point of sacrificing myself for him, I would undoubtedly falter. It has not reached that extent for me. In truth, if there were anyone in this world for whom I could consider sacrificing my life, it would not exceed 3, my parents, and of course Linger, for she has once sacrificed herself for me. Ultimately, I shook my head and posed a question back to Uncle Zhou. What would you do if you were in my shoes? Uncle Zhou shook his head and remarked that if he were as young and unburdened as I, he would certainly not concede so readily. However, given his current circumstances, he felt that he might choose to withdraw, for our adversaries were not mere common criminals. Even if he himself held no fear of death, he had to consider the well-being of his family. I silently nodded. The mention of family caused me to once again worry about my parents. Although I could not yet ascertain whether the esteemed figure who had been protecting me, as foretold by the fortune-teller, was indeed Chi Tai Sui, I harbored a deep hope that it was so, as that would at least ensure the safety of both him and my mother. Uncle Zhou's words enlightened me significantly. I realized that if I chose to withdraw, it was highly probable that my future career as a forensic doctor would be abruptly curtailed, a fate I did not desire, and one that contradicted my family's expectations of me. Thus, I ultimately resolved to accompany Uncle Zhou and the others to bring clarity to this case, for I believed in acting with purpose and integrity. I was unwilling to allow any blemish to mar the tapestry of my life. Just as Uncle Zhou and I prepared to continue our drinking, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Uncle Zhou, perhaps thinking it was his wife returning with their daughter, hurriedly wiped his face and dashed to answer it. I rose to follow him, and outside stood a middle-aged woman in her 40s, resembling Nini quite closely. She was drenched, clutching an umbrella, and was voicing her complaints about the size of the fish while inquiring why Uncle Zhou had returned so early that day. I quickly stepped forward to greet her. "Hello, Annie," which momentarily startled her before she recognized me, likely recalling that Uncle Zhou had spoken to me before. A smile blossomed on her face in response. Suddenly, I noticed Uncle Zhou peering out with a furrowed brow, and it dawned on me that he was likely searching for Nini. However, The subsequent remark from his wife sent a chill coursing through my heart. She glanced inside the house and inquired, "Where is Nini?" At that moment, Uncle Zhou's expression shifted dramatically. He seized her arm and, with palpable anxiety, exclaimed, "Wasn't Nini taken by you?" His wife, looking utterly baffled, replied, "How could that be? I just returned from playing mahjong at Director Zhou's house. I certainly did not take her with me." As she spoke, a shadow of realization crossed her face, and her expression morphed as she frowned at Uncle Zhou, asking, "What do you mean, Zhou Jiming? Nini is not home?" My heart sank. This was bad. Uncle Zhou let out a heavy sigh, his face turning ashen as he muttered, "This is serious," and without uttering another word, he dashed out, leaving his umbrella behind. Sensing that something was amiss, I hurriedly followed him, while his wife shouted from behind, "What has happened to Nini? You must tell me." Uncle Zhou and I exited almost simultaneously, and outside, the rain had begun to lessen. I trailed behind him until we reached the entrance of the community, where he knocked urgently on the guard's door. The guard, somewhat surprised, recognized Uncle Zhou as a leader from the police station and promptly let us in. Upon entering, Uncle Zhou urgently questioned the guard, "Brother, did you say earlier that my daughter Nini was taken by her mother?" The guard nodded, confirming, "Yes, I saw her with an umbrella." They walked past the gate, embracing each other. I found it odd that they were dressed so strangely. Uncle Zhou's expression grew increasingly grim, prompting him to inquire of the gatekeeper whether he had seen anything clearly at the time. Upon hearing the question, the old man seemed to ponder the matter, his confidence waning as he admitted that he had been walking too quickly in the pouring rain to see clearly, suggesting it was likely your wife. Uncle Zhou sighed heavily, yearning to venture out in search, but I restrained him. I asked the gatekeeper what color clothing the woman who took Nini was wearing and what color umbrella she had. Without hesitation, the old man replied that it was black, and I was well aware of this detail. A chill ran down my spine as I recalled the woman clad in a black cotton coat whom I had encountered on my way upstairs. She indeed appeared to be holding a black umbrella. Given the gatekeeper's presence, I refrained from elaborating further. After thanking him, I pulled Uncle Zhou outside. The sky had darkened, though the rain had lessened to a negligible drizzle. Once we exited the gatekeeper's lodge, I swallowed hard and said to Uncle Zhou, "Uncle, the woman the old man mentioned, I have seen her before. During my second return, I encountered her as I was going up. She was holding a black umbrella and wearing a black cotton coat, although I did not catch a glimpse of her face." Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhou nearly fainted, and I quickly supported him, urging him to remain calm. We needed to report this incident to the Bureau first and ascertain the other party's intentions. Yet as I spoke, I couldn't help but involuntarily think of the woman who had threatened me over the phone. Could it possibly be her doing? After all, I was investigating this case alongside Uncle Zhou. When the other party called me, it was evident that they were well aware of our current situation. Finding the entrance to Uncle Zhou's residence would not prove too arduous, especially since I was already at his home. The more I pondered this, the more it seemed plausible. Thus, I shared my thoughts with Uncle Zhou, who had just concluded the call. He nodded in agreement, indicating that it was highly likely. Encountering her on the way down suggested that she was already poised to take action. He could no longer maintain his composure, and although he spoke with a facade of calmness, his words began to falter. He then proceeded to call Xiao Liang, requesting her to investigate the number of the person who had last contacted me. Chapter 62. The identity of the woman in the black cotton coat. After hanging up the phone, I was about to offer him some words of comfort, but he discerned my intention and waved his hand dismissively, stating that since we had already clarified who was responsible, there was no need for further discussion. He had prepared himself for the worst. When I heard him utter that final sentence, despite his efforts to conceal it, I could still perceive the tremor in his lips, revealing his fear. Indeed, as he had expressed during our previous drinking session, his greatest dread was being a burden to his family. The harshness of reality is undeniable. Many circumstances lie beyond our control. Thus, all we can do is strive to avert tragedy within the limits of our ability. I inquired of Uncle Zhou what our next course of action should be. He sighed and replied, "We should go home." I stared at him in disbelief, my eyes wide with incredulity. Could it be that I had misheard him? After such a grave incident, he suggested we return home? Were we to simply await our fate? Noticing my astonishment, Uncle Zhou took a deep breath and patiently explained that since there were already preparations in place for the abduction, it was undoubtedly purposeful. As long as there was intention behind it, Nini would, for the time being, remain out of danger. Furthermore, we were currently in a passive position and could only wait for the opposing party to present their demands before determining our next steps. I must return home to reassure your aunt. I nodded, acknowledging my understanding. Thus, we found ourselves once more at his residence. Just as we arrived at the doorstep, his phone suddenly rang again, causing my already taut nerves to jolt with tension. Uncle Zhou retrieved his phone and glanced at the number, furrowing his brow. He quickly urged me to take out my phone and dial Xiao Liang's number, requesting him to investigate the number displayed on his phone. The call was soon connected, and with a cold voice, Uncle Zhou inquired about the identity of the caller. Since the phone was not on speaker, I could not hear the response. But Uncle Zhou's expression indicated that this call was likely related to NINI. The entire conversation lasted over a minute, during which Uncle Zhou sought ways to buy time, hoping to give Xiao Liang a chance to gather more information. However, the other party was unusually alert and hastily ended the call. As soon as Uncle Zhou hung up, my phone rang. It was Xiao Liang calling. I quickly answered and put the call on speaker. Xiao Liang's voice came through, somewhat urgent, revealing that he had located the source of the call. However, it was made from a public phone at Sanli Bridge, specifically from a small shop to the left of the Tornado Internet CAF. Uncle Zhou acknowledged this information and gave my shoulder a reassuring pat, saying, "Let's go check it out." On our way to Sanli Bridge, Uncle Zhou shared with me the purpose of the call. It was indeed a woman on the line, and her message was quite explicit. She urged him not to continue investigating the Ghost Needle case, threatening that she would resort to proving their authority through her daughter's life if he did. At that moment, I felt a chilling realization, given their previous actions. These individuals were capable of anything. Thus, we drove directly to the Tornado Internet CAF at Sanli Bridge. Uncle Zhou seemed quite familiar with the area, and with his swift driving, we arrived at the small shop to the left of the Internet CAF in under 15 minutes. Upon disembarking, Uncle Zhou could no longer contain his urgency and dashed straight into the convenience store. The shopkeeper, startled by our abruptness, inquired about our intentions. Uncle Zhou swiftly produced his identification, declaring himself a policeman, and questioned whether a woman had called a quarter of an hour prior. The shopkeeper, evidently taken aback, hesitantly nodded and confirmed that indeed a woman had made a call, describing her as peculiar for wearing a black cotton coat on such a sweltering day. A sense of tension gripped my heart as I recognized the description. Seizing the moment, Uncle Zhou pressed further, asking if she could recall what the woman looked like, her age and height. The shopkeeper hesitated before shaking her head, admitting she could not remember, as the woman had her back turned to her, with hair obscuring much of her face. However, she was certain the woman appeared to be in her 30s, and her voice had sounded somewhat awkward. Awkward? At her remark, I suddenly recalled that when I received the woman's call, her voice indeed had an unsettling quality, almost as if something was lodged in her throat, rendering it quite distressing to listen to. While contemplating this, I inadvertently glanced towards the entrance of the Tornado Internet CAF and noticed that a surveillance camera was installed there. I quickly informed Uncle Zhou, who, alert and invigorated, suggested we investigate further. We re-entered the CAF and made our way directly to the counter, where the disinterested attendant, with bleached hair, greeted us with a lackluster demand for identification. Uncle Zhou directly presented his police badge to him. After a brief glance, the man sprang to his feet, beaming with the assurance that there were no minors present. Uncle Zhou, straightforward as ever, requested the footage from the surveillance camera at the entrance from 20 minutes ago. The network administrator nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain, affirming that he would retrieve it immediately. Meanwhile, Uncle Zhou and I stood anxiously behind him, waiting. In no time, the video was retrieved, and the administrator made way for Uncle Zhou. Without lifting his gaze, Uncle Zhou settled into the chair, manipulating the video's scroll bar until he pinpointed the time at 1 hour and 24 minutes. On the left side of the monitor, a woman clad in a black cotton jacket appeared, her head bowed as she walked, her steps appearing somewhat stiff. Uncle Zhou glanced at me, and I nodded affirmatively. It was indeed her. After fast-forwarding the video by 2 minutes, the woman reappeared in the surveillance footage. unbeknownst to her intentions. She walked directly in front of the camera at the internet CAF. Sensing an ominous turn of events, I hastily urged the young administrator to step aside. Assuming I was also a police officer, he complied obediently, exiting the counter to assist us in checking the vehicle. The moment he left the counter, the woman approached the camera, raising her hand while lifting her head, slowly sweeping aside her long hair to reveal a ghastly, distorted face. When I beheld her visage, I was utterly stunned. How could it be her? My heavens, how is this possible? Uncle Zhou swiftly paused the video and looked up, inquiring how to take a screenshot. Having caught sight of my expression, asked me what happened. I trembled, pointing at the woman in the video, saying I know her. She is the proprietress of the small shop at the entrance of Xiaoyao, Sanli Puzikin, that I mentioned to you before. Uncle Zhou was equally astonished upon hearing this, as I had previously described her as a good person. Who would have anticipated that she would be involved in the kidnapping of his daughter, Nini? I inhaled sharply, forcing myself to suppress the quaking sensation within, pondering her motives. What could possibly drive her to do such a thing? What connection did she have with the perpetrator of the ghost needle case? Chapter 63. Leave from the building. Uncle Zhou relinquished his seat to me and requested my assistance in capturing screenshots of the photographs. He placed a call to an old comrade in the Shouchen police force, asking him to coordinate with the local officers in the Bagongshan jurisdiction to investigate the situation concerning the proprietress of the small shop at the entrance of Xiaoyao Sanlipu village. After concluding the call, I stored the images in my QQ account and then exited the internet CF alongside Uncle Zhou. The young manager, ever diligent, was indeed watching over our vehicle. Upon our emergence, he cheerfully inquired if we had encountered any issues. Uncle Zhou reassured him that all was well and that we were merely here to take a look. Once we settled into Uncle Zhou's car, his phone rang again. This time, it was the director calling. He informed Uncle Zhou that a high-profile investigation team had been dispatched and requested that he facilitate their arrangements. Uncle Zhou replied that he was currently preoccupied and then proceeded to explain the situation regarding his daughter's abduction, mentioning that the kidnappers had previously warned him against interfering in the case, threatening that his daughter would become a corpse if he did so. The director erupted in fury, his voice resonating even in my vicinity, exclaiming that these criminals were utterly audacious, brazenly defying the state apparatus, and likening their actions to those of Uncle Zhou smiled wryly, remarking that since the director had said so, it was imperative for him to attend, especially given that the visitors this time were certainly not ordinary. As he spoke, the car began its journey back, and, after a little over 20 minutes, we arrived at the police station, where several police vehicles were parked outside, indicating a significant occasion. Upon entering, we saw the director conversing with 4 or 5 middle-aged individuals clad in plain clothes. Noticing Uncle Zhou's arrival, he waved us over. As I approached the group of plainclothes officers, I observed a commonality among them. Their appearances were unremarkable, yet their gazes were piercing, sending a chill down my spine when their eyes met mine. Since I was not part of the system, I remained an observer during the subsequent introductions, a privilege granted by Uncle Zhou. Otherwise, I would have likely been ushered out long ago. The 4 members of the Serious Crime Investigation Team dispatched from the provincial department were renowned criminal investigation experts from various parts of the country, all of whom knew one another and held ranks comparable to Uncle Zhou's, albeit with slightly more experience. Consequently, they did not regard him with much deference. Yet given that we were on our turf, they maintained a semblance of politeness, as they were about to convene a meeting concerning the ghost needle case. I had no choice but to wait in the lobby. It was then that I noticed the sky had turned completely dark outside. Lost in thoughts about the proprietress, I unexpectedly saw Xiao Liang hastily descending the stairs with a document in hand. Upon spotting me, his face lit up and he inquired, "Why are you alone? Where is Section Chief Zhou?" I mentioned that a meeting was in progress when a new group of criminal investigation experts arrived to discuss the case of the ghost needle. She responded with a soft "oh" and inquired about the commotion that had stirred Chief Zhou into such a frenzy about that particular number. With a sigh, I recounted the events leading up to this moment, leaving little Liang astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief. "How could this be?" she exclaimed, and then added, "By the way, Are Chief Zhou's family members aware of this situation? Her question jolted my memory, and I suddenly realized the gravity of the matter. Oh no! It seemed that Uncle Zhou hadn't called Auntie yet. With this thought, I asked little Liang if she knew Uncle Zhou's phone number. She nodded, revealing that it was saved in her phone. She then produced a pink Sony Ericsson flip phone and scrolled through it until she found a landline number, which she handed to me. Without hesitation, I dialed the number on her phone, but it rang for an interminable time without anyone answering. Could it be that Annie had stepped out? I then asked little Liang if she knew Annie's number, but she shook her head in response. Consequently, I attempted to call Uncle Zhou's number, only to discover that the phone was switched off. Panic surged within me, prompting little Liang to question my distress. I explained that no one was answering Uncle Zhou's phone, and I feared something might have happened to Annie. I urged her to quickly go inside and inform Uncle Zhou. She nodded in agreement and hurried towards the meeting room. However, before she could enter, the director reprimanded her, leaving her with no choice but to shake her head at me in resignation. Despondently, I sighed and said, "There's no time to waste. Can you drive? We should go check on her. If something has truly happened to Annie, what will Uncle Zhou do?" Xiao Yang nodded affirmatively, declaring her ability to drive, and then handed the documents to the receptionist, instructing her to inform Section Chief Zhou to call her once he emerged. Subsequently, she firmly grasped my hand and led me out of the hall. Outside, we found a police car, and she located a Passat with the keys in her possession. After unlocking the door, I climbed in beside her, and, after a journey of approximately 20 minutes, we arrived at the Fengxi Garden community. The guard, upon recognizing the police vehicle, did not even inquire and promptly allowed us passage. Thus, we drove directly to the base of Uncle Zhou's building, only to discover that the lights in his apartment were extinguished as we gazed up from the ground floor. I furrowed my brow, pondering whether he had truly stepped out. With a mix of apprehension and curiosity, we ascended the stairs, and upon reaching Uncle Zhou's door, we found it slightly ajar. Alarm surged through me. That was my initial thought. Without a moment's hesitation, I pushed the door open and rushed inside. The room was enveloped in darkness, but as I dashed in, I noticed a figure seemingly standing on a balcony that faced the living room. Just then, Xiao Yang, who had followed closely behind, flicked on the light with a click. In that instant, the illumination revealed the identity of the figure on the balcony. To my shock, it was Annie. A chill ran down my spine, and as I instinctively opened my mouth to implore her not to do anything reckless, she turned to glance at us, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of her lips, before she leaned forward and leapt from the building. In that moment, I heard Xiao Yang's cries echoing in my ears, yet my mind was rendered utterly blank. That sensation is incomprehensible unless experienced firsthand. It felt akin to a film reel stuck in a loop. Immediately following a muffled thud, when I regained my senses and rushed to the balcony to gaze below, I was met with the haunting sight of Auntie lying motionless on the ground. In that poignant moment, myriad thoughts of life and death flooded my mind. I envisioned the anatomical specimens from medical school, recalled Uncle Zhou's eyes filled with regret, and contemplated the grim reality that little Nini would forever be without her mother. As Xiao Yang dialed for emergency services, she hurried towards me, her voice quivering as she glanced downwards, asking, "What on earth happened, Xiao Shou? We must go down and see. Perhaps there is still a chance to save her." Her words ignited a spark within me, and my mind raced with possibilities. She was right. There might still be hope. With this thought, I propelled myself down the stairs like an arrow. Chapter 64. Joining the Major Crimes Investigation Team as I dashed downstairs. An unsettling occurrence transpired. When I tremulously reached beneath the balcony, I was astonished to discover that Auntie's body had vanished. Standing there, gazing up at the balcony in disbelief, I could hear Xiao Yang's labored breathing and exclamations. Where is she? After a brief mental lapse, my mind resumed its function. Where could she possibly have gone? The entire descent from the third floor to the ground should not have taken more than 30 seconds. How could someone disappear in such a fleeting moment? This perplexity troubled me until Xiao Yang, unable to contain herself, nudged me, prompting me to ask what was the matter. Her face appeared somewhat pale as she inquired, "What on earth is happening?" I shook my head, replying that I did not know. When I arrived downstairs, she was already gone. Strangely, Despite my shock at not finding her, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I even pondered whether I had been experiencing a hallucination at that moment. Just then, Xiao Yang's phone rang, startling her. Once she regained her composure, she quickly retrieved her phone and informed me that it was Director Zhou. Then answered the call, activating the speakerphone. A deep voice emanated from the other end, inquiring what the urgent matter was and whether she was with Shouchen. After glancing at me, Xiao Yang hurriedly confirmed that she was, and then proceeded to relay the events of our visit to his home. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, his voice trembling, whether something had happened to his wife. Xiao Yang was at a loss for words, so I took it upon myself to explain the situation to Uncle Zhou, mentioning that it was rather complicated and that it would be best for him to come in person to discuss it. He acknowledged my request and hastily ended the call. Subsequently, I instructed Xiao Yang, in her capacity as a police officer, to inform the emergency services that they need not come. As we awaited Uncle Zhou's arrival, the wretched weather turned foul once again, and Xiao Yang and I found ourselves anxiously confined to the stairwell. However, our wait stretched on for half an hour, and an unsettling feeling began to creep into my mind. When Xiao Yang and I had arrived, it had only taken us 20 minutes. Why had Uncle Zhou still not appeared? Unable to suppress my anxiety, I dialed Uncle Zhou's number, but it seemed no one was answering. Feeling a sense of unease settling in, Xiao Yang, seeing my unsuccessful attempt, picked up her phone to call as well. Yet the line appeared to be devoid of any response. After hanging up, she furrowed her brow and tried again. This time, it seemed to connect, but as she spoke, my heart plummeted. She had reached the front desk of the police station. After ending the call, she turned to me and relayed that Section Chief Zhou had left half an hour ago. My eyelids twitched involuntarily. With no other options, we continued to wait. Yet, as we lingered in the stairwell for another half hour, Xiao Yang and I must have called Uncle Zhou dozens of times, all to no avail. By now, it was nearly 9:30, and I could no longer contain my trembling as I expressed to Xiao Yang my fear that something had happened to Uncle Zhou. Xiao Yang looked at me in disbelief, but deep down, we both understood that, even with heavy traffic, it was implausible that he would be delayed for so long. Though she is a female detective, her psychological resilience, having just graduated from the police academy, is still lacking. Faced with such an incident, she immediately lost her composure and asked me what to do. Should we report it to the bureau? I nodded and suggested we get in the car and call the bureau to inquire if there had been any accidents in the city recently. She agreed, and we promptly got into the vehicle, heading towards the police station. As I cannot drive, I remained beside Xiao Yang, awaiting news. However, upon making the call, I could gauge the situation from Xiao Yang's expression. Sure enough, after the call ended, Xiao Yang shook his head. I maintained a composed demeanor and suggested we wait and see. Even as I spoke those words, a sense of unease settled within me. After all, the disappearance of a seasoned detective without reason could very likely be tied to the notorious Ghost Needle case. Was this a case of striking fear into the heart of the tiger? Throughout our journey to the police station, I kept a vigilant eye on my surroundings, yet we reached the station's entrance without encountering any unusual occurrences. After parking the car and observing the brightly lit police station at 11 o'clock, I entered alongside Xiao Yang. Before we even stepped into the lobby, we could hear the portly chief bellowing in the conference room. Xiao Yang's face turned pale, likely having never witnessed such fury from him before. My own state was not much better, and before we could enter, the enraged chief reprimanded us, questioning why Xiao Yang had brought an outsider like me into the precinct. Xiao Yang cast a timid glance in my direction, ultimately summoning the courage to defend himself, yet I preempted his words. I gazed upon the imposing figure of the corpulent director, along with team leaders Liu and Sun and the 4 forensic experts. With a demeanor that balanced respect and assertiveness, I articulated my unwavering allegiance to Uncle Zhou, emphasizing my active involvement in numerous matters, of which I had been fully immersed. Indeed, I am not a member of the system. I lack the formal qualifications to partake in this matter. However, I firmly believe that I possess a unique entitlement to engage. For I am not merely an ordinary forensic student. I am the most trusted confidant of Uncle Zhou and the individual most deeply entwined with this case. You must be aware of those unfortunate souls who fell victim to the malevolent needle. Without my intervention, who among you could guarantee that you would not be the next target? The brutality and cunning of the perpetrator are evident to all. My Uncle Zhou's family serves as a stark reminder. The enigmatic figure involved is one whom only I can summon. Whether you choose to believe it or not, your willingness to heed my plea rests within your discretion. I beseech you to consider my position, for Uncle Zhou embodies both mentor and friend to me. As my words resonated in the room, an immediate silence enveloped the space, and the director's expression stiffened at my declaration. I surmised he was contemplating his own escape route. Yin-Yang looked at me with astonishment and a hint of admiration, likely taken aback by the incisive rhetoric emerging from a boy usually so reticent. A stark and unambiguous threat indeed. After a considerable pause, a robust man of approximately 6 feet tall, with a demeanor that radiated steadiness and resilience, finally spoke up. Young man, now that you are aware of the terrifying nature of this case, are you truly unafraid of death? I chuckled softly and replied, no one is entirely devoid of fear when it comes to death. However, having experienced resurrection twice, I assure you that it does not concern me. I had anticipated that my words would elicit laughter from those present, yet to my surprise, no such reaction occurred. Instead, the chief, who had consistently taken on the role of the antagonist, led the applause, and soon everyone joined in, leaving me quite taken aback. What was happening here? Once the applause subsided, the chief turned to me with a serious expression and stated, Wang Shouchen, from this moment onward, you are a member of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit. Upon the resolution of this case, you will be directly recommended for a position in our department, and additionally, every 6 months, you will be sent to engage in advanced training for significant events. Should any mishap befall you during the investigation, the state will ensure the welfare of your parents. Chapter 65. Major Case Investigation. 4 directions. Upon hearing the director's words, I was utterly taken aback. This revelation was completely unforeseen, as I had never contemplated such a multitude of possibilities. My sole concern was the kindness that Uncle Zhou had shown me. Now that he was in trouble, I could not allow myself to remain an indifferent bystander. I have experienced many regrets and witnessed numerous deaths. Linger, Uncle Yang de Peng, and the flat-chested girl. Although I could not have anticipated their demises, I resolutely refused to stand idly by, fully aware of the danger that Uncle Zhou faced. Such an action would not only be callous, but also a mockery of our humanity. My emotions overwhelmed me to the point of speechlessness until Yin-Yang gently nudged me, prompting me to regain my composure. I nodded emphatically and expressed my gratitude to the director. Subsequently, several experts from the major case team approached me to extend their greetings. I was perplexed by their attentive gazes. In truth, I felt I was scarcely worthy of being compared to them, yet they treated me with utmost care. The director then personally directed the operations, instructing Yin-Yang to liaise with the traffic division to retrieve all surveillance footage from the city bureau leading up to Fengziwen community in search of Uncle Zhou's vehicle. He commanded Captain Sun and Liu to lead their teams in coordinating with local police stations to search for Uncle Zhou's whereabouts. My primary responsibility was to brief the 4 experts from the major case investigation team on everything known about the Ghost Needle case, including any suspicious activities. I recounted the events that transpired, beginning with the mischief caused by the elderly Zhang during my university days, and continued narrating until the occurrences at Uncle Zhou's residence that evening. This entire discourse lasted for over 2 hours. Upon the conclusion of my tale, the director instructed Yin-Yang to procure all surveillance footage from the traffic police department regarding Uncle Zhou's vehicle. The video was displayed on a multimedia screen, and it was only when we reached the timestamp of 9:14 that we encountered a truly horrifying scene. As Uncle Zhou's modest car approached the intersection of Renmin Road and Wanshi Road, a black vehicle wobbled towards him head-on. Just as the 2 cars were about to collide, the footage abruptly transformed into static for approximately 3 seconds. When the infrared imagery resumed clarity, Uncle Zhou's vehicle was conspicuously absent, leaving only the black car in view. As that black car slowly approached the surveillance camera, we were struck with terror as we realized it was a paper vehicle, which spontaneously ignited under the watchful eye of the camera, turning into a smoldering heap of ashes. That car? It was indeed that very vehicle. I recognized it. It belonged to the bespectacled man who had lent me an umbrella, though I had long since acknowledged the peculiarity of this case. This marked the second appearance of a paper car. At last, I recalled the identity of the lecherous laughter I had heard at the scene where Uncle Yang met his tragic end due to the cursed shoes. It was the bespectacled man. No wonder I had always found his silhouette eerily familiar. It was indeed him. A figure who had once graced the surveillance footage, yet managed to elude capture by the very cameras intended to document him. The chilling sound at my ear pulled my thoughts back as the members of the major crime investigation team began to deliberate. However, the atmosphere was rather somber. The portly director, with a furrowed brow, fixed his gaze on the paused footage, remaining silent. The tall expert from the investigation team, who had earlier questioned me, was named Song Baichen. His deep voice resonated as he began to speak. The issue likely lies within those 3 seconds of disappearance. The others nodded in agreement, and I too found that gap rather suspicious. Yet what was the true nature of that paper vehicle behind it? At that moment, another middle-aged man, slender and diminutive, with pronounced furrows etched across his forehead, rasped from the events previously narrated by Xiao Wang. Combined with this video, we can deduce that the perpetrator executed a calculated abduction of the Zhou family. Furthermore, our adversary appears to consist of 3 or more individuals, organized and experienced, well-versed in unconventional methods. Analyzing the findings from Wang Tianhao's team, it is evident that if we could link this case with those abroad, we must tread carefully this time. Upon hearing his words, I suddenly grasped why these individuals held me in such high regard. Those who frequently traverse the river are bound to get their shoes wet. While Chi Tai Sui's demands may be considerable, to the state, money is merely a collection of data. With such assurances, they can achieve remarkable feats. And they certainly would not be foolish enough to provoke me. After the slender, dark-skinned man spoke, the crowd expressed their unanimous agreement. However, I could no longer contain my impatience and inquired, where should we commence our investigation? Initially, I had encountered the paper car, which at first glance appeared to be an ordinary vehicle. It was only after reviewing the surveillance footage that I realized it was a paper car. I suspected that the perpetrator, who had used a ghost needle to kill several individuals, was the bespectacled man I had seen at that time. Yet, astonishingly, the surveillance footage failed to capture him, nor did it record the other couple present. Additionally, prior to Uncle Zhou's disappearance, I had accompanied him to Sanli Bridge to investigate the abductor of his daughter. During our review of the surveillance, I recognized the suspect as the proprietress of a small shop in Xiaoyao Sanlipu village. Subsequently, Uncle Zhou had reached out to a friend in the Shouchen police department to investigate the shopkeeper's background. Regrettably, now that Uncle Zhou is missing, I am at a loss regarding developments in that matter. Upon finishing my statement, the chief finally spoke, declaring the situation straightforward. He then instructed Officer Lin Ko, who had been taking notes, to call the Shouchen police station to inquire about the case. Among the 4 experts in the investigation team, another tall man with fair skin chimed in. Xiao Wang's point is indeed a valid direction. Furthermore, I would like to add 2 more points. We should continue the previous group's thorough investigation into the social relationships of the deceased woman. If what Xiao Wang suggests is true, it is possible that the perpetrator had a significant relationship with her during her lifetime, and they may have even been romantically involved. Moreover, another point requires further investigation from Lu Banjian. From the handover report of the previous team, it was discovered that during our personnel's visit to Liuli village, Lu Banjian's death was equally peculiar and suspicious. He was involved in mystical practices, and Xiao Wang had mentioned that this individual exhibited bizarre behavior post-mortem, akin to a corpse walking, a phenomenon reminiscent of the ominous signs surrounding the deceased, Dapeng, in the medical case. Although the murderer in that case has mysteriously perished, the victim, Yin Laolu, shared the same village as one of the culprits, the owner of a local shop. Could this be mere coincidence? Clearly not. Thus, I believe it is highly likely that these 2 cases will eventually converge. The last expert on the investigation team was an elderly gentleman with completely white hair, appearing to be in his 60s, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. He concurred, adding, "Indeed, I would like to supplement that our inquiries revealed that Li Feng, prior to his demise, seem to have communicated with a local organization for reasons yet unclear. Furthermore, regarding Li Feng's death, his family, including his father, the affluent Li Xianhua, have remained unusually silent, which is evidently inconsistent with both reason and his character. Therefore, I propose that while exploring other avenues, we should also investigate the Li family and ascertain what Li Feng intended with that gang prior to his death. Notice, important announcement, mandatory for readers. I must convey a significant matter. Starting today, after each daily chapter update, it will be accessible for immediate publication upon completion of the review process, eliminating the need for further excavation. Nonetheless, excavation tools will still be available. The previous method has merely transformed into an efficient digging apparatus, with one free machine available daily. The decision by Cool Crafts Network to abolish the excavation of funds was reached after extensive discussions with us, the authors. This cancellation means that readers can enjoy novels for free. In contrast, other legitimate websites require payment for subscriptions, allowing authors and platforms to profit. The choice made by Cool Crafts Network, following deliberations with us, represents a significant concession to our readers. However, this cancellation implies that we, the authors, will no longer earn revenue. According to the website's regulations, I am obliged to produce at least 2 updates daily, and in return, the site provides a modest living stipend as a form of remuneration. This stipend is minimal, akin to a basic welfare payment, leaving us authors to ponder how to earn a living through our diligent writing. Thus, we must rely on the generous support of our readers. For my book, the site mandates a minimum of 3 updates daily. If readers desire to access additional chapters, their patronage through rewards becomes essential. According to the editor's guidelines, I am to provide an additional chapter for every 100 units of reader support and purchases combined. For instance, if today's contributions and excavation purchases total 100, I will provide 1 extra chapter in addition to the guaranteed 2 updates. This pattern continues, where more support translates to more content. My longtime readers are aware that during my previous work, Ghost Sister, I never requested rewards, a fact I can attest to with a clear conscience. Coming from a rural background with farmer parents, I grew accustomed to hardship and understand the challenges of earning a living. Simply subscribing to my work is the greatest support one can offer, as I recognize that financial stability is not easily attained. Thus, subscriptions are the most substantial form of encouragement, and I believe that rewards, while appreciated, can often be a superfluous expense. However, that is no longer the case. Currently, all books are entirely free, and I must rely on gratuities to earn a living. Of course, when I speak of gratuities, I do not mean to imply that substantial amounts are required. Even a small token of 1 or 2 yuan would suffice. Once the accumulated gratuities reach 100, an additional chapter will be provided. The arduous task of writing daily is truly taxing. My pursuit of authorship stems not only from passion, but also from a necessity for financial sustenance to feed myself and support my family. Therefore, I earnestly seek your support. A mere 10 cents a day amounts to merely 3 yuan a month, which is equivalent to the cost of a single beverage. I firmly believe that even students can manage such contributions. Of course, I understand that some readers may hope for others to bear the cost, allowing them to read without paying. However, I ask you to consider my daily toil in crafting these words. Is it too much to ask for even a small token of support? Now, let me outline the options for gratuities. A bar of soap for 1 yuan, a bottle of body wash for 5 yuan, a bottle of shampoo for 10 yuan, a bottle of essential oil for 100 yuan, and a potent pill for 1,000 yuan. Additionally, the excavator is still available at the price of 10 cents per unit, which you can purchase to support me. I sincerely thank everyone for your unwavering support and dedication. Chapter 66. The Mysterious Channel. In a surprising turn of events, the portly director expressed his opposition, asserting that Li Feng was a victim in this case and advising against any investigation into his family. This statement caused me to furrow my brow, as it reminded me of the incident at the station when Uncle Zhou intervened in the altercation involving the bald driver. It was only after receiving a phone call that Uncle Zhou decided to release the individuals on the spot, leading me to suspect a possible collusion with that nefarious gang, acting as a shield for them. The others present seemed contemplative regarding the director's obstruction, while the elderly forensic expert, Mr. Wang, appeared eager to pose a question but was restrained by a slender man beside him. Observing that no one contested his remarks, the director nodded with satisfaction, cheerfully announcing that the matter of the case would be entrusted to Mr. Wang and the esteemed experts present. He mentioned having personal matters to attend to and took his leave. As he departed, he deliberately acknowledged me with a nod before swiftly exiting the conference room. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yang and Xiao Ling brought in supper along with some encouraging news. They had obtained information about the village head's wife from Shouchen and had faxed it over. Mr. Wen took charge of the proceedings, and while everyone enjoyed their meal and engaged in conversation, I found myself unable to eat, instead focusing intently on reviewing the report. The document meticulously details the information regarding the proprietress, yet the content is rather simplistic, leaving me somewhat disheartened after perusal. The essence of the report is as follows. Lin Xiao, age 26, relocated to our county's Bagongshan Township, Xiaoyao Sanlipu Village, under the household registration of Long Xiangru 11 years ago. She wed the head of the household, Long Xiangru, 6 years prior, and they have remained childless since marriage. Tragically, Long Xiangru met with an untimely demise 3 years ago, after which she has lived in solitude. A week ago, she abruptly vanished, and her current whereabouts are unknown. The file reveals no criminal record whatsoever. Upon reading this, I handed the report to the already finished elder one. After casting a glance at it, he shook his head and remarked, "Given the current circumstances, it seems unlikely that we will find any leads. Based on previous assessments and the experiences recounted by Xiao Wang, it is probable that we will not derive any useful information from her." I concurred with this sentiment, for none present could claim to understand her better than I. Nevertheless, I have been perplexed by one notion. How could she possibly be an accomplice to the murderer? From my interactions with her, she struck me as an individual of considerable sentimentality. Otherwise, it would be unfathomable for her to have remained alongside the deceased Long Xiangru for 3 years. The very thought of such interactions between the living and the dead sends a chill down my spine. After everyone had finished their meal, Elderwin formally commenced the allocation of tasks. The group was divided into 4 teams. The towering figure, Song Beichen, was tasked with leading a few adept detectives from the Bureau to investigate the connections of the female corpse in the morgue, as well as anyone associated with it. However, this was a substantial workload, and I was taken aback that Elderwin would assign him such a responsibility. This indicated that Song Beichen might possess a rough exterior but a meticulous nature. The second team was led by the slender, dark-skinned man, Zhong Xiaobao, who would liaise with the Shouchen police to continue the investigation into Lin Xiao of Xiaoyao Sanlipu village, as well as the social connections of the deceased Yin Laolu. Following this, I, along with the tall, fair-skinned gentleman Chu Ming, would return to my hometown to further investigate Lu Banjian, while he would discreetly search for information regarding Uncle Zhou through a highly confidential channel. He did not elaborate on what this channel entailed, yet upon hearing it mentioned, the others seemed taken aback. Curiously, no one objected to this arrangement. This left me quite astonished. After the meeting adjourned, everyone promptly set out on their respective tasks. I accompanied Chu Ming back to Lioli village to investigate the circumstances surrounding Lu Banjian's death. Since I was unable to drive and he was unfamiliar with the roads, we decided to call upon Xiao Liang to join us. I initially presumed she would be displeased, considering we had already endured a long day. Yet to my surprise, she accepted with enthusiasm. Consequently, Xiao Yang took the wheel, while I occupied the passenger seat, guiding her along the route. As soon as we ventured beyond the city limits, Chu Ming began to inquire about Lu Banjian. I recounted the circumstances surrounding him in our village, as well as the peculiar events leading up to his demise. After listening intently, he pondered for a moment and remarked that the previous report concerning Lu Banjian did not document any such details. I candidly explained that the prior team did not permit our involvement, not even my Uncle Zhou. He merely acknowledged this with a nonchalant "oh," displaying no surprise. After all, every individual possesses their own methods of investigation. Being a member of the establishment, he was reluctant to voice criticisms of his peers in front of others. as we were all astute individuals who understood the unspoken boundaries of conversation. As we continued along the winding, narrow road, Chu-Ming, perhaps fatigued and lulled by the comfortable air conditioning in the vehicle, succumbed to slumber in the back seat. Glancing at the constricted, twisting highway, I felt a twinge of regret as I turned to Xiaoliang and said, "It seems I have no choice but to rely on you." She turned to me with a slight smile, playfully suggesting that I was being overly courteous and that I must be wanting to express my gratitude by treating her to a meal. With a resigned smile, I replied that it would be simple enough. Once we arrived at my home, I would have my mother prepare something delicious for her. She shook her head, suggesting it was best to forego that idea, as we would likely return around 4 o'clock, and it would be preferable for Annie to rest. I countered that by that hour, she would nearly be up. After all, you wouldn't understand the rural adage that the early morning holds the promise of the day. She merely pouted in response, acknowledging her true identity as a bona fide city dweller. Thus, we engaged in light-hearted banter throughout the journey, and as our conversation meandered, we found ourselves discussing Uncle Zhou. She asked me if there was still hope for Uncle Zhou's survival. After posing the question, she anxiously gazed ahead, gripping the steering wheel tightly. I sighed and shook my head, expressing my uncertainty, yet I hoped that nothing would happen to his family. All we could do was to find a breakthrough as soon as possible. At that moment, Chu-Ming, who had been sleeping in the back, sat up and remarked that it primarily depended on Old Wind's side. Our 3 small teams were unlikely to uncover any leads regarding Uncle Zhou. A heaviness settled in my heart as Xiaoliang, surprised, glanced at Chu-Ming in the rearview mirror and inquired, "Chief Chu, do you mean that our visit to Liuli village is not primarily about investigating Lu Banzian?" Chu-Ming shook his head, smiling, and replied, "Not entirely. Old Wind's channels are extraordinary. If we cannot even find Uncle Zhou through those channels, then our trip to Liuli village will likely yield no results. However, we must still go, not for the purpose of investigation, but rather to distract our adversaries." Chapter 67, Money is Omnipotent. I, along with Xiaoliang, was momentarily taken aback. Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired about the channel that Old One had mentioned. However, Chu-Ming merely smiled and shook his head, apologizing, stating that it pertained to confidential information, which he simply could not disclose. I responded with a soft "oh," casting a contemplative glance at Xiaoliang, who mirrored my sense of helplessness. She likely understood the gravity of the term confidential far better than I did. Around 4 o'clock, our vehicle finally entered Liuli village, provoking a chorus of barking dogs that stirred the previously tranquil village into a mild commotion. As we arrived at the entrance of my home, I disembarked first, calling out from outside. Shortly after, I heard my mother's gentle cough, followed by her asking if it was Shouchen. I affirmed her query, and soon after, I could hear her hurried footsteps approaching as she promptly opened the courtyard gate. She questioned why I had returned at such an hour, to which I replied that I would explain later. I then stepped inside, opening both large doors, and Xiaoliang drove the car into the yard. Upon seeing Xiaoliang, my mother was visibly delighted. Even the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes seemed to smooth out slightly. She urged us to hurry inside and instructed me to serve tea to Chu-Ming and Xiaoliang before bustling off to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Xiaoliang joined her in assisting. This left Chu-Ming and me alone in my room. He surveyed my surroundings and remarked, "This house of yours certainly possesses a unique layout." I was puzzled and asked him what he meant, wondering if he had some knowledge of feng shui. He chuckled and remarked that he had a slight understanding of feng shui, noting that my home was what one might refer to as a Yin-Yang obscured layout, which he claimed to be witnessing for the first time. He asserted that there must be treasures within my abode. Upon hearing this, I assumed he was jesting, and responded with a smile, "If my family truly possessed treasures, we wouldn't be in such dire straits. This house was built by my father, who is merely an ordinary farmer. Please, do not jest." His expression shifted to one of astonishment upon learning that my father had constructed the house, and after a moment's hesitation, he inquired about my father's whereabouts. I replied that he had been away for several days and had yet to return. After a thoughtful hum, he quickly changed the subject, suggesting, "After breakfast, it will nearly be dawn. Let us first exert ourselves and visit Lu Banzian's home." and perhaps pay a visit to his grave as well. I shook my head, expressing, there's no need to visit the grave. The body is no longer there, so what purpose would it serve? He waved his hand dismissively, saying, do not question this for now, since I have mentioned it. There is surely a reason behind my words. You will understand in due time. I nodded in agreement. As we dined, the sky began to brighten. I was unsure of what Xiao had said to my mother, but she was beaming with joy, unable to contain her laughter. Breakfast was modest, lacking any lavish dishes, as the household likely had none. We had a pot of corn porridge accompanied by some cold dishes and pickled vegetables from our own pantry. However, Chu Ming and Xiao appeared quite pleased, and since I had not eaten the previous evening, I also relished the meal. After finishing, my mother requested my assistance in tidying up the house. Observing that the day had fully dawned, Chu Ming informed my mother that our hurried visit was indeed for a particular purpose. My mother, uncertain of our intentions, merely smiled and nodded in agreement, urging us to return home early for rest. Subsequently, we did not drive. Under my guidance, we walked to Lu Banshan's residence. Along the way, we encountered only a few village children tending to cattle, with little else in sight. Upon our arrival at Lu Banshan's abode, the door swung open, revealing his daughter, who promptly closed it upon seeing us. It was then that I noticed Xiao was still clad in his police uniform. However, it was only a matter of time before they would discover our identities. Chu Ming surmised the situation, and Xiao expressed his helplessness, while I offered a wry smile, remarking that it was not his fault, as we would eventually have to reveal ourselves. Chu Ming nodded in agreement. After all, in their eyes, we were no different from bandits or thieves. Xiao sighed and inquired about our next course of action. Chu Ming, with a smile, replied that we ought to knock on the door. Words may be inanimate, but people are alive. He then proceeded towards Lu Banshan's door, initiating a knock, while Xiao and I, filled with skepticism, followed suit. From within, we could hear the sounds of a man's angry shouts and scuffles. Chu Ming halted his knocking and spoke. Calm down. Whatever conditions you have can be discussed. The government will provide compensation. Please open the door. None of us wished for this incident to occur, but the case must be resolved. Do you not wish to understand how the old man met his demise? As I furrowed my brow, contemplating his words, the door was suddenly opened. The door was opened by Lu Banshan's son, who shot us a cold glare before inquiring with a scornful tone what more there was to discuss. Are you even human? He has already been laid to rest. Yet you bring him back. With such conduct, how can you still call yourselves police? Is this how you carry out your duties? As he uttered these words, it was evident that his conviction faltered, and his eyes seemed to brim with a certain expectation. After enduring his reprimand, Chu Ming calmly responded, we are well aware of your sentiments. However, we have our responsibilities to uphold, and the government prohibits arbitrary burials. This is an inevitability. Why not await the clarification of the cause of death before proceeding with the burial? This is also in your best interest. Following his statement, Lu Banshan's son fell silent and cast a glance at his sister, who nodded in affirmation. Thus, we were granted entry into their home. It appeared that Lu Banshan's spouse was not present. Upon inquiry, we learned that she had been hospitalized due to distress over Lu Banshan's situation and had yet to repay the borrowed money, a point echoed by his sister. Little Liang, who had previously been perplexed, now comprehended the gravity of the matter. A fleeting expression of disdain surfaced in their eyes. Though it was momentary, I managed to catch it. Chu Ming chose not to address the matter directly. Instead, he shifted the conversation, stating, we are here merely to gather information regarding the old gentleman, as it would greatly assist us in understanding the circumstances surrounding his demise. Lu Banshan's son, seemingly displeased by Chu Ming's omission of financial matters, grew impatient and retorted, he is dead. What more is there to investigate? He simply died in his bed. What else could there possibly be? Why must you make such a fuss? I furrowed my brow slightly, as if a thought had occurred to me, yet eluded my memory. However, Chu Ming waved his hand and remarked that if you merely articulated the true circumstances surrounding his death, your compensation would likely be forthcoming by tomorrow. The weight of this recompense should suffice to purchase a residence in the city. I suggest you both deliberate on this matter. After imparting these words, Chu Ming rose, intending to depart. Liu Banshan's children appeared rather anxious at this juncture, their silent exchanges of glances becoming increasingly frequent. Just as we too began to rise, Liu Banshan's daughter could no longer contain herself, exclaiming to her brother, "Why don't you speak up?" Liu Banshan's son gritted his teeth and called out, "Wait a moment. Do your words hold any value, officers?" Chu Ming slowly turned, smiling as he assured them, "That is certainly the case. As long as you articulate your account, you shall receive the funds by tomorrow. I can provide you with a written acknowledgement." He nodded in agreement and instructed his sister to fetch paper and pen. Before long, the document was prepared, and the siblings exchanged glances, unable to suppress their excitement. Liu Banshan's son began. The events unfolded as follows that fateful morning. I invite those with an interest to participate, whereupon they may attain a unique title of honor. Furthermore, I sincerely hope that you will cast your votes for my new book, The Psychic Forensic Expert, for which I would be profoundly grateful. To my admirers, let us strive together to elevate its ranking. Computer users may click on the headline on the website's homepage to join. Mobile users can tap on the image at the top of the homepage to participate, while Android app users can access the link within the pinned post titled, "The first season of China's Best Soap is now underway." In the Community section, Chapter 68, A Fruitless Endeavor. Liu Banjian's son began to speak. In truth, it transpired as follows. That morning, the very day preceding his unfortunate incident, he appeared to be in extraordinarily high spirits, as if fortune had smiled upon him. He donned a new outfit he had long hesitated to wear, humming a cheerful tune, exuberantly sharing with us that a wealthy individual had solicited his assistance for a task. Whether our family would finally experience a reversal of fortune and reside in a grand house in the city hinged upon this opportunity. We were all aware of his talents, which primarily involved performing spiritual rituals for others. While he possessed some genuine abilities, at the very least, our family had enjoyed years devoid of illness or disaster. However, to our astonishment, upon his return the following morning, he exhibited peculiar behavior, reeking of alcohol, incessantly claiming that someone was pursuing him with malicious intent. Yet, we were right there with him. There was no one in sight. Thus, we assumed he had merely indulged too much in drink and chose to disregard his ramblings. Later, I ventured to the village square to engage in a game of cards. After more than an hour of play, someone rushed over to inform me that my father seemed to be in dire straits. At that moment, I had just lost some money in the game and, buoyed by the thrill of competition, thought little of it, especially since he had seemed well when I left. Subsequently, my sister came running to tell me that father had passed away. Only then did I realize the gravity of the situation, and I hurried back home with her, only to find him lying on the bed, devoid of breath. Upon concluding his narrative, there was not a trace of embarrassment on his countenance, let alone sorrow or grief. At that moment, I was on the verge of laughter from anger. Chu Ming, however, exhibited no reaction, merely adopting an expression of attentive listening. In contrast, Xiao Yang, who sat nearby, taking notes, could hardly endure the audacity of such a shameless individual. After closing his notebook with a huff, he sarcastically inquired whether he had asked the man upon his return if he had secured the villa. Liu Banjian's son, in a state of befuddlement, shook his head and replied that he had forgotten to ask, suggesting they consult his sister for verification. His sister promptly chimed in, affirming his statement, and sighed, remarking that if there truly were a villa, their mother would not need to borrow money while hospitalized. She possessed a shrewder insight than her brother, perhaps because women are inherently more perceptive regarding certain matters, rendering the situation somewhat awkward. Chu Ming, being an astute individual, discerned that the two were somewhat evasive in their responses, hinting at concealed truths. He then smiled and said, "I cannot ascertain the veracity of that small villa, but I can assure you that the one I possess is indeed genuine. It would be prudent for you to divulge everything to me now. Who did your father meet? And what matters did he attend to? I can responsibly inform you that your father's demise is likely linked to this individual. Should you continue to shield him, rest assured that when this case is resolved, you might be charged with harboring a criminal, resulting in the confiscation of your property and your imprisonment. Such an outcome would indeed be a grave miscalculation. Rural folk often display a modicum of cunning, yet they are easily intimidated. Upon hearing the prospect of a near loss and potential incarceration, they no longer dared to conceal the truth and hastily revealed all they knew. Liu Banxian sought out individuals he was familiar with, and it was they who, upon learning of the police's intent to exhume a body, engaged in a monetary transaction that led to a confrontation with the previous group. The individual in question was Zhao Dingbao, hailing from the neighboring Huangyao village. In his earlier days, he was nothing more than a ruffian, but through an undisclosed opportunity in recent years, he secured a construction project in the city. In less than a decade, he amassed a fortune exceeding 100 million, becoming one of the few distinguished real estate moguls in the area. This nouveau riche, upon acquiring wealth, began to contemplate the construction of a family tomb and ancestral hall. However, the plot of land he had his eyes on appeared to harbor certain complications. When he inquired with his father, he received no answers, only a stern warning to refrain from further inquiries. Thus, when his father mentioned the grand houses in the city, Zhao Dingbao immediately attributed it to the remuneration he assumed was provided by him. To him, a mere house held little significance. After his father's passing, the promised house never materialized. Instead, he received a paltry sum of 20,000 yuan. Following disputes with the police, he had already squandered most of it, and soon after, his mother fell ill and required hospitalization. Consequently, the family found themselves not only bereft of funds, but also burdened with substantial debts. Upon hearing this, a spark of realization ignited between Xiao Liang and me, as I grasped why I encountered him on the road to pay respects at my grandfather's grave that day. That particular path was a shortcut leading to Huangyao village, and it dawned on me that he must have been returning from Huangyao village after a night of drinking. Little did he know that not only would he fail to acquire the house, but he would also pay with his life. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming smiled and remarked that the government was not Zhao Dingbao. Since he had promised to fulfill their request, they could present the written agreement at the municipal office on September 1st, and he would ensure that it was honored. The siblings, upon hearing this, immediately displayed expressions of delight, yet expressed their concerns, urging us not to reveal that it was they who had disclosed Zhao Dingbao's matter, lest it bring them trouble. Chu Ming nodded in affirmation. The siblings then began to act courteously, offering us tea, but Chu Ming politely declined, stating that we had other matters to attend to and needed to take our leave. Thus, we departed from Liu Banxian's residence. As we walked along the path, Xiao Liang grimaced and muttered that the siblings were quite distasteful. I found myself at a loss for words, as the pair had never been well-liked in the village. However, Chu Ming seemed to understand their motives, suggesting that they merely sought to gain some benefits from us. Xiao Liang, taken aback, asked him if they were truly considering giving him a house. Chu Ming chuckled, stating that he lacked such authority. He had merely been deceiving them at the time. Yet now, it appeared that fortune had smiled upon this ruse. He proposed that they have someone from the bureau investigate Zhao Dingbao, as he suspected a connection between this individual and the ghost needle case. I furrowed my brow in confusion, questioning why everyone seemed so certain that Liu Banxian's death was linked to the ghost needle case. I had examined the body at the time of his demise and had tested it with a silver needle. It did not appear to be poisoning, but rather a sudden cardiac arrest. Those present had also remarked that it seemed he had been frightened to death by something. Chu Ming shook his head and said, "At that time, you might not have conducted a thorough autopsy." I learned from the report of the previous team that an anonymous call was made by a man, claiming that Liu Banxian's death had a significant connection to the ghost needle case. Later, when they exhumed Liu Banxian's body for a comprehensive examination, an unfortunate accident occurred en route. Someone made a call? I trembled with astonishment, pondering how this person could possess such clandestine information. Who is he? Chu Ming replied that he could not clarify. He used an IC phone to make the call, and we have no information about him. However, the 110 Command Center has a recording of his voice, which I have also heard. It seems to have been processed, so we are currently unable to ascertain his identity. Chapter 69. Never to be reborn. Xiao Liang expressed her doubts, pondering whether the phone call might have been a deliberate distraction. Chu Ming acknowledged the possibility, but emphasized the evident complexity of the case. He remarked that as long as they could uncover a clue, even if it were a deliberate misdirection, there would still be a trail to follow. Setting that aside for now, he suggested they proceed directly to Huangyao village, taking the same path that Liu Banxian had traversed. When she inquired about the distance, I estimated it would take roughly half an hour. Xiao Yang appeared exceedingly fatigued, prompting me to suggest that she return to my home to rest while Chu Ming and I continued. Given her police uniform, it would be less appropriate for her to accompany us. Chu Ming concurred, and Xiao Yang offered me a grateful smile before we parted ways on the main road. Together, Chu Ming and I made our way from Fengyuan, intending to visit Liu Banqian's grave along the way. At that moment, the skies, which had been overcast for several days, finally cleared. As the sun emerged, the heat became almost unbearable. Upon our arrival at Fengyuan, I was reminded of that night when Uncle Zhou and I had heard someone call my name, a voice neither distinctly male nor female, which had been profoundly unsettling. Uncle Zhou had been uncertain whether to frighten me or to convey that it was the spirit seeking a substitute, which seemed to follow us until it vanished outside my home. Liu Banqian's grave lay beside a cluster of pine trees, surrounded by 3 young locust saplings. The grave had been disturbed. The bright red coffin lay overturned nearby, with the remains scattered about due to the lime. Even in broad daylight, the sight was rather chilling. Chu Ming glanced around, pointing at the 3 small locust saplings and the overturned crimson coffin, proclaiming that someone wished for him to never be reborn. What? A shiver ran through me as I processed his words, fixating on the vibrant coffin and then on the 3 saplings, utterly perplexed by why Chu Ming would utter such a defiant statement. It is well known that within the system, belief in the supernatural is strictly prohibited. Unfazed by my astonished gaze, Chu Ming casually indicated the faint black ink marks on the crimson coffin, and it was then that I noticed their presence. Such a thing was unfamiliar to me. Could it be that this was the sole reason for his remark? Certainly not. He pointed again at the 3 saplings, explaining that locust trees are favored by spirits of the underworld. The peculiar arrangement of these saplings, combined with the ink derived from cinnabar, chicken blood, and glutinous rice flour on the coffin, was indeed remarkable. The locust trees attracted the Yin energy, while the ink repelled it, thus creating an unbreakable barrier between Yin and Yang. Consequently, once Liu Banqian's corpse was placed here, his soul could not escape, preventing any chance of reincarnation. As the saplings grew larger, the Yin energy would overpower the Yang, leaving Liu's spirit nearly depleted. This method of burial is referred to in the funeral texts as evil burial. I stared at Chu Ming in astonishment. Was he a police officer or a feng shui master? How could he possess such knowledge? For reasons unknown, I suddenly sensed an enigmatic wisdom and mystery lurking beneath his handsome, fair visage. After surveying our surroundings, we both departed. Having just ascended the slope leading down to the path at Fengyuan, Chu Ming's phone rang. Without even glancing at the screen, he answered, "This is Chu Ming." The voice on the other end was inaudible to me, and I could not discern from his expression who was calling. This involuntarily reminded me of Uncle Zhou. When I was with him, I could often infer the caller's identity from his demeanor and tone. However, Chu Ming was different. His expression remained consistently composed, and he was reticent during phone calls, leaving me to hear little more than his occasional in response. It was only after he concluded the call that he informed me it was Old One, who had updates regarding the female corpse. During their investigation into her social connections, Song Beiqian and his team had uncovered a significant lead. They discovered that the deceased, Li Feng, had previously booked a room with a female corpse at a high-end hotel. What? Initially, when I learned that there were issues surrounding Liu Banqian's grave, I was filled with astonishment and fear. However, upon discovering that these 2 seemingly unrelated individuals had once shared a hotel room, I could hardly believe it was no more than a jest. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it was not entirely implausible. Li Feng was a genuine scion of wealth, and the woman in question was the belle of an arts academy. Their connection made a certain sense. Moreover, recalling Uncle Zhou's expression of dread when he had Li Feng deliver takeout to Uncle Yang, it now seemed apparent that his fear was not of the morgue, but of her. The relationship between these 2 undoubtedly delivered a resounding slap to the face of the rotund chief. Now that we possess evidence, no matter how he obstructs, it is likely to be futile. In such serious criminal cases, it matters not that he is merely a bureau chief at the division level. Even a director at the ministerial level would be unable to impede the course of justice. The safety of Uncle Zhou's family has weighed heavily on my heart, but this phone call has significantly alleviated my previously suppressed emotions. It seems that this case is not as impermeable as I had imagined. Chapter 70. The relationship between Zhao Dingbao and the director. The connection between these two individuals undoubtedly delivered a resounding slap to the corpulent director. With evidence now in hand, any attempts to obstruct the truth would likely prove futile. In cases of such grave criminal nature, it matters not if he is merely a departmental director. Even a bureau chief would find it impossible to intervene. The safety of Uncle Zhou's family has weighed heavily on my heart, and this phone call has alleviated some of the tension that had long been suppressed within me. It appears this case is not as impenetrable as it once seemed. As I passed by the cemetery, I took a moment to glance in the direction of my grandfather's grave, pondering how wonderful it would be if he were still alive. This sentiment was not solely inspired by the words of the village shopkeeper. When it comes to family, one cannot help but reveal a more emotional side. For even the most heinous criminals possess their vulnerabilities. Huangyao village, adjacent to our own, is considerably more prosperous, perhaps due to Zhao Dingbao's influence. The villagers there have produced a number of small contractors in the construction industry, resulting in an abundance of buildings. As Chu Ming and I entered the village and passed by the village office, we were met with a banner that shamelessly proclaimed, "A warm welcome to Comrade Zhao Dingbao for his inspection." Chu Ming chuckled lightly, remarking that Zhao Dingbao seems to be held in high esteem in this village. At that moment, a nearby elderly woman holding a child scoffed and disdainfully remarked on the man named Zhao, asserting that he, with his ill-gotten wealth, has been bullying the villagers, seizing their land today and their fields tomorrow. Such a person is bound to face retribution sooner or later. After hearing her scolding, Chu Ming and I came to a halt. She was holding a child and seemed somewhat frightened upon noticing our pause, inquiring about our intentions. Chu Ming offered her a gentle smile, and I hastily explained in our local dialect that we were merely visitors from Luli village. "Grandmother," I said, "from your earlier remarks, it seems that Zhao Dingbao is quite the troublemaker in the village." Upon hearing this, the old woman visibly relaxed, patting the child on the back as she began to recount various misdeeds of Zhao Dingbao, her words punctuated by spittle. She claimed that he had never been of good character, having spied on widows bathing at the tender age of 11 or 12, and even in his 30s, remained unmarried, spending his days stealing and causing mischief in the village. She recounted how he had been incarcerated on several occasions, yet showed no signs of reform. A few years ago, it was rumored that he had befriended some influential figures while in prison, for upon his release, he returned to the village, hiring masons to assist him with his work. As his wealth grew, one could only question why he didn't simply relocate to the city. This year, however, he returned with the intention of constructing an ancestral hall on the old Liu family estate, a clear provocation. She explained that in his impoverished days, he had been caught stealing from the Liu family and sent to the police station, thus nursing a grudge. With so much vacant land in the village, why target the Liu's ancestral home? That estate is a legacy meant for the living, not for your hall. Besides, the Liu family's ancestral hall is already situated on that property. Does he not realize he would be dismantling their shrine? I had never encountered a more malicious heart than his. After the grandmother, who spoke with the rapidity of a machine gun, delivered a scolding, she seemed to realize that her words might reach the ears of Zhao Dingbao, and her expression shifted. Clutching the child, she turned and retreated into the house. At that moment, my phone rang. It was Xiaoyang calling. I inquired why she was still awake, and she complained that she had just fallen asleep when Xiaoling's call had disturbed her. By the way, Xiaoling has already unearthed Zhao Dingbao's information. Put on speaker, and I'll be brief. I agreed and activated the speakerphone. Through Xiaoyang's revelations, we finally gained a rough understanding of Zhao Dingbao. He was indeed the nouveau riche as described by Liu Banshan's son, currently overseeing 3 companies. In addition to a real estate firm, he also owned a construction company and a transportation enterprise, which monopolized all the passenger transport routes in the Yuantuan district. This sparked a memory that led me to question an individual, one whom I could not afford to offend without concrete evidence. This concerned the incident involving the bald driver who had stolen my bag. After hearing Xiaoyang's call, I suspected that the bald driver's gang might very well be affiliated with Zhao Dingbao. Furthermore, when Uncle Zhou and I apprehended them at the station, the corpulent chief had called Uncle Zhou to demand their release. This indicated that the chief's relationship with Zhao Dingbao was undoubtedly significant. Although our city is rife with numerous gangs, such as Shui Jian Shi, Sanli Qiao, and Jiu Dui, none have possessed the audacity to provoke the police as openly as this. Thus, I suspect that the corpulent chief may be acting as a protector for them. However, why did Old One intervene when it came to investigating Li Feng's family? Could it be that he shares a similar connection with them? Is it possible that the gang Li Feng was in contact with is the one led by the bald man? These questions remain shrouded in uncertainty, and it seems that uncovering the truth will face considerable opposition. As I reflected on all these events, a peculiar thought emerged in my mind. Could it be that Li Feng's clandestine rendezvous with that girl was discovered by a man who harbored a deep affection for her? When he confronted her, perhaps he was provoked, and being knowledgeable in the art of witchcraft, he, in a fit of rage, used a ghost needle to take her life. He believed this method would go unnoticed. Yet Uncle Yang uncovered the truth and was subsequently murdered in the police station's basement to thwart the investigation. Later, in a twist of fate, he stumbled upon Li Feng and, in a moment of vengeance, ended his life, thinking that would conclude matters. Little did he realize that the situation would escalate, prompting an investigation team from above to intervene. In a desperate bid to control the situation, he resorted to abducting Uncle Zhou's family as leverage against the police. Chapter 71. The Yin Mansion of South Road, however, he had not anticipated that for a nation. Nothing could be more egregious than a challenge to its dignity. The arrival of the Serious Crime Investigation Team seemingly attested to the government's resolve to uphold the law and its institutions. Although these were mere conjectures, the reality could very well diverge significantly, perhaps even being entirely contrary. Yet, I sense that if we could achieve another breakthrough in this case, we might truly be able to deduce the perpetrator's intentions. As for the current circumstances, we were unable to take further advantageous actions. I even hesitated to employ the Yin-Yang shoes, fearing the sight of irrevocable scenarios, which would render me even more passive. The fate of a stranger might evoke a sense of sorrow, so how much more for someone familiar? Having already learned about Zhao Dingbao's personal situation, Chu Ming and I decided to visit his residence in Huangyao Village. If Liu Banjian's death were indeed linked to Zhao Dingbao, it was quite plausible that he could also be connected to the ghost needle case. As Chu Ming and I inquired around the village, we finally arrived at an exceptionally spacious house situated in the heart of the village. It became evident why Zhao Dingbao was so despised in the community. His dwelling was conspicuously in expansion, with surrounding houses seemingly demolished to accommodate it. Due to the tightly shut front door, Chu Ming and I could only stand at the entrance and observe. Chu Ming expressed his admiration for Zhao Dingbao's residence, asserting that he must have received guidance from a master, as the layout of this young mansion was undoubtedly one of the finest for attracting wealth and prosperity. As I lack knowledge of feng shui, I am utterly incapable of discerning its intricacies. The only distinction I perceive with my commonplace residences is their considerable size. Inquiring how he arrived at such conclusions, I sought to understand the principles involved. He elucidated that the artificial pond excavated in the courtyard must be underlain by a natural spring. I surmised that his occupation of the adjacent house was likely to facilitate the tribute of water dragons. Water dragons, you ask? He explained that the beauty of this configuration lies in the natural formation of the spring, which is classified as subterranean water, also referred to as the Earth's essence. This essence is interconnected with reservoirs. Ancient texts on burial rites proclaim that when winds converge with water, it accumulates. A reservoir, vast in expanse, attracts wealth from all directions. As water enters the reservoir, it gathers, coalesces, and sinks, ultimately drawn into the subterranean essence by the winds below. Thus, this particular arrangement has rendered him exceedingly prosperous. It is aptly stated that the essence returns to concealment, where yin and yang reach a state of stagnation, and the wood essence finds its roots within the earth. Hence, It is termed wood upon flat ground. In the context of the celestial stems, how does one derive the symbol of water beneath the ravine? It is clear that the essence has yet to circulate. Elevated regions do not serve as watercourses, while low-lying moist areas are the dwelling places for water, flowing from the earth. Hence it is designated as ravine water. With the combination of Jia and Yin, the essence emerges in the Yang brightness, relying on sources for the water's momentum, which flows eastward with great vigor. Thus, it is referred to as the Great Stream. In the case of Run and Shun, the force is directed southeast. The essence is adjacent to the Palace of Separation, where the fire's brilliance prevails, allowing the water to return to the reservoir. Thus, it is termed the long-flowing water. With the combination of Bing and Wu, the essence is poised for ascent and descent, situated in the elevated brightness of fire, where water descends in abundance, replenishing the fire's essence. This phenomenon exists solely in the heavens. Thus, it is known as river water. With Jia and Shun, the essence is tranquil. The mother and child coexist in harmony, emerging yet never depleting. Hence, it is called well water. In the case of Run and Su, in the land of the heavenly gates, the essence returns to a state of closure. Water traverses extensively, yet does not converge. Its force returns to a position of tranquility. And when it arrives, it governs wealth. This encapsulates the underlying principle. However, fortune is a thing that people desire, as well as those malevolent spirits. It is likely that he is accompanied by capable individuals. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this day, nor would this house emanate such vibrant vitality. I stared at him in a daze. While I could comprehend some of his earlier remarks, the latter part sounded almost like classical Chinese, leaving me utterly befuddled. Could it be that he is truly a feng shui master? Noticing my stupefied expression, he chuckled lightly and remarked that it was a challenge for me to endure his ramblings. Let us proceed. The sound of the mixer must indicate that Zhao Dingbao's family is constructing a shrine. Perhaps we will uncover something that will help us ascertain whether Liu Banshan's death is connected to the ghostly needle. Regaining my composure, I nodded in agreement, my mind occupied with thoughts of Chu Ming, who appeared not much older than I, yet possessed such profound knowledge. Following the sound of the mixer, we arrived at the site of Zhao Dingbao's shrine, where the basic structure had been erected. Dozens of bricklayers were busily at work, while not far away. Beneath a shade canopy, 7 or 8 burly men clad in black vests and trousers were smoking and chatting. Chu Ming and I did not approach, but observed from distance. With a sigh, Chu Ming remarked, "This man truly resorts to unscrupulous means in his endeavors. Those beneath the canopy are likely his hired thugs, fearful of any disturbances from the Liu family." I nodded in agreement, and was about to inquire if he discerned any issues when I noticed him frowning. His gaze fixed intently on a figure seated not far ahead on a chair, dressed in a long green robe. The individual had their hair styled in a top knot, appearing to be a Taoist priest. I furrowed my brow slightly, perplexed by the presence of a Taoist priest. As we gazed in that direction, the priest, seemingly sensing our scrutiny, turned his head towards us and lifted his right hand, gesturing in the air. Chu Ming, with a calm demeanor, suggested we depart, and without hesitation, he turned to leave. I sensed something was amiss with him, so I obliged and followed suit. On our way back, I could not restrain my curiosity and inquired about the earlier encounter. Chu Ming scoffed, revealing that the disheveled man had intended to confront us, urging me to quicken our pace, for they might pursue us. He promised to elaborate upon our return. I acknowledged his remark, and we practically dashed out of the village. After exiting, we traversed several meters before reaching the path leading to Lioli village. Upon arriving at our doorstep, the sun was at its zenith, while Chu Ming appeared unperturbed. I was drenched in perspiration. As I pushed open the courtyard gate, my mother was bustling in the kitchen. Upon seeing us return, she cheerfully remarked that if we had delayed any longer, she would have resorted to making a phone call. "Shouchen, your father has returned. He mentioned he wouldn't come back for dinner, so I'm taking him some food." I nodded and offered a faint smile, acknowledging my mother's tough exterior but soft heart. She seemed slightly embarrassed. Had it not been for Chu Ming's presence, she might have scolded us outright. Upon hearing about my father's return, Chu Ming's eyes brightened, and he inquired why my father was joining us for dinner. My mother, with a playful tone, replied that he was afraid of appearing foolish due to his lack of worldly experience. Chu Ming, understanding the jest, sighed and suggested that after our meal, he might visit my father. I hesitated for a moment, shaking my head as I explained that the old house was off limits to me. If you wish to meet him, I can guide you there. You may go on your own. He smiled and agreed. Afterwards, I went to the kitchen to fetch some water for him to wash up. Upon my return to the room, I was astonished to find Xiao Liang asleep on my bed, still in slumber. Noticing there were no outsiders present, I could not help but inquire about the matters concerning Chu Ming. Chu Ming exhaled deeply and remarked that the Taoist must be the formidable figure accompanying Zhao Dingbao. Based on the hand gesture he had made to scout the area, it appeared he hailed from the southern sect of Jiangxi. The specific lineage remained elusive, but from the manner in which his hair was styled, it was evident that he possessed considerable skill and standing. Likely belonging to one of the upper 4 generations of the lower medical practitioner, foremost in returning to the sect. At that moment, he had been seated at the very center of the ancestral hall, seemingly engaged in a ritual to subdue something. Due to the intense yang energy during the day, I was unable to discern the details. With that, he sighed. Chapter 72. Uncle Zhou's phone call. I inhaled sharply, my heart filled with deeper confusion. How could he know this? Could he possibly be a Taoist priest? But that didn't seem plausible. If he were a priest, how would he have infiltrated the system? This individual was indeed enigmatic. After a moment's hesitation, I inquired whether there were any peculiarities in the ancestral hall, and if it was connected to Liu Banshan's death. He shook his head, stating that it was difficult to ascertain at the moment, yet there was an overwhelming likelihood that it was indeed linked to Liu Banshan's demise. Initially, I had my doubts, but with the emergence of that southern path, I felt a strong inclination towards the connection. If you're unafraid, join me tonight for a visit. As the saying goes, the yin gives rise to yin and the yang to yang. An experienced person can discern the truth at a glance in the dark. Unable to contain my curiosity any longer, I asked him directly whether he was a policeman or a Taoist priest. He chuckled and replied that he was, of course, a policeman, but he had an insatiable thirst for knowledge, which allowed him to grasp the basics of various subjects. I was deeply skeptical of his words. While he might have a superficial understanding, I sensed he was concealing something or reluctant to disclose certain truths. Just then, my mother entered the courtyard, prompting both of us to fall silent. I dashed into the house to call for Xiao Liang to rise for dinner. After several calls, she lazily opened her eyes and asked what I wanted. I replied irritably, questioning her lack of hunger. She bit her lip in frustration, and I immediately sensed trouble. Hastily retreating outside, my mother was in the kitchen with Chu Ming, serving dishes, and she inquired if Xiao Liang was awake. She claimed she wasn't hungry and had no desire to eat. Just as I uttered those words, I noticed a peculiar exchange of glances between my mother and Chu Ming. Instinctively, I turned my head and found Xiao Liang glaring fiercely at me, indignantly declaring that it was one thing to deny her sleep, but to deprive her of lunch was utterly intolerable. "I hate you," she exclaimed. Of course, this was merely a playful interlude, a jest typical among the youth. For lunch, my mother prepared a fragrant braised rooster, cooked alongside yellow beans. Chu Ming abstained from alcohol, and naturally, I followed suit. After our hearty meal, the three of us felt quite satiated. Xiao Liang, still feeling weary, retreated to my room for a nap, while I, overtaken by drowsiness after our feast, lay down in my parents' room and succumbed to sleep, remaining in that state until the evening. It was Xiao Liang who roused me, informing me that Section Chief Chu had mysteriously vanished. She had inquired with my mother, who mentioned that he had gone for a stroll in the village after lunch. Yet he had yet to return. Attempts to reach him by phone were futile, raising concerns about his safety. Should we venture out to search for him? A sudden apprehension struck me. Could he have ventured to the old house to find my father? Yet, it seemed implausible for him to be gone for such an extended period. Was it possible he had wandered alone to Huangyao village? This thought ignited a flicker of worry within me, dispelling my previous drowsiness. I hastily sprang from the bed, sitting at its edge as I prepared to don my trousers. When it dawned on me that someone else was present, with a sense of trepidation, I slipped into my pants and looked up at Xiao Liang, only to discover her cheeks flushed. At long last, I managed to maintain my composure and said, "Let us go." As I stepped outside, I found my mother at the door, harvesting vegetables, evidently preparing for dinner. She inquired whether Xiao Yang and I were going out to look for Xiao Chu. I affirmed her question, expressing concern that he might get lost in this unfamiliar area. My mother shot me a disapproving glance and remarked that it was unlikely, as we were not in the mountains and could easily ask someone for directions back to our home. I chuckled, suggesting that perhaps we might encounter him chatting with some elderly gentleman by the edge of the fields. After exiting the courtyard, I hesitated for a moment before deciding to check the old house first, as it was possible that Chu Ming had indeed mentioned my father. Thus, I led Xiao Liang towards my family's old residence. The sun had already set, although the sky was not yet dark, and as we passed through a small bamboo grove, we spotted a light shining from within the old house in the distance. Xiao Liang instinctively tugged at my arm, glancing around suspiciously, and asked if this was truly my family's old house. I nodded in affirmation, and she shivered slightly, furrowing her brow as she remarked that it appeared quite eerie. She questioned why my father was not residing in the new house and instead remained here. I shook my head in response, stating that I had no idea. I suggested she inquire with my father if she was curious. She offered a sheepish smile, declaring that she had no intention of doing so. By the time we reached the entrance of the old house, I noticed something peculiar. The foul odor that had once pervaded the area seemed to have vanished. The main door stood ajar, and just as I was about to enter, my father unexpectedly appeared behind the door, startling both Xiao Liang and me. Xiao Liang instinctively called out a greeting to him, and my father, with a stern expression, glared at me and asked what we were doing there. From a young age, I harbored a fear of him, and thus remained silent when such words were uttered. Xiao Liang, however, appeared unfazed. She paid no mind to my father's indifference, and, with a smile, remarked, "Uncle, a friend of ours mentioned he would visit you this afternoon. We have come to seek him." My father cast a fleeting glance at her and coldly responded, "He left long ago," before turning away and shutting the door with finality. As the door closed, a gust of wind swept through, bringing with it a nauseating blend of decay intertwined with a hint of fragrance, causing me to involuntarily wrinkle my brow. On our return journey, I inquired of Xiao Liang whether she had detected the odor. "What smell?" she asked, and my heart sank. It seemed that this peculiar scent was perceptible only to me. I hastily shifted the topic, dismissing it as possibly a musty smell, and then asked Xiao Liang if Chu Ming would be visiting Huang Yao village. She shook her head, claiming ignorance. As we traversed a small bamboo grove, darkness enveloped us completely, and suddenly Xiao Liang's phone chimed. With a puzzled expression, she retrieved it, revealing that it was a call from Chu Ming. After she answered, she inquired about his whereabouts. Following closely behind her, I could not discern what was being said on the other end, but it appeared that after her initial question, she fell silent, seemingly listening intently. As we walked, I distinctly noticed Xiao Liang tremble slightly during the call, nearly dropping her phone. "Are you all right?" I asked, to which she glanced at me oddly and shook her head, indicating she was fine. It was not until we reached the entrance of my yard that she finally ended the call, prompting me to quickly ask, "Where is Chu Ming?" She mentioned that Chu Ming would be heading to Huangyao village in the afternoon, advising you not to go, as he would return shortly. I nodded thoughtfully, sensing that Xiao Liang was concealing something from me. Yet without her disclosure, I was at a loss. Upon returning home, I found my mother already in the kitchen preparing dinner, while Xiao Liang mentioned she would assist her. Reluctantly, I stepped into the living room. Before I could settle down, my phone vibrated. As I pulled it out, it fell silent. I glanced at it, my heart racing. The caller ID displayed none other than Uncle Zhou's number. I hastily dialed back, and, after 2 rings, the call connected, only to be met with a sinister laughter. It was him, the fiend wielding the ghost needle. A shiver ran down my spine. Despite the distance, his voice sent chills through me. I took a deep breath to steady myself, and inquired whether he had kidnapped Uncle Zhou's family. The voice on the other end, strained yet unmistakably male, replied, "So what if I did? This matter could either escalate or diminish, but since you are so reckless, why not turn it into a game?" Furrowing my brows and gritting my teeth, I demanded, "What exactly do you intend to do?" He chuckled with a hint of arrogance, saying, "You people are not as simple as I thought. Someone managed to unravel my thousand souls goo. However, I am merely curious. Who will save them faster? You, or I will kill them. Midnight, at the Woolen Bridge. With that, the call abruptly ended. Chapter 73. The Seven Killers Conspiracy. Just as I was contemplating my thoughts, Xiaoyang entered through the door and inquired whether I had been on the phone moments ago. I nodded affirmatively, explaining that the murderer of the ghost needle case had made contact. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, her expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, "What?" I reiterated my statement, prompting her to urgently ask for further details. I recounted the essence of the conversation, and, after listening, a look of concern washed over her as she questioned whether I truly intended to go. I offered a wry smile, admitting that there were no other options available. She contemplated for a moment before nodding thoughtfully, suggesting we ought to wait for Chu Ming's return to make a decision, as time was still on our side. I concurred, and she proposed that we first call Old One to arrange something at the Woolly Dunk Bridge. I had no objections to this plan, though I couldn't shake the feeling that their overt disclosure of the location signaled a certain confidence in their ability to escape unscathed. Yet, if they were to act so brazenly while the authorities remained passive, it would only serve to suggest that they were instilling fear in us. During dinner, my mother set aside a portion of food for Chu Ming, warming it on the stove. I refrained from mentioning my departure that evening, wary of her incessant inquiries. Chu Ming returned home around 9 o'clock, his complexion alarmingly pale and his gait unsteady, startling us all. Given my mother's presence, we refrained from probing too deeply, instead indirectly asking if he was all right. He shook his head, indicating he was fine. My mother remarked that the meal was still in the kitchen and urged me to serve it to Chu Ming, to which he nodded in agreement. Seeing that he appeared to be in no immediate distress, my mother felt reassured and decided to retire to her room for rest. As soon as my mother entered the room, she noticed Chu Ming chewing his food, from which blood began to seep slowly. Little Liang and I were instantly alarmed. Yet Chu Ming merely smiled faintly at us, dismissing the concern and swallowing the mixture of blood and rice. After taking a sip of the water I poured for him, he exhaled deeply and remarked that Liu Banshan's death was indeed connected to that southern path. The Taoist practiced Maoshan exorcism, and when I visited earlier, I had been discovered by the little ghost he raised. Little ghost? This was the first time I had ever heard of such a thing. Previously, I had only encountered it online or heard whispers of others raising little ghosts for fame and fortune, but those stories seemed more like figments of imagination, lacking any substantial evidence. Little Liang, however, held a different perspective, being a person within the system. Upon hearing Chu Ming mention the little ghost, she cautioned him, "Director Chu, tread carefully." Chu Ming paid no heed to her warning and did not disclose how he was injured. Sensing that his condition was not quite stable, I suggested that we return to the city for a hospital visit. He shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary. Reluctantly, I informed him about the phone call. After a moment's hesitation, he responded, "Then let us return at once. However, since they have made a proper appointment with you, their intentions may not be benign. Even though we have prepared adequately, you must remain vigilant." I nodded in agreement, acknowledging his caution. I then knocked on my mother's door. She had likely fallen asleep prior to my arrival. My knock roused her, and she inquired about the matter at hand. I informed her that there were matters at the bureau that required our immediate return. Upon hearing it was a public affair, she did not impede us, only advising caution as we set out to drive back so late. As we stepped outside, the sky was enveloped in darkness, the vast expanse devoid of the moon. The only sounds accompanying us were the chirping of insects and croaking of frogs outside the car window, interspersed with distant barks of dogs. The vehicle was still driven by Xiaoyang, while Chu Ming remained seated in the back. I inquired about his injuries, and this time he candidly admitted they were neither severe nor trivial. However, he lamented that the hospital could not tend to his wounds, and he would have to manage them himself upon returning. I asked if he had discovered any evidence linking Liu Banshan's death to Zhao Dingbao and that southern Dao. He shook his head, stating that it was fortunate I had not accompanied him, as the adversary was prepared for their encounter that afternoon. Nevertheless, he had unearthed the reason why the southern Dao had personally visited the site of the ancestral hall. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Liang and I instinctively leaned in, eager for further revelations. Just as he was about to speak, his countenance suddenly changed, as if he had glimpsed something outside the car window, revealing a rare moment of fear. I hastily followed his gaze, yet saw nothing. Xiaoyang, noticing our unease, inquired about the matter. Ming took a sharp breath, his expression stiffening, and in a tone that seemed directed at us, yet also self-reflective, murmured, "What was that just now?" However, he fell silent, his expression clearly still tense. Yet he thoughtfully shifted the topic to the matter concerning Zhao Dingbao's ancestral hall. He recounted that when he had accompanied Zhao during the day, he had harbored some doubts about that particular piece of land. With so many plots available, why choose that one? A person who has reached Zhao Dingbao's level would not resort to vengeance over past grievances. This must indicate that the location possesses genuine merit. However, from a feng shui perspective, that land harbors the 7 killings, which signifies martial prowess, authority, and violence. While it may bring prosperity to a dwelling, it will be decidedly detrimental for a burial site, as the 7 killings are predominantly Yin in nature and inherently dry. They can only be subdued by the vitality of the living. In the case of a burial ground, this would merely exacerbate the accumulation of malevolent energy, ultimately resulting in a gathering of Yin. A gathering of Yin? Xiaoyang inquired, perplexed. Ming smiled faintly, explaining, "It refers to a place capable of transforming corpses into zombies." Zombies? Xiaoyang scoffed, clearly skeptical of Ming's assertion. I furrowed my brow. The implications of what Ming was saying made me uneasy. It seemed as though Zhao Dingbao might intentionally wish to turn that location into a gathering of Yin. Could he truly be contemplating the creation of zombies? If that were the case, will my parents be in danger? The existence of zombies appears to be a topic of ongoing debate. However, some truths, no matter how meticulously concealed, cannot remain hidden forever. I recall an incident from the 1990s in Sichuan, though the specifics elude me. Noticing my silence, Ming chuckled and suggested I not overthink it. His intentions, he implied, were not to pursue zombies, as that held little significance for him. Instead, I surmised he aimed to orchestrate a certain scheme. What scheme? I inquired, bewildered by the idea of engaging in such perilous endeavors. Ming's expression shifted to one of gravity as he replied, "The 7 Killers Formation." The 7 Killers Formation? I responded, momentarily befuddled, admitting I had never heard of it, although I was familiar with the 7 Injuries Fist. Xiaoyang, driving, erupted in laughter at my confession. Ming sighed, somewhat exasperated, and advised me to read more. He then elaborated, the so-called 7 killers are robust. One delights in the 7 killers controlling the body, while the weak are drawn to wealth. The frail must beware of the 7 killers attacking the body, as it invites peril and illness. The original formation possesses the power to transform danger into safety, traversing risks with ease. The proper officer represents the civil officials, while the 7 killers symbolize the military ones. If the 7 killers are deemed as the primary deity, they can be associated with one's career. The greatest concern arises when the 7 killers are suppressed by the food and injury, which signifies obstacles in one's professional pursuits. When the heavenly stems align with the proper palace or the earthly branches align with it. The presence of the 7 killers indicates that male figures may have sons and daughters, while female figures may have legitimate and extramarital partners. Thus, if the 7 killers formation is successfully established, it not only grants him the ability to defy fate, but also ensures that all future tribulations can be mitigated. Both Xiaoyang and I couldn't help but roll our eyes, yet the final sentence did convey his meaning to us. Upon reflection, it is evident that Zhao Dingbao, having achieved such a significant career, must have committed numerous misdeeds, which ultimately explains why he has never fathered a son. Chapter 74. Diving to the rescue concerning the 7 Fiends Bureau that Ming mentioned, I remain uncertain of its authenticity. However, I can unequivocally attest to having witnessed Liu Banxian's corpse walking phenomenon, which is undoubtedly connected to that Taoist from Maoshan. Upon returning to the office, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Old One had been presiding over the work, and aside from Song Baichen's team, the slender, dark-skinned Monkey's team investigating the female corpse had returned. Yet they were assigned by Old One to stake out at the Wulizhen Bridge in advance. As we entered the hall, the receptionist, Xiao Ling, greeted us with a smile, informing us that Old One had been awaiting our return in the conference room. We hurried into the conference room, where we found Old One, clad in his reading glasses, intently observing the projector. The screen displayed the scene of Wulizhen Bridge, albeit with rather poor quality, likely captured by dashcam. The bridge at 11 o'clock was tranquil, with visibility not particularly good. Under infrared, vehicles occasionally passed, accompanied by pedestrians. Noticing our arrival, Old One greeted us and inquired about the situation on the other side. Chu Ming spoke up, stating that the matter was more intricate than anticipated. Although he had already gathered some leads indicating a connection between Liu Banshan's death and Zhao Dingbao, the wealthy tycoon of Huangshao village. Old One nodded thoughtfully, beckoning us to take a seat, and then inquired with genuine concern whether I was psychologically prepared. I assured him that he need not worry, as I was ready. Although I was unclear about the perpetrator's intentions in summoning me, I firmly believed that if he dared to show up, we would be able to apprehend him. Old One smiled and remarked that whether we could capture the suspect was still uncertain, but the primary objective was to ensure your safety. Upon receiving a call from Xiaoyang today, I promptly reported it to the higher-ups, who took this lead very seriously. I was taken aback and stood up in astonishment. Goodness, even the snipers were mobilized. It seemed likely that the perpetrator wouldn't escape this time, and my initial concerns dissipated. Old One subsequently contacted the lean, dark-skinned monkey at the scene, informing him that we would arrive in 20 minutes. The lean, dark-skinned monkey assured us that arrangements had been made, and should the suspect dare to show up, they would be immediately surrounded. After hanging up, Old One glanced at us again, only to notice that Chu Ming's complexion appeared somewhat off. He inquired about the matter, to which Chu Ming shook his head, indicating it was nothing serious. Old One insisted that if he was unwell, he should refrain from joining this operation and instead visit the hospital. Both Xiaoyang and I shared our concerns. Yet Chu Ming chuckled, stating that he was well aware of his own health, and besides, he had never been to a hospital in his life, so there was no need for us to persuade him further. Old One, with a sigh and a smile, conceded that if he were to accompany Shouchen, he would feel more at ease. Subsequently, Old One instructed Xiaoyang to return and rest, but she flatly refused, asserting that she needed to help drive us. Old One, however, shook his head, explaining that this time we would go our separate ways. If we used the same vehicle, it might raise the suspect's suspicions. He suggested that she either accompany him or remain at the bureau. Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment, glancing at me with a look I found rather perplexing. Ultimately, she chose to follow Old One and left with him. As I followed Chu Ming, he suddenly halted just outside the police station, prompting my curiosity to inquire what was amiss. Without lifting his head, he whispered urgently that we were being watched and instructed me not to glance to the right. He urged me to proceed ahead, suggesting I take a taxi after exiting, advising against heading directly to the Wulizhen Bridge. Instead, he recommended the driver take a circuitous route along Renmin Road before proceeding. "Hurry, the car is approaching," he added. His words stirred a sense of unease within me, yet I felt compelled to act. Hastening towards the taxi that was drawing near, I climbed in and instructed the driver to head for Renmin Road. Leaning back in my seat, I turned my gaze in the direction Chu Ming had indicated and was startled to recognize a familiar figure. Beneath a large tree in Bin Park, she stood with a red umbrella, seemingly aware of my watchful eyes as she waved at me. A wave of relief washed over me. Linger must have come to protect me. The thought warmed my heart. The city bureau was not far from Renmin Road, although it did not lead to the Wulizhen Bridge. Recalling that it was indeed Linger I had spotted, I deemed it unnecessary to take a detour and instructed the driver to head directly to the Wulizhen Bridge. Upon arriving at the bridge's entrance, I exited the vehicle alone. Although the bridge lay on the outskirts of the city, it was a major thoroughfare flanked by several storefronts. I scanned the vicinity, but found no suspicious individuals. However, I was acutely aware that at this very moment, multiple sniper rifles were likely trained on my person. According to the scene I had observed in the meeting room earlier, I successfully found a reference point. As I turned to look in the opposite direction, I spotted a vehicle parked by the riverside, which immediately put my mind at ease. Surely, the slender figure of the monkey and his companions must be inside that car. A gentle breeze wafted over the bridge, providing a delightful sense of comfort. Leaning against the railing, I took out my phone to check the time. There were still over 20 minutes until noon. I opened my call log, revealing Uncle Joe's number, and let out a soft sigh, hoping that he and his family were safe and sound. Time passed slowly amid my anxiety. Yet Chu Ming had yet to make an appearance. I was left wondering what he was up to. After checking the time on my phone for the umpteenth time, my device suddenly rang, displaying Uncle Joe's number once more. Finally, the moment I answered the call, my heart raced to my throat, and once again, I heard that familiar laughter. Taking a deep breath, I attempted to calm myself, but as I spoke, my voice betrayed me, trembling as I inquired about his whereabouts. In response, he chuckled and simply said, "I am right behind you." My heart lurched as I felt an icy chill run down my spine, and I turned around, startled. Auntie had inexplicably appeared behind me, glaring fiercely while standing on the bridge's railing. My grip on the phone nearly faltered, and I felt a jolt of unease at her menacing expression. Something was amiss. However, the aunt, with a sinister grin, raised her phone and tossed it into the river. Instantly, my phone emitted a series of beeping sounds, and as I gazed at her malevolent smile, I instinctively took a step back. What unfolded next would haunt me with guilt for many years to come. She actually leaned back and plunged into the river. My mind buzzed as I realized the gravity of the situation, but it was too late for me to react. Without a moment's hesitation, I leaped from the bridge. The 20-meter drop nearly knocked the breath out of me when I hit the water. Yet, upon entering the river, I searched frantically but found no sign of the aunt. Something was amiss. This was utterly unusual. As I processed the situation and prepared to swim towards the shore, I sensed a hand gripping my foot from beneath the surface, pulling me down into the depths. Chapter 75, Manipulating Corpses as I plunged into the water. My mind descended into a state of utter blankness, panic overwhelming me as I desperately struggled upwards. Yet, the grip of the hand that ensnared my foot was formidable, dragging me swiftly to the riverbed. The sediment lay thick beneath, and with the night cloaking my surroundings, my visibility was nearly non-existent. The more I succumbed to fear, the more fervently I yearned to break free. The pressure beneath the surface was immense, making it feel as though my lungs were on the verge of bursting. As the oxygen within me dwindled, my consciousness began to blur, and within the remnants of my awareness, a haunting memory of childhood drowning resurfaced. Was this truly the end? How could this be? Having defied death twice before, now serving as a spectral emissary of the underworld, it seemed implausible that I would meet my demise so easily. Just as my awareness began to fade, I sensed something descending from above. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a hospital bed, with Xiao Liang dozing beside me, unaware of when he had fallen asleep. I was alive, a warmth blossoming within me. I sat up cautiously, stretching my limbs and discovering that I was indeed unscathed. Lying there, the memories of my near drowning flooded back vividly. Was that not my aunt? Confusion enveloped me as I pondered this, when suddenly, the door to the ward opened. Chu Ming entered, carrying a takeout box. Upon noticing my awakening, he was about to speak, but halted, observing Xiao Liang in slumber. He smiled and nodded at me, silently inquiring if I wished to eat. To my surprise, I realized I was rather hungry, and I nodded in response before rising from the bed. In the hospital room, the air conditioning hummed softly. Before stepping outside, I draped my clothes over Xiao Yang's back and followed Chu Ming as we exited the ward. The corridor stretched before us, and we found a long bench nearby to sit upon. With a smile, he inquired about my well-being. I nodded, assuring him I was fine, as he handed me his boxed meal. While eating, I asked him how long I'd been in a stupor. He replied, 2 days. And I responded with a soft "oh," realizing that was why I felt so ravenous. Once my appetite stirred, it was insatiable. I devoured the meal yet still felt unsatisfied, although I hesitated to ask for more. After finishing my meal, I broached the subject of that fateful evening with Chu Ming. He explained that he had not been present at the time, and Brother Ho had encountered his own difficulties. According to a sniper concealed on the rooftop, the family of Zhou Jinming had climbed over the railing, having realized the true murderer was not among them. The sniper, fearing a misstep, refrained from acting. They later witnessed the family of Zhou Jinming leap into the river, and soon after, I followed suit. However, when they reached the bridge, they found me lying on the riverbank. No one had seen who had rescued me, yet the body of Zhou Jinming's family member was recovered from downstream the next afternoon, his right hand severed by some sharp instrument. Upon hearing this, a chill swept through me. Had he truly perished? The thought of Zhou, but can some matters truly be relinquished? His answer was an unequivocal no. Once he donned that police uniform, it became impossible. I find myself at a loss for words to articulate my feelings at that moment. I have witnessed many instances of life and death. Perhaps after a long passage of time, one can achieve a certain detachment. Yet, what if it concerns someone close to you? To express it in a somewhat sentimental manner, I feel a deep sympathy for Uncle Zhou. However, a remark from Chu Ming further entangled my already conflicted heart. He stated that, according to the forensic examination of the deceased, the estimated time of death exceeded 2 days, and multiple fractures and intracranial hemorrhaging were discovered in the head and spine of the corpse. These injuries were not inflicted post-mortem. Therefore, it is highly probable that the woman Yu and Xiao Liang witnessed jumping from the building was indeed her. As for the subsequent disappearance of the body, it could either be that someone took the opportunity to remove it while you were descending, or perhaps the body itself was manipulated to vanish. I furrowed my brow and sighed, musing that if she truly perished that very night, it is indeed plausible that she became a walking corpse. Chu Ming nodded, indicating that we can presently ascertain that her body was controlled for another reason. I was taken aback and inquired about what that reason could be. He continued, saying that Song Beichen's team received a top. Chu Ming let out a bitter sigh in the morgue of the police station. Dead? A sharp pang gripped my heart as I recalled the tragic fate of that unfortunate woman, along with the memory of her taking away an eye. I sighed deeply and inquired of Chu Ming how she had met her demise. Chu Ming replied with a hint of detachment, stating that by the time the body was transported, it had already begun to decompose. The forensic examination later revealed that the time of death was at least 10 days prior, with preliminary assessments indicating suicide as the cause. Currently, these two bizarre incidents have been suppressed by higher authorities, and within the system, disclosure was strictly forbidden. He explained that he was able to share this information with me because the organization had already integrated me into the system, and as a member of the investigative team, I possessed the right to know, thus it did not contravene regulations. I nodded in understanding and remarked that it was no wonder that when Uncle Zhou and I saw her on the surveillance camera in the internet CAF, her gait appeared peculiar and stiff, revealing her to be no longer alive. If she was not alive at that time, it implied that someone had manipulated her corpse to commit the crime. Subsequently, Annie's body had also been controlled by the same means. It was no surprise he dared to show himself. He was utilizing another's body. The one controlling the corpse at that time was likely him, rather than the Taoist priest under Zhao Dingbao. However, this alone was insufficient to establish a connection between Zhao Dingbao and the perpetrator, as there was no concrete evidence, and many variables could be at play. Just as before discovering Lin Xiao, we could hardly fathom that she had long been deceased. And the investigative team's initial intent was to consider her as an accomplice of the perpetrator. Thus, until the final moment when the culprit is apprehended, we cannot even ascertain whether the perpetrator is an individual or part of a larger syndicate. Just as I was speaking, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Xiao Liang hurriedly dashed out. Upon intending to call for help, he was taken aback upon seeing both me and Chu Ming. After a brief moment of surprise, he exhaled in relief and, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "So, you have finally awakened." Chapter 76. The outcome hangs in the balance. I offered her an awkward smile, admitting that I had just awakened, and, seeing her sleeping so soundly, I felt reluctant to disturb her. Upon hearing this, she seemed to grow flustered once more. As if a thought had struck her, her face flushed a deep crimson. She hastily concocted an excuse about having matters to attend to at home and quickly departed. I was left feeling somewhat bewildered, while Chu Ming merely smiled in silence beside me. Later, when the nurse conducted her rounds, she discovered that I was awake and summoned the doctor to examine me. The doctor, visibly astonished, remarked that my health appeared to be quite normal. Albeit with a hint of frustration, he informed me that I was cleared for discharge. By the time I was released, it was already afternoon. The sky was a brilliant blue. The sun blazed mercilessly, rendering even the act of breathing a luxury. Had it not been for the fountain at the hospital entrance, which offered a modicum of psychological relief, I imagine the heat would have been even more oppressive. In such sweltering conditions, preserving a body would be exceedingly challenging, which explained the foul odor emanating from Lin Xiu's remains. This thought led me to reflect upon her tragic background and her ghostly husband. It felt as though everything associated with her had vanished along with her demise. Upon entering the vehicle driven by Chu Ming, we made our way to the city bureau. After all, she was the wife of Uncle Zhou, and as a younger generation, it was only right for me to pay my respects. After more than half an hour, we returned to the municipal bureau. Typically, the director and deputy director are not present in the office. However, due to the pressing nature of the ghost needle case, everyone felt compelled to exert their utmost efforts. As we entered the lobby, we could distinctly hear the portly director delivering an eloquent speech in the conference room. The deputy director, a tall, slender man in his 50s with glasses, rarely visits because he also holds the position of branch director. Yet, for reasons unknown, he was present this time. When Chu Ming and I knocked and entered, all eyes immediately turned towards us. The director smiled and said, "Xiao Wang, you have recovered remarkably fast. Director Chu, please do come and take a seat." The deputy director, encountering me for the first time, seemed taken aback by the director's high regard for such an outsider, but he merely nodded in polite acknowledgement. The investigation team was present, including Captains Sun and Liu. We were all familiar faces, thus formal greetings were unnecessary. The director sipped his tea and continued, "Under normal circumstances, Xiao Wang, you should not be involved in this case, as you have yet to graduate. However, the situation is complex. Director Zhou's family has been abducted by the perpetrator. And while we have located Mr. Zhou's relatives, alas, the situation is dire." At this point, I could not help but admire the acting prowess of these leaders. The portly director genuinely shed tears. However, those present were seasoned veterans, adept at the art of manipulation, and such theatrics would only deceive someone as naive as I. The director, unable to continue, fell silent. The deputy director cleared his throat twice, rose from his seat, and leaned his hands upon the conference table. He began, "There is no need for the director to blame himself. Such events are universally unwelcome. Allow me to briefly articulate my thoughts. I have also conducted research on the ghost needle case at the sub-bureau. To speak frankly, it has surpassed our investigative capabilities, and we have yet to make significant progress. Furthermore, Director Zhou's family has suffered a tragic misfortune. However, this does not imply that we should capitulate to the perpetrator. The recent dispatch of 2 renowned criminal investigation teams and a provincial forensic group to our city underscores the nation's commitment to this case. It also reflects the state's stance on laws and regulations. In matters of serious crimes, a decisive response is essential to restore societal peace and deliver justice for the departed." Upon concluding his remarks, the atmosphere in the room ignited with fervor, each listener stirred by his words. Meanwhile, the director, who had maintained a smile, appeared somewhat sullen, perhaps feeling overshadowed by the deputy's eloquence. Nevertheless, from my vantage point as an observer, it was evident that the deputy director's demeanor and articulation surpassed that of the portly director, a notion that, undoubtedly, others present were well aware of. After the deputy director spoke, Old One continued, "Since the founding of our nation, there have been numerous unresolved cases. My colleagues and I, members of this task force, have independently solved many such mysteries. However, this time, our adversary is not merely a cunning opponent. Rather, we are faced with a malevolent entity skilled in dark sorcery. I shall refrain from elaborating further. According to the latest intelligence from the channel, we have now uncovered significant clues related to the perpetrator through the deceased. It is evident that employing conventional methods to apprehend him is futile. Furthermore, based on Chu Ming's deductions, this assailant possesses the ability to manipulate not only the dead but also the living at his whim, which considerably complicates our investigation. He can easily control an individual to assist in his escape or to execute his bidding, all while remaining shrouded in darkness. Therefore, I must insist that what I am about to disclose and the arrangements I will make must not be recorded or disseminated. The success of our endeavor to capture the culprit hinges on tonight. Chu Ming, how prepared are you? Chu Ming nodded, indicating that all was in readiness, awaiting only the right moment. Upon hearing this, including the director and deputy director, everyone appeared somewhat perplexed and eagerly anticipated Old One's next words. With a smile, Old One remarked, "That's reassuring. I suspect you have many questions regarding my earlier statements. Let me pose this. Why do you think the perpetrator summoned Xiao Wang to the Wulizwang Bridge?" Among the group, only Chu Ming was aware of the truth, while the others murmured amongst themselves, still unable to grasp the full extent of the situation. After piquing the curiosity of his audience, Old One elucidated that, based on the conjectures formed between himself and Chu Ming, the perpetrator's intention in summoning Xiao Wang was to test our capabilities. This assessment was not merely a superficial evaluation of our investigative skills, but rather an examination to ascertain whether any among us possessed similar esoteric abilities. The assailant had begun to feel trepidation, prompted by the prior successful unraveling of his ghostly needle by another. He likely suspected that this individual was Xiao Wang, or at the very least had some connection to him, given that Xiao Wang, an external member, mingled with us daily, which indeed raised suspicions. Thus, he surmised that targeting Xiao Wang would either expose his true aim or lure forth the one who had deciphered his ghostly needle, allowing him to eliminate the threat once and for all. From this perspective, it was evident that the murderer was becoming increasingly anxious. The notion that success or failure hinged upon the events of that very night arose from our acquisition of a graduation photograph depicting the killer alongside the deceased prior to her demise. Although the image was exceedingly blurred, it provided us with a significant advantage. It is well known that Chu Ming had previously resolved a nationally renowned dismemberment case, unsolved for 16 years, based solely on a photograph that led to the identification of the assailant. The specifics of then, Old One glanced at me and said, "You should accompany Chu Ming. He requires your assistance." "Requires my assistance?" Instinctively, I turned to look at the enigmatic Chu Ming, and a sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through me. Could it be that he already knows about me? Chapter 77. Life and Death. Could it be that he has already uncovered my identity as a living anomaly? The mere thought sent a chill down my spine. Was he a policeman or sorcerer? With such apprehension lingering in my mind, I turned to Chu Ming after the meeting concluded, requesting his company to the basement morgue. As we descended the stairs, I directly inquired why he required my assistance. After all, I was merely an undergraduate student, seemingly incapable of providing any substantial help. He smiled at me reassuringly, saying, "I understand your concerns. Fear not. Your secrets are safe with me. In fact, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I sensed that you were different from the rest. That is why I recommended you to join our group in front of Old One. Do you really think that the incompetent director would have taken notice of you otherwise?" I couldn't help but chuckle at his words, realizing the truth behind them. "So that's how it is. I owe you my gratitude," I replied. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks. Though I did perceive your uniqueness at first glance, it was merely superficial. It was only after visiting your home and analyzing your Z-Way destiny chart, using your residence as a reference point, that I was able to deduce your fate. Upon seeing your shoes, it became clear to me what your identity was. However, it seems you are still new to this realm, and thus have yet to appreciate the advantages it brings." Hearing this, I couldn't help but smile wryly. Do not speak of advantages. I feel as though I've drawn the short straw in life to find myself entangled in such matters. To be honest, I grasp what you wish to convey. I am not devoid of empathy. Although I have chosen the profession of a forensic pathologist, I find it exceedingly difficult to come to terms with the realities of life and death. Bereft of utterance, Chu Ming remained silent. The basement exuded an air of perpetual chill, and the corridor was dimly lit, casting long, melancholic shadows. A wave of nostalgia washed over me, reminiscent of my initial visit with Uncle Yang. Alas, how circumstances alter. I harbored an intrinsic aversion to that clandestine laboratory. Upon breaching the mortuary doors, the pungent aroma of formaldehyde assailed my nostrils. I had, by this juncture, grown virtually impervious to this olfactory assault. Chu Ming, however, could not suppress a cough and requested that he await me in the adjacent chamber. I acquiesced with a nod. Within the frigid confines lay 2 cadavers, shrouded in pallid linen. Despite the embalming process, the cadavers emanated a fetid stench that the formaldehyde could not entirely mask. The malodor appeared to emanate primarily from the cadaver on the left, leading me to surmise that it was indeed Lin Xiao. Approaching her side, I gingerly peeled back the linen shroud, whereupon a veritable tsunami of putrescence assailed my olfactory senses. Beneath the shroud lay a corpse in an advanced state of decomposition, its visage marred by macabre, purplish-black livor mortis. The abdomen was grotesquely distended due to the accumulation of cadaveric gas. I could not help but emit a sigh of lamentation. Have you, at long last, found eternal companionship with your spectral husband? I mused. Or have you both elected to embrace the cycle of reincarnation? I vaguely recalled her confiding in me that her husband had declined reincarnation out of an unwillingness to part with her, thus entrusting me with her shoe, designating me as his benefactor. Yet, how am I to reciprocate such a profound debt? Had it not been for the ghost needle case, our paths might never have converged. Conversely, had it not been for the ghost needle case, she might not have met such an untimely demise. The autopsy report concluded her demise was a result of suicide, and I am inclined to believe it. In many circumstances, true love may compel one to choose between life and death. As I once again draped the white cloth over her, I shook my head in resignation. Perhaps for her, death was indeed a genuine liberation, the most perfect resolution. Approaching the bedside on the right, I found myself unable to lift the white cloth that covered her. Although I had only met Annie once, and we were hardly acquainted, my prolonged association with Uncle Zhou allowed me to recognize her as a virtuous woman. Even when Uncle Zhou would spend a month solving cases away from home, she diligently maintained the household, never granting anyone the opportunity for idle gossip. For a detective, Uncle Zhou was undoubtedly fortunate, yet, as his wife, she bore the weight of solitude. Perhaps Uncle Zhou himself never anticipated that the very event he feared would occur so swiftly in his own life. He had often expressed to me that vengeance in this profession was inevitable, and thus he had indicated a desire to transition to a different career after a few more years, to escape this perilous line of work. However, fate is an entity that cannot be defied, even if one were a sage, believing oneself capable of defying destiny. It is ultimately what fate has ordained. I comprehend the philosophy of life and death, yet I find it exceedingly difficult to accept. My experiences of dying and returning to life have taught me that mortality is not to be feared. However, when on the brink of death, I falter, succumbing to fear of what would become of my parents should I perish, fear of vanishing forever. I sincerely hope that Chu Ming's solution proves effective. I hope that the souls of the departed can bless Uncle Zhou and Nini for a safe return. With a sigh, I silently uttered a prayer to the two souls. Yet, a somewhat familiar voice pierced through my thoughts. Wang Shouchen? Instinctively, I turned my head to see a man clad in a white lab coat and spectacles. It was he, the forensic pathologist who had conducted the autopsy on Li Feng in that dilapidated house in the southern part of the city. I managed to muster a faint smile and greeted him with a nod, saying it had been a long time. He nodded in return, a look of confusion crossing his face as he inquired whether I knew the two deceased. I affirmed that I did. A peculiar glint flickered in his eyes as he remarked that my complexion appeared rather poor. I touched my face and explained that I had just been discharged from the hospital. He acknowledged this with an "oh," just as he seemed poised to say something further when I heard Chu Ming calling my name from behind. I nodded apologetically, indicating that I must take my leave. He acquiesced, and together with Chu Ming, I departed the basement. Upon emerging into the lobby on the first floor, I noticed only Xiao Ling at the reception desk. The others seemed occupied with their respective tasks. Chu Ming suggested we step outside for some fresh air. As we exited the lobby, the oppressive heat of the afternoon, already past 4 o'clock, enveloped us. Taking a deep breath to dispel the heaviness within my chest, I was interrupted by Chu Ming's inquiry. Did you find that forensic pathologist a bit odd just now? Chapter 78. Meditation and Pursuit. He smiled at me mysteriously and said, You'll find out tonight." After uttering those words, sensing my imminent inquiries, he swiftly changed the subject, claiming he was hungry and suggesting we go for a meal. I glanced at the clock. It was not yet 5 o'clock, and I suspected he was being deliberately elusive. Dinner consisted of the police station's work meal, with the deputy chief personally footing the bill before his departure, instructing the kitchen to provide us with extra dishes while wishing us success in our endeavors. Thus, the meal turned out to be quite sumptuous. However, considering the individual before me, who had been evading my questions and attempting to embroil me in his schemes, my curiosity was piqued. I barely took 2 bites before inquiring about his plans for the evening. Yet, he merely smiled in silence, gesturing for me to continue eating. After our meal, the sky had not yet darkened, and Chu Ming suggested I take a moment to rest, as the night might prove to be exhausting. I shook my head, asserting that I had already rested well over the past 2 days. He chuckled and said, "Very well. You keep an eye on the phone while I take a short nap." With that, he entered Uncle Zhou's office. I settled onto the sofa in the lobby, gazing at the phone in my hand with a wry smile. I remained uncertain about the intentions hidden within his enigmatic demeanor. My wait extended until Xiao Ling from the front desk finished her shift, and then Xiao Liang came to take over. Noticing me alone in the lobby, he curiously inquired, "Wasn't there an operation today? Why are you still here at the station?" I shrugged, indicating the phone that Chu Ming had handed me, replying, "That fellow is inside sleeping. I'm just here waiting for his call." "And why did you come back to work without resting for a couple of days?" She curled her lip and remarked, "Isn't it true that everyone has been present at the bureau? That's how they brought her here." I expressed my sympathy, and she sighed, saying, "I wonder how Chief Zhou is faring now. If you have the capability, perhaps you could rescue him tonight." I forced a smile, replying, "That depends on the fellow inside who is currently asleep. As of now, I am entirely unaware of the action plan. How can I effect a rescue?" In truth, Xiao Yang understood that I longed to save Uncle Zhou more than anyone else, especially after the incident with Andy. The greatest regret in life is the inability to meet again, a sentiment applicable to lovers, family, and friend alike. Just as I was conversing with Xiao Yang, my phone rang. Glancing at the screen, I saw it was a call from Oldwin. Upon answering, his voice resonated. "Xiao Chu, when will you commence the tracking? I have arranged for the forensic team to deliver the materials to you." I was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean by tracking? Xiao Yang nudged me, and it dawned on me to respond, "Old one, this is Shouchen. Chu Ming is in the office. I will hand the phone to him." Old one let out a frustrated "oh," while Xiao Yang shot me a knowing look, seemingly questioning why I didn't simply inform Old one that Chu Ming was napping inside. Just as I was about to knock on the office door, it swung open from within. Chu Ming stretched lazily, glancing at the phone I held, and chuckled. "Old one must be anxious, huh?" I nodded and handed him my phone. After answering, he said nothing, merely listening intently. As the call neared its conclusion, he uttered, "Old one, let me make it clear that even if I can locate him, it does not imply I can apprehend him." Once the call ended, Xiao Yang and I exchanged perplexed glances with him. He sheepishly smiled and inquired what was amiss. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang bluntly asked, "Oldwin just let something slip. Renowned expert, do enlighten us on your method for tracking that fiend." Chu Ming chuckled, dismissing our concerns, asserting that he would inevitably uncover the perpetrator in due course, casting a conspiratorial wink in my direction. I could only shake my head in resignation. Xiao Yang, somewhat disheartened, sighed, "Never mind, regardless of your methods, as long as it brings Section Chief Zhou back." Just then, someone approached from the staircase. It was the bespectacled young forensic doctor. He nodded at us and handed a small plastic envelope to Chu Ming, stating, "This is from our team leader." Chu Ming received the pouch, glanced inside, and thanked him. The young forensic doctor adjusted his glasses, nodded, and departed. Xiao Yang and I hurried closer, peering into the transparent pouch, which appeared nearly empty. Wait, was that a strand of hair? Could it be that a single hair could lead to the capture of the murderer? Chu Ming seemed to sense our skepticism and smiled, saying, "You may find this hard to believe, but this method has been passed down through my ancestors. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you." I exchanged a glance with Xiao Liang, and from her eyes, I sensed disbelief. Yet, when I met Chu Ming's confident and assured gaze, I found myself believing. Perhaps there truly exist individuals with such remarkable abilities in this world. Around 9 o'clock that evening, we arrived at a locked room in the police station. Chu Ming insisted that I could accompany him inside, but Xiao Liang could not. This decision left Xiao Liang exceedingly displeased. However, there was little she could do, as Chu Ming, in accordance with his rank, was technically her superior. A superior's word is, after all, a command, and so she stormed back to the lobby in frustration. Chu Ming smiled at me, saying he would need my assistance this time. Until that moment, I remained unaware of what kind of help he was referring to. However, upon entering the room, I was left utterly dumbfounded. The room contained an altar for rituals, adorned with burning candles and incense, the air thick with smoke, stinging my eyes. I covered my nose and reproachfully remarked, "You claim you are not a Taoist, yet this looks like you are preparing for a ritual." He chuckled and invited me into the room, then turned to close the door behind us. He pointed to a bed beside us, instructing me to lie down. I frowned, perplexed by his intentions. Wait a moment, why was my backpack on the bed? As I approached and picked it up, Chu Ming snipped off the excess wicks from the candles, grinning as he said, "I brought this for you. Your Yin-Yang shoes are inside. You will enter a meditative state using your own methods, and I will guide you on the next steps." I nodded, retrieving the shoes from my backpack and placing them upside down near the bed. Concurrently, Chu Ming meticulously extracted the hair from a small pouch, snipping it with a pair of scissors into a round container holding a dark, brownish paste. Approaching me, he seized my hand and, with a sudden tear, I felt a sharp, piercing pain as he broke my skin, drawing blood. Though his intentions were unclear, I understood that this was crucial to finding the culprit and rescuing Uncle Zhou, so I remained silent. He let droplets of blood from my fingertip fall into the pasty mixture, then stirred it with his hand before signaling me to meditate. I inhaled deeply, closing my eyes. A peculiar sensation washed over me. Ordinarily, falling asleep under such circumstances would be challenging, yet the moment my eyes shut, my consciousness was drawn inward. When I awoke, I found myself enveloped in total darkness. Where was I? Confronted with the abyss, a sense of dread naturally arose. Just then, Chu Ming's voice echoed, yin to yin, yang to yang, a guiding spirit against the south wall. "Shouchen, listen to me. You are now in meditation. Reach out and see if you can grasp anything." Huh? I widened my eyes, but the darkness persisted. Obediently, I extended my hand forward, encountering something akin to a string with a sticky residue. What is this? Chapter 79. The taboo of the soul people. As I was about to bring my nose closer to sniff, I suddenly heard Chu Ming's voice beside me. "Do not move recklessly. If you sever the combat line, you shall not return." Startled, I quickly withdrew my hand and inquired about my current whereabouts. "You are en route to the perpetrator. You shall arrive shortly." As his words faded, my vision cleared, and I was greeted by the chorus of chirping insects and croaking frogs. Before me lay an expansive farmland, bathed in a hazy moonlight. Glancing down at myself, I noticed the only distinct change was my footwear. I was clad in a pair of cloth shoes, yet everything else felt remarkably unchanged. Surveying my surroundings, it appeared to be the outskirts of a city, for no towering edifices or overt landmarks were visible within my line of sight, though a glimmer of urban light could be discerned on the horizon in the northwest. "Chu Ming?" I called out but received no reply. Frowning in confusion, I struggled to comprehend why I had suddenly found myself in this place. After scanning the area, I spotted a dilapidated little house not far away, which seemed oddly familiar, as if I had encountered it before. As I approached the ramshackle abode along the ridge of the field, it suddenly dawned on me why it seemed so recognizable. Wasn't this the very scene of Li Feng's death? I inhaled sharply. Did this mean I was in the southern part of the city? Why had I appeared here? Navigating around to the front of the derelict house, I found the door slightly ajar. There seemed to be no sound emanating from within. Could the assailant be inside? I stood at the threshold, hesitant to step inside, for given my current capabilities, even if I were to discover the murderer, I would be incapable of apprehending him. In fact, I might inadvertently alert him, thus provoking a more perilous situation. What on earth is Chu Ming up to? He divulges nothing to me, merely urging me to observe the environment in which the killer resides. As I grappled with my own anxiety, A sudden lewd laughter echoed in my ears, sending a shiver down my spine. It has arrived. Behind me, I swiftly turned, only to find nothing there. Almost immediately, the laughter resurfaced from behind me. Upon turning again, I discerned that the sound emanated from the dilapidated house. It must be him. A suppressed voice emerged from behind the door. I had long contemplated how to extract your soul, yet now you have unwittingly walked into my trap. You seek my soul? I furrowed my brow, perplexed by his words. He confirmed, indeed, you must feel quite secure in aiding the underworld, believing I am powerless against you. Rather than respond to his assertion, I directly inquired, what do you truly desire? His tone grew somber. Do you have a girl whom you cherish? I frowned. His thoughts were indeed erratic. A fleeting image of Linger crossed my mind, but recalling her elusive nature and her current state, whether she was human or ghost, I sighed and shook my head, conceding perhaps I once did, but she has long since passed. The door creaked open, and a figure appeared before me. My vision instantly blurred, rendering it impossible to discern his features. However, I could sense that he possessed a tall and slender stature, possibly adorned with glasses. Why was I unable to see him clearly? He stepped outside and settled on the steps, and I felt his gaze fixed upon me as he coldly remarked, your policeman uncle and his daughter are currently in my possession. Shall we strike a deal? What deal? I furrowed my brow, desperately attempting to comprehend his visage. Yet my eyes seemed shrouded in a veil, perpetually unable to penetrate the obscurity. At that moment, my heart brimmed with anxiety and confusion. Did he truly have any need to negotiate with me? He chuckled again, and this time I was certain that both his laughter and voice were mere facades. Leisurely, he stated, it's quite simple, your life or theirs. Surrender yourself, and I shall release the policeman and the little girl. Agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, I acquiesced. This was not born of a lack of fear of death, but rather the realization that, given my circumstances, bargaining with him was futile. Rather than face inevitable demise, I preferred to ensure Uncle Joe and Nini's safety before my own end. He laughed once more, and suddenly, his voice struck a chord of familiarity within me. In that moment of bewilderment, he swiftly approached and grasped my neck, laughing maniacally as he exclaimed, I never imagined you to be such an easy fool to deceive. Has no one ever informed you that a soul's greatest fear lies in having its neck seized? In that instant, my complexion drained of color. It dawned on me that his earlier words had been nothing but deceit. I endeavored frantically to extricate myself from his grasp, yet discovered that all my efforts were in vain. Subsequently, I perceived him to be muttering incantations, while a searing, acute pain assailed my neck. This sensation persisted for approximately a minute, after which he cast me to the ground. At that moment, I felt a tightening around my waist, followed by an enveloping darkness. Just as my consciousness was about to fade, I seemed to hear Linger's voice. Upon awakening, I found myself still recumbent in bed, but Chu Ming was nowhere to be seen. The candles in the room flickered gently, and the door stood ajar. My body was drenched in perspiration, and I could still feel a lingering, needle-like pain in my neck. With considerable effort, I rose from the bed and noticed that the shoes were still inverted. I reached out, stowed the shoes in my backpack, donned the athletic shoes nearby, and exited the room. The grand hall beyond was shrouded in complete darkness, devoid of any illumination. Where is everyone? Chu Ming? Xiaoyang? I called out twice, but received no response. Chapter 80. A twist of fate. Where on earth have they all gone? That damned Chu Ming promised to inform me about the next steps. What kind of farce is this? A wave of pain surged through my neck, compelling me to grasp it with my hand. The darkness outside obscured everything, and as I reached for my phone to call them, I realized it had mysteriously vanished. In a flurry, I turned back inside to retrieve a candelabrum for illumination, only to discover that the candlelight behind me had extinguished without my notice. My vision was instantly engulfed in darkness, and I couldn't help but curse silently in my mind as I groped my way outside. I walked cautiously until I approached the entrance of the hall, where faint moonlight and the sound of vehicles began to permeate the gloom, revealing the light from the guardhouse. With a sigh of relief, I hastened towards the main entrance, only to find the guardhouse empty. Had the guard taken a break? Tentatively, I pushed the door of the guardhouse, which swung open. A jolt of alarm coursed through me as I stepped inside, only to be met by a nauseating stench of blood. This was my immediate thought. I scanned the surroundings and spotted the guard, bloodied and lying motionless beneath the desk by the window. A tremor gripped my heart. Who could have done this? I dared not approach him, instead reaching for the telephone on the desk to call Xiaoyang. The phone rang twice before being answered, and I inquired about Xiaoyang's whereabouts. Her voice seemed somewhat off, tinged with a hint of sorrow. I paused momentarily, inquiring what was amiss. Through her choked sobs, she revealed that Chief Zhou had passed away. At that moment, my mind buzzed with disbelief, rendering me momentarily oblivious to her earlier mention of the gatekeeper. Dead. This was inconceivable. How could Uncle Zhou be gone? The sound of Xiaoyang calling my name broke through the haze, and tears began to flow uncontrollably as I recalled the moments spent with Uncle Zhou. He had offered me care akin to that of a teacher or an elder, yet now he was no more. My throat constricted, rendering me speechless. As I suppressed my sorrow and relayed the situation at the police station to Xiaoyang before ending the call. Sitting beside the gatekeeper, I grasped my hair tightly, grappling with the bewilderment of it all. Why was this happening? Had we truly met with defeat? A deep ache settled in my heart, making it difficult to stand upright. Why did I feel so powerless? What purpose did it serve for me to continue in this role? I felt on the verge of collapse. Indeed, it was only upon learning of Uncle Zhou's demise that I recognized how death had always lurked so closely, ever present in my vicinity. Could it be that I am indeed an ill-fated individual? With this thought, I was suddenly reminded of the fortune-telling old man taken away by the psychiatric hospital. He had foretold of calamity in my path, which later manifested in the drowning incident. But why had no one warned me? Why did death always seem to shadow my existence? As I bent over, entangled in my thoughts, a faint sigh reached my ears. The Jia-yin does not suffer from the Gongshun, and the Yi-Mao is free from the Xinu. This is the essence of the wood maiden and the metal husband, the divine transformation of the left and right. Wood governs the soul, while metal presides over the corporeal spirit. When these two are in discord, harmony is unattainable. If metal can unite, then the divine transformation will manifest without hindrance. Qi Tai Sui. If you do not take action now, when will you? The moment I heard that voice, my emotions transitioned from resentment to distaste, and then from distaste to astonishment, leaving me somewhat taken aback. Ming? Qi Tai Sui. What on earth is happening? Immediately, I heard Qi Tai Sui's nonchalant laughter. A mere southern barbarian has you in such a state. Chu Sanming. Have you read those books only to have them rot in your mind? After this remark, a sharp sound pierced the air, followed by a cold snort. What are you really up to? Do you genuinely wish to oppose the Miao clan? I instantly recognized that voice. It could only belong to that devil who employs cursed needles. What is going on? I widened my eyes and scanned my surroundings. Yet I could only hear the voices without seeing anyone. Then, the voice of Chu Ming reached me. Foolish boy, your six senses have been sealed by this fellow's cursed insects. Do not move. If I loosen my grip, the insects will burrow into your brain. His words struck me like a wake-up call, compelling me to remain still. I inquired about the situation, but he urged me not to ask, insisting that he would first help me rid myself of the cursed insects. Xiaoyang, go check if Lao Zhou and Zhou and I are inside. Be cautious. A somewhat panicked voice emerged from Xiaoyang. All right. Uncle Zhou? Zhou and I? But hasn't Uncle Zhou already passed away? What has become of the murderer wielding the ghostly needle and Qi Tai Sui? Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired of Chu Ming, who had been occupied nearby. What on earth is happening? Didn't Uncle Zhou already die? Chu Ming, seemingly exasperated, replied, You truly appear to be quite confused. Your six senses have been sealed. Everything you previously witnessed and heard was merely an illusion. Illusion? In that moment, I felt as if my heart had suddenly come to life. So it was an illusion? Uncle Zhou was not dead. With a sudden, mournful wail, my vision instantly returned to normal. Before me was Chu Ming's fair, handsome face, which bore a hint of concern as he asked how I was faring. I nodded, affirming that I was all right. He responded with an "oh," and retrieved an egg from his pocket, placing it before me. For reasons unknown, the sight of that egg seemed to waft its aroma towards me, a scent so enticing that it nearly made my mouth water. With a sharp crack, he threw the egg to the ground. I hastily crouched down, somewhat irked, and questioned him, what was that for? He stared at me intently and asked, and now? Gazing at the egg splattered all over the ground, I suddenly felt as though something was crawling out from my stomach, ears, and nostrils. The sensation was particularly intense, and at last I could no longer restrain myself and collapsed on the ground, retching violently while the contents from my nostrils were expelled in a series of forceful sneezes. Suddenly, a multitude of densely clustered, milky white maggots appeared on the ground, writhing desperately within the egg whites. How could this happen? I instinctively scratched at my ear, only to find my hand coated in something soft. Bringing it closer to my eyes, I was horrified to see it covered in tiny, dark insects, sending chills down my spine and raising goosebumps all over my body. Meanwhile, the anguished cries, not far away, finally ceased. Chu Ming pulled a fragrant bottle from his pocket and sprayed it towards me, causing the sluggish maggots on me to scatter in a frenzy. Overcome with disgust, I collapsed to the ground and retched for a while. Chu Ming patted my shoulder and remarked that I had such little courage. He truly could not understand why I was chosen for this grim task. I swatted his hand away in irritation and angrily demanded to know where he had been all this time, merely watching as that wretched creature tormented me. Just then, with a dull thud, something Chapter 81. The secrets buried in the coffin. I stared at him, my eyes wide open, seemingly still bewildered by the situation. I watched as Chi-Tai Sui gasped for breath, wiped the dark stubble from his face, and indignantly addressed us. Chu Sanming, we're even now. In the future, don't bother me again. After uttering these words, he shook his head at me in exasperation, saying, have you always been this impulsive? I can't fathom what Ling Er sees in you. You're not as handsome as I am, and your abilities are even less impressive. Alas, after expressing his grievances, he turned away, swaying slightly as he departed from our sight. I was utterly dumbfounded, genuinely a loss for words, gazing at the figure sprawled on the ground, glaring fiercely at us. I couldn't help but wonder if he was indeed the perpetrator of the ghostly needle case. Wasn't he a forensic expert sent by the provincial government? How could he possibly be the murderer? I regarded the man in a white lab coat, sporting glasses, with disbelief, suddenly realizing that many thoughts had abruptly aligned. No wonder I had always found his silhouette so familiar. Yet, that couldn't be right, could it? He wasn't the bespectacled man I had encountered at the bus station. Was he? How could this be? His previously gentle demeanor had vanished, replaced by a countenance filled with rage as he warned us, you'd best let me go. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Chu Ming scoffed and retorted, Lu Ming, do you think you're the fool, or am I? Release you? Await your vengeance? You and that scoundrel with the dark stubble, if you have the guts. Let us battle it out openly. Are you brave enough? With a light chuckle, Chu Ming shook his head and remarked, it seems you are indeed the fool. Just brace yourself for the consequences. Originally, he was called Lu Ming. He is the one responsible for the demise of that girl, the death of Uncle Yang, the passing of Li Feng, and even the tragic fate of Annie. The more I pondered, the more my anger swelled, my fists clenched tightly, yearning to unleash a barrage of blows upon him. Just as I resolved to restrain myself, a voice, shouting for Xiaoyang, echoed from a nearby dilapidated house, sending a chill down my spine. Alarmed, I dashed towards the derelict structure. Yet, upon entering, I was met with a scene that sent terror coursing through my veins. Uncle Zhou, with a grotesque expression, had his hands firmly around Xiao Yang's neck, pressing her mercilessly to the ground. My scalp prickled with dread as I rushed forward without a moment's hesitation to grasp Uncle Zhou's arm, only to be utterly unprepared for the immense strength he possessed. He flung me aside with ease. Suddenly, a figure burst through the door, none other than Song Beichen. With a determined stomp, he lunged at Uncle Zhou, toppling him to the floor. Moments later, a throng of individuals, including special police and armed forces, as well as many familiar faces, surged in, collectively restraining Uncle Zhou. I hurried over to assist Xiao Yang, asking if she was all right. Gasping for breath, interspersed with violent coughs, it took her some time to regain her composure. With wide eyes, she turned to the now-bound Uncle Zhou and whispered in fear, is he? I shook my head, assuring her, Uncle Zhou should be fine. He may have fallen victim to that man's schemes. At that moment, Oldwin cleared his throat and interjected, "Shouchen, you two needn't linger here. Quickly help Xiao Liang outside. We have things handled." I glanced at Old Man One, nodded, and was about to assist Xiao Liang when I noticed her face had flushed. She brushed my hand away, insisting she was fine, and then stood up on her own. I couldn't help but smile ruefully. At that moment, Chu Ming entered, observing us before casting a glance at Uncle Zhou. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "Surely, he hasn't fallen victim to a ghostly needle, has he?" I nodded in agreement, suggesting it's quite possible. "Since you know Chi Tai Sui, why not ask him to come and take a look at Uncle Zhou?" Chu Ming smiled knowingly, replying, "I am well aware of that fellow's temperament. At this hour, he is likely nowhere to be found. How about this, Old Man One? Let's first get the individuals to the hospital. It seems that young lady is not in good condition either." Old Man One nodded in assent and promptly arranged for Uncle Zhou and I to be carried out. As I watched Uncle Zhou struggle on the stretcher, I finally felt a sense of relief. Yet, I wondered whether Uncle Zhou was aware of Auntie's situation. This thought rekindled my unease. Chu Ming seemed to perceive my apprehension. He patted my shoulder and reassured me, "Where there's a will, there's a way. We shall take it one step at a time." I nodded in acknowledgement and followed Old Man One and the others out of the dilapidated house, while Song Bei-chin and Captain Sun remained behind to investigate the scene. Outside, a dozen armed special police and armed forces had encircled forensic expert Lu Ming. Upon seeing Chu Ming emerge, Captain Liu of the criminal investigation team hurriedly inquired, "Chu Ku, how shall we deal with this fellow?" Chu Ming smiled and replied, "Handle him as you wish. He can no longer pose a threat." Forensic expert Lu Ming maintained a cold smile as he regarded us, and if looks could kill, I believe we would have already succumbed to his glare. Subsequently, a CT scan revealed the presence of a ghostly needle within Uncle Zhou's body. The following morning, Chi Tai Sui came to address the matter and subsequently departed. It was only after a subsequent special inquiry that many of my perplexities were elucidated. The individual named Lu Ming was, in fact, not a forensic expert from the medical team. The genuine forensic pathologist Lu Ming had long since been murdered by him. Later, behind that dilapidated shack, a skinned corpse was discovered, and DNA testing confirmed it to be Lu Ming's remains. His true name was Yiqing, an authentic member of the Miao ethnic group. He possessed an exceptionally delicate visage, reminiscent of a mixed heritage, and was a student at an art school, where he was the boyfriend of the deceased woman. During a subsequent rectification campaign, Li Feng, sent to promote a harmonious campus, encountered her and was struck by her beauty. Under the bombardment of Li Feng's flattery, the girl succumbed to temptation. Coincidentally, Yiqing witnessed them together as they headed to a hotel outside the school, and that night, he was overwhelmed with despair. The next day, still clinging to hope, he approached the girl, only to be met with ridicule and scorn. In a fit of rage, he took her life. That was his first act of murder. To conceal the cause of her demise, he enlisted the aid of fellow Miao individuals to return secretly to his hometown, where he procured the forbidden Qinhun Gu, a cursed obi. Moreover, there's another aspect he failed to elucidate, how he evaded the surveillance cameras within the police station. I believe it would be nearly impossible for anyone unfamiliar with the terrain to accomplish such a feat regarding these 2 points. He merely smirked and remarked that he intended to take this secret to his grave. As for the subsequent events, I am not entirely certain, for the school year had commenced by that time, and I was under the impression that the matter had concluded. However, the events that unfolded later revealed to me that this was merely the beginning. Chapter 82. Su Fengyin, due to his aunt's departure, Uncle Zhou had become despondent and, after applying for a transfer, left this place that had brought him so much sorrow. On the day of his departure, I rose early, wishing to bid him farewell, but he called to inform me that it was unnecessary, assuring me that he would visit when time permitted. That encounter marked our final meeting to date. To my surprise, Chu Ming had been reassigned to the city bureau, taking over Uncle Zhou's position as the head of the criminal investigation department. Despite having solved such a significant case, he seemed to have received no promotion and remained at the same official rank. After returning home, I visited my house with Xiao Yang, and it appeared that Chu Ming was particularly intrigued by my father. Upon arriving, he ventured alone to the old house in the back. which sent a chill down my spine. Could he possibly have taken a liking to my elderly father? My mother was quite fond of Xiaoyang, and I understood her intentions. I am no fool, yet her preferences do not dictate my own. Nevertheless, our relationship was amicable, especially with Chu Ming. Upon learning about the unfortunate incident involving the deceased Mr. Zhang during my time at school, he made a point to call the school on the very first day of the new term. I am uncertain of the nature of their conversation, as he refused to divulge any details to me, but I surmise he must have requested the school to take good care of me. On the first day of school, I shouldered the luggage my mother had meticulously packed for me and walked to the roadside outside the village, where I boarded a bus bound for the city. The driver was not the bald man. He appeared quite amiable and was rather talkative. During our conversation, I learned that the bald man had passed away over half a month ago, succumbing to an illness that the hospital could not precisely identify. Due to his numerous misdeeds and poor conduct throughout his life, no one attended his funeral, and he was taken away by the crematorium's vehicle. The driver couldn't help but reflect on the transient nature of life, remarking that a lifetime is but a fleeting moment. I felt a twinge of melancholy. While one might wish for such a person to meet an early demise, the reality of death inevitably evokes a sense of lament for the unpredictability of existence. Upon arriving at the school gates, the sun shone brightly, illuminating the vibrant scene of the campus adorned with colorful balloons. Young women clad in various hues strolled through the grounds, exuding an invigorating aura of youth. Students from the student council had arranged a long row of tables and chairs at the entrance, welcoming newcomers to the institution. In the distance, couples meandered through a small grove, entwined in each other's embrace. Suddenly, a familiar voice caught my attention. Chen Xiaoyan? She was quietly seated on a bench, lost in thought, accompanied by a boy in a black jacket who seemed to be keeping her company. She appeared considerably thinner than when I first met her. It seemed that the loss of Uncle Qian had profoundly affected her, which is only natural. I was present at the scene during the incident, yet I must forever conceal the truth within my heart. As Chu Ming poignantly stated, when the soul departs, it shall never choose the affections of this world. Severing the ties of emotions, it transforms into a solitary star. With my luggage in tow, I slowly arrived at the front of the dormitory building. Both new and old classmates seemed to be bustling about, and the sounds of laughter and the clattering of keyboards intermittently emanated from within the dorms. Upon reaching the 7th floor, I found the iron door firmly locked, adorned with a notice, while the corridor inside appeared to be sprinkled with paper offerings. What was the meaning of this? A ritual to exorcise spirits? I furrowed my brow, intending to inquire further when I fortuitously encountered a member of the student council's disciplinary committee, someone named Shen Yang, who was approaching with a seal. "Excuse me," I called out. "Why is the dormitory locked?" He shot me a disdainful glance, raised his hand to affix the seal to the iron door, and replied, "It's sealed off. There was an incident at the school over the summer. Someone died. Who would dare to live here now? Surely, you've seen the notice posted downstairs?" I shrugged and explained that I had just arrived from home. He grimaced and said, "If you're looking to stay on this floor, you should go to dormitory H over there to find the dorm supervisor. All the residents from the 7th floor have moved over there, and their belongings have been cleared out. You'll need to head there yourself." I nodded in acknowledgement, thanked him, and hurriedly descended the stairs. The September weather had finally shed the oppressive heat of summer, yet the term autumn tiger was not without merit. My luggage was already quite burdensome, and with the additional trek to the North Campus's dormitory H, I felt utterly exhausted, nearly collapsing by the time I reached the base of dormitory H, where I sat panting on the edge of a flower bed, my clothes drenched with sweat. As I had scarcely taken a few steps, I suddenly heard someone calling my name from behind. Approaching me with a smile, the person pointed at the enormous denim backpack beside me and remarked, "Ah, Chun, you truly have a knack for complicating things. Why not just buy a wheeled suitcase?" The speaker was one of my former roommates, Su Fingyan. True to his name, he possessed an exceptionally delicate visage, adorned with bangs and long hair. Were it not for the absence of certain distinctly feminine attributes, one might easily mistake him for a young lady, even in silence. I shook my head and replied, "Xiaoyan, keep your distance. Haven't you noticed that fellow with the little mustache glaring at me from afar? Your new buddy?" Initially, I intended merely to jest, but to my surprise, His face paled at my words. He quickly turned to shoot a glare at the mustached individual, who, upon noticing, hastily lowered his head while smoking. I then hoisted my luggage onto my shoulder, stood upright, and inquired about the location of his new dormitory. Chapter 83. Another death. Su Fingyan was my former dormitory mate. Although we were not in the same department, our rapport was amicable. He used to share a close friendship with Da Peng, who affectionately called him a Feng. This moniker, coupled with his delicate features, lent him an almost effeminate charm. In the new dormitory 819, accompanied by Su Fingyan, I retrieved my belongings and dormitory key from the dormitory supervisor. As we ascended the stairs, I inquired if he was aware of Da Peng's situation. His expression turned somber as he replied that he was indeed aware. We had frequently frequented the Butterfly Love Bar together, and during the summer break, feeling listless at home, I had wished to invite him out. To my dismay, when I called his house, I learned of the tragic news. Curiously, he then asked if I was still at school at that time. I confirmed that I was, recalling how I had inadvertently caught Da Peng and his girlfriend in a compromising situation in the dormitory prior to the incident. He sighed, lamenting that such unfortunate events were something no one wished to endure. I was intrigued by the extent of his psychological turmoil, but I was momentarily taken aback by the abruptness of his thoughts. As we continued our conversation, we reached the 8th floor. It is often said that engaging in conversation while walking alleviates fatigue. Had the person who uttered those words been beside me, I would have surely rebuked him. I was utterly exhausted. Before we even reached the door to the new dormitory, the sounds of raucous laughter and hushed discussions emanated from within. I cast a glance at a Feng, who playfully gestured for silence, then unceremoniously piled my bedding onto my shoulder before forcefully kicking the door open. In a corner, 7 or 8 bare-chested men were gathered around a desktop computer, their eyes wide with excitement as they watched the passionate struggle between the protagonists on the screen. Upon recognizing me and Afeng, they nearly rushed over in a frenzy. I was truly innocent in this matter. I had no idea what they were watching. However, we all knew each other, and it was merely a playful commotion that lasted until noon, when everyone returned to their dormitories. The owner of the computer, a former roommate of mine named Wang Tianhao, nicknamed Mouse, was a somewhat lecherous, diminutive fellow. His appearance seemed to embody the saying that one's looks reflect their inner self. Despite this, he was the son of a wealthy family, hailing from Huainan, seemingly involved in mining contracts, though the specifics eluded me. In any case, he spent money lavishly and often skipped classes to indulge in leisure activities, the nature of which remained a mystery to us. However, during one drunken night of revelry, he let slip that his pursuits were rather perverse. Moreover, we harbored a certain disdain for his choice of major. He had audaciously opted for gynecology. Nevertheless, Mouse treated us well. Like Afeng, he had previously been close to Da Peng. After all, individuals like me, coming from rural backgrounds, found it challenging to connect with them. I understood their intentions were considerate, as leisure invariably incurs expenses. I had never minded this reality. Life is inherently pragmatic, and I seldom had time for recreation, with most of my free hours dedicated to working at the school's restaurant and fast food outlets in the city center. After making my bed and neatly storing my luggage in the cabinet, I accompanied the two of them to a relatively upscale restaurant on campus, garden within a garden. I was not overly polite, as it was a place that Heisey had previously taken us to, thus I was somewhat familiar with it. On the way there, Heisey's eyes, sharp and mischievous, frequently roamed over the passing girls, both familiar and unfamiliar, and he would whistle lewdly at any attractive ones. At that moment, both Feng and I regretted our decision to accompany him. Heisey, acting like a ruffian, ordered an extravagant array of dishes for the three of us. As we drank and conversed, the topic eventually shifted to Da Peng. I was privy to the truth of the matter, yet I chose not to divulge any details, for some knowledge is best left unspoken. During the meal, we imbibed copiously. Upon exiting, Heisey received a phone call and mysteriously stepped away. Feng and I leaned on each other as we headed back to the dormitory. As we passed by Building B, the girls' dormitory, I suddenly noticed a fashionably dressed figure emerging from the building. At first, I paid little attention, but Feng nudged me and exclaimed, "Chungu, look at how that girl is dressed. It's incredibly provocative." Only then did I take a closer look, and my heart tightened in disbelief. How could it be her? Yin Xiaoyan? In my memory, she was a lively and innocent girl. Such attire seemed entirely unbefitting of her. However, having indulged in a bit too much drink, I refrained from questioning Afeng and simply watched as she exited the campus and entered a car. Upon returning to the dormitory, I found that Mouse had yet to arrive. Afeng had indulged a bit too much and had already succumbed to sleep on her bed. As for me, slumber eluded my grasp. I contemplated calling her, yet hesitated for quite some time, ultimately refraining from pressing the button. After all, it seemed we had only met once before. With that thought, I relinquished my desire to inquire about her thoughts and drifted off to sleep. When I next awoke, the sky had darkened and the lights in the dormitory remained unlit. To my dismay, I discovered that I had slept awkwardly, resulting in a painful neck. I called out for Afeng, hoping she would turn on the lights, but my pleas were met with silence. Rubbing my neck, I rose to illuminate the room, only to realize I was alone in the dormitory. Glancing at the time, I surmised she must have gone out for a meal. Just as I was about to wash my face, my phone rang. It was Xiao Liang inquiring about my activities. I replied that I had just awakened from sleep. She teased that I must have been engaging in some illicit rendezvous. For how else could I still be asleep during the day? I felt unjustly accused and clarified that I had been drinking with my roommate at noon. Her skepticism lingered, and I asked her what she was up to and about Chu Ming. She sighed and mentioned that she had just received a case as her shift was ending. I expressed my curiosity and inquired about the nature of the case, to which she grimly replied that there had been another death. Chapter 84. Exploring injuries, I uttered a sound of acknowledgement, feeling no surprise at all. The fact that she, a member of the Criminal Investigation Department, was dispatched to the scene indicated that it was no ordinary public security matter. Moreover, in a city boasting a population exceeding 1 million, the absence of fatalities would be the true anomaly. Her subsequent statement finally illuminated her reason for calling me. She conveyed that Chu Ming had requested my presence. Since the conclusion of the Ghost Needle case, the Municipal Bureau had been devoid of a forensic expert, and upon hearing of the demise of forensic Dr. Yang, no one was willing to join our department. The director had been exceedingly vexed over this situation, fearing that a homicide might occur, and lo and behold, it had indeed happened. I retorted, somewhat irked, are they really resorting to using my meager labor once again? What about Uncle Yang's former assistant? Hasn't he returned from his extended leave yet? Xiao Yang, displaying a hint of exasperation, replied that he had been taken away by Chief Chu. I inquired why. She explained that Chief Chu had stated that those who falter at critical moments might very well repeat the offense in the future, and thus, it would be more prudent to rely on Shouchen. At that moment, I was nearly taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief that this fellow had indeed entangled me in his affairs. I resolved to discuss my treatment with him thoroughly during this visit. Although I voiced such sentiments, I felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. As for students like us, gaining practical experience would prove invaluable for our future careers. She instructed me to wait for her at the entrance of the school, as she would drive over to pick me up. I remarked that this was splendid, as it saved me the fare, to which she teased me for being a miser before hanging up the phone. I set aside my phone and hastily donned a counterfeit pair of Adidas shoes, splashed my face with water, and stepped out of the school gate. The area beyond the gate was bustling with activity, offering a myriad of food and entertainment options. The small inns lining either side of the street appeared to be fully booked, their doors adorned with no vacancy signs. I purchased 2 pieces of flatbread from a stall and ate while waiting for Xiao Yang's arrival. After approximately 20 minutes, I spotted a Passat police car approaching, which came to a stop right in front of the flatbread stall. The vendor, startled, hurried to pack up his stall. I reassured him with a smile that there was no need for concern, as it was merely my ride. I opened the passenger door and, amidst many curious gazes, climbed into the police vehicle. With a throng of envious onlookers, I engaged in a casual conversation with the policewoman about the case at hand. Half an hour later, we arrived at the bustling center of the city, in front of a place called Hongjia. As soon as we halted, Xiao Yang's phone rang, seemingly from Chu Ming, inquiring about our whereabouts. Xiao Yang replied that we were downstairs before hanging up. She led me to a KTV establishment named Tonight at 8, where 2 police cars were parked outside. The interior was desolate, evidently due to a recent incident. The manager, dressed in slacks and a shirt, descended from the upper floor with a weary expression, and upon seeing Xiao-Liang and me, he let out a heavy sigh before heading to the front desk. We ascended the stairs and discovered that about 10 individuals from the department had arrived. Captain Liu was engaged in conversation with a pale-faced waitress, and upon noticing our presence, he greeted us. Subsequently, we approached the restroom at the end of the corridor, where a cordon had already been established outside. 2 young police officers from our team stood guard, and upon noticing our arrival, greeted us, informing us that Chu Ku was inside conducting an investigation. Xiao Yang nodded to them and led me into the women's restroom. It was likely my first time entering such a space, and I felt somewhat awkward. As soon as we stepped inside, a strong metallic scent of blood assailed my senses, indicative of a traumatic injury. Chu Ming was inside, crouched on the floor alongside criminal investigators, and upon seeing me, he offered a faint smile, remarking that I seemed to be growing increasingly self-important. "Hurry up, Xiaofeng. Bring the equipment for Shouchen," he instructed. A young criminal investigator complied, handing me a black suitcase. Upon opening it, I found it contained a lab coat, rubber gloves, and initial examination tools. After donning the coat and gloves, I approached the lifeless body of a middle-aged man sprawled on the floor. He appeared to be in his 30s, and I frowned slightly as I observed the pronounced injuries on his chest, blood pooling around him. However, what struck me as peculiar was the expression on his face. Typically, one who suffers such injuries would exhibit signs of agony, yet his lips curled into what seemed like a smile. To call it a smile felt somewhat inaccurate, as it appeared rather unnatural, resembling the expression of someone who, in the throes of enjoyment, had been suddenly struck down. Noticing my hesitation, Chu Ming inquired about my silence. I shook my head and replied that there was nothing amiss. Then I crouched down and used a sharp knife to cut open the blood-soaked clothing. Once the fabric was severed, I uncovered a gaping wound measuring 5 centimeters in diameter, from which blood began to seep when I pressed it with my finger. "What could have caused such an injury?" inquired Chu Ming and the others as they knelt beside me. I retrieved a pair of tweezers and examined the surrounding skin tissue, discovering that the skin at the site of the wound was inverted. Thus, I concluded that the injury was likely inflicted by a blunt object. After placing the tweezers aside, I commenced the process of osteological examination, a technique I was employing for the first time. It had been taught to me by an elderly professor, a distant ancestor who had once served as a forensic examiner during my school days. While my peers deemed it archaic, I found it rather intriguing and sought him out specifically to learn. Consequently, this method is rarely utilized by contemporary forensic experts, which is why even Chu Ming was taken aback by my approach, though he did not interrupt my train of thought. Furrowing my brow, I removed the shoes from the corpse's feet. Starting from the soles, I noted that they were soft and smooth, with no prominent bones, a clear indication of no issues. I continued up the legs. The calves were rigid with no discernible protrusions, suggesting no abnormalities. The thighs were taut and elastic. Any deviation from the norm indicates the presence of an obscure cause. Thus, after my examination, when Chu Ming and the others inquired, I shook my head and stated that I initially concluded it resulted from a blunt instrument. However, there remained certain ambiguities that necessitated further investigation at the Bureau. He nodded in agreement, suggesting we should return, and then instructed the others to carry the body back. As we descended the stairs, he leaned closer and whispered that upon my entry, he had sensed the odor of death. Chapter 85. Zombie's Corpse Chi? She appeared to struggle with the concept of corpse chi just as before. I quietly offered an analogy, referring to the undead. Her expression abruptly shifted, and she questioned whether I was jesting. I replied that certainty eluded us for the moment. A meticulous examination of the cadaver would be required to reach a conclusion. She shook her head in disbelief, exclaiming that this was rather far-fetched. I remained silent, for she had never witnessed a corpse that could move, and her familiarity with the term zombie was likely limited to films featuring Lin Zhengying, which, after all, were mere entertainment. Upon returning to the precinct, Chu Ming delegated other matters to Captain Liu and accompanied me to the specialized examination room in the basement. Xiao Yang, driven by curiosity, trailed behind us. Once I had prepared the necessary preliminary work, I commenced to cut open the clothing of the male corpse that lay on the autopsy table. The blood around the wounds had darkened to a deep black hue, and an unsettling feeling began to creep over me. As I rinsed the wounds with clean water, a gasp escaped my lips. Chu Ming, standing beside me, spoke in a low voice, suggesting we extract a sample for analysis. Xiaoyang leaned in, puzzled, and inquired why the wounds appeared so dark. I refrained from answering her, carefully using a cotton swab to collect a sample, then swiftly moved to the microscope. As I peered through the L, these words were uttered by Xiaoyang. Her audacity stemmed from a lack of understanding. Chu Ming's expression, however, was frighteningly somber, as if he were lost in thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke, examined the wound again. Open his chest, but be careful. I nodded, wiped the sweat from my brow, changed into a fresh pair of gloves, and returned to the autopsy table. I picked up the scalpel and made an incision along the already blackened wound. As the blade pierced the flesh, I gasped. The cut hadn't gone all the way through. I glanced at Chu Ming, who put on his gloves and stepped forward. He examined the deceased's eyelids and then picked up the deceased's hand. Aside from the blackened fingertips, there were no other anomalies. Chu Ming still seemed unable to make a definitive judgment. He merely suggested a resemblance, but admitted uncertainty, adding, "We'll have to open his chest." I nodded in agreement, took a deep breath, and once again plunged the blade into the flesh. The scalpel, though incredibly sharp, required considerable force to cut through. Fortunately, the incision was eventually completed, but the blood that flowed out was a deep, dark color. It took about 10 minutes to fully open the deceased's chest. By then, I was exhausted, sweat blurring my vision, and I was panting heavily. Xiaoyang handed me a tissue to wipe away the sweat. As my vision cleared, I heard Chu Ming's chilling voice. No need to look any further. It was done by a jiangshi. A chill ran down my spine. Looking at the opened chest cavity, I noticed that the deceased's heart had shriveled into a mass, and the wound bore the marks of fingertips piercing through. I instinctively took a step back from the corpse, and Chu Ming patted my shoulder, urging me to remain calm. He then instructed someone to bring 4 pairs of handcuffs, securing the corpse's limbs to the steel frame beneath the autopsy table. Turning to us, he advised that we should keep this matter discreet, as he needed to make a call to inquire about a few things regarding Oldwin. After saying this, he stepped aside to make the call. I fixated intently on the handcuffed body, wondering if it could possibly turn into a zombie. Suddenly, Xiaoyang startled me by tapping me from behind, causing me to jump in fright and turn to her with a face full of terror. She looked at me with irritation and asked when I had become so timid. Taking a deep breath, I replied, "If he really were to transform into a zombie, can you imagine our fate?" Xiaoyang's expression immediately darkened, as if she too had grasped the implication. After Chu Ming concluded his phone call, his demeanor appeared slightly more relaxed, though I could not discern what Old One had conveyed to him. He sheepishly informed us that he had consulted Old One, and it seemed he had been overthinking the situation. Both Xiaoyang and I inquired about the meaning behind his words. Consequently, he relayed Old One's message, which indicated that the disturbance was likely caused by zombies. He recounted a similar incident he had managed in Sichuan, explaining that based on the circumstances I had described, the molecular composition of the corpse's toxin would merely disrupt the immune system rather than induce a transformation. Nevertheless, he advised us to observe the situation closely, assuring us that he would fly over tomorrow. Xiaoyang and I both exhaled in relief upon hearing this. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to me, I harbored a lingering sense that the situation was not as uncomplicated as Chu Ming suggested. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. EG check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 86. The real estate developer, whether it was a psychological effect or the lingering shadow of the ghostly incident. I found myself engulfed in an eerie atmosphere as I traversed the corridor. A bitter smile crept upon my lips. At this rate, could I still pursue a career as a forensic expert? Upon reaching the lobby on the first floor, I noticed that the outside world had succumbed to darkness, and the clock indicated it was nearly 11 o'clock. Turning the corner into the criminal investigation team's office, I found team leader Lu and several detectives gathered around a computer. Upon seeing us, they collectively exclaimed, "Chu Ku." Chu Ming and the others nodded in acknowledgement, inquiring whether we had cross-referenced the statements from the KTV manager and the waitress. Team leader Lu nodded affirmatively, gesturing towards the screen, indicating this should be her. As we approached the screen, the others began to yield their positions for us. However, when I caught sight of the slender figure displayed, I was immediately taken aback and instinctively shook my head, insisting that it was impossible. There must be a mistake. All eyes swiftly turned towards me. Swallowing hard, I responded, "I know her. She is a student from our school, named Yin Shaoyan." Indeed, the suspect identified on the screen was none other than Yin Shaoyan, the daughter of the benevolent driver, Uncle Qian, whom I had encountered previously at Bagong Mountain. "This must be a misunderstanding," I promptly asserted. "I saw her this afternoon. She appeared perfectly normal." Chu Ming, visibly puzzled, inquired, "Are you quite familiar with her?" Xiao Yang shot me a glance, questioning, "She isn't your girlfriend from school, is she?" I hurriedly shook my head and recounted the circumstances of my acquaintance with Qian Shaoyan. Upon hearing that her hometown is also the village of Xiaoyao Sanlapu, Chu Ming's expression changed, revealing the depths of his thoughts. We then began to replay the video from the beginning. Initially, the scenes were trivial and inconsequential until the 27th minute when Qian Shaoyan appeared, heading towards the restroom, closely followed by the deceased, Yu Daong. At the 31st minute, chaos erupted in the vicinity, prompting the security personnel of the KTV to rush in, and many others began to flee the scene. By the 35th minute, the manager appeared, dialing the police while initiating the evacuation of the crowd. Amidst the throng, Qian Shaoyan reemerged. Although the surveillance footage was not particularly clear, her demeanor seemed peculiar. Lacking the panic exhibited by others, she staggered away with the crowd. As the video concluded, Chu Ming nodded and remarked that it was still inconclusive, yet from the perspective of a seasoned detective, she harbored suspicions. He insisted that we must investigate her. "Lu Cheng," he commanded, "take a team and find her immediately. Bring ample personnel. Be warned, should she dare to resist, eliminate her on the spot." Lu Cheng and the officers present turned pale, seemingly taken aback by Chu Ming's directive. Lu Cheng hesitantly began to voice his concerns. "Chu Ku, is that really?" but was interrupted by Chu Ming, who insisted, "Follow my orders without question. If anything goes awry, I will take full responsibility." Gritting his teeth, Lu Cheng complied and hurriedly departed with several members of his team. I grasped Chu Ming's arm firmly and demanded to know how he could act in such a manner. Chu Ming gazed at me with indifference and remarked that certain matters could not be disclosed so explicitly to Lu Cheng and the others. However, if she truly were that entity, the gravity of the situation should be evident to me. He reassured me that Lu Cheng and the others knew how to proceed. If she were not that entity, there would certainly be no cause for concern. Xiao Liang chimed in, asserting that Lu's team was not foolish and questioned my anxiety, humorously suggesting, "Could it be that she's truly your girlfriend?" I was agitated and chose to disregard her mockery. Shortly thereafter, an individual from the investigative department arrived and informed us that they had contacted the deceased family, who were currently en route from the northeast. Additionally, they had uncovered information regarding Yu Daong's background and presented us with a report. After Chu Ming took the document, the individual departed. According to the report, Yu Daong hailed from Harbin in northeast China and had moved to our city 2 years ago, establishing a real estate business with the support of northeastern connections, amassing a fortune exceeding 10 million. He had numerous mistresses while his wife and children remained in their hometown, and he resided alone in Villa No. 12 of the rich and noble district. A real estate developer? Chu Ming and I exchanged glances, both contemplating the coincidence that he was also a real estate magnate. This inevitably led us to consider Zhao Dingbao from Huangyao village. Chu Ming inquired about my thoughts. I replied that we must have arrived at the same conclusion. He was indeed a prime suspect with a motive. After a moment of reflection, Chu Ming smiled and stated that if he were indeed responsible, the matter would become considerably easier to resolve. He then instructed Xiao Liang to investigate the recent activities of Zhao Dingbao's companies in relation to Yu Daong's real estate firm. Xiao Liang nodded in understanding and busied himself at a nearby computer. Consequently, both Chu Ming and I found ourselves with some spare time. He smiled at me and suggested, "You haven't eaten yet. Shall we go grab a bite across the street? I glanced at Xiao Yang, recalling the situation in the basement, and shook my head, replying, let's just order takeout instead. Chu Ming, perceptive as ever, chuckled knowingly, his smile laced with ambiguity. However, I was too preoccupied to pay heed to his jest, as my mind lingered on the affairs concerning Qian Shaoyan. After all, I felt a twinge of guilt regarding Uncle Qian's demise. Chapter 87. The despicable boyfriend. The delivery arrived swiftly, and as Chu Ming and I dined, we engaged in conversation. It seemed that Xiao Yang had also made some headway. Gazing at the computer screen, he hesitated for a moment before addressing us. Although both were involved in real estate, there had been no business conflicts between them over the past 2 years. Chu Ming nodded, urging him to elaborate. Xiao Yang acknowledged with a sound, clicked the mouse, and turned to the screen, stating, Yudayong's Victory Real Estate operates primarily around the North Gate, while Zhao Dingbao covers both the East and West Gates. Currently, Zhao Dingbao possesses ample land, hence there is no reason for conflict with Yudayong. Chu Ming shook his head, reflecting that this was not necessarily the case. Business people are inherently ambitious. Everyone aspires to dominate the city's development. Moreover, Zhao Dingbao is not known for his benevolence. He would merely maintain a foothold for the sake of constructing a memorial hall. He continued, thus, please call Sun Hu and inquire about the situation in Huangyao village, and simultaneously inform him to employ a professional to deal with Zhao Dingbao. Xiao Yang, understanding the implication, nodded and proceeded to make the call. I, feeling somewhat perplexed, leaned in and asked Chu Ming what he meant by dealing with him. Chu Ming smiled, explaining, by employing a bug and a hidden camera. Realization dawned upon me, and I nodded in understanding. The so-called bug referred to an infrared pinhole camera, a device that most people are unaware of. I had only heard of it during a conversation with Uncle Zhou. Thinking of Uncle Zhou, I couldn't help but sigh quietly, uncertain if he would ever recover from the situation involving Annie. After finishing my phone call with Xiao Yang, Chu Ming and I had already completed our meal. Chu Ming suggested that waiting around was futile and urged me to escort Xiao Yang. However, Xiao Yang shook her head, insisting that it was unnecessary as she could drive herself without any trouble, especially since Xiao Shou was unable to drive. I found Chu Ming's arrangement rather perplexing and quickly nodded in agreement. To my surprise, Chu Ming remarked that he wasn't foolish and could simply book a room near my house. He added, if you two aren't leaving, I shall take my leave. Otherwise, Shouchen, will you spend the night in that special laboratory? Instantly, the image of the bound corpse flashed through my mind, and I hastily shook my head, insisting that I would take her home. But you must reimburse me for the room, as I am merely a poor student who cannot afford to sleep on the streets. I added. Chu Ming nodded slightly, smiling but remaining silent. Subsequently, Xiao Yang and I stepped out, and since police vehicles cannot be driven home privately, we had to wait by the roadside for a taxi. Around midnight, after dropping Xiao Yang off at her apartment complex, I ultimately decided to take a taxi back to the university as thoughts of Xiao Yin-Yang lingered in my mind, evoking a sense of unease. Upon returning to the medical university, the streets were nearly deserted, and the nearby lodgings were completely booked. As I approached the school entrance, I noticed several night owls seemingly gathered around something, prompting me to hurry over. To my astonishment, I saw Lu Cheng and others ushering a terrified Qian Shaoyan into a police car. Without a second thought, I squeezed through the crowd and called out to Lu Cheng and the others to wait. Lu Cheng looked at me with surprise, while Qian Shaoyan, in a state of agitation, cried out for my help. Although I am not particularly acquainted with her, witnessing the pale, emaciated, and fearful expression on her face truly softened my heart. It appeared that the demise of Uncle Qian had profoundly affected her. Lu Cheng, noticing my intervention, felt somewhat embarrassed and coldly remarked, Xiao Wang, do not obstruct our official duties. I approached him and quietly said, Lu Ge, there is something I wish to inquire of her. I would appreciate your assistance. Lu Cheng furrowed his brow, nodded slightly, and replied, you have heard Chu Ke's instructions. Do not take too long. I nodded in gratitude and then took a seat beside Qian Shaoyan. She grasped my arm with some agitation, eager to speak. But I silenced her, looking intently into her eyes as I asked, do not speak just yet. I need to know what you were doing tonight at 8 o'clock. Her complexion abruptly paled, and with a hint of panic in her eyes, she replied, "I was with a friend." My heart sank, and I pressed further, "Which friend?" She responded vaguely, "Just an ordinary friend." An inkling of understanding began to form in my mind, recalling the moment I had seen her, dressed in that outfit, stepping into a Mercedes after having drinks with a phone. I then asked point blank, "Is it you, Daeong?" Her face turned ashen, and she fervently shook her head, insisting, "No, it's not me, really, it's not me. Wang Shouchen, you must believe me." I sighed and asked, "Were you beside him when he died?" She nodded, then shook her head, denying it. At that moment, Lu Chung, who was ahead of us, began to urge us on. In my growing anxiety, I pressed her, demanding to know the truth. In a somewhat incoherent manner, she elucidated that he was a lecherous individual who had designs on her. When she rebuffed his advances and sought to excuse herself, feigning a need to visit the restroom, he unexpectedly followed her. He then brazenly intruded into the lavatory with the intent of forcing himself upon her. She retaliated with a kick, fleeing through the doorway. Subsequently, she heard a piercing cry of agony. Upon venturing out, she discovered him deceased. Panic-stricken, she rushed out to summon assistance, alerting a waitress who, upon witnessing the scene, joined in her cries for help. Soon, a multitude of individuals arrived. She was utterly bewildered. She implored me to believe in her innocence, asserting that she was not the perpetrator of his demise. I sighed and inquired as to why she had accompanied him in the first place and how their acquaintance had originated. At this juncture, she dissolved into tears, which took me by surprise, as she had remained composed until then. Upon divulging the reason, my anger flared intensely. It transpired that her boyfriend had introduced her to him, motivated by a significant debt to loan sharks. The young man I observed accompanying her this morning, Zhou, was her boyfriend, and he was, at that very moment, attempting to persuade her to acquiesce to Yu Daiyong's desires. Chapter 88. Doubts. Ultimately, Qin Shaoyun was taken away by Lu Chung. Upon my descent from the vehicle, my classmates, with their curious gazes, scrutinized me, whispering animatedly about who I was and how impressive I seemed. I paid no heed to their chatter and returned directly to the dormitory. Alphonse had already succumbed to slumber, while the rat was engrossed in an exceedingly violent foreign game, where characters wielded chainsaws to dismember others. Upon noticing my return, he stretched lazily and inquired why I was so late, suggesting I was perhaps working a side job again. I offered him a faint smile and replied, "Sort of." He cast an odd glance my way, asking if I was truly that short on money. With my thoughts preoccupied by the matter of Qin Shaoyun, I wished to avoid further entanglement, so I dismissively stated that my family was impoverished. He did not pursue the subject further and continued with his game, while I took a basin and headed to the restroom for a cold shower. The September night had already grown slightly chilly, a sensation that only one could truly appreciate. Once I had calmed down, I stood before the mirror in the restroom, gazing at my reflection. I could not pinpoint when my complexion had begun to deteriorate, now resembling that of a sickly pallor, with dark circles deepening beneath my eyes. My mind began to replay the events surrounding the case, the images flickering like slides in a projector. Where had it all gone awry? It seemed implausible that Qin Shaoyun could be involved. When I had spoken with her earlier, our hands had brushed inadvertently. Though her skin felt slightly cool, it was evidently a reaction of fear. I could assert with confidence that she was merely an ordinary girl. Certainly not the zombie that had taken the life of Yu Daeong, unless my understanding of zombies diverged significantly from the reality. Gazing at my reflection in the mirror, I reached out to touch my chin, letting out a sigh. I needed to trust Chu Ming. After all, Old One was due to arrive this afternoon, so everything would be fine. Upon returning to the dormitory, I discovered that Mouse was already sprawled out on his bed, which was situated opposite mine. Upon noticing me lying down, he turned his body slightly and whispered, "Skinny, are you really that short on cash?" I felt a surge of irritation, perhaps stemming from my insecurities, as I had always been uncomfortable with such inquiries. Yet, he remained oblivious to my annoyance, much like Depeng had been in the past. Thus, I merely grunted in response, unwilling to engage with him. However, he seemed undeterred by my disinterest and, with a hint of mystery, leaned in closer to whisper, "If you truly want to make some money, I can assist you." I frowned, responding coldly, "No need for that. Are you offering me charity? If you consider me a brother, refrain from saying such things." He paused for a moment, then clarified, "Don't misunderstand. It's not what you think. You see, I have a circle of acquaintances, and someone asked if I could help find an assistant. If you're interested, the pay is negotiable." Curiosity piqued. I had always wondered what his circle entailed, as he had never divulged any details in the past. Unexpectedly, he seemed eager to share this time. So, I seized the opportunity and asked, "Mouse, what exactly does your circle do?" He shot me an exasperated glance and replied, "Let us not get into that just yet. Simply answer if you're willing or not." I hesitated for a moment before saying, "I've been quite busy lately, but if time allows at this." He chuckled sarcastically and said, "If you're unwilling, then so be it. Some people refuse to earn money." With that, he turned away and went to sleep. I contemplated for a moment, then rose to retrieve my Yin-Yang shoes from my bag, placing them upside down before my bed. Soon, I entered a meditative state. In the midst of slumber, the gentle sound of wind chimes reached my ears, jolting me awake. To my astonishment, I found Ling standing at the doorway. Curious, I slipped out of bed and donned my shoes, noticing that both Hausi and Offing were sound asleep. Ling stood at the entrance, holding an umbrella and offering me a faint smile. I quickly donned my coat and approached her, softly inquiring about her unexpected visit. She extended her hand towards me, and I took it, leading her out into the corridor. Not far away, I spotted a classmate leaning against the railing, smoking a cigarette. However, he seemed oblivious to our presence, as Linger's striking appearance would have surely drawn his attention otherwise. Once we exited the dormitory, we strolled to the nearby riverbank, where she finally spoke. "Have you developed feelings for that policewoman?" I was momentarily taken aback by her question. Why would she inquire about that? Could it be true? The thought warmed my heart, prompting me to hastily deny it, asserting that my relationship with her was merely that of ordinary friends. Linger regarded me with a puzzled expression. "Aiken, why does your complexion seem so poor?" I gasped softly, instinctively touching my face, and shook my head, admitting that I was unsure of the cause, as I'd felt this way since returning from home. Upon hearing this, her expression shifted, and she asked, "Did Uncle take you to the old house?" I nodded in mild confusion, affirming her question. She trembled slightly as she held my hand, prompting me to curiously ask what was wrong. Her pale face, much like mine, quickly concealed her emotions as she shook her head and said, "It's nothing, Aiken. I must leave for a while. Please do not return home until I reach out to you. I will explain everything later. Also, do refrain from getting involved with the matter of the Thousand Souls goo. It is far too perilous." With that, she lifted the crimson parasol resting on her back and strolled along the riverbank. After taking just a few steps, she suddenly turned around and offered me a faint smile, saying, "Wait for my return." At that moment, her warning about the Thousand Souls goo echoed in my mind. I merely waved at her symbolically, unaware that the events that followed would lead me to profound regret. After Linger departed, I sat alone by the river, gazing at the couple nestled on the bridge. For some inexplicable reason, I felt that the man's body seemed to tremble erratically, reminiscent of a television struggling with poor reception. At the time, I dismissed it as a mere trick of the light. Contemplating Linger's words, I began to realize that the ghost needle case was not as straightforward as it appeared. Chi Tai Sui had mentioned that the ghost needle was, in fact, the Thousand Souls goo crafted from 1,000 lives by the ancient Xingu tribe. Thus, under a microscope, it would manifest in the shape of a human face. Yet, why would the molecules resembling human faces coalesce into a singular shadow? Furthermore, concerning Lu Ming, the instigator of the ghost needle case, or the two secrets he claimed must be buried with him. This seemed to be the most unfathomable aspect of the ghost needle case, compelling me to question whether those secrets concealed some terrifying truth. The terrifying truth seems to be intricately linked to me. After all, it appears that only in a ghostly form can I be perceived once I enter the state of meditation, much like that incident with Uncle Qian's car accident. It is truly astonishing that a living person could see me, for previously, when at home, I had pressed Linger for answers. Under duress, she revealed that I, in my meditative state, could no longer be considered human, existing instead in a realm between the living and the spirit, a state she termed soul man. Only a living emissary of the underworld could attain such a state. From prior events, It seems Lu Ming possesses some understanding of soul man. Otherwise, I would not have fallen prey to his machinations. This was conveyed to me by Chu Ming after he interrogated Lu Ming. He explained that the moment I entered meditation, I severed our connection inadvertently by snapping the ink thread. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Qi Tai Sui, I might have already fallen victim to Lu Ming's sinister intentions. Thus, when I found myself near Lu Ming, it was indeed a deliberate lure, aimed at extracting my life force. Nevertheless, a lingering suspicion in my heart suggests that the true perpetrator may be someone else entirely. Chapter 89. A Feng's sister regrettably. The ghost needle case has already been closed. To reopen, it would require substantial evidence or for the ghost needle to manifest in our city again, which, at this point, seems utterly implausible. Although the body of the missing investigative team member remains undiscovered, the higher authorities have nonetheless decided to close the case. It is evident, as Linger suggested, that the depths of this matter are quite profound. Lying on the ground, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars, I felt an immense comfort, and my mind began to clear significantly. A myriad of thoughts flooded my consciousness. Memories of my grandfather, my parents, Linger, and Uncle Zhou, so many individuals and events surrounding me. As I pondered, my awareness gradually faded. When I next awakened, it was A Feng who roused me, urging me to join her for breakfast. Since classes had not yet commenced, the mouse remained nestled in bed, deep in slumber. A Feng was reluctant to awaken him, as it had always proven to be a thankless endeavor. In the time I had known him, I had scarcely witnessed him attending class. I once heard Depeng mention that this fellow even paid someone to mark his attendance. After freshening up, I seized the opportunity, while A Feng was momentarily distracted, to stow away the Yin-Yang shoes. Subsequently, we made our way to the school cafeteria, where we indulged in steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and spicy soup, engaging in lively conversation as we ate. She inquired about my activities the previous night. A friend of mine called, seeking my assistance with a matter. He merely acknowledged my response without inquiring further, as in his mind, my companions were merely fast food workers or the girls from KFC. As we conversed, suddenly, Ah Feng stood up. I inquired, somewhat perplexed, about his intentions. He flashed a smile and mentioned that someone was looking for him, then abruptly left me to jog towards the cafeteria entrance. What could possibly be so important that he would abandon me? I glanced toward the door, where a girl donned in a light yellow tracksuit appeared, looking quite agreeable from a distance. They indeed seemed to make a fitting pair. I chuckled softly, shaking my head, and returned to my meal. Yet, scarcely had I taken a couple of bites when a melodious voice reached my ears. "Are you Wang Shouchen?" I slowly lifted my gaze, taken aback to find Ah Feng standing beside her alongside the girl in the yellow tracksuit. To my surprise, she looked even more appealing up close. Her hair was not overly long, yet her features were strikingly delicate, while Ah Feng stood beside her like a defeated rooster. I nodded at her and then turned to Ah Feng, asking, "Is this your girlfriend?" The girl shot him a sideways glance, and Ah Feng, seemingly intimidated, shook his head vigorously, declaring, "No way, she's my sister." I was momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, they did indeed share a resemblance. I quickly rose from my seat, offering a warm smile and greeting her. The girl gazed at me with keen interest for a moment, then leaned closer, her delicate face almost touching mine. Shaking her head, she whispered, "Little brother, you possess a face that suggests a short life." I was momentarily taken aback, pondering her peculiar approach. Recovering, I smiled and replied, "Sister, perhaps you are mistaken. According to fortune tellers, I am destined to live until the ripe age of 88. Her sister, Ah Feng, scoffed lightly and said, "Regardless, I've told you. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you." With that, she turned to leave with Ah Feng. Ah Feng winked at me and quietly urged, "Don't take her seriously. She merely spouts nonsense." I shook my head, finding her rather bewildering, a waste of her exquisite appearance. As I watched their figures gradually recede, I returned to my seat at the table and unceremoniously consumed the remainder of Ah Feng's unfinished breakfast. After exiting the restaurant, I called Chu Ming to inquire about the case and the matter concerning Qian Shaoan. Chu Ming informed me the person was brought back last night and interrogated overnight. There are indeed no issues, and they were sent back early this morning. A wave of relief washed over me, as long as there were no complications. I then inquired about any developments regarding Yu Daiyong's corpse. Chu Ming shook his head, stating that he had just arrived at the bureau, and that location was typically deserted, so he was unaware of any updates. A sense of dread stirred within me, prompting a serious response. Please send someone to check immediately. Old One is expected to arrive by noon. We must avoid any unforeseen incidents. Chu Ming uttered a sound of acknowledgement and called someone over, while the two of us engaged in casual conversation. He ambiguously inquired where I would be spending the night. I replied somewhat irritably that I would be in the dormitory. Of course, he remarked that I was rather dim-witted, failing to appreciate such a splendid opportunity, and praised Xiaoyang, saying what a wonderful girl she was. Just as he finished speaking, we heard Xiao Yang's puzzled voice. Chu Ku, are you complimenting me? Chu Ming, rather mischievous, bluntly responded. Who else could it be? Shouchen, you two are quite a match. However, a sudden exclamation interrupted us. Chu Ku, something's wrong. It was the voice of the individual who had been summoned earlier to examine Yu Daiyong's corpse. My heart tightened. Could my suspicions be correct? Chu Ming inquired coldly about the situation. The person, trembling, replied, Yu Daiyong's body is missing. What? A collective gasp escaped the crowd. How could this be possible? I frowned, realizing my hunch had indeed been accurate. Chu Ming paused, then sternly commanded those around him, return to your seats. He then instructed the trembling individual, Xiaozhang, you go attend to your duties. Turning to Xiaoyang, he said, check the basement surveillance from last night. Finally, he turned to me and said, please wait a moment. After a series of door slams from within, he asked if I had heard everything. I nodded in affirmation. He then inquired about my thoughts on the matter. After a moment's hesitation, I replied, there are two possibilities. Either someone has stolen the body or the body has walked away on its own. Chu Ming agreed, saying indeed, I will first check on Xiaoyang. If you have no other matters to attend to, do come over now. Let us have lunch together. After a moment's contemplation, I replied, that sounds fine. Once I hung up the phone, I chose not to return to the dormitory, but instead strode directly out of the school gate. Upon reaching the entrance, I encountered Qian Xiaoyun and her insufferable boyfriend, Zhou Ning, who appeared to be harassing her. Unable to bear the sight any longer, I called out to Qian Xiaoyun. Upon noticing me, she approached and grasped my hand, which took me by surprise. Meanwhile, Zhou Ning, with a grim expression, advanced towards us, pointing and sneering coldly. Chapter 90. The altercation. Zhou Ning approached us with a grim expression, pointing at us while sneering coldly. With a hint of disdain, he glanced at Qian Xiaoyun and remarked, don't tell me that the new boyfriend you mentioned is him? I was not the slightest bit surprised. Instead, I exchanged a knowing glance with Qian Xiaoyun and then wrapped my arm around her waist. Addressing Zhou Ning, I am indeed her boyfriend. I kindly ask that you cease your harassment of Xiaoyun. Qian Xiaoyun appeared somewhat taken aback, seemingly not anticipating my swift reaction. I gently patted her lower back, signaling that I understood the situation. Upon hearing my words, Zhou Ning's expression darkened instantly. He glared at us, then pointed disdainfully at me, saying to Qian Xiaoyun, it seems you've long desired to break up with me, but if you're going to find someone new, at least choose better. Qian Xiaoyun cast an apologetic glance in my direction. I reassured her with a pat on her back and smiled, saying, Xiaoyun, let us head to my dormitory. This barking is rather bothersome. Qian Xiaoyun nodded in agreement, but Zhou Ning, upon hearing my words, was seething with rage. He charged at me, seizing my collar with a fierce expression and spat. Repeat what you just said. Finally, unable to contain herself, Qian Xiaoyun pushed him away. But a woman's strength could not match that of a man, rendering her efforts futile. I suggested to Qian Xiaoyun, perhaps you should head back upon hearing this. Qian Xiaoyun became flustered and stood by, weeping inconsolably, which stirred a sense of vexation within me. Zhou Ning, incensed by my earlier defiant words, hurled an invective and launched a punch toward my face. I met his aggression with a disdainful smile, intercepting his fist and with a swift countermaneuver, twisted his arm while simultaneously driving my knee into the back of his leg, effectively forcing him to the ground. Subsequently, I seized his long hair and began to hammer his face against the floor. That was, as I recall, my inaugural foray into fisticuffs. undertaken on behalf of a girl who, despite her pitiable circumstances, was subjected to further torment. I am not, by nature, an impulsive individual, but I harbor a profound aversion to those who are unscrupulous, and I felt compelled to impart a severe lesson, even if it meant incurring disciplinary action. As I relentlessly slammed his face against the ground, a throng of onlookers gathered, their voices buzzing with speculation. Abruptly, a violent tremor coursed through my being, and my body went limp. I found my arms being restrained. Regaining my composure, I discerned that our school's security personnel were the ones holding me. Meanwhile, fellow students assisted Zhou Ning, whose face was now covered in blood, and he cast a look of terror in my direction. I grinned at him, baring my teeth. Subsequently, the security guards summoned the authorities, and Zhou Ning was conveyed to the hospital via ambulance, while Qian Xiaoyun and I were escorted to the Xian'an police station. As I sat, manacled to a chair in the police station, Qian Xiaoyun stood steadfastly by my side, attempting to elucidate the situation to the officers. It was at that moment that I became aware of a dampness permeating my back. Of course, the police officers were unreceptive to Qian Xiaoyun's explanations. Given the undeniable fact that I had engaged in physical violence, resulting in the hospitalization of the injured party. Soon, a middle-aged police officer arrived and immediately slapped me across the face, dragging me into the adjacent interrogation room. The sudden blow left me dazed, and as I regained my senses, I tasted sweetness in my mouth and felt warmth in my nose. I realized I was likely bleeding. My hands were cuffed, leaving me helpless as blood flowed freely from my nose. I looked up, grinning at him, and asked, "Why do you have to strike me?" The officer scoffed and slammed his hand on the table. "Now you understand the pain of being struck? You should have been prepared to face consequences when you chose to harm others." He then took a seat and began his interrogation, asking for my name. He continued until he inquired about my parents' phone number. I cleverly provided the number of Chu Ming. Subsequently, he instructed a young officer who had been recording the proceedings to make a call. When a young officer connected the call, he spoke with a grave tone. "We are from the Xian'an police station. Wang Shouchen is related to you in what way?" After a brief pause, I noticed the young officer's expression darken as he handed the phone to the middle-aged officer. The latter frowned, seemingly reluctant to answer, and reprimanded the young officer. "What is the matter? Can't you handle a simple phone call?" The young officer swallowed hard and replied, "Sir, it's Chief Chu from the Criminal Investigation Department." The middle-aged officer's expression shifted, and he glanced at me with a knowing look before answering the call. After hanging up, he smiled and said, "My apologies, classmate. It seems we've stirred the Dragon King's temple. You're Chu's younger brother?" The young officer stood by, utterly bewildered, clearly unprepared for the swift turn of events that unfolded. I cast a cold glance at the handcuffs in my possession, while the middle-aged officer delivered a swift kick to the young one, urging him to act. After a moment of hesitation, the young officer approached and unclasped the cuffs from my wrists. I wiped the blood from my nose and mouth with the back of my hand, then rose from the chair, nonchalantly inquiring, "Am I free to leave now? Director 1 from the provincial department is scheduled to arrive this afternoon." The middle-aged officer nodded vigorously, confirming my release, and then glanced at his watch, assuring me that there was still time. "Young Mao, please take this student in the station's vehicle," he instructed. The young officer, responding with a simple acknowledgement, gestured for me to follow him outside. As we neared the exit, the middle-aged officer appeared to hesitate, caught between words. Recognizing his unspoken thoughts, I paused at the door and turned to him, saying, "I understand that violence is wrong, yet I only struck a scoundrel. Rest assured, I am not so petty." With that, I stepped through the door of the interrogation room and spotted Qian Xiaoyun squatting beside a flower bed, her head buried in her knees. I approached her gently, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. At the moment she lifted her gaze to meet mine, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Chapter 91. The vinegar jar upset on the way back to school, I sat in the back of a police car with Qian Xiaoyun. The officer, named Xiao Mao, occasionally glanced at us through the rearview mirror as we fell into a silence that thickened the atmosphere. As we approached the entrance of the medical university, the officer hesitated before speaking. "Classmate, would you like me to take you to the hospital?" I shook my head, indicating it was unnecessary. A visit to the school infirmary would suffice. Qian Xiaoyun lifted her gaze to me and softly murmured an apology. "I'm sorry for involving you in this." I offered her a faint smile and reassured her. "It's nothing. A minor injury like this is inconsequential." Unable to contain his curiosity, Officer Xiao Mao inquired, "Are you really Chu Ku's younger brother?" I merely wiped my mouth with my sleeve and smiled without responding. Observing my silence, he chose not to press further. Upon arriving at the entrance of the medical university, I told Qian Xiaoyan to head back, as I had a matter to attend to. She glanced at me with concern, nodded, and exited the vehicle. I then requested Officer Xiao Mao to take me to the city police station, to which he readily agreed. Once we reached the station, Xiao Mao did not linger, but swiftly turned the car around and departed. Standing outside the city police building, I stretched my body, wincing as the wound on my back throbbed painfully. I couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the day's events. Entering the lobby, I spotted Xiaoling, who smiled at me and said, "Chu Ku just stepped out. He mentioned he was going to pick up Old One. Captain Liu and Captain Sun are also on a mission. Perhaps you could wait in Chu Ku's office for a while." I nodded in response, smiling back at her, though she looked at me with a hint of confusion and asked, "What happened to your face?" I waved my hand at her, assuring her that all was well. Yet as I exited without consulting the almanac, I stumbled in a most unfortunate manner. She paused for a moment, and upon realizing the situation, burst into a fit of laughter. However, just as I turned to enter the office, I heard her exclaim in shock, "My goodness, why is there so much blood on your back?" Stunned, I was at a loss. I had intended to keep this from her, but it seemed the truth could no longer be concealed. Steeling myself, I turned to meet her astonished gaze and smiled, saying, "It's nothing, I shall head in now." With that, I provided her no opportunity to respond and hastily made my way to the door of Chu Ming's office, turning the handle and stepping inside. To my surprise, she followed closely behind, slamming the door shut and interrogating me as if I were a criminal. "Now, tell me, what on earth happened?" With no alternative, I recounted the incident of my scuffle at school. Upon hearing this, she was both furious and amused, remarking, "I never imagined you harbored the potential for a hero to rescue a damsel in distress. Is she not now so moved that she is inclined to offer herself to you? Perhaps you ought to consider your rather pitiable state before engaging in such brawls. You've certainly grown in audacity, haven't you?" I found myself quite intimidated by her, hastily reciting a mantra to maintain my composure, as I could certainly discern her sardonic tone. Yet, why did her voice carry such a melancholic undertone? She stormed out in a huff, leaving my world momentarily tranquil. However, it was not long before she re-entered, this time wielding a first aid kit, her expression frosty as she coldly commanded, "What are you staring at? Remove your clothing." I swallowed hard, taken aback by her directness, yet obediently began to shed both my jacket and the t-shirt beneath. As I removed my t-shirt, I distinctly heard Xiao Liang gasp in surprise. "How deep is your wound?" "No, this is from a stunned baton. I assent it." Reluctantly, I had to confess the truth. In her frustration, Xiao Liang pinched my arm fiercely, admonishing me, "This is what you get for showing off." I winced in pain, feeling as though her grip was more punishing than that of our school's security guard. While applying medicine to my injury, she continuously inquired if it hurt. I dismissed my pain, stating that this minor wound was nothing compared to the sting of old Zhang's willow nails. She scoffed softly, applying a bit more pressure, and in that sudden moment of discomfort, I cried out. Just then, the office door swung open, revealing Chu Ming. He paused momentarily, feigning an apologetic demeanor before hastily closing the door. Soon after, I heard Old One's voice asking, "What's going on? Are you not allowed to enter your office?" Xiao Liang and I were both taken aback. I knew that Chu Ming was up to mischief, but Xiao Liang seemed oblivious, her face flushing a delightful shade of red. She playfully twisted my arm again, pouting slightly as she said, "This is all your fault. Now, Chu Ku thinks I'm up to something." I put on my shirt and innocently smiled at her, saying, "That guy did it on purpose. Can't you see?" Xiao Liang, perhaps feeling embarrassed, decided to leave the office with the medicine kit in tow. I washed my face in the restroom of Chu Ming's office, catching a glimpse of my pale complexion in the mirror. What was happening to me? I couldn't help but recall a phrase from Feng's sister. Shaking my head in disbelief, she must have been talking nonsense. Upon exiting the office, I noticed that Xiaoyang was nowhere to be seen. Xiaoling cast a somewhat ambiguous glance in my direction and smiled, inquiring if I was searching for Xiaoyang. I quickly waved my hand, exclaiming, "How could that be? Lingye, what about Wen Lao and the others?" Xiaoling appeared to recall something and promptly informed me that Chu Ku had accompanied Wen Lao to the basement, asking me to wait until I emerged to notify me to join them. A sense of confusion washed over me. Had not Yu Daiyong's body gone missing? With this thought lingering, I made my way to the specialized laboratory in the basement. Approaching the door, I peered inside and saw Wen Lao and Chu Ming quietly conversing beside a microscope, yet Yu Daiyong's body was conspicuously absent. Upon noticing me, Wen Lao waved me over, remarking, "You, young man, are becoming increasingly pretentious. It's been half a month since our last meeting. What has happened to your face?" I offered an awkward smile and replied that it was nothing. Chu Ming, seizing the opportunity, mischievously interjected, "Wen Lao, this fellow got into a fight at school over a girl today." Wen Lao let out a hearty "oh," and then burst into laughter, saying, "My boy, sometimes wit can be far more effective than brute strength. Regardless of the outcome, engaging in a brawl signifies a loss." I nodded in slight embarrassment and then stepped forward to inquire whether there had been any developments regarding Yu Daiyong's body. By the way, did the surveillance footage capture how he went missing? Chu Ming's expression instantly turned grave as he replied in a somber tone, "We have reviewed the footage. At 3 o'clock in the morning, he managed to free himself from the handcuffs and walked out on his own." Chapter 92. The 5 Elements of Corpse Refinement Walking Corpse? I could not help but utter the words. Oldwin pondered for a moment before speaking. If it truly is a walking corpse, then this matter might not be as troublesome as it seems. You may check the computer over there. This information has not yet been made public. Only the 3 of us and old Jiang from the technical department are aware of it. A sense of dread washed over me, as Oldwin's words stirred a troubling thought within. If it is not a walking corpse, could it be a zombie? Oldwin drew Chu Ming to the autopsy table and whispered something to him. Approaching the computer, the screen displayed a paused image of the corridor. I sat in the chair and clicked to play the video from the beginning. It was evident that the footage had been edited, resulting in a disjointed flow. Until the timestamp read 3:17 a.m., everything in the corridor appeared eerily calm. As the clock struck 3:17, a figure emerged in the monitor's view. The individual was completely naked. Although I could only see the back, I was certain it was the deceased Yu Daiyong. His manner of walking sent chills down my spine. A normal person walks with a steady gait, their shoulders swaying slightly due to the flexibility of the knees. However, I had witnessed the gait of a walking corpse before, like that of the deceased Dapeng. His legs were stiff, rendering his knees immobile, forcing him to walk in an awkward, exaggerated manner. With high in the video, Yu Daiyong's peculiar manner of movement is rather unsettling. His toes barely graze the ground, his knees appear to bend slightly, and his steps resemble a shuffling gait. Yet he moves with remarkable speed. Had one not been attentive, they might have merely perceived his walking style as odd without further contemplation. The more I observe, the more a chill runs down my spine. Could it be that Yu Daiyong has truly transformed into a zombie? It was only when he appeared in the second surveillance footage that I glimpsed his visage fully. His face was a deep shade of purple-black, his eyes tightly shut, and the wound on his chest, yet to be sutured, was alarmingly discolored. When he reappeared in the third surveillance clip, he swiftly traversed the frame, and then the video concluded. I rewound the footage and discerned that the third camera's angle was likely positioned beside the police station's wall. This suggests that he either scaled the wall independently or had assistance from someone on the other side. Regrettably, the view from the adjacent camera was not sufficiently expansive to capture the manner of his exit. I rose from my chair, noticing that Old One and Chu Ming were still engaged in hushed conversation by the autopsy table. Upon seeing me stand, they gestured for my attention. I approached, and Chu Ming pointed at the 4 severed handcuffs on the autopsy table, stating, "I just discussed with Old One, and we can preliminarily conclude that Yu Daiyong H. Wen Lao shook his head, asserting that it could not be the case. Over a decade ago, he had accompanied a clandestine organization to Sichuan to address a zombie incident, an event that had instilled widespread fear among the populace. To mitigate panic, the authorities decided to act. Eventually, They captured a living specimen, which, with the approval from above, was covertly taken to the Chinese Academy of Sciences for research. The conclusion drawn from this inquiry was merely that it was an ordinary corpse, a finding that left us utterly perplexed. Subsequently, a venerable professor at the Academy proposed the intriguing notion that someone might have employed certain methods to transform an ordinary corpse into a zombie. We conducted another examination of the remains, yet found no anomalies. If an external factor had indeed caused the mutation, there would surely have been some residual traces within the body. However, even 5 years later, we had uncovered nothing further, and the case remained unresolved until that time. One day, 5 years later, I received an unexpected phone call from an individual claiming to be a paranormal scholar. He asserted that he had reached a conclusion regarding the zombies in Sichuan. I was taken aback. How could he possibly know that I had been involved in that investigation? The proceedings had been classified at the highest level. Upon our eventual meeting, I learned that he had acquired this information through channels. The man appeared to be in his 40s, likely aged prematurely by years of arduous outdoor work, his skin tanned and weathered. Yet, the moment he spoke, I sensed he was no ordinary individual. His eloquence was remarkable. He addressed the matter directly, asserting that the zombie incident had indeed been artificially orchestrated with the intent to sow chaos and panic, thereby diverting attention elsewhere. I find this quite perplexing and inquired of him who would engage in such actions. What evidence do you possess? He remarked that human beings often perish for the sake of wealth, whether lightly or gravely. For the sake of gain, anything is conceivable. He had examined the cadaver from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and found no anomalies, hence there was no apparent issue. However, this does not imply that there were never any. He had acquired another corpse, from which he discerned clues. Subsequently, he conducted an investigation into the deceased's life and discovered that the circumstances of death varied considerably, categorizing them according to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The one transported to the Academy had succumbed to flames. Upon contact with water, a conflict would arise, resulting in the dissipation of energy. After Mr. Wen concluded his discourse, he observed the reactions of both myself and Chu Ming. Chu Ming calculated silently, furrowing his brow, and began to articulate. The deceased is referred to as corpse, a term denoting one who has perished. The lost implies a loss, signifying an internal demise. Death within the confines of the 5 elements signifies a loss at the brink of them, all falling under the realms of Yin, Shun, Si, and Hai. Water is extinguished in Si, while Shun, Zi, and Shin regard Si as the corpse's calamity, with Wu earth within Si symbolizing the depletion of water. Fire is extinguished in Hai, where Yin, Wu, and Su regard Hai as the corpse's calamity, with Rin water within Hai symbolizing the depletion of fire. Metal is extinguished in Yin, where Si, Yu, and Cho regard Yin as the corpse's calamity, with Bing fire within Yin symbolizing the depletion of metal. Wood is extinguished in Shun, where Hai, Mao, and Wei regard Shun as the corpse's calamity, with Gung metal within Shun symbolizing the depletion of wood. Thus, clarity emerged. However, the case at hand did not reveal any connections to the previous one. I contemplated attempting a trace, and as I spoke, he once again turned his gaze towards me. Chapter 93. The authentic heir of the Ma-Yi divine seer. I hastily waved my hand, fixing him with a glare, and implored him not to lead me astray. I certainly did not wish for a recurrence of last time. Chu Ming, with a hint of amusement, offered a faint smile and reassured me that the previous incident had been an accident, promising that I would be safe this time. However, confronted by his cunning expression, I promptly dismissed the notion. Old One observed our banter with a smile and slowly interjected, "What time is it? And you two are still bickering." Shouchen is merely a student, so I shall refrain from commenting on him. As for you, Chu Ming, you are a key figure within our system and the rightful successor of the Ma-Yi divine seer. Let us not complicate matters for Shouchen. Consider alternative solutions. Chu Ming shrugged and, with a solemn nod, said, "Allow me to ponder further." The notion of Chu Ming being the authentic heir of the Ma-Yi divine seer intrigued me. I possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the Ma-Yi divine seer, primarily associated with fortune-telling and divination. It was no wonder he discerned my role as a guide for the deceased with a mere glance, displaying an understanding of esoteric arts and effortlessly articulating obscure divination terminology. Indeed, I found myself increasingly perplexed by Chu Ming. Upon returning to the first floor, he did not accompany us into the conference room. Instead, he retreated to his office, retrieved his briefcase, and departed. A few days ago, the portly director attended a meeting at the provincial department and has yet to return. However, according to Old Win's perspective, there is no need to engage him in this matter, as it has received special approval from the provincial authorities. Currently, we have not reported the materials concerning the zombie incident, particularly since the body of Yu-Yang has gone missing. In the absence of evidence, we cannot submit for the approval of supernatural events. Thus, it is merely stated that the body has been stolen. Captain Liu has taken a team to search for Yu-Dayong's body, while Captain Sun called this morning to inform me that the necessary measures at Zhao Dingbao's residence have been set in place. Unfortunately, Zhao Dingbao is in the provincial city conducting business and has not yet returned. Meanwhile, the ancestral hall in Huangyao village has almost been constructed, but the Taoist priest has remained inactive. I inquired of Old One, expressing my confusion at the apparent tranquility of the situation. With a smile, Old One remarked that it could indeed be the calm before the storm. He emphasized the necessity of keeping a close watch on that Taoist priest from the Maoshan school, as it seems inextricably linked to the zombie case. Just then, Xiao Yang rushed into the conference room, her expression grave, and announced, "Old One, there has been an incident at the South Gate." Old One acknowledged her and requested a detailed account. Xiao Yang cast a glance at me before continuing. The command center has reported that a female corpse was discovered in the alley at the intersection of the South Gate and the Zijulin community. The local police have already arrived at the crime scene, and the deceased was a woman engaged in flesh trade. However, the wounds on her neck bear a resemblance to those inflicted by canine teeth. Old One furrowed his brow sharply and said in a grave tone, "Let us proceed immediately to the scene." Shouchen, the forensic team at the city bureau, has yet to complete their handover, so you will need to manage for a couple of days. I appreciate your efforts. I shook my head, assuring him that it was no trouble. Rather, it would serve as valuable experience for my academic pursuits. Old One, his expression somber, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, I gathered the tools required for the autopsy and, accompanied by Old One and Xiao Yang, we drove to the crime scene located at the South Gate. Xiao Yang was behind the wheel, and during our journey, I noticed Old One deep in thought. I quietly inquired about his concerns. Taking a deep breath, he looked at me and said, "After hearing the report from the Southgate police station, I have an unsettling premonition." Tentatively, I asked, "Are you referring to the wounds on the corpse?" Old One replied with a solemn nod, stating that without seeing the body, it was impossible to ascertain the situation. If this case were indeed linked to Yu-Dayong's incident, it could prove to be far more complicated than the infamous zombie case in Sichuan from years past, which, while challenging in terms of investigation, had fortunately not resulted in any casualties. I inhaled deeply, finally grasping Old One's apprehensions. If the zombie associated with this case could transmit its venom through its attacks, the implications would be unimaginably horrific. My familiarity with the Southgate was limited to the bus station, as I had to pass through there each time I returned home. However, the alley where the incident occurred was well known among the locals, notorious for its nightlife, particularly in the evening when streetwalkers would openly solicit customers along the roadside. Every city harbors its own unspoken rules in the realm of illicit enterprises. As long as the transgressions are not exceedingly egregious, authorities often turn a blind eye. However, upon our arrival this time, we observed that the establishments lining the narrow alleys, such as hair salons and saunas, had shuttered their doors. This could perhaps be attributed to a recent tragedy that adversely affected business, or it may be due to a directive to cease operations. After disembarking from the vehicle, we noticed a middle-aged police officer waiting nearby, likely an officer from the Southgate police station. Upon seeing us, particularly noticing Elder One, he promptly saluted and exclaimed, "Good day, leader." Although Elder One holds the rank of a department-level official, his police rank surpasses that of even the most corpulent chief, classified as a second-level police inspector. Elder One nodded in acknowledgement and inquired in a grave tone, "Where is it?" The middle-aged officer quickly led the way. and we followed through the alleys of the entertainment district until we reached a flower bed, where we discovered a crowd gathered to witness the scene. 3 or 4 police officers were present, maintaining order, and had already cordoned off the area with caution tape. Chapter 94. The corpse murder. As the middle-aged officer led us past the cordon, I finally discerned the condition of the body. The female corpse appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, heavily made up and clad in revealing attire. Her neck bore evident external injuries, with the wounds appearing grotesque and dark brown, 2 blood wells faintly visible, reminiscent of a scene from a film where a zombie has bitten. Although the onlookers stood at a distance, some were busy capturing the scene with their phones. Mr. Wang furrowed his brow slightly and instructed the officer who greeted us to disperse the crowd. I retrieved clothing and rubber gloves from the examination box, crouching beside the corpse, while Yin-Yang stood beside me, incessantly photographing the body and its surroundings. Mr. Wang also crouched down next to me. I pressed my hand against the wound on the woman's neck. The injury had hardened, feeling as rough and resilient as tree bark. Mr. Wang's expression was grave as I took a deep breath and began to examine the corpse for injuries. This technique, akin to the basic skills practiced by ancient forensic practitioners and midwives, had gradually fallen into disuse in modern times, deemed obsolete by contemporary standards, especially among female forensic experts, who were historically referred to as midwives in ancient times. There was a belief in the necessity of gender-specific examination. Female bodies required a female examiner. However, modern views have become significantly more progressive, shedding such archaic conventions. This marked my first encounter with a female corpse in this capacity. Nevertheless, from a professional standpoint, forensic experts regard all bodies, regardless of gender, as mere vessels for evidence collection, striving to ensure that the deceased may find peace in their eternal rest. Beginning with the head, I noted that it was firm, lacking any pronounced indentations or cracks, thus not fatal. The wound on the neck is conspicuous. The skin at the back of the neck is soft and devoid of elasticity, and the spine is evidently protruding. Apart from the visible laceration, there are also internal injuries. Descending further, the chest is firm yet supple, without abnormalities. While palpating the chest, I distinctly sensed a pair of eyes glaring fiercely at me from the back of my head. Moving downwards, the ribs reveal no anomalies. The spinal column appears unremarkable, and both legs and feet show no signs of irregularity. Thus, the preliminary conclusion of the initial examination is reached. The deceased succumbed to a cervical spine fracture and excessive blood loss due to severed arteries, preliminarily confirmed as homicide. After completing the examination, I discreetly conveyed the findings to Old One, who nodded in acknowledgement. The cause of death appears unequivocal. However, many matters require adherence to protocol. Subsequently, the forensic officers arrived in succession, and the scene is now entirely cordoned off. In addition to the corpse, we also collected a pair of suspicious footprints, which strongly suggest the involvement of a zombie. The footprints lack heels, indicating that the perpetrator is someone who walks on their toes, a method reminiscent of Yin-Yang, whom we observed in the video earlier. We then transported the body back to the city precinct's basement for a meticulous examination. On the neck and body of the female corpse, we extracted fingerprints belonging to the same individual. A comparison with Yin-Yang's fingerprints confirms that the streetwalker was indeed associated with his corpse. However, this raises another quandary. How should this report be composed? Zombie homicide? Currently, we lack evidence to substantiate that Yin-Yang is a zombie. However, these two cases could be investigated concurrently, or perhaps they inherently belong to a single case. Chu Ming has yet to return, and when I attempted to call him, his phone was turned off. I remain oblivious to his current preoccupations. Glancing at the clock, it is nearly 5 in the afternoon, and those in the bureau with little to attend to are preparing to leave for the day. Yet, the Criminal Investigation Department is still diligently engaged, for to a detective, criminal cases are matters of utmost urgency, and working overtime is a commonplace occurrence. Wen Lao is presently perusing documents related to this case in Chu Ming's office, while Xiaoyang is urging the Traffic Police Department to retrieve all surveillance footage from the vicinity of the Southgate fireworks alley. I'm seated not far from Xiaoyang, contemplating whether to take some action when my phone abruptly rang. Upon checking the caller ID, I was surprised to find it was from home. After a moment of hesitation, I promptly answered the call. My mother's voice resonated through the line. Shouchen, has your father come to see you? I was momentarily taken aback and promptly replied, no, he isn't home. My mother responded with a simple, oh, explaining, it's nothing. Just take care of yourself at school. I thought he might have gone to visit you. She then ended the call. After hanging up, I found myself momentarily at a loss. My father is not home? Where could he possibly be? Reflecting on it, I realized that he has been in such a mysterious state for the past few months, though thankfully, he is not engaged in any particularly outrageous behavior. Upon contemplating this, I decided to cease my reflections, feeling a pang of sympathy for my mother. Had it not been for Ling'er's previous admonition to refrain from returning home for the time being, I would have been inclined to visit her. Just as I regained my composure, my phone rang again. This time, it was a call from a phone. However, upon answering, I was greeted by the voice of a girl, her sister, which took me by surprise. I inquired about the purpose of her call, and she asked if I was at the municipal bureau. I was astonished and asked her how she came to know that. She remarked that it was quite easy to ascertain, and then inquired if I was alone. Her tone was shrouded in mystery, leading me to wonder what she wished to discuss. After surveying my surroundings, I assured her that I was indeed alone. She then asked if there was a zombie outbreak in the city at present. Her words startled me immensely. Who is this girl? And how did she possess such confidential information? Chapter 95. The steps of you, I inquired why she was asking me questions when she already possessed the answers. She replied that not only was she aware of the zombie situation in the city, but she also knew the origins of these undead creatures. Her words sent a jolt through me. This girl truly was remarkable. I hastily asked her how the zombies came to be. She chuckled and asked if I was beginning to take an interest, expressing her desire to share the information only if I begged her. I was taken aback. This was not the expected behavior. Beg you? I would sooner beg your grandfather. I thought to myself, though I refrained from voicing it. Instead, I awkwardly smiled and said, Sister, I don't even know your name. Since you're Su Feng, you must also share the Su surname, right? She let out a dry laugh, pointing out the obvious. ISNT, that's stating the obvious? I'm his sister. Of course, we share surname. My name is Su Phoenix. Phoenix? I chuckled and called out, Sister Phoenix. She erupted into laughter, her joy infectious, and said, since you are being so obedient, I'll reluctantly share this with you. The truth about the zombies is that they were deliberately released. As for who is responsible, I believe you can surmise that yourself. Your current investigative direction is indeed correct. But are you certain that those you dispatched are truly capable of confronting them? A chill ran down my spine upon hearing this. It was evident that she was privy to a wealth of information and was well aware of our operational arrangements. This raised suspicions in my mind. Was there a leak within the police department? How else could someone outside the system be privy to such confidential matters? A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. If Zhao Dingbao was also aware of our plans, then Team Sun could find themselves in grave danger. The phone emitted a melodious laughter from the other end. Sister, how are you? The sound sent chills down my spine, and I let out a dry chuckle, only to realize that Xiao Liang had unexpectedly appeared beside me, glaring fiercely. Upon noticing that I had seen her, she huffed and inquired whom I was speaking to. I shrugged and replied, a classmate. She shot me a disdainful glance and retorted, it's obvious from the voice that they're not a good person. Her comment was overheard by Su Feng Wang on the other end of the line, who was evidently no pushover. With a smile, she teased me. Is that your girlfriend? Is she jealous? I can practically smell the bitterness from here. Seeing Xiao Liang's expression darkening, her eyes reddening, I realized I could not continue the conversation any longer. I hastily made some excuses and ended the call. After hanging up, I quickly clarified, I'm not well acquainted with that girl, but she seems to hold some significance. Not only does she know we are investigating the case of the zombie, but she's also aware of the department's operations and warned me that there is danger concerning Captain Sunday. Xiao Liang gazed at me in astonishment, asking, you can't be lying, can you? How would she know? Raising my hand, I assured her, I have no reason to deceive you. I too believe that Captain Sun and his team are in grave danger. After all, if Zhao Dingbao is indeed raising corpses, they would be ill-equipped to handle it. Xiao Yang nodded, taking a deep breath. Should we inform Oldwin and Shuko? I agreed, instructing her, "You should go and report this to Old One, while I will call Chu Ming." Without further hesitation, she acknowledged my instruction and proceeded to Chu Ming's office. I casually took out my phone and dialed Chu Ming, and this time, the call finally connected. He inquired about my reason for calling. I recounted the conversation I had with Su Feng Huang, and, to my surprise, he seemed to be somewhat familiar with the girl, uncertainly asking me to repeat her name. I obliged, and I could almost hear him chuckling on the other end as he remarked, "I can't believe you know her too. Don't worry about the situation with Captain Sun. I'm with him right now." I then informed him about the discovery of the female corpse that had been bitten to death at the South Gate. He mentioned that he had already received a call from Old One regarding the matter. This revelation didn't surprise me much, but what truly astonished me was when he said he had seen my father in Huanyao village. A mix of emotions surged within me. What could my father possibly be doing there? Chu Ming explained that he encountered my father while on his way to Huanyao village, and that he seemed to be carrying a basket covered with black cloth. I responded with an "O," realizing that my father had indeed gone to Huanyao village, which explained why my mother had called me again. Chu Ming then asked if I thought this was merely a coincidence. My mood soured instantly, and I questioned the meaning behind his words. Did he imply that my father was somehow connected to this zombie case? He was taken aback by my reaction, chuckling as he replied, "Haven't I told you before that your father is quite extraordinary?" I countered, insisting that he was just an ordinary farmer. Even as I spoke this, I found it hard to believe myself. It was simply a reflexive response. He laughed at my naivety, saying, "You poor fool, it's only because you don't understand anything. Do you really expect me to believe that someone capable of walking the U-steps is just an ordinary farmer? Do you even know what the U-steps are?" I was perplexed by his words, not comprehending his allusions to rain cloths. He was so infuriated that he barely spoke a word, merely stating, "Believe it or not. You'll understand in due time," before abruptly hanging up the phone. Just then, Mr. Wen and Xiao Yang arrived, inquiring whether I had been conversing with Chu Ming. I affirmed that I had, and Mr. Wen reassured me, saying there was no need for concern. Xiao Yang mentioned that the traffic police had already retrieved surveillance footage from the vicinity of the South Gate. I had just contacted the city leaders to request a special anti-explosive police unit prepared to conduct mobile patrols throughout the city as night fell. Additionally, arrangements were made for all local police stations to engage in patrolling their respective areas. Since it was indeed a zombie, it indicated that it could still inflict harm. Furthermore, I would need to endure a long night, accompanying me in the special laboratory, for I was eager to observe how this corpse would rise again. Chapter 96. The white-haired zombie, although I was quite reluctant about Old Wen's arrangement, it would have been impolite to decline, given that he had already expressed his wishes. After partaking in the takeout ordered by Xiao Yang, Old One and I descended into the basement, while Xiao Yang returned home alone to rest, repeatedly urging us to exercise caution before departing. I am not a fool. Rather, I am acutely aware that my identity as a living inofficial acts as a shackle, destined to lead me to a solitary existence. The more I experience, the more I am convinced of my fate. Upon entering the specialized laboratory once more, I furrowed my brow at the sight of the female corpse, shackled and restrained upon the autopsy table. The discoloration on her neck had ominously spread to her face, rendering her appearance exceedingly macabre. As we entered, Old One instinctively drew his firearm, disengaging the safety. Cautiously, we approached the body, noting the eerie silence that enveloped the room. Old One gestured for me to close the door behind us. He then holstered his pistol and retrieved his reading glasses from his pocket, scrutinizing the corpse's condition with a grave expression. As I donned my rubber gloves and stepped forward, preparing to tear away a hardened piece of skin for examination, Old One halted me. Confused, I inquired about his hesitation. He advised against disturbing her, citing the claims of a paranormal scholar. According to this scholar, if the transformation of the corpse into a zombie was rooted in the elemental forces of the 5 phases, then she had been killed by Yu Daong and would likely share the same elemental affinity. As we had yet to ascertain the elemental cause of Yu Daong's reanimation, it would be prudent to refrain from any interference for the time being. I nodded in agreement, though I remained skeptical of the 5-phase theory. Nonetheless, Exerk having nothing to occupy our time, the two of us engaged in casual conversation. After placing his gun on the table, Oldwin smiled and inquired about my experience in the realm of the underworld. I gave a wry smile and replied that he should refrain from discouraging me. Even now, I had yet to comprehend the purpose of my role as an envoy of the netherworld. Ordinarily, one would assume that an envoy's duty is to capture ghosts and souls. However, in my case, each time I entered a trance, it felt as though I were transported through time, witnessing the crime scene beforehand. Oldwin sighed, recalling how, when Xu Ming first mentioned this profession to him, he could hardly believe such a vocation existed in this world. He advised me not to take my fortunate circumstances for granted, for my understanding was still in its infancy. Unfortunately, we were unable to provide any guidance, as we had never encountered someone of this nature before. Nonetheless, he emphasized the necessity of keeping my identity as an envoy secret, for revealing it could potentially lead to dire consequences for my life. I nodded in acknowledgement, aware of the stifling atmosphere of the basement, which felt even heavier at night. Old One, with a heart as expansive as his demeanor, surprisingly dozed off in his chair, prompting me to shake my head in disbelief. It seemed that age had rendered him unable to endure the late hours. I found a clean white lab coat nearby and draped it over him before sitting down at the computer to play a game of solitaire. After a while, I grew weary of the game and stretched, preparing to rise when, faintly, I seemed to hear an eerie melody from a flute, as if it were emanating from outside the door or perhaps from a distant place. Just as I pondered this oddity, the previously tranquil room was suddenly filled with a series of short, labored breaths. My heart skipped a beat as the sound emanated not from Elder One's direction, but from behind me. In that instant, a prickling sensation swept over my entire being. I spun around abruptly, only to find the female cadaver on the autopsy table still and inert. Strangely, the sound had vanished once more. Could I have been mistaken? I furrowed my brow, rising from my chair and cautiously approaching the autopsy table. Barely 2 steps in, a distinct thud echoed from beyond the door. What was that? My heart pounded wildly. Elder One bolted upright, instinctively reaching for the firearm on the table, and inquired as to the commotion. I gestured towards the door, explaining that the sound appeared to originate from outside. Elder One discarded his lab coat, retrieved his weapon, and moved to the computer. He accessed the minimized surveillance system, retrieving footage from the corridor 3 minutes prior. My gaze remained fixed on the door of the specialized laboratory as I leaned in to observe the video. The footage revealed the sudden appearance of a figure in the previously empty corridor. The individual advanced slowly toward the entrance, and as he drew closer to the camera, a chilling sensation ran down my spine. It was the long-missing member of the initial investigation team. He tiptoed to the doorway of the special laboratory, then vanished in a blur. Beads of perspiration formed on my forehead. Elder One, in a hushed tone, cautioned me to remain calm, surmising that the individual was likely in the adjacent morgue. He then produced his mobile phone and placed a call. The target has materialized. Remember, the subject is a cadaver. Refrain from recklessness. Upon sighting, commence firing. I exhaled in relief, realizing that he had already made the necessary arrangements. No wonder he felt so at ease sleeping here. When Elder One hung up the phone, he offered me a faint smile. Moments later, the corridor echoed with the sound of approaching footsteps, soon followed by a series of muffled thuds. What could that noise be? I gazed curiously towards the door, and Elder One chuckled softly, explaining that it was the sound of the silencer. Although we were in the basement, we were still in the city, and gunfire reverberates poorly. After approximately 2 minutes, a knock resonated from outside. I called out to inquire who it was. A deep voice responded, "It is Song Bei-chun." Startled, I paused for a moment, as Elder One smiled and moved to open the door. There stood Song Bei-chun, his resolute face visible beyond the threshold. I quickly rose and stepped behind Elder One to greet him, and he acknowledged me with a slight nod. At that moment, the sound of footsteps continued to echo outside. Elder One inquired about Song Bei-chun's progress. As Song Bei-chun stepped aside, Elder One and I exited, only to discover a group of 10 fully armed special police officers dragging a foul-smelling corpse from a morgue. It was the missing investigator who had previously appeared on the surveillance footage. His face was grotesquely deformed and sunken, covered in patches of white hair, his expression resembling that of a wild beast, eliciting involuntary shivers. with elder Wen's Kansen gazing upon the corpse riddled with countless bullet perforations. I steel myself and commence the autopsy. With shears, I incise the garments, revealing ebony skin as if blighted by frost, sparsely adorned with downy, white hair. Dozens of bullet wounds, like projectiles embedded in steel, were encrusted within his flesh, devoid of even a trace of blood. The cadaver's nails were a livid, purplish-black, elongated and pointed. With meticulous care, I snipped off a small segment with steel nippers, sealing it within a plastic pouch. Subsequently, I procured a steel ruler and pried open his mouth. An unprecedented, fetid stench assailed my nostrils, compelling me to involuntarily recoil. Yet I abruptly perceived a violent clenching upon the steel ruler. Oldwin intoned reassuringly that it was merely a reflex, that the subject was unequivocally deceased. I inhaled deeply, reflecting that this entity bore a striking resemblance to the zombies of cinematic lore, having sustained numerous gunshot wounds, yet retaining the capacity for movement. Recomposing myself, I advanced once more, grasping the steel ruler, and with a forceful levering motion, I pried open his maw, revealing four sharp, ghastly white fangs, canines interlaced, nearly identical to the zombies depicted in the films of Yin-Yang. It would seem that these films are not entirely without basis in reality. Chapter 97. The Coin in the Skull, the White-Haired Corpse. Oldwin spoke with a grave expression. Song Baichen glanced at him and uttered a phrase that left me perplexed. Oldwin, something seems amiss, should we? However, before he could finish, Oldwin shot him a fierce glare, silencing any further words from Song Baichen. I furrowed my brow slightly, pondering the cryptic exchange between the two. Reflecting on the term white-haired corpse, I suddenly recalled having read descriptions of zombies in the past, which had seemed like mere myths to me, ethereal and implausible. Yet now, it appeared there was indeed a thread of reality to grasp. The phrase undecayed remains denotes a body that does not decompose, while white-haired corpse refers to one with long white hair. This distinction clearly delineates the difference between a walking corpse and a zombie. Both may move, but the former is controlled by external forces, whereas the latter moves of its own volition. Although Lin Xiao could walk post-mortem, his body had already begun to decay, thus categorizing him as a walking corpse. In contrast, the investigator was different, having been deceased for an extended period in the sweltering summer. His body showed no signs of decomposition and bore long white hair, perfectly aligning with the definition of a white-haired corpse. Oldwin surveyed the two bodies on the autopsy table, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately resolved to guard the bodies over in the cellular structure of the white-haired zombie bears no distinction from that of an ordinary human, thus giving rise to a profound question. If the formation of a zombie does not alter cellular organization, how then is it formed? According to the theories posited by the paranormal scholar mentioned by Oldwin, the transformation into a zombie is attributed to the influence of the 5 elements. However, upon examining the investigator, I found no significant wounds aside from the gunshot, and even after a forced dissection, the desiccated organs revealed no viruses matching the criteria within the viral repository. Moreover, there was no accumulation of fluid in the lungs or stomach. This suggests that the cause of death may not be closely related to the 5 elements, and it is possible that I have overlooked some crucial detail. Reclining in my chair, I gazed at the data compiled on the computer, a headache beginning to form. For reasons unknown, I suddenly recalled the earlier anomalies. The brief sound of breathing must have originated from the female corpse behind me. Yet, upon inspection, I had found no abnormalities, let alone any signs of respiration. Then there was that peculiar sound of a flute. What could it signify? What purpose does the white-haired zombie serve? Lost in thought, I abruptly rose from my chair, startling Oldwin and Song Baichen at my side. I hastily donned gloves and approached the investigator's corpse, pushing it along with the autopsy table beneath the CT scanner. The display of the CT scanned sent a jolt of realization through me. There, within the brain, lay a circular metallic object. Oldwin and Song Baichen leaned closer, inquiring if I had made a discovery. I pointed to the copper coin-sized circular shadow captured in the image of the corpse's head and declared, "It is right here." Both individuals were seasoned veterans, and although they did not fully comprehend the situation, they refrained from further inquiries. I took a deep breath and stepped into the corner changing room, donning a clean room suit and mask. I retrieve a medical saw and drill, my palms clammy with anxiety. Despite the fact that it was merely a corpse, it marked my inaugural foray into cranial dissection. Approaching the examination table, I engaged the two manual clamps securing the head, testing their stability with my hands to ensure a firm grip. Next, I held up the CT scan for reference, sketching the relevant points with a pen before connecting the drill to the power supply. Unlike industrial drills, the medical drill operated with a near-silent hum. As I aligned the drill bit with my markings, my hand trembled erratically. When placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder, remarked that everyone has their first time, encouraging me to relax. After all, it was merely a deceased individual, and even a slight miscalculation would bear no repercussions. I inhaled deeply, nodded, and began to bore downwards. The sound of the drill penetrating the cranial bone was minimal, and I relied on tactile feedback to gauge my progress. Subsequently, I drilled 2 or 3 adjacent holes before switching to the medical saw. The saw produced a louder noise, yet it remained inconsequential. Carefully positioning the blade over the previously created openings, I began to cut downward. In a brief moment, I had sliced through an opening of approximately 5 to 6 centimeters. Upon withdrawing the saw, I was met with the vivid sight of red and white brain tissue, remarkably fresher than those specimens preserved in formaldehyde at the school. Subsequently, I employed a dilator to expand the cranial aperture and, with forceps, meticulously sifted through the cerebral matter. Ultimately, I extracted an object, verdigris in hue and reminiscent of a copper coin. Upon depositing the artifact into the adjacent iron receptacle, I exhaled deeply. I divested myself of the sodden gloves and expunged the perspiration from my brow. The entire procedure, spanning half an hour, left me drenched as if immersed in water, an exceedingly unpleasant sensation pervading my being. Venerable One and Song Baichen approached, voicing their curiosity. "What is this object?" Having dried myself, I donned a fresh pair of gloves and, with the forceps, elevated the item. After ablutions and alcohol to expunge the residual cerebral tissue, its true visage was unveiled. It was in fact a copper coin etched with indecipherable glyphs. How could it be a copper coin? Venerable One mused pensively. Song Baichen remained taciturn throughout. Equally bewildered, I inquired of Venerable One whether he recognized the characters inscribed upon the coin. He scrutinized it and demurred, stating that he had never encountered them before. Song Baichen, however, intoned gravely, "It resembles nether script." Uncertain of his intended meaning, Venerable One, seemingly comprehending, inquired with gravity, "Are you certain?" Song Baichen, appearing less than resolute, merely suggested that the matter be deferred to Old Ho, positing that he would possess the requisite knowledge. The mention of Old Ho evoked the image of the profound, wizened, diminutive, and swarthy man. Frankly, were it not for the fact that these individuals were dispatched from higher echelons, I would never have associated them with law enforcement. Chu Ming, Song Baichen, and Old Ho are certainly notable figures, but amongst them is only Old One who appears to maintain a semblance of normalcy. However, I can assert with confidence that Old One is far from the simplicity he outwardly presents. Otherwise, the other 3 would not so readily acquiesce to his directives. Old One acknowledged with a hum that Old Ho was temporarily unavailable due to the equally challenging case in Shandong. Thus, he proposed, "Please take a photograph and send it to him, so he may have a look." Song Baichen nodded in agreement, then retrieved his phone from his pocket, activating the camera function to capture both the front and back images of the black-green object within the iron box. Chapter 98. Hospitalized upon reading this, I could not restrain myself from inquiring of Song Baichen about the location of the ambush. He replied that it was in a storeroom adjacent to the stairwell. I then asked him if he had previously heard any peculiar flute sounds. After a moment of contemplation, he admitted that he had not paid much attention, though someone in the special police team had mentioned it. Old One questioned me about the matter at hand. I shook my head, expressing my uncertainty, but I felt there was something amiss. I gestured towards a nearby female corpse and remarked that after hearing the flute, it seemed as though I could hear her breathing. Oldwin furrowed his brow and tentatively suggested, "Are you implying that the flute sound awakened the corpse?" I replied, somewhat hesitantly, that it was too early to draw conclusions, as time was of the essence. Subsequently, I was left to my own devices, tasked with suturing the body. This was undoubtedly a formidable challenge, as the corpse was rigid and the needle could scarcely penetrate. However, out of respect for the deceased, I pressed on. With a smile, Oldwin remarked that I should be regarded as the foremost expert in suturing corpses. With such a lofty title bestowed upon me, I steeled myself and continued the task. Ultimately, I resorted to a smaller diameter drill bit, creating openings on either side of the corpse's surface, and labored until dawn. Nearly exhausted to the point of call, he expressed his frustration, remarking on the complexity of the case, noting that the perpetrator possessed formidable counter-detection skills. The dismembered bodies had been boiled, rendering the DNA completely obliterated, and now even the identities were mismatched. We could only wait a couple of days to check the missing persons records. I sighed, reflecting on how increasingly cunning criminals had become. Oldwin, in a huff, remarked that it was all due to those legal education programs, which had made our work progressively more challenging. This morning, Xiaoyang had escorted me back to school. Upon hearing about our encounter with a zombie the previous night, she peppered me with questions along the way. I was utterly exhausted, yet I obliged her with a recounting of the night's events, to her astonishment. After we enjoyed breakfast at a kanji stall outside the medical university, she returned home. Upon my solitary return to the dormitory, I found Hosey and Afong sitting on the edge of the bed, smoking. Upon noticing my return, Hosey was taken aback by the injuries on my face and inquired if I had been up to no good the previous night. I dismissed the notion, but Hosey pressed on, questioning how I had ended up in such a state. Afong remained silent, amused. I explained that I had been assaulted by the school security. Hosey frowned at this revelation and asked what had transpired, curious about my altercation with the guard. I fell silent, and Afong could no longer contain her laughter, quipping that I had been a hero, saving a damsel in distress. As a third-year student, Hosey insisted that Afong share the details. After a brief exchange of whispers, Hosey gave me a thumbs up, saying he never would have guessed. Then, with an air of interrogation, he demanded that I confess where I had been the previous night. Stunned, I could only fabricate a story about having slept at a fast food restaurant where I worked. They certainly did not believe it. Afong mentioned that her sister had just called to inform her that she had seen me dining with a beautiful policewoman at the school gate, urging me to confess. The rat, filled with indignation, remarked that I had concealed my affairs quite well, even managing to woo a police flower. He inquired when I would allow my friends to meet her. I felt as if I had stepped into a quagmire, and rather than explain, I simply smiled and suggested that if he wished to meet her, he could simply visit the police station. The rat laughed, questioning if I truly thought he was afraid to go. I encouraged him to do so, and he fell silent, seemingly concocting some mischief. Reflecting on Ah Feng's sister, Su Fenghua, I curiously inquired about her profession. Ah Feng seized the opportunity with a mischievous grin, stating that she would divulge her sister's details only after I reveal my connection with the policewoman. The previously silent rat, intrigued by our conversation about Ah Feng's sister, leaned in and asked what this was all about. With a playful smile, I asserted that there was no hidden agenda. I was merely curious whether Ah Feng's extraordinarily beautiful sister was indeed a student at our school. Extraordinarily beautiful? The rat pondered, tentatively suggesting. Could she be Jiang Shengnan from the nursing department? I shook my head, exclaiming, "You fool. Ah Feng's sister surely also bears the surname Su." He nodded in agreement, but, after some contemplation, realized he could not recall any stunning beauty by that name. He then began to pester Ah Feng for more details. Seeing the opportune moment, I hurriedly took my basin and such to the bathroom for a bath. As I stripped off my clothes, a bitter smile crept across my face. I tossed them directly into the trash bin, stained as they were with blood and antiseptic, utterly unsalvageable. Fortunately, the wound no longer throbbed, thanks to Xiaoyang's adept bandaging. Upon returning to the dormitory, I found that both Huazi and Afong had already departed, leaving me in blissful solitude. I reclined on my bed, fatigue enveloping me, and before long, I succumbed to slumber. When I awoke again, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Huazi was engrossed in his outrageously violent video game, while Afong lay on her bed, seemingly engaged in a phone call with some girl. Stretching lazily, I sat up, and Huizi, without glancing back, remarked that I was awake and that instant noodles awaited me on the table. I acknowledged his words with a simple "oh," then rose to wash up before savoring the noodles. Suddenly, the dormitory door was flung open with a loud bang. 5 or 6 individuals stormed in, wielding steel pipes, and without warning, unleashed a brutal assault upon me. The relentless rain of steel pipes struck down, and I felt my head grow heavy before collapsing to the ground. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a hospital bed, with a phone lying beside me, wailing. I heard Sue Phoenix's voice admonishing her, "Stop your howling. Are you even a man? Can't you endure a little pain without making such a fuss? You're bringing shame to our Sue family." A phone, looking innocent, retorted, "It's all Ah Chen's fault. Why don't you scold him instead?" Sue Phoenix, exasperated, replied, "You're my brother. If I don't chastise you, why should I scold him?" I rubbed my head, which had been bandaged multiple times, feeling both pain and dizziness. Sue Phoenix cautioned, "Don't move around too much. You have a mild concussion." I slowly turned my head, my eyes wide with confusion as I gazed at her. What had I done to deserve this? Noticing my perplexed expression, she remarked, "You are well aware of the deeds you've committed. Let us see if you will continue your gallant rescues in the future." I furrowed my brow slightly, yet the movement tugged at the injury on my forehead, causing me to wince in pain. I inquired, "Was it Zhou Ning?" Su Fengwang responded with a charming smile. "What do you think?" I stood there, momentarily stunned, not due to the unexpected revelation about Zhou Ning, but rather because her smile felt so hauntingly familiar. Chapter 99. Observing the flow of qi, a sense of déjà vu enveloped me, rendering me momentarily speechless. It was not until I heard someone calling my name that I snapped back to reality. It was Chu Ming and Xiao Liang who had arrived. I was astonished. How did they know? Chu Ming approached with a basket of fruits, placing it on the bedside table, and inquired whether I was feeling any better. I nodded, replying that I was managing. Xiao Liang entered quietly, pouring me a glass of water and handing it to me without uttering a word. Yet, I could discern a hint of reproach in her gaze. Ah Feng, having presumably never encountered Xiao Liang before, was momentarily silenced by her beauty. Instead, he called out to me, "Ah Chun, is this your girlfriend?" A wave of embarrassment washed over me, and I shot him a disapproving glance. Xiao Liang swiftly turned her head towards Ah Feng, then glanced at Su Fengwang, who was seated nearby, surprisingly refraining from retorting. Chu Ming, contemplating the situation, cast a thoughtful look at Ah Feng and Su Fengwang before addressing me. "The individuals who assaulted you have been identified. It was Zhou Ning from your school's oncology department. However, he has since left the university, and several of the assailants have been apprehended by the Shaonan High Police Station." I nodded, taken aback that it was indeed him. I intended to inquire further about the case, but, upon noticing the presence of others, redirected my question to Xiao Liang, asking how she learned of my hospitalization. Xiao Liang, her tone tinged with irritation, replied, "I called your phone, and a woman answered. She informed me that you were at First People's Hospital." Upon hearing this, Su Fengwang smiled slightly and said, "I apologize. Your phone kept ringing, so I answered it. Not a bad choice, young man." As he spoke, his eyes incessantly scrutinized Xiao Liang, his provocative gaze so intense that even I, standing nearby, found it somewhat unbearable. Subsequently, Chu Ming gave me a knowing look, and I understood his intention to excuse myself momentarily. Ah Feng mentioned that there was a restroom in the ward, but I quickly interjected that I was not accustomed to using a toilet. Thus, I had Chu Ming assist me to the public restroom outside. Upon exiting, Chu Ming guided me to a secluded corner and inquired, "Is the girl inside the room the one you previously warned me about? The one from Huang Yao village whose situation we cannot control?" I nodded affirmatively, confirming it was indeed her. Chu Ming smiled faintly and remarked, "That girl's features are quite extraordinary. It will be beneficial for you to engage with her to mitigate the malevolent energy surrounding you." I widened my eyes in disbelief at Chu Ming's suggestion of approaching her. What did he mean? Did he imply I should sleep with her? The thought made me shake my head involuntarily. She resembled a fairy, far too enchanting to entertain any such notions. Observing my dismal expression, Chu Ming shook his head and said, "You lack even a shred of courage. Let me tell you, I have been studying physiognomy under my master since childhood. The texts state, the 3 divisions of the face and 2 eyes are deemed correct. A face devoid of blemishes signifies auspiciousness. For instance, your facial features resemble those of a coffin bearer, and according to the 28 lunar mansions, your life palace resides in Shun, governed by the stars of Tianji and Taiyin. Consequently, this year is fraught with calamities for you. In contrast, that girl's features are described in the text as the Zhuaichuan visage, with her life palace situated in Mao, influenced by the stars of Tai Bai, Tianji, Tiankui, and Ziwei, wherein Tai Bai brings fortune, Tianji provides wealth, and Tiankui signifies longevity. This is the first time I have encountered someone with such a countenance. It is even rarer than your appearance in the coffin. Such a person undoubtedly hails from a distinguished lineage. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The most critical point is that this year you are afflicted by the ominous influence of the 7 killing star, which forbids you from engaging with women. The consequences could range from minor troubles to grave dangers, potentially even loss of life. You must be prudent, as I am merely a man and unafraid of your misfortune. Yet you ought to consider the young women around you. Upon hearing this, I realized the truth in his words. Although I did not fully comprehend the intricacies of astrological signs, it became evident that any close acquaintance with a woman seemed destined to lead to trouble. The more I reflected, the more I felt a sense of despair. It turned out that this Chu Ming had perceived the situation all along, but chose not to disclose it to me. I inquired how I might approach her, and Chu Ming, with a hint of disdain, remarked on my ignorance, stating it was evident she was interested in me. Was it not a simple matter to take advantage of that? I was taken aback. Interested in me? How could that be? Chu Ming declared that I was beyond help, having reached the pinnacle of foolishness, and suggested I retreat to the restroom to contemplate my predicament. With that, he returned to the ward, leaving me outside. As I steadied myself against the handrail of the corridor, preparing to head to the restroom, a pair of hands suddenly grasped my arm from behind. I turned to find it was Qian Xiaoyan. I asked her what brought her here, and as she lifted her gaze, I noticed her eyes were red-rimmed as she uttered an apology. I waved my hand dismissively, assuring her that I was fine and there was no need for her to apologize. In truth, I have apologized to her countless times within the depths of my heart, for I once stood by, utterly indifferent, as Uncle Qian met with a tragic accident. However, such matters may remain unspoken forever, for it is best that fewer souls bear witness to the misfortunes of life. Upon hearing this, she wept, and I turned to behold her increasingly gaunt visage. Once upon a time, she was a joyful and spirited girl,